Chapter 1. The Immortal Imperial Clan. Qin Jiu Ge. In the splendid realm of the Tianxuan Continent, within the opulent chambers of the Immortal Imperial Clan, the Qin family, a luxurious room unfolded. The decor was a dazzling display of gold and brilliance, with ancient and elegant calligraphy adorning the walls. From the incense burner on the table, wisps of pure white smoke gracefully ascended, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. Am I not burning the midnight oil to complete my manuscript? How did I end up here? Could it be that I have traversed realms? As Qin Jiu Ge slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossed his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything before him felt utterly incongruous with his recollections. Being an aspiring author, Qin Jiu Ge was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. In the novels he had read and penned, who had not encountered the click trope of crossing over to another world. Yet, when such an extraordinary event transpired in his own life, he found it difficult to come to terms with the reality. Suddenly, he grimaced in pain, clutching his head, emitting a muffled groan. An influx of memories that did not belong to him surged violently into his mind, flooding his consciousness with a searing agony akin to being torn apart. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, cascading in large droplets. His thin garments quickly became drenched. With gritted teeth, he endeavored to suppress any sounds of distress, fervently praying for the torrent of memories to cease. After a brief moment, the pain dissipated, and his mind was now filled with a plethora of alien memories. Through these memories, Qin Jiu Ge gradually pieced together the current circumstances. He had indeed crossed over. The original bearer of his name, also known as Qin Jiu Ge, resided in this very realm called the Tianxuan Continent. The Tianxuan Continent was vast, stretching for thousands of miles, home to innumerable factions and an intricate web of power dynamics. At the pinnacle of this realm stood the four great immortal imperial clans and the legendary, enigmatic sacred lands. The Qin family, to which the original Qin Jiu Ge belonged, was one of these four illustrious clans. As one of the four immortal imperial clans, the Qin family was undeniably formidable. The original Qin Jiu Ge had made a name for himself within this concealed sanctuary of talent. Beginning his cultivation at the tender age of 3, by the age of 16, he had already attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. As the foremost cultivation family in the Tianxuan Continent, the Qin family distinguished its 5 most exceptional young prodigies based on their respective strengths, categorizing them into 5 orders. 3 months hence, these 5 young elites would engage in an intense competition, orchestrated by the family, to determine their opponents through a drawing of lots. Defeating one's adversary would grant passage to the next round, culminating in the selection of the ultimate victor. With the Qin family's profound heritage, these young talents, despite their youth, possessed remarkable trump cards, qualifying them as geniuses among geniuses in the external sections. The challenge of emerging victorious from such a competition was evidently formidable, yet the rewards promised were equally enticing. Whoever emerges victorious in this fierce competition shall be appointed as the heir of the Qin family. This not only bestows an illustrious status and the respect of kin, but also grants considerable power, greatly benefiting one's future cultivation. More importantly, once appointed as the heir, with the passage of time, it is not inconceivable to become the leader of the Qin family, one of the 4 immortal imperial clans of the Tianxuan Continent. Contemplating this, Qin Jiu Ge could not help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. According to the memories of his predecessor, he realized that he was still at the Spirit Sea realm. Although being 16 years old and at the Spirit Sea realm is considered a genius throughout the Tianxuan Continent, this is the Qin family one of the 4 immortal imperial clans. The prodigy of the First Order has already attained the Dharma aspect realm, far surpassing him, who is still at the Second Order of the Spirit Sea realm. Behind him, another genius of the Third Order, also at the Spirit Sea realm, is energetically striving to catch up. In this world, cultivators are categorized into 10 distinct realms. Ordinary people might only be aware of the foundational 3 or 4 realms, or perhaps just 2 or 3. However, as a direct descendant of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge is certainly not comparable to an ordinary individual. He not only clearly remembers these 10 realms, but can recite them with ease. Body refinement, Qi condensation, spirit nurturing, Spirit Sea, Dharma aspect, Nirvana, life and death, supreme, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Qin Jiu Ge counted on his fingers, reciting them softly. The disparities between these 10 realms are akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Take his current Spirit Sea realm. For instance, a newly initiated practitioner at this level can effortlessly defeat 10 practitioners at the Spirit Nurturing realm. The difference is astonishing. Thus, even though the prodigy of the First Order is merely one realm ahead, the challenge of emerging victorious in the Heir competition 2 years hence is extraordinarily formidable. Let alone the fact that the Qin family, being one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, possesses profound heritage. Not only does the family have a quasi-emperor in residence, but they also command imperial weapons that instill fear throughout the Tianxuan Continent. Such depth of heritage can likely only be rivaled by the fabled sacred lands. To vie for the position of heir in such a family, where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch, is nothing short of an insurmountable challenge. If this were a plot in one of the novels from my previous life, the Qin family would undoubtedly be the quintessential latest-stage antagonist. Qin Jiu Ge stood up, self-mockingly. Then, his expression turned somewhat somber. He realized a crucial issue: he had traversed into this realm too late. Otherwise, with the wealth of experience and knowledge gained from reading numerous novels in his past life, coupled with the wisdom and resilience acquired from living 2 lives, even if he could not rival the prodigy born with a silver spoon, he surely would not fall far behind. In that case, during the competition for the heir position, he would not be at such a disadvantage. Now, the time left for him is already limited, and the gap with that brilliant prodigy of the First Order is exceedingly difficult to bridge. 2 years is hardly sufficient for him to develop enough strength to contend with that exceptional First Order talent. In the future, he may at most become an elder. Could it be that after traversing through realms, one must still endure oppression? Is there truly such a dismal fate for a traveler? A surge of ambition welled up within Qin Jiu Ge. In his previous life, whether he had read or penned tales, every protagonist exuded an air of authority and grandeur. Why should he, upon his own transmutation, merely serve as a stepping stone for others? Though time was of the essence, there remained an opportunity to alter this predicament. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge's eyes sparkled with resolve. If one were to traverse through realms, yet fail to indulge in the embrace of beauty or wield dominion over the world, would that not render the journey futile? While the path may prove arduous, he, Qin Jiu Ge, would undoubtedly seize the position of the young master and ascend to the pinnacle of this realm. As he pondered the means to achieve his aspirations, an aged voice resonated from beyond the door, reaching Qin Jiu Ge's ears. "Young master, it is time to set forth and annul the engagement." Chapter 2: Annulment? Is this a villain's script? Upon hearing the aged voice from outside the door, Qin Jiu Ge was momentarily taken aback. Annulment? What marriage? When had he even entered into an engagement? After rummaging through his memories for a while, Qin Jiu Ge finally recalled that the original body indeed had a betrothal. The betrothed was none other than Xiao Yin'er, the daughter of the sect leader of the Xiantian sect. This sect happened to be one of the 4 immortal imperial clans of the Tianxuan Continent, a subordinate family of the Qin clan. Originally, as a genius of the second tier of the Qin clan, one of the 4 immortal families, Qin Jiu Ge would never consider marrying a girl from such a subordinate family. However, many years ago, when the sect leader of Xiantian, Xiao Zhan, had risked his life to save Qin Jiu Ge's father, Qin Ming, before he had even risen to prominence, Qin Ming, in gratitude for Xiao Zhan's kindness, had agreed to this union. There was, of course, another reason. The young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin'er, was not only extraordinarily beautiful but also possessed remarkable talent in cultivation. She had begun her training at the tender age of 3 and reached the spirit-nurturing realm by the age of 14, surpassing even the young Qin Jiu Ge of that time. Yet, for reasons unknown, since 3 years ago, this young heiress had not only made no progress, but had regressed to the 3rd stage of body refinement. Such an oddity was unheard of across the entire Tianxuan continent. The Xiao family had sought the expertise of numerous esteemed figures to treat Xiao Yin'er, but to no avail. Just then, Qin Jiu Ge was designated by the Qin family for the 2nd tier and was to participate in the contest for the position of heir. This matter was of great significance. And after much contemplation, Qin Ming felt that a fiancée who had regressed to merely the 3rd stage of body refinement would only hinder Qin Jiu Ge. Moreover, as a subordinate family, the Xiao family held little utility for the Qin clan. Rather than allowing Xiao Yin'er to impede Qin Jiu Ge's aspirations, it was far more prudent to swiftly annul the engagement. Having made up his mind, Qin Ming promptly instructed the original body to find a suitable time to dissolve the marriage contract. The original body, upon hearing this, did not take it too seriously and casually set a date to proceed with the annulment. Today was precisely the day that had been chosen. After sorting through his thoughts, Qin Jiu Ge gradually regained his composure from his memories, his lips twitching incessantly. The second tier of a top family, coupled with an impending annulment of a once promising genius. Was he not embodying a rather unrefined villainous archetype? He could already foresee that his soon-to-be annulled fiancée would likely rise again in no time, slapping faces all the way until she reached his. The tale of 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline. The moral of not underestimating a young woman's potential was about to unfold in his life. If that were the case, this marriage was absolutely not to be annulled. The mere thought of being ground beneath the heel of his rejuvenated fiancée, due to the decision made today, sent a chill down Qin Jiu Ge's spine. Solidifying his resolve, this marriage must not be dissolved. With this determination, Qin Jiu Ge retrieved a moon-white long robe from the rack beside his bed, draping it over himself before gazing into the bronze mirror atop the table. In the mirror, a 16-year-old youth with striking sword-like brows and bright starry eyes gazed back, his high nose and noble demeanor further enhanced by the flowing moon-white robe he wore, making him appear tall and extraordinarily handsome. As he pushed open the door, Qin Jiu Ge beheld an elderly man standing respectfully at the entrance. The old man appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his posture upright, complexion rosy, exuding a vigorous vitality. More importantly, he emanated a chilling aura that instilled trepidation. Drawing upon the memories of his predecessor, Qin Jiu Ge recognized the elderly figure as his guardian. Li Bo. This elder was no ordinary man. He was a formidable warrior at the threshold of the life and death realm. Originally, all guardians of the Qin family were of the Nirvana realm until the selection of a successor took place. Li Bo had been assigned by Qin Jiu Ge's father, Qin Ming, to ensure his safety, thus surpassing the strength of the guardians from other lineages. Just as Qin Jiu Ge pondered these matters, a commanding voice resonated from afar. He turned to see a stern-faced middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, clad in an ornate purple robe, with a belt adorned with precious gems. Approaching with an air of authority, Qin Jiu Ge recognized him as his father, Qin Ming. "Father, I hope you are well. Your son pays his respects," Qin Jiu Ge greeted, recalling the etiquette ingrained in him. Seeing his son display such politeness brought Qin Ming a sense of gratification. As he approached, he placed a hand on Qin Jiu Ge's shoulder, pride evident in his tone. "It has been a few days. My son has made notable progress in his abilities." Suddenly, as if recollecting something significant, Qin Ming's tone grew grave. "The girl from the Xiao family, though not worthy of my son, must be treated with some respect, for Xiao Zhan once saved my life. If they do not press too hard, we ought to show them a measure of courtesy." He lamented. Xiao Zhan was indeed unfortunate. Many in the Qin family envied him for having a talented daughter, yet fate dealt him a cruel hand. Qin Ming's tone was tinged with melancholy. The reason he had agreed to the union with the Xiao family was partly to repay the life debt owed to Xiao Zhan. However, he could not deny that he had been captivated by Xiao Yin'er's extraordinary talent. He had believed that with her gifts, combined with the vast resources of the Qin family, it would not be long before Qin Jiu Ge would have a loyal and powerful ally. Yet, who could have anticipated that Xiao Yin'er would seem to be cursed, losing her cultivation overnight and even regressing? Now, at this critical juncture when Qin Jiu Ge was vying for the position of the Qin family's heir, how could he afford to jeopardize everything for a woman? Thus, he had no choice but to withdraw from the engagement. Fortunately, he had previously discussed the matter with Qin Jiu Ge, who harbored no feelings for the fiancée he had never met, readily agreeing to this resolution. This brought Qin Ming great relief. A true man need only possess strength and status. There will always be women who desire him. I shall heed my father's counsel. I will handle this matter with utmost care. Qin Jiu Ge bowed respectfully, his tone courteous, yet his heart harbored no intention of complying with Qin Ming's command. While Qin Ming remained oblivious, he discerned the truth. Xiao Yin'er was evidently playing the role of the fated daughter. He had no desire to annul the engagement with the fated daughter only to become her stepping stone. Very well, very well. My son has finally matured. I have matters to attend to. You may handle the annulling of the engagement with Li Bo." Qin Ming laughed heartily and turned to retreat to his chamber. Watching Qin Ming's departing figure, Qin Jiu Ge turned to Li Bo. Let us proceed. Chapter 3. The Fated Daughter. Xiaoyaner. At Xiantian sect, the area was already teeming with people. Numerous servants from the Xiao family busied themselves with the preparations. An exquisite red carpet was laid out lavishly, extending far and wide. Trees lining the path were adorned with fine silks and brocades. The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, donned the most splendid ceremonial attire, standing outside the sect, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Qin family. Behind him, various elders of the Xiao family, along with esteemed guests and individuals of notable status, were also dressed in their finest, standing silently behind Xiao Zhan, not daring to breathe too loudly. Many Xiao disciples were summoned by their mentors to join this grand welcoming procession. Some of the uninformed disciples gazed at the solemn Xiao Zhan and other elders, astonished by the extravagant welcoming ceremony, and began to murmur among themselves. Do you know who is coming? Such a grand affair. When the Lord of the Hutu sect visited last time, I never saw such a formal welcome. Could it be that today's guest is even more formidable than the Lord of Hutu? What do you know? I heard that today's guest is none other than young Master Qin Jiu Ge of the Qin family. He is the fiancé of our Miss Yener. A disciple with a modicum of insider knowledge held his head high, proclaiming this significant news, his demeanor exuding pride, as if he were Qin Jiu Ge himself. Upon hearing this explosive revelation, the already lively crowd erupted into a frenzy. The Qin family. They are one of the 4 immortal imperial clans of the Tianxuan Continent. Not only do they boast formidable warriors, but they are also the main family of Xiantian sect. As a subordinate sect of the Qin family, even the most powerful sect leader, Xiao Zhan, has only reached the half-step of the life and death realm. Such individuals are a dime a dozen within the Qin family. Furthermore, the rumored young Master Qin Jiu Ge is extraordinary. At such a tender age, he has ascended to the second tier of the younger generation within the Qin family. Possessing terrifying strength, having reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm at merely 16 years of age. Such a figure is akin to a celestial dragon for the Xiao family. Now, this celestial dragon has descended to the mortal realm? No wonder the sect leader is treating this occasion with such gravity. Young Master Qin Jiu Ge, as a member of the second tier of the younger generation, is likely to inherit the position of family head in the future. It is said that young Master Qin Jiu Ge is also engaged to Miss Yener. Among the crowd, a rather naive individual spoke out loud. However, his soliloquy was met with disdainful glances from those around him. Spare me. The illustrious Qin Jiu Ge is a figure destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Continent. And look at our so-called waste. Miss Yener, TSK. Indeed. Were it not for her father being the sect master and her tender age, she would likely have been expelled from the Xiao family long ago. How could the young master of the Qin family possibly take an interest in her? As the disciples engaged in their discussions, a realization began to dawn upon them. Could it be that this legendary prodigy, Qin Jiu Ge, was not here to visit his ineffectual fiancée? In the Tianxuan Continent, strength is paramount. Those of power naturally command respect. Given Xiao Yener's current predicament, not only Qin Jiu Ge, but even some disciples within her own clan looked down upon her. A mere third-tier body refiner, what merit does she hold to warrant such a grand visit from the young master of the Qin family? Yet if Qin Jiu Ge were not here to see his betrothed, what divine purpose could have brought such a celestial being to the humble Xiantian sect? Some recalled that since the engagement was established, over a decade had passed without a single visit from Qin Jiu Ge to the Xiao family to see Xiao Yener. It was worth noting that during that time, Xiao Yener shone as the brightest talent in the Xiao family. When her potential was at its zenith, he never came. Now that she had been reduced to a complete waste, he chose to appear? This visit surely bodes ill. The expressions of many began to shift slowly. Some wore looks of concern, others suppressed glee, and still others reveled in her misfortune. In her prime, Xiao Yener had single-handedly outshone the entire younger generation of the Xiao family, rendering them unable to hold their heads high. Now, stripped of her talents and reduced to utter worthlessness, many seemed eager to kick her while she was down, as if by belittling her they could compensate for past grievances or secure a brighter future. Ha! I suspect the young master of the Qin family might be here to annul the engagement. This could be quite the spectacle. I think so too. What kind of person would marry a mere waste from a small family? The biting mockery, though not loud, still reached the ears of Xiao Yener, who stood behind Xiao Zhan at the forefront. She lowered her head, a bitter smile gracing her beautiful visage, as waves of intense resentment surged within her. Were these people truly so cold-hearted? In her days of brilliance, she had never oppressed anyone. Why, now that she had fallen, were so many eager to revel in her misfortune? However, she understood that their discussions were largely grounded in truth. It was indeed highly probable that Qin Jiu Ge had come to dissolve their engagement. Over the years, he had never visited the Shao family to see her. They had never even met, let alone developed any feelings for one another. Now, having become a complete waste, what hope did she have for Qin Jiu Ge to come and formally take her as his bride? A rare flash of anger crossed her beautiful eyes. She had transformed into an utter waste, stripped of all her former glory, and now faced the potential loss of her engagement. She accepted all of this. The Tianxuan Continent has always been a realm where strength reigns supreme. What perplexes her is that Qin Jiu Ge intends to annul the marriage, and she will not cling desperately to it. Why must Qin Jiu Ge make such a grand show of this annulment? As a mere inconsequential individual, she has little to lose. However, her father, Shao Zhan, is the head of a clan, overseeing the entire Tianxuan sect. The disgrace of his daughter being jilted would render him unable to hold his head high within the clan. Contemplating this, Xiao Yin'er clenched her slender fingers tightly, the crimson blood staining her fair hand. At that moment, a silvery flash streaked across the sky. The Qin family's flying vessel came into view. This magnificent craft, several hundred feet in length, was crafted from an unknown material, radiating brilliance and splendor, resembling a palace suspended in the air. Surrounding the vessel, the Qin family's guardians, each reaching the spirit-nurturing realm, stood watch. Observing the arrival of this vessel, everyone understood the Qin family had arrived. Chapter 4 Annulment. Even if her talent falters, she shall remain my betrothed. Gazing at the airborne vessel, the members of the Xiantian sect, including Shao Zhan, could not help but exhibit a glint of envy. Indeed, it was worthy of being one of the 4 eternal imperial clans, with profound heritage. Such an opulent vessel is a rarity throughout the entire Tianxuan continent. As the crowd marveled, 2 figures leaped down from the vessel like streaks of light. Qin Jiu Ge and Li Bo did not wait for the vessel to land, opting instead to jump directly. The fierce winds whipped around Qin Jiu Ge, causing his moon-white robe to flutter dramatically. In an instant, both Qin Jiu Ge and Li Bo appeared before the members of the Xiantian sect. Upon Qin Jiu Ge's descent, the crowd finally had the opportunity to behold the true visage of this second-tier genius from the Qin family. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an extraordinary charm, and despite being merely a teenager, he possessed an air of serene composure. Beside him, Li Bo emanated an aura that was both thrilling and intimidating, clearly a rare adept. When had the disciples of the Xiantian sect encountered such celestial beings? Awe-filled gasps echoed around them. Truly, the second tier of the 4 eternal imperial clans. This presence, this countenance. Indeed, they were figures of exceptional caliber, akin to celestial beings. Young Master Qin was a contender for the position of heir among the younger generation of the Qin family. The disciples gazed in wonder at Qin Jiu Ge, whose robes billowed as if he had descended from the heavens. Shao Zhan and the elders had long since approached to welcome him. Although they were older than Qin Jiu Ge, the second tier of the younger generation of the Qin family warranted their respectful greeting. Shao Zhan's aged visage broke into a radiant smile as he clasped his hands toward Qin Jiu Ge. Young Master Qin, your esteemed presence graces us. I apologize for my inadequate reception. Please forgive me. In response, Qin Jiu Ge grasped his hands together. Head of the Shao family, you are too kind. By all accounts, you are the elder, and I the junior, not to mention that you have previously aided my father, so such grand gestures are unnecessary. Seeing Qin Jiu Ge's courtesy, Li Bo was somewhat astonished. Were they not here to annul the engagement? Was such politeness truly necessary? Would it not suffice to simply declare the annulment? However, recalling Qin Ming's instructions, Li Bo could not help but nod subtly, thinking to himself that Qin Jiu Ge truly deserves to be the second tier of the young generation of the Qin family, exhibiting not only astonishing cultivation talent, but also meticulousness in his dealings. Shao Zhan was taken aback by the honor bestowed upon him. Indeed, Qin Jiu Ge was correct. In terms of age, he was an elder to Qin Jiu Ge and had once saved Qin Ming's life. Nevertheless, the Xiantian sect was, after all, an affiliated sect of the Qin family, and based solely on that, Qin Jiu Ge had ample reason to treat him with less formality. Shao Zhan and several elders surrounded Qin Jiu Ge as they entered the grand hall of the Xiantian sect, taking their respective seats. Initially, Xiao Zhan intended to offer Qin Jiu Ge the seat of honor, but he was graciously declined. He then summoned a maid to bring forth the finest tea. Soon, steaming cups of tea, exuding a rich fragrance, were presented. Xiao Zhan, with a friendly tone, was the first to speak. Young Master Qin, what brings you personally to our Xiantian sect? Is there a matter you wish to entrust us with? Whatever the request, we shall spare no effort to fulfill it. At these words, Qin Jiu Ge lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. The aroma of the tea was indeed exquisite, worthy of praise even within the Qin family. There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance, Qin Jiu Ge replied as he set down his cup, speaking slowly. Please, young Master Qin, do not hesitate. I am all ears, Xiao Zhan responded with utmost respect, his expression becoming solemn. Qin Jiu Ge's gaze drifted past Xiao Zhan, landing on the figure of Xiao Yin'er standing behind him. She had cascading black hair, skin as fair as snow, a delicate oval face, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her high nose and slightly parted lips radiated an indescribable elegance. Truly, she embodied the essence of a destined maiden. In terms of beauty, she could rival even the saintess of the Holy Land. 3 years ago, the original owner had encountered the saintess of the Holy Land once, and had since been captivated by her beauty. Little did he expect that Xiao Yin'er would not fall short in comparison. Sitting opposite Qin Jiu Ge, Xiao Zhan noticed his gaze fixated on Xiao Yin'er, causing his heart to skip a beat as a thought surged to the forefront of his mind. Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge has come to annul their engagement? The elders of the Xiantian sect, seated close to Xiao Zhan, also observed this interaction, each lost in their own thoughts. Those who were nearer to Xiao Zhan felt a sense of worry. Xiao Zhan's current status within the Xiantian sect was significantly bolstered by the engagement between Qin Jiu Ge and Xiao Yin'er. If Qin Jiu Ge had indeed come to dissolve that engagement, it could lead to upheaval within the sect. Conversely, some elders eyeing the position of sect master could not help but revel in the potential discord, pondering how Xiao Zhan would navigate the situation if the engagement were to be broken. At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge spoke once more. I have come today primarily concerning the engagement between myself and Miss Xiao. He continued, over the years, I have yet to meet Miss Xiao, and our emotional connection is indeed lacking. Furthermore, I have heard whispers regarding Miss Xiao. As Qin Jiu Ge's words resonated through the air, it became abundantly clear to all present that his purpose for attending was indeed to annul the engagement. In that moment, emotions ran high. Some were filled with sorrow, while others basked in exhilaration. Xiao Yin'er bit down fiercely on her lip to stifle any sound, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. A profound sense of guilt washed over her, directed towards her father. Over the years, she had fallen into a state of worthlessness, dragging her father into a vortex of disparagement, with whispers circulating that he squandered resources on her, a mere failure. Now, she was to endure the public humiliation of being cast aside. Surely, after today, her father would become the subject of ridicule. Xiao Zhan's expression also darkened. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it struck him with an unexpected force. To his astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge's tone shifted. Fixing his piercing gaze upon Xiao Yin'er, he declared emphatically, regardless of the circumstances, Miss Xiao remains my fiancée. I have come here today to put an end to these baseless rumors. Rising to his feet, Qin Jiu Ge surveyed the hall, and those caught in his gaze felt a chilling sense of dread, overwhelmed by the weight of his presence. Amidst the collective astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge continued, before my arrival, I had heard that certain members of Xuantianzong have bullied Miss Xiao due to her struggles in cultivation. Let me be clear, even if Miss Xiao's talents have waned, she shall still have my support. Before you dare to insult her, consider whether you can withstand the fury of my wrath. Chapter 5. Xiao Yin'er, confounded. This script is all wrong. The resounding declaration of Qin Jiu Ge still echoed within the hall, leaving Xiao Yin'er utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't Qin Jiu Ge here to terminate their engagement? What was this domineering proclamation? Was he standing up for her, seeking justice for the injustices she had faced at Xuantianzong? In an instant, all her resentment and strength dissipated into nothingness. She could hardly fathom that, after being ridiculed and tormented by the entirety of Xuantianzong, her advocate would be none other than her fiancé, a man she had never met, and who was rumored to be severing their bond. Tears welled in Xiao Yin'er's eyes. 3 long years. A full 3 years. No one knew the hardships she had endured during this time. From being the revered and unassailable genius of Xuantianzong to becoming a figure of scorn, she had faced disdain and tasted the bitterness of suffering. yet never had anyone defended her with such unwavering conviction. Although her father, Xiao Zhan, held the esteemed position of sect leader, he was constrained by ambitious elders and dared not express his concern for her openly. Moreover, Qin Jiu Ge, of such noble lineage, had always eclipsed her. Even when her talents had still shone brightly, how could she dare to dream that the present version of herself, deemed worthless, could ever capture the attention of someone as exalted as Qin Jiu Ge? In the past 3 years, in a relentless pursuit of survival and the opportunity to prove herself, Xiao Yin'er continually compelled herself to cultivate resilience, learning to adopt a serene demeanor towards the transformations in the attitudes of those around her. It can be said that she has succeeded. After 3 years of tempering, her heart has become as unyielding as a tortoise's shell, fiercely guarding her final vestiges of dignity. However, she did not anticipate that a single utterance from Qin Jiu Ge would stir ripples in her previously tranquil heart. What young girl does not long for the embrace of a strong protector? Yet, she recognized that with the loss of her innate talents, no one would regard her with any semblance of seriousness. Just when she had relinquished all hope, Qin Jiu Ge appeared. He descended upon the Xiantian sect like a celestial being, asserting his dominance before all the elders and disciples, boldly sheltering her beneath his wings. Xiao Yin'er felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Although this was their first encounter, she could not suppress a burgeoning fondness for Qin Jiu Ge. In this world, strength reigns supreme. It is easy to embellish the already flourishing, yet challenging to provide aid in times of adversity. After the loss of her talents, even the elders who had watched her grow, once fawning over her, now regarded her with disdain. The fact that Qin Jiu Ge, her betrothed whom she had never met, would stand so resolutely by her side was a testament to his character, distinguishing him from those who merely sought to curry favor. Crash! A teacup fell to the ground. Beside Xiao Zhan, several elders gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't Qin Jiu Ge there to annul the engagement? Why was he so domineering in his defense of Xiao Yin'er? The elders who coveted the position of sect leader, waiting for the moment Qin Jiu Ge would withdraw from the engagement to strike, could hardly believe their ears. They could not fathom why the illustrious Qin Jiu Ge, a member of the esteemed second tier of the Qin family's younger generation, would still honor an engagement with someone who had become a mere shadow of her former self. Xiao Zhan, initially suppressing his fury, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation as a father witnessing his daughter on the brink of being cast aside. Although he dared not express this anger before Qin Jiu Ge, it simmered within him. Yet upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's declaration, his ire swiftly transformed into bewilderment. He pinched his thigh sharply, wincing in pain to confirm he was not dreaming. The usually composed Xiao Zhan found himself stammering, "Nephew, what did you just say? You are not here to annul the engagement?" Upon uttering this, he regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. Qin Jiu Ge had made his intentions abundantly clear. Regardless of Xiao Yin'er's current talents, she remained his fiancée. To question him about the annulment was sheer folly. Observing Xiao Zhan's awkward demeanor, Qin Jiu Ge chuckled lightly. "Annulment? Where do such rumors originate?" He then turned his gaze upon Xiao Yin'er, his previously fierce demeanor softening into something more gentle. "Upon my visit to the Xiantian sect, my intention is not to annul the engagement, but rather to express my earnest desire for the continuation of our betrothal." Qin Jiu Ge's voice, though soft, resonated with a resolute conviction. Hearing such words, Xiao Yin'er summoned her courage. Raising her gaze to Qin Jiu Ge, her fair cheeks flushed, a sweet warmth blossoming within her heart. This marriage contract, forged between strangers, did not seem so unfavorable after all. At the very least, Qin Jiu Ge exuded an admirable aura, embodying the qualities of a man worthy of lifelong trust. In stark contrast to the joy felt by Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yin'er, several elders of the Xiantian sect found themselves engulfed in ambiguity. As a subordinate sect of the Qin family, they were well aware of the intricate dynamics surrounding the Qin clan. The impending competition for the position of heir among the younger generation was approaching swiftly. Although Qin Jiu Ge possessed peak spiritual prowess, he still lagged behind the prodigy of the first sequence. At this critical juncture, the presence of a burdensome fiancé could only serve to widen the gap. These elders, known for their decisiveness, believed that the most prudent course of action for Qin Jiu Ge would be to sever ties with Xiao Yin'er, seeking instead a union with a woman of substantial background and strength to secure resources and elevate his own capabilities. Yet, why did Qin Jiu Ge express such sentiments? "Is this truly the case, my esteemed nephew?" Xiao Zhan inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. Qin Jiu Ge nodded slightly, affirming, "It is indeed the truth," without any embellishment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's anxious heart finally found solace, replaced by an overwhelming joy. He could scarcely fathom that even after Xiao Yiner's talents had waned, Qin Jiu Ge remained undeterred and willing to uphold the engagement. This was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. With the betrothal preserved, Xiao Zhan's position as the sect leader was secure. With Qin Jiu Ge as his ally, who would dare covet his authority? More importantly, as a father, Xiao Zhan could hardly wish for anything less than for his daughter to find a man of great stature. Qin Jiu Ge's demeanor today instilled in Xiao Zhan an unwavering belief that such a compassionate and devoted man was indeed rare in this world. Rising to his feet, he spoke with solemnity, "Rest assured, my esteemed nephew, the betrothal shall certainly proceed as planned. You have traveled far from the Qin family, and I have arranged a banquet in advance. Let us partake in it together." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge nodded gently, not declining the invitation. Rejecting the engagement was merely the first step. To truly secure his place in the heart of the destined maiden, further efforts must be made. Chapter 6. An annulment is out of the question. We merely hope for the wedding to proceed as scheduled. At the Xiantian sect, within the banquet hall, disciples and elders gathered in unison. A myriad of delectable dishes were served by the attendants. At the head table, Xiao Zhan, brimming with excitement, engaged in lively conversation with Qin Jiu Ge. A short distance away, many of the younger prodigies of the Xiantian sect sat at their tables, murmuring among themselves. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't young Master Qin here to annul the engagement? Why does the sect leader appear so jubilant? Indeed, I have been at the Xiantian sect for many years, yet I have never witnessed the sect leader in such high spirits. Once, after Xiao Yiner fell from grace, the sect leader seemed to have lost the ability to smile. Today, however, he appeared unusually animated, his lips never parting. Someone in the crowd speculated whether it was possible that young Master Qin had yet to broach the subject of their impending annulment. This remark resonated with the assembly, for it had become a widely accepted notion among the younger generation of Xiantian sect disciples that Qin Jiu Ge had come to terminate the engagement. It was not merely the illustrious Qin Jiu Ge, a prodigy of the second tier among the 4 eternal empires, who held such views. Even their own talents, significantly lesser than those of the 5 major tiers, would hardly wish to wed a woman who had lost her gifts and was now deemed a failure. Indeed, while Xiao Yiner possessed exquisite beauty, the world revered strength above all else. Power was paramount, and beauty alone could not sustain one's existence. In their minds, it was essential to forge a marital alliance with a woman capable of providing support and enhancing one's own prowess. In the banquet hall, at the main table, the exuberant Xiao Zhan disregarded the decorum between the sexes and made an exception by seating Xiao Yiner beside Qin Jiu Ge. As the festivities had yet to commence, Qin Jiu Ge engaged in idle conversation with the enchanting Xiao Yiner. Gazing at her captivating visage, Qin Jiu Ge spoke with sincerity and gentleness. "May I call you Yiner?" "Yiner?" Xiao Yiner's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering. This endearing term had only ever escaped the lips of her father and her late mother. She had intended to decline, but was suddenly reminded of the scene in the Xiantian sect's hall, where Qin Jiu Ge had boldly defended her. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue shifted unexpectedly. "Of course, you may." Having successfully bridged the gap between them, Qin Jiu Ge pressed on. "You won't hold it against me for not visiting you all these years, will you?" Before today, Xiao Yiner had harbored some resentment. After all, who among young maidens does not yearn for love? Growing up, she had heard tales of Qin Jiu Ge's exploits and nurtured her curiosity about her fiancé, even if feelings of affection had not blossomed. However, since her cultivation had regressed to the 3rd stage of body refinement, she had been subjected to incessant mockery, and the legendary figure she had admired had never offered her a word of comfort. Yet, following Qin Jiu Ge's formidable declaration in the hall, all her grievances had dissipated like the gentle spring breeze. "You, as the second tier of the Qin family, must feel immense pressure." "I can understand," Xiao Yiner said softly. Qin Jiu Ge nodded, for this was the outcome he desired. Given Xiao Yiner's loss of talent, both he and his father Qin Ming had looked down upon her. Contemplating the termination of their engagement, it was inevitable that some resentment brewed within her heart. Thus, if he could alleviate her grievances during this visit, it would be most fortuitous. Qin Jiu Ge's expression turned serious as he replied, "Indeed, others only see the splendor of my position within the Qin family's second tier. but the one who truly understands me is you." As he spoke, he produced a storage ring from his robe and offered it to Xiao Yin'er. "Inside are some cultivation resources. Take them for now, and should you require more, do not hesitate to let me know." Xiao Yin'er widened her eyes, her expression a mixture of astonishment and profound emotion. In an instant, her heart brimmed with feelings she had not anticipated. After 3 years, she never imagined that the person who cared for her most would be her fiancé, Qin Jiu Ge, a stranger until now. In a daze, she felt a strong hand grasp hers, and within her palm lay an ancient ring. A glance revealed yet another shock. This storage ring possessed a vast internal space, making it an extraordinary treasure in its own right. What astounded her further was that the entirety of the ring's interior was filled with resources essential for cultivation: spirit stones, elixirs, and celestial herbs, each not only abundant in variety, but also of remarkably high quality. Many of these items would have been nearly impossible for her to obtain even before she lost her talent. Yet now they were casually bestowed upon her within this storage ring. In that moment, Xiao Yin'er felt a weight in her heart. It was her first encounter with Qin Jiu Ge, and she could not accept such a valuable gift. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to decline this precious offering. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Jiu Ge spoke first. "By the way, this is the dragon and phoenix origin fruit I chanced upon last time. You should take it. It may be beneficial for your situation." The mere mention of the dragon and phoenix origin fruit sent a ripple of astonishment through the onlookers, their gazes fixed enviously upon the fruit in Qin Jiu Ge's hand. They marveled silently, realizing the depth of his affection, even as his fiancée faced adversity. The dragon and phoenix origin fruit was not merely a treasure, it held value even for those in the Nirvana realm, let alone someone like Xiao Yin'er, deemed a waste. Although Qin Jiu Ge's voice was low, many disciples overheard their exchange, caught in a surreal moment. Wasn't it said that Qin Jiu Ge was here to call off the engagement? Yet he was willing to offer such a precious item. How could this be an indication of ending their union? Seeing the dragon and phoenix origin fruit in Qin Jiu Ge's hand only deepened Xiao Yin'er's emotional turmoil. She was acutely aware of its rarity and quickly attempted to refuse. "Young Master Qin, you are in a critical moment yourself. You should keep the dragon and phoenix origin fruit for your own use." A fleeting, self-deprecating smile crossed her elegant face. "I am but a waste, unworthy of such a treasure. Your kindness alone is enough for me." Qin Jiu Ge fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yin'er, his voice resolute. "You are my fiancé, not a waste. Take what is offered." His somewhat domineering words and unwavering gaze stirred something within her, and in a daze, she accepted the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, tucking the storage ring into her bosom. Seeing her accept the resources, Qin Jiu Ge nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his once villainous identity was being redeemed, and he was now directly linked to the fated daughter of destiny. Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Ultimate Villain System. Reward: Chaos Body. Ding! At that moment, a clear sound echoed in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. Suddenly, a somewhat mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully altering your fate. Reward: Chaos Body. Do you wish to assimilate?" Upon hearing this voice, Qin Jiu Ge was taken aback, immediately employing his spiritual sense to search the surroundings for its source. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, coupled with 2 lifetimes of experience, Qin Jiu Ge's spiritual sense was extraordinarily robust, rivaling that of even the peak of the law manifestation realm. Yet, after an extensive search, he could still not identify the voice's origin, causing a surge of excitement within him. The fact that even his spiritual sense could not locate the source suggested something profound. Could it be the Master of the Order? As a novelist, Qin Jiu Ge was well acquainted with the Master of the Order. However, after traversing through time without any news of him, he had gradually come to terms with the idea. Perhaps he was simply the type of transmigrator who had no connection to such figures? To his astonishment, it seemed the Master of the Order was merely delayed, not absent. With the Master at his side, the world would be his to command. A surge of ambition welled up within Qin Jiu Ge. Then, he realized another crucial matter. What had the Master of the Order just mentioned? The Chaos Body? Was it not the one that transcends all sacred bodies and divine bodies? Qin Jiu Ge could hardly believe his ears. If not for the presence of Xiao Yin'er beside him, he would have pinched his own thigh to ascertain whether he was dreaming. It was no wonder Qin Jiu Ge was so exhilarated. The Chaos Body was indeed beyond extraordinary. It was said that before the heavens and earth took form, there existed only chaos. In essence, chaos is the origin of all things within this universe. Those possessing a chaos body are innately attuned to the spiritual essence of the world, cultivating at a pace that far surpasses all sacred and divine bodies. In the Tianxuan Continent, there is even a popular saying regarding the chaos body. First came chaos, then came the heavens. The chaos body eclipses the immortals. According to the memories of his original self, throughout the history of the Tianxuan Continent, only 2 individuals have ever possessed the chaos body. Both of these esteemed individuals, without exception, successfully attained the status of emperor, standing at the pinnacle of existence. The chaos body is unparalleled as the ultimate physique in this realm, not only due to its rapid cultivation speed, but also for its combat prowess that is deemed invincible among peers. In fact, even battling across realms is within the realm of possibility. It is said that the first wielder of the chaos body, before fully maturing, once faced an assault from 3 formidable beings at the law manifestation realm while still in the spiritual sea realm. Being besieged by 3 opponents who were a whole realm above him could have led to certain death. Yet, this prodigy, against all odds, utilized the extraordinary nature of the chaos body to slay 1 adversary and injure 2 others, single-handedly engaging all 3. It was from that moment onward that the reputation of the chaos body echoed throughout the entire Tianxuan continent. Qin Jiu Ge found it hard to believe that he had actually obtained the chaos body. With such an extraordinary physique at his disposal, he could easily suppress even the top-tier individuals. After all, the so-called genius of the Qin family in the first tier was merely a 9-dragon divine body. The 9-dragon divine body, while renowned in the Tianxuan continent and possessing immense power in its later stages, paled in comparison to the chaos body. Qin Jiu Ge was quite certain that even if he were 1 realm lower than that first sequence, should a real battle ensue, he would have a substantial chance of emerging victorious. Contemplating this, he turned to the side and gazed at Xiao Yin'er, his heart silently lamenting. This Xiao Yin'er truly lived up to her title as the destined daughter. This investment was incredibly rewarding. He had only expended some cultivation resources, along with the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, and had not only acquired the extraordinary physique of a chaos body, but also successfully allied himself with the destined daughter. What a lucrative deal. Host, do you wish to merge with the chaos body? Just as Qin Jiu Ge reveled in the immense gains from this journey to the Xiantian sect, the system's voice resonated once more. He decided to postpone the merging for now. In light of the system's urging, Qin Jiu Ge pondered for a moment before opting to refuse. He was uncertain what kind of commotion might arise from merging with the chaos body. It would be wiser to do so after returning to the Qin family. That night, in Xiao Yin'er's chamber, she sat beside her desk, gazing at the mountain-like pile of cultivation resources that Qin Jiu Ge had gifted her. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within her as she murmured to herself, "Why am I such a failure? Yet, Qin Gongzi has been exceedingly kind to me. But what can I possibly do for him? It truly irks me that he has given me all these resources. What will he do?" A cloud of sorrow enveloped Xiao Yin'er's delicate countenance as she secretly lamented how much pressure Qin Jiu Ge must bear with such a worthless fiancée like herself. It was said that in less than 3 months, the competition for the position of the Qin family's young master would commence. Despite Qin Jiu Ge's current peak realm in the Spirit Sea and the presence of the Xuanhua divine body, which should render him formidable, he was still up against a genius with the 9 dragons divine body. The 9 dragons divine body ranked 3rd among the 10 great divine bodies. It was domineering and powerful, possessing a natural suppression over other physiques. Xiao Yin'er was filled with apprehension. With Qin Jiu Ge not only at a lower realm, but also facing the suppression of his divine body, what hope did he have for victory? As Xiao Yin'er wallowed in her melancholy, an ethereal voice echoed in her mind. "Little one, it seems you are in need of assistance." Who is speaking? Xiao Yin'er, feeling a surge of anxiety, swiftly stored all her cultivation resources into her spatial ring and cautiously scanned her surroundings. In her startled gaze, a faint shadow emerged from the necklace around her neck, slowly coalescing into a somewhat nebulous figure. Fixing her eyes upon it, she beheld the specter of an elderly woman, benevolent yet exuding an aura that was both formidable and untouchable. "Who are you?" Xiao Yin'er mustered her courage to inquire. "Ha!" The apparition laughed heartily. Taking a moment before responding, "I ought to thank you instead. Your exceptional soul has provided me with ample nourishment, allowing me to see the light of day once more. I apologize for your lack of progress all these years." Despite her words, there was no trace of remorse in her demeanor. You are the one who has wronged me so gravely. Get away from me." Upon the abrupt revelation that the source of her transformation from genius to failure was this elderly woman, even the usually gentle Xiao Yin'er could no longer contain her fury, erupting in a fit of rage. The elderly lady, unfazed, chuckled lightly, stating, "Even without my interference, your strength could not possibly rise swiftly. After all, you have fallen far behind your peers." She continued, "I possess the knowledge to forge the dragon and phoenix divine body using the essence of the dragon and phoenix fruit." Chapter 8. The Awakening of the Elderly Lady, the Azure Emperor. The mention of the dragon and phoenix divine body elicited a profound shock on Xiao Yin'er's delicate visage. The dragon and phoenix divine body ranks second among the 10 divine bodies of the Tianxuan Continent. It is said that one who possesses this divine body can manipulate the myriad phenomena of this world, rendering them immensely formidable. In comparison, it is only slightly inferior to the chaos body, and even surpasses the prodigy of the Qin family, who wields the 9 dragons divine body. The notion that such a level of divine body could be artificially created, especially through the essence of the dragon and phoenix fruit, was astonishing. Although the fruit is rare and precious, it pales in comparison to the dragon and phoenix divine body itself. How could this be possible? Xiao Yin'er felt her mind struggle to comprehend this sudden appearance of a soul entity. Could it be a fraud? Had Qin Jiu Ge merely given her the dragon and phoenix fruit to deceive her? Observing Xiao Yin'er's incredulous expression, the soul entity, hands clasped behind its back, wore an air of arrogance. "Do you find it hard to believe? Who says divine bodies cannot be artificially forged? It is merely the inept who are incapable," it declared. "With a single dragon and phoenix fruit, I can at least assure you of possessing a fraction of the dragon and phoenix divine body's power." After saying this, the demeanor of the soul entity softened, and it gazed at Xiao Yin'er with an added layer of apology, akin to a senior who feels remorse towards a junior. "Over these past 3 years, I have indeed failed you. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall help you reclaim what you have lost. Perhaps even your little paramour will depend on you in the future." Upon hearing the term little paramour, a rosy hue instantly graced Xiao Yin'er's fair complexion. Having been raised with strict morals, how could she regard someone she has only met once as a suitor? However, recalling Qin Jiu Ge's defense of her in front of others today, as well as the predicament he now faced, she bit her lip resolutely. Gathering her courage, Xiao Yin'er proclaimed, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Seeing Xiao Yin'er willing to take her as a disciple, the soul entity, with an ageless visage, could not help but reveal a benevolent smile. For 3 years, she had been watching over Xiao Yin'er in her soul form, providing comprehensive guidance. She was certain that Xiao Yin'er's character and qualities were of the highest caliber, which is precisely why she was inclined to accept her as a disciple. She believed that under her tutelage, Xiao Yin'er would undoubtedly soar to great heights, standing atop the Tianxuan Continent. At that moment, Xiao Yin'er hesitantly inquired, "Master, I still do not know your identity." Upon hearing this, the once kind soul entity wore a reminiscent expression before chuckling softly and declaring with pride, "A myriad of years ago, the world referred to me as the Azure Emperor." The Azure Emperor? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Yin'er could scarcely believe her ears. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with astonishment. She could never have imagined that the ethereal presence before her was the esteemed Qin Di from 10,000 years ago. The name of Qin Di resonates throughout the entire Tianxuan continent, renowned and formidable. It is said that he was the most recent emperor to attain enlightenment. The prestige of such an emperor remains undiminished by the passage of time. Even though Xiao Yin'er is but a young girl in her teens, she is well acquainted with the name of Qin Di. She felt a rush of excitement at having inadvertently taken on a master of such illustrious repute. Yet, soon her heart was filled with doubt. Wasn't the emperor an unparalleled existence? Xiao Yin'er understood that powerful beings, upon suffering fatal injuries, could abandon their physical forms to survive as spirits. Why, then, had this illustrious Qin Di fallen to such a fate? Where was his corporeal body? Sensing her bewilderment, Qin Di's tone grew somber as he spoke. "This world is more complex than you can imagine. An emperor is not invincible. However, those matters lie far beyond your current grasp. For now, I shall assist you in refining the dragon and phoenix origin fruit." With that, Qin Di raised his right hand and beckoned slightly, causing the precious dragon and phoenix origin fruit from Xiao Yin'er's storage ring to float out and fall directly into her mouth. Before she could react, Qin Di lifted his left hand and extracted a trove of rare medicinal herbs from an ancient ring. without the use of a cauldron or any other apparatus. He casually crushed the herbs with his hand and, employing his formidable spiritual power and precise technique, gradually infused the medicinal essence into Xiao Yiner's body. Instantly, a surge of energy began to radiate from her, and a vague yet powerful aura emerged. Above the heavens, the ethereal image of dragons and phoenixes soaring through the nine skies flickered into view, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. The members of Tianxuan sect, upon hearing this commotion, emerged in astonishment to discern the source. Upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon, nearly all associated it with the visiting Qin Jiu Ge. The stir caused by the second heir of the Qin family seemed trivial in comparison. Within a lavishly adorned guest room of Tianxuan sect, Qin Jiu Ge lay languidly on a couch, while Li Bo stood respectfully at his side. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Li Bo pondered, "Young master, was not the purpose of this visit to persuade you to annul your engagement? Given Xiao Yiner's current talents, she hardly seems worthy of you, especially with the impending rivalry for the position of Qin family heir." Initially intending to reproach Qin Jiu Ge for his impetuousness, Li Bo hesitated, mindful of his own status. Qin Jiu Ge, reclining on the couch, toyed with a wine cup and smiled mysteriously. "Li Bo, fret not. I will explain matters to my father. As for Xiao Yiner's talents, I fear she will soon recover, perhaps even surpassing her previous abilities." "What?" Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. "How is that possible? In these past 3 years, Xiao Zhan has humbly sought the guidance of numerous esteemed masters, even calling upon formidable beings from the realm of life and death to assist in uncovering the reasons behind Xiao Yiner's plight, yet to no avail. How did Qin Jiu Ge come to this knowledge?" Unexpectedly, a thunderous sound resonated in their ears. Li Bo, vigilant, opened the window to peer outside. Through the thick layers of clouds, a fleeting glimpse of a dragon and phoenix apparition vanished. This scene did not escape Qin Jiu Ge's keen observation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he silently rejoiced. It appeared that Xiao Yiner, the destined daughter, had begun her ascent. It would not be long before her cultivation surpassed her past, establishing her as one of the most formidable beings in the Tianxuan Continent. If he had come today to annul their engagement, he would soon find himself overwhelmed, pressed to the ground in a frenzy. Chapter 9. Might I casually receive 3 or 5 imperial scriptures? Is this a manifestation of the dragon and phoenix divine body? Yet, why does it seem incomplete and remarkably feeble? The celestial phenomenon in the sky had reached its later stages and began to dissipate slowly. Li Bo, standing by the window, was filled with astonishment and confusion. With his discernment and experience, he certainly recognized the dragon and phoenix divine body. However, the manifestations he had previously witnessed were cataclysmic in their grandeur, unlike this one. Thus, Li Bo found himself bewildered, even questioning his own judgment. In response to Li Bo's perplexity, Qin Jiu Ge remained unfazed, sitting up to take a gentle sip of fine wine. Talent, after all, must be nurtured gradually. One cannot become a robust figure overnight. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was once again taken aback. He recalled Qin Jiu Ge's prior assertion that Xiao Yiner would inevitably reclaim her pinnacle, perhaps even surpassing her former self, and struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Could it be that this commotion is indeed caused by Xiao Yiner? Yet, was she not bereft of talent, stagnant at the 3rd level of body refinement? How could she possibly be linked to the legendary dragon and phoenix divine body? Or did you foresee all along that Xiao Yiner would undergo a metamorphosis, acquiring even greater gifts? But that cannot be right. Prior to today, neither you nor Xiao Yiner had any contact. Li Bo felt as though he had lived a considerable portion of his life without ever experiencing such shock, rendering him nearly incoherent. Within Xiao Yiner's chamber, she opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Just moments ago, she had achieved a breakthrough. She had ascended directly to the 1st level of qi condensation. Although she had once reached greater heights before her talents were obliterated, regaining what was lost was far more gratifying than acquiring it anew. After 3 long years, she had finally rediscovered her gifts, and even enhanced them. She was no longer a waste. Moreover, achieving this with such ease suggested that her newly acknowledged mentor might very well be the Qing Emperor. With the dragon and phoenix divine body as her foundation, coupled with the guidance of an ancient emperor from a millennium past, she felt certain that her future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of her past. She found herself at a loss for words to convey her excitement. Beside her, the Azure Emperor observed the exuberant Xiao Yiner, reminiscent of a child in her delight. A flicker of tenderness appeared in his gaze, yet his imperial pride compelled him to maintain an air of indifference. The Azure Emperor remarked lightly upon witnessing the girl's enthusiasm. Well, it is merely a small step into the realm of chi condensation, nothing to be overly elated about. Your dragon and phoenix divine body is still in its infancy. To nurture it properly, you will require an abundance of resources. Your young suitor, being of the Qin family lineage, should possess a considerable wealth of valuable items. Perhaps you could find an occasion to borrow some from him, facilitating the early development of your divine form. Upon hearing the Azure Emperor's words, Xiao Yin'er felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, muttering in mild protest, "What young suitor? He is merely my fiancé." She then shook her head. "He has already provided me with ample resources, and in 3 months, he will be embroiled in the competition for the position of heir in the Qin family. He will need those resources himself. How could I possibly ask him for more?" A glimmer of approval flickered in the Azure Emperor's eyes. This was precisely what he admired about Xiao Yin'er, her kind-heartedness, her sense of propriety, and her willingness to consider the needs of others. Such virtues were particularly commendable in someone of her formerly esteemed caliber. Despite these thoughts, the Azure Emperor maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "What is there to fear? I am merely suggesting you borrow. It is not a permanent loss." Xiao Yin'er persisted in her refusal. She understood the significance of the upcoming competition for the Qin family heir, and the thought that her borrowing might contribute to Qin Jiu Ge's potential defeat haunted her conscience. Even with the Azure Emperor's assurance of repayment, she remained resolute. Seeing his newly acquired disciple so obstinate, the Azure Emperor felt a twinge of exasperation. He flicked his left hand, intending to retract his spatial ring, when suddenly, Xiao Yin'er's eyes sparkled with realization. A hint of shyness washed over her as she rubbed her hands together and addressed the Azure Emperor. "Master, I recall that traditionally, there is a gift associated with taking on an apprentice. The cultivation method I am currently practicing is merely of the Spirit Sea realm. Might you have any imperial texts? A few volumes would suffice." The Azure Emperor was momentarily speechless at her earnestness. Was it not customary for the disciple to present gifts to the master? Yet here she was, requesting offerings from him. Moreover, her appetite seemed insatiable. Imperial texts? A few volumes? Did she truly believe such treasures were as common as cabbages? The Azure Emperor rolled his eyes, exuding a blend of exasperation and amusement. "What are you thinking? Do you believe imperial texts are as abundant as cabbages?" Unfazed, Xiao Yin'er squinted her eyes slightly, adopting a pitiful expression. "But you are the Azure Emperor, a living legend. Even a little child like me, born a millennium later, has heard of your renown. You have traversed the heavenly Qin continent for countless years. Surely, you must possess some valuable items. I have heard that those of the imperial caliber have treasures aplenty, and many would eagerly present them, even if the emperors themselves are not inclined to accept." The Azure Emperor, having navigated the heavenly Qin continent for years, prided himself on his extensive experience with people. However, she could hardly anticipate that her newly accepted disciple would prove to be such a formidable character. Reluctant to borrow resources from Qin Jiu Ge, she turned to her instead, demanding several volumes of imperial scriptures, as if preparing to sharpen her skills against her master. Sighing deeply, the Azure Emperor lamented, "Indeed, a young woman cannot be kept. Even before anything has transpired, she begins to favor that young suitor of hers." The blush on Xiao Yin'er's face deepened as the imposing figure of Qin Jiu Ge surfaced in her mind. Nevertheless, her expression grew resolute, her delicate white hand reaching out as she gazed at the Azure Emperor with eager anticipation. "How did I end up with such a disciple?" the Azure Emperor complained. Yet her hands moved swiftly. A scripture radiating dual hues, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries, materialized in her grasp. "This imperial scripture is not suitable for you. Practice with this dragon and phoenix scripture for now." As she spoke, she hastily withdrew her ring. Observing the Azure Emperor's actions, Xiao Yin'er flashed a sly smile. It seemed that from this day forth, everything had changed. Her days as a mere waste were now behind her. Chapter 10. Xiao Yin'er's heart fluttered. "Truly, I am overwhelmed with emotion." The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Zhan accompanied Xiao Yin'er to the entrance of Qin Jiu Ge's residence. The commotion caused by Xiao Yin'er the previous day was naturally attributed by Xiao Zhan to Qin Jiu Ge. This extraordinary young talent, positioned as the second in the Qin family hierarchy, was known for his deep affections, his unwavering loyalty to his daughter, who had fallen into a state of ineptitude, greatly enhanced Xiao Zhan's impression of him. Initially, He had feared that Qin Jiu Ge's visit to the heavenly profound sect was to dissolve the engagement with Xiao Yin'er, but it appeared he had misjudged the matter. Now, his greatest desire was to facilitate the budding romance between the two, not only because of Qin Jiu Ge's esteemed status among the younger generation of the Qin family, but also due to his remarkable character. Knocking on the door, Qin Jiu Ge's handsome visage soon greeted Xiao Zhan, who respectfully clasped his hands together. "Uncle Xiao, how may I assist you?" Xiao Zhan's aged face beamed with delight, almost humbly. "Young master, this is your first visit to the Xiantian sect, correct? I would like to have my daughter take you to explore the market beneath the sect. Today is the day of the temple fair, and it is quite lively." With that, he awaited Qin Jiu Ge's response, somewhat anxious. Although Qin Jiu Ge had publicly declared his willingness to honor the engagement with Xiao Yin'er the day before, the disparity in their statuses still left Xiao Zhan feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Perfect timing, as I too wish to take a stroll. Please excuse me while I change into something more appropriate," Qin Jiu Ge replied, much to Xiao Zhan's surprise. With an agreeable demeanor. Moments later, Qin Jiu Ge and Xiao Yin'er walked side by side through the bustling market at the foot of the Xiantian sect. Clad in a flowing white robe cinched with a jade belt, his long black hair secured with a clasp, Qin Jiu Ge's tall and handsome figure stood out amidst the throng. Without a trace of makeup, Xiao Yin'er's exquisite features captivated countless onlookers at the marketplace. As they walked, Qin Jiu Ge produced a storage ring. His expression tinged with curiosity as he remarked, "Given your cultivation, has your innate talent been restored?" Xiao Yin'er was momentarily taken aback. How did Qin Jiu Ge know about her talent restoration, a secret even her father, Xiao Zhan, was unaware of? Nevertheless, she nodded earnestly. "I succeeded in my training last night. Not only did I manage to cultivate, but I also restored my cultivation to the Qi condensation realm." A hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she spoke. For the Qi condensation realm seemed but a flickering firefly compared to Qin Jiu Ge's current prowess. Yet, she believed that with her dragon and phoenix divine body and the guidance of the Azure Emperor, her future achievements would not be lacking. In such a case, she would be able to assist Qin Jiu Ge. "Miss Yin'er, it seems I am indeed your lucky star. Since my arrival, all your ailments from the past 3 years have been resolved," Qin Jiu Ge teased lightly. Responding to his playful banter, Xiao Yin'er smiled sincerely. "Indeed, young Master Qin, you can be considered my lucky star. My restoration of talent is largely thanks to the dragon and phoenix origin fruit you gifted me." Although the Azure Emperor harnessed the forces of heaven and earth to forge the dragon and phoenix divine body, without the dragon and phoenix origin fruit bestowed by Qin Jiu Ge, even the Azure Emperor's immense abilities could not conjure it from thin air. "Since your cultivation has been restored, allow me to present another token of congratulations." With that, Qin Jiu Ge reached into his storage ring and placed it directly into Xiao Yin'er's hands. Surprised by yet another gift, Xiao Yin'er instinctively examined the ring, her mouth agape in astonishment. Inside, a wealth of cultivation resources awaited her, including an array of medicinal herbs and various materials essential for her practice, everything one could possibly need. Xiao Yin'er, who was inherently proud, felt reluctant to accept such a generous offering, even with their betrothal. She prepared to decline, but before she could utter a word, Qin Jiu Ge's larger hand firmly grasped hers. "Miss Yin'er, we are already betrothed. I am merely gifting a few essentials to my fiancée. Will you still refuse?" Listening to Qin Jiu Ge's almost domineering declaration, Xiao Yin'er's heart raced. After 3 long years since her talent had waned, Qin Jiu Ge was the first to treat her with such kindness. Even her father, Xiao Zhan, had not been as considerate. Glancing down at her delicate hand held in his, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Although the world was not as strictly governed as the feudal society of Qin Jiu Ge's past life, it was still quite embarrassing for an unmarried maiden to have her hand held by another. "With your sincerity towards me, I shall repay you tenfold," Xiao Yin'er resolved quietly. In the following days, Qin Jiu Ge and Xiao Yin'er frequently met. Sometimes they savored tea, other times they strolled through the Xiantian sect, sharing everything with one another, swiftly bridging the gap that had once existed between them. However, as all gatherings must eventually come to an end, 2 days later, Qin Jiu Ge finally expressed his desire to leave the Xiantian sect and return to the Qin family. Xiao Zhan was well aware that Qin Jiu Ge's immediate priority was the upcoming competition for the position of young master in 3 months. Thus, he did not attempt to persuade him to stay. Moreover, he could discern that the bond between Qin Jiu Ge and Xiao Yin'er was exceptionally strong, which filled him with joy. The following morning, At the entrance of the Xintian sect, the Qin family's magnificent flying vessel hovered in midair as Qin Jiu Ge bid farewell to the members of the sect one by one. With a beaming smile, Xiaozhan continuously offered kind words and invited Qin Jiu Ge to visit whenever he had the chance. Observing Qin Jiu Ge's handsome features and reminiscing about their shared moments over the past few days, Xiao Yin'er felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of his departure. Throughout their interactions, Qin Jiu Ge had showered her with care, stirring emotions within her that she could not suppress. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Yin'er's mind. So reluctant to part? Go and indulge with your little lover at the Qin residence. She recognized it to be the Qin emperor transmitting a message to her. Despite being a legendary emperor from millennia past, his carefree and whimsical nature often led him to tease his cherished disciple. Upon hearing the Qin emperor's words, Xiao Yin'er instinctively clenched her fists, her eyes radiating determination. She responded mentally, I will definitely visit the Qin family. However, I refuse to be a burden as I am now. I shall prove my own talent and show everyone that young Master Qin's judgment is impeccable. Observing Xiao Yin'er, who appeared invigorated and spirited, the Qin emperor could not help but inwardly marvel. The simplicity and purity of young love was indeed refreshing. Youth was a wondrous thing. Chapter 11. The Ultimate Villain? A common foe for all prophesied children. Soon, the Qin family's flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing above the Xintian sect. Xiao Yin'er felt a profound emptiness within, as if something of great importance had departed alongside the vessel. At the Qin residence, within Qin Jiu Ge's chamber, he sat upright on his bed, adopting a serious posture for cultivation. He had assigned Uncle Li to stand guard outside, instructing that no one was to disturb him without his command. System, begin the fusion of the chaos body, Qin Jiu Ge silently commanded within his mind. As he uttered the command, a torrent of ferocious energy surged forth from his dantian, violently crashing against his limbs and bones. The intense pain elicited a muffled groan from him, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. To embrace the role of a villain, one must possess the resolve befitting it. Such trivial pain was hardly a valid reason for wailing. As this overwhelming force continued to wash over him, Qin Jiu Ge's aura surged, causing the items in the room to sway perilously. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted within the Qin family. A vast expanse of dark clouds had gathered above. And within the layers of clouds, thunder rumbled ominously, terrifyingly. Even as one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, the Qin family had never witnessed such a spectacle, prompting many to emerge from their rooms to assess the situation. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, gazed at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, utterly speechless for a time. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, he finally uttered a few incredulous words. Could this horrifying spectacle signify the awakening of the chaos body? A divine constitution such as this, appearing within the Qin family and awakened by one of their own? Though his voice was barely a whisper, it was sufficient for the elders beside him to hear. The elders could scarcely believe their ears. As members of one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, those who had attained the status of elder were well-versed and experienced, yet they admitted to never having encountered a chaos body before. Their knowledge gleaned solely from ancient texts of the Qin family. Nevertheless, this did not quell the excitement surging within them. The emergence of a chaos body within the Qin family signified something monumental. The Qin family was destined for greatness. While the Qin family already held the esteemed position of one of the 4 immortal imperial clans of the Tianxuan Continent, who would not yearn to ascend even higher, to become the singular ruling family of the realm? Immediately, locate this family member. I care not what status or identity he held prior. From this day forth, he shall enjoy the same treatment as those of the 5 great lineages. No, I demand that his status exceeds that of any within the 5 great lineages. The grand elder of the Qin family, Qin Hai, exclaimed in a fervor, his words tumbling forth in excitement as he directed his fellow elders. The elders understood the significance of the chaos body and dared not delay. They promptly commanded all clan members to urgently seek out the one who had triggered the celestial phenomenon. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qin Jiu Ge's chamber, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze alight with exhilaration. He had successfully integrated the chaos body, resulting in a monumental enhancement of his abilities. He had surged from the Spirit Sea realm to a breakthrough in the Law manifestation stage. Such rapid advancement was unparalleled. Even among the most gifted individuals of the Tianxuan Continent, it could only be attributed to the extraordinary and formidable nature of the chaos body. Qin Jiu Ge considered that, Although he was currently only at the initial stage of law manifestation, combined with the seemingly endless trump cards of the Qin family and the unique powers of the chaos body, his combat prowess could very well reach the pinnacle of law manifestation. It was likely that even the exceptionally talented first lineage of the Qin family could not match his strength. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Jiu Ge felt a wave of contentment wash over him. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a somewhat mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for merging with the chaos body. Please continue your efforts to alter your fate and avoid becoming the ultimate antagonist in the later stages. Startled, Qin Jiu Ge pondered the implications of this message. The ultimate antagonist? Continue my efforts? What was the meaning of this? Had he not reconciled with Xiao Yan'er, establishing a harmonious relationship? Why had his destiny as the great antagonist not been altered? Could it be that Xiao Yan'er would betray him in the future? After a moment of careful contemplation, Qin Jiu Ge shook his head. No, that seemed unlikely. Although his interactions with Xiao Yan'er had been limited, he sensed that she was a person of gratitude and consideration, unlikely to engage in treachery. Could it be that this world harbored more than one destined child? I am not merely a villain of the destined ones. Rather, I am the antagonist of all the chosen ones. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge felt a chill creep down his spine. Congratulations, host. Your conjecture is entirely correct. In this world, there are 9 great fated ones, and you, dear host, are the common adversary of all 9. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jiu Ge felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. The exhilaration brought by a sudden surge in power was swiftly extinguished. This was utterly absurd. He had just expended tremendous effort to vanquish one destined woman, Xiao Yan'er, only to discover there were still 8 others remaining. Moreover, he was now the collective nemesis of these 8 fated individuals. Generally, becoming a villain to a fated one would result in a dire fate. Yet he had somehow become the adversary of 8? What was this? Some grand destiny of villainy? Wait a moment. I have yet to provoke these 8 fated ones. If I am cautious and avoid them in the future, could I not? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Qin Jiu Ge's mind. He bore no enmity with these destined ones. Why not transform their conflict into harmony? Host, do not harbor false hopes. Your fortune is unique, inherently destined to stand opposed to the chosen ones. Unless you conquer or utterly annihilate them, various circumstances will inevitably place you at odds. Furthermore, striking down the fated ones will yield rewards, as will conquering them and seizing their fortunes. Hearing the system's explanation left Qin Jiu Ge utterly speechless. Indeed, it seemed he was fated to be the great antagonist. System, could you kindly enlighten me as to who these fated ones are? Since evasion was no longer an option, Qin Jiu Ge resolved to confront the situation head-on. What harm could come from taking action? Apologies, but I cannot provide information about the fated ones at this time. You must uncover it yourself. The system's icy words shattered Qin Jiu Ge's illusions once more. With a resigned sigh, he began to ponder how to safeguard himself. It must be said that Qin Jiu Ge possessed a quick intellect. He soon deduced that if the system claimed he was to be a later-stage antagonist, it implied that the fated ones had yet to mature. If he could locate these fated ones beforehand, would he not be able to deal with them while they were still weak? Not to mention, striking or eliminating the fated ones would yield rewards. For him at present, these chosen ones were akin to a source of abundant wealth. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge's spirit soared, and he stepped through the door. Chapter 12, My Child Jiu Ge. You possess the qualities of a great emperor. The moment Qin Jiu Ge pushed open the door, he was left utterly stunned. As the second heir of the younger generation of the Qin family, his status was quite elevated, and he was treated exceptionally well. The residence he inhabited was among the most opulent within the clan, boasting a spacious courtyard reminiscent of a villa from his past life. Qin Jiu Ge estimated that the courtyard alone spanned 200 to 300 square meters. Yet now, this vast expanse was densely packed with people. Based on the memories of his former self, Qin Jiu Ge recognized each of the individuals present. At the forefront stood his father, Qin Ming, his grandfather, Qin Shong, along with several elders of the clan. Behind them were the lower-ranking members of the Qin family, all eagerly gazing towards the door. Upon witnessing Qin Jiu Ge's emergence, Qin Ming appeared exceedingly elated, his broad, square face radiating disbelief. Is it truly my son? A genius awakened with the chaos body. Is it really him? Qin Ming's tone brimmed with exhilaration. Qin Jiu Ge had no doubt that, had there not been so many people in the courtyard, Qin Ming would have been grinning from ear to ear. At that moment, Qin Ming's heart swelled with boundless joy. Previously, He had accompanied several clan elders to the courtyard where Qin Jiu Ge resided, still grappling with disbelief that it was indeed his son who had awakened the chaos body. After all, no one knows a son better than his father. Qin Ming was acutely aware of his son's innate talents. Thus, he could hardly conceive of associating the chaos body with Qin Jiu Ge. He had even contemplated whether Qin Jiu Ge had returned from his travels with a genius possessing the chaos body. Such a prodigy, regardless of their origin within the continent, would be fervently courted and sought after by all. Qin Ming thought that if Qin Jiu Ge could secure the alliance of a genius with the chaos body, even in the event of defeat in the competition for the title of young master, his future would still be promising. After all, the formidable power of the chaos body was not something even the Qin family dared to underestimate. However, he never anticipated that it was not some external prodigy that Qin Jiu Ge had brought back, but rather Qin Jiu Ge himself, who had awakened the chaos body. Qin Ming could hardly contain his joy. The awakening of the chaos body in an outsider could not compare to his own flesh and blood. Congratulations, clan leader. Young Master Jiu Ge is extraordinarily gifted, a remarkable talent destined to lead the Qin family to glory. Indeed, only 2 chaos bodies had emerged throughout the history of the Tianxuan Continent, each of which had attained the status of a great emperor. Young Master Jiu Ge, still under 20, held limitless potential for the future. The Qin family had hope. As the elder of the main lineage of the Qin family, I decree that from this day forth, all cultivation resources of the main lineage shall be directed towards Jiu Ge. Even if we must pile them up, we shall elevate Jiu Ge to greatness. Elder Qin Lang declared, his grizzled beard trembling with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, no one felt any reservations. This was the chaos body. It had only manifested twice throughout the annals of history in the Tianxuan Continent. The chaos body was a guarantee of ascension to the status of a great emperor. Jiu Ge, have you made a breakthrough? What is your current strength? As everyone envisioned the remarkable future that Qin Jiu Ge would bring to the family, Qin Ming's voice rang out in curiosity. In response to his father, Qin Jiu Ge respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Father, I have just attained the law manifestation realm. Haha, truly worthy of the chaos body. Not only is your combat prowess terrifying, but your cultivation speed is also extraordinary. Indeed, I was initially concerned about the position of young master falling into another's hands, but it is now evident that the young master must emerge from our lineage. The eyes of the elders gazed at Qin Jiu Ge with fervent admiration, rendering him momentarily bashful. Well, Jiu Ge, we shall not disturb you any longer. Remember, should you require anything, feel free to reach out to any one of us, the Grand Elder remarked, turning to leave the courtyard. Jiu Ge, I bid farewell to the esteemed elders. Qin Jiu Ge clasped his hands in respect towards their departing figures, only to be taken aback upon noticing a few individuals remaining. Among them were his grandfather, Qin Chong, and the lineage head of his branch, Qin Ling Jiu Ge. During your recent visit to the Xiantian sect, did you encounter some fortuitous event? How is it that you have suddenly awakened the chaos body? Qin Ming inquired, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Qin Jiu Ge's innate talent had always been commendable, as evidenced by his standing among the top 5 of the younger generation within the illustrious Qin family. Yet, in comparison to the chaos body, such talent seemed trivial. Upon hearing Qin Ming's question, Qin Jiu Ge pondered for a moment, feigning an innocuous demeanor. I didn't do much. I merely helped my fiancée fend off those from the Xiantian sect who might take advantage of her lost abilities. He continued, upon my return, I felt a swelling in my dantian, as if something were attempting to emerge. At this revelation, Qin Ming found himself momentarily bewildered. You did nothing at all, yet you claim to have assisted your fiancée? What utter nonsense is this? The chaos body is not as common as cabbages. How could it be so easily acquired? Moreover, my intention in sending you to the Xiantian sect was to annul your engagement, not to aid your fiancée. I believe Jiu Ge's situation is rather unique. He may possess a latent chaos body constitution, which is why it has only recently awakened, Qin Ling mused, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. Qin Chong listened intently, grasping the implications of Qin Ling's words. A concealed chaos body could signify that, as long as Qin Jiu Ge did not meet an untimely end, the Qin family would rise to prominence under their branch's banner. Ha! My son Jiu Ge possesses the bearing of an emperor, Qin Ming exclaimed, showering praise upon him. At this, Qin Jiu Ge felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This trajectory seems increasingly villainous. Father, please refrain from further commentary, Qin Jiu Ge interjected. Halting Qin Ming's remarks. The first rank of Jiu Ge is merely the initial stage of the Dharma aspect, supplemented by the 9 dragons' divine body. However, with the awakening of the chaos body, which is exceptionally extraordinary, even a recent breakthrough should enable me to easily surpass it. I must dedicate this time to diligent cultivation to avoid any missteps. In order to ensure your safety, I shall assign a squad of our branch's shadow guards to heed your commands, Qin Ling declared. Surprised by this revelation, Qin Jiu Ge was taken aback. Shadow guards represented a formidable force within their lineage. Each squad comprised a Death Realm expert, 10 Nirvana experts, and 100 Dharma aspect practitioners. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the 2 chief protectors of the Shadow Guards possessed supreme-level cultivation, answering solely to the family head, impervious to the influence of others. Before Qin Ling could finish, Qin Ming eagerly interjected, "In light of your awakening the chaos body, I shall overlook your unilateral decision to reject the annulment of your engagement." Qin Jiu Ge hurriedly nodded in agreement. He had initially feared Qin Ming would question him about the matter, but with this tacit approval, it could not have been better. Subsequently, Qin Ming and Qin Ling departed from Qin Jiu Ge's courtyard, one after the other. After their figures vanished from sight, Qin Jiu Ge turned to the side and called out to Li Bo. Almost instantaneously, Li Bo appeared before Qin Jiu Ge. In his heart, Li Bo felt a twinge of astonishment. Having known Qin Jiu Ge for many years, he had never anticipated that this already remarkable youth possessed such terrifying talent. Not only did he have the coveted chaos body that everyone in the Tianxuan Continent envied, but he also exhibited a calm disposition, unarrogant and unimpulsive, a rare and valuable asset. With such a master, Li Bo felt that the future was indeed bright. "Young master, what are your instructions?" Li Bo inquired with a respectful bow. "At once. Arrange for someone to inquire in the Tianxuan Continent if there are any individuals with the surnames Yi, Xiao, or Lin who are being marginalized or ostracized, as well as those who have suddenly risen to prominence," Qin Jiu Ge stated, counting on his fingers, pondering if he had overlooked any surnames. "Oh, there seems to be a Tang as well," he mused quietly to himself. Then, a smile graced his face. "Never mind, let's leave that aside. After all, I am not afraid of my mother's entanglements." Li Bo initially believed that with the impending struggle for the family head, the most prudent course of action for Qin Jiu Ge would be to focus on his cultivation, ensuring he would gain the upper hand in the contest for the position of young master. He questioned the necessity of gathering information on these surnames. However, out of respect for Qin Jiu Ge and the shock brought forth by the prior prophecy regarding Xiao Yan'er's talent, Li Bo obediently chose to comply. After Li Bo departed, Qin Jiu Ge stood in the spacious courtyard, deep in thought. He had already summarized the characteristics of the fated children, allowing Li Bo to pursue them accordingly. What he needed to do now was wait. The notion of 9 fated adversaries, each a formidable foe in their own right, felt quite heavy indeed. With matters as they stood, it was best to concentrate on his training. Sighing, Qin Jiu Ge turned and returned to his room. A month later, within Qin Jiu Ge's chamber, he sat beside a table, toying with a diminutive wine flask while Li Bo stood respectfully before him. "Young master, during this past month, I have dispatched all capable individuals," Li Bo reported. "In this time, we have sent many subordinates to the Donghuang region, and I must say, we have made some discoveries. Our people found that in a small family, an unremarkable stable hand has suddenly taken up martial arts, making rapid progress. In just 3 months, he advanced from the onset of cultivation to the stage of qi condensation. And he has even begun alchemy. Recently, it has come to our attention that he has developed a romantic connection with the daughter of the family's patriarch. While such occurrences might not be extraordinary in a major power, it is remarkable for a mere stable hand from a small family, who has had limited access to cultivation methods, to achieve such speed." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge nodded in satisfaction. Li Bo proved himself to be quite reliable in his duties. The peculiarities exhibited by this stable hand were indeed indicative of the characteristics of a fated child, were they not? 8 children of destiny have emerged, and yet another has surfaced. At this moment, Li Bo's voice resounded once more. "By the way, the young master's groom's surname is Lin." Li Bo was unaware of Qin Jiu Ge's intentions in seeking such individuals. Nevertheless, he dutifully fulfilled the task entrusted to him. The groom suddenly commenced his cultivation, making rapid advancements, and even mastering the game of chess without a teacher. Could it be that he is following the script of a supporting character? Having only begun his training 3 months ago, he has already reached the qi condensation realm. Truly remarkable. Moreover, this indirectly corroborated another of his conjectures. The children of destiny are still in the novice village, and there is still hope for them. With this thought in mind, Qin Jiu Ge wasted no time and rose to exit, casually instructing Li Bo, take half of the shadow guards. We are setting out. Although Li Bo was uncertain of Qin Jiu Ge's intentions, his long-standing habit compelled him to comply without hesitation. In Dongli City, within the spacious conference hall of the Su family, the family head Su Lai and several elders were convening. Su Lai's face flushed with excitement as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, although Lin Fan is merely a groom for the Su family, he is undeniably an extraordinary talent. The first batch of elixirs he concocted surpasses those produced by many renowned alchemists. Indeed, in the past, our Su family had to spend exorbitant sums purchasing elixirs from other families, incurring not only great expense, but also receiving inferior results. Now, with Lin Fan's elixirs, we not only conserve significant resources, but also achieve superior efficacy. Numerous families in Dongli City have begun to place orders for the elixirs crafted by Lin Fan. Furthermore, Lin Fan's cultivation talent is astonishing. At such a young age, he has already attained the first level of qi condensation, truly a rarity. Within the hall, Su Lai and several elders ceaselessly extolled Lin Fan's virtues. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the subject of their praise, sat nonchalantly in the main seat, feeling rather bored. He had little interest in the flattery offered by Su Lai and the elders, his gaze unabashedly fixed on a young maiden beside Su Lai. The maiden, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, possessed an exquisite beauty and graceful figure. She was none other than Su Lai's only daughter, Su Wanner, a paragon of virtue and grace. The young and beautiful Su Wanner could be considered the goddess of the entire Su family. For Lin Fan, previously relegated to mere distant glances, this was a newfound opportunity to openly admire Su Wanner without fear of reprimand. Lin Fan's unabashed gaze was soon noticed by the elders. Family head, Lin Fan is a promising young man, and Wanner is still in her prime. Why not allow the two children to interact more? Perhaps they may spark a flame, exclaimed the third elder, Su Wu, addressing Su Lai. Upon hearing the third elder's almost brazen matchmaking, Lin Fan's smile grew ever more pronounced. Everything had changed. He was no longer the humble groom of yore. Soon, he would become the chief alchemist of the Su family, marrying Su Wanner and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. A series of thunderous roars echoed above the Su family estate. The once radiant sunlit sky inexplicably darkened, becoming shrouded in ominous clouds. A powerful aura surged through the air, creating a sense of dread among the elders and the head of the Su family, Su Lai, who hurriedly rushed outside to investigate. To their astonishment, they beheld a magnificent vessel traversing the void, descending upon the skies of Dongli City. Chapter 14, Arrival. The Su family, gazing upon the colossal, imposing flying ship. The members of the Su family were instantly filled with trepidation. Such vessels were not only laboriously forged, but also exorbitantly expensive, requiring vast amounts of crystal stones for each flight. Indeed, each flying ship was akin to a voracious beast consuming wealth. Thus, across the entire Tianxuan Continent, only the most formidable factions could boast ownership of such vessels. The Su family, secluded in a corner of Dongli City, had never even laid eyes on one. Regardless of the origins of this ship, it was beyond the reach of their modest family. Su Lai reacted swiftly, bursting forth from the council chamber, followed closely by the other elders of the Su family. As they stepped outside, they looked up to witness a vessel measuring 300 feet in length, its surface gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen, hovering above the Su family estate. Its immense size cast a substantial shadow upon the ground. Above the ship fluttered a flag, black in color, emblazoned with a large golden character, Qin. The Eternal Qin family. The sight of this character left the gathered members of the Su family utterly astounded. Who in the Tianxuan Continent was not aware of the Eternal Qin family? They stood as a colossal family at the pinnacle of the realm. Was this truly the Qin family's vessel? Indeed, there existed no other family of such stature on the continent. A voice trembled behind Su Lai as one elder slowly spoke. The Qin family, as his words echoed, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over the Su family members. The Qin family was a celestial entity within the Tianxuan Continent, the very apex of power. In comparison to the Qin family, our Su family is utterly insignificant. One elder had intended to draw a comparison between the Qin and Su families, but hesitated, realizing that such a comparison was overly flattering to the Su family. To utter such words, which would elevate another's prestige while diminishing one's own, would typically invite scorn, even for an elder. Yet today, upon expressing this sentiment, no one voiced dissent, for it was the undeniable truth. The Su family possessed no standing to compare themselves with the Qin family. The strongest among them was Su Lai, who was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. In the eyes of the Qin family, that held no significance whatsoever. How could the esteemed Qin family deign to descend upon our humble Dongli city? The seventh elder, Su Hai, gulped in terror, his voice thick with apprehension. Faced with an entity as formidable as the Qin family, which stands at the pinnacle of the continent, he felt utterly disoriented. Should the Qin family come seeking trouble, the Su family would possess no capacity for resistance whatsoever. All we can do, it seems, is to strive to be on good terms with them, leaving no room for defiance. The head of the Su family, Su Lai, too, was perplexed as to why the Qin family had ventured to this remote locale. Yet, years of experience as a patriarch taught him that with the Qin family, one could only forge alliances. Heeding the patriarch's counsel, Su Lai's fellow elders expressed their agreement. At that moment, the Qin family's flying vessel had already come to a halt above the Su family estate. Two figures, like meteors, hurtled towards the Su family members. As the Su family looked up, they beheld an elderly man and a youth. The younger one donned a moon-white robe, strikingly handsome, with features akin to that of a jade crown. The elder, clad in a brown robe, stood with arms folded, his expression grim and emanating a disquieting aura. Upon recognizing Qin Jiu Ge and Li Bo, the Su family members trembled with trepidation. It was evident that the prowess of these two was terrifying, particularly the elder, whose presence was as unfathomable as an ocean, yet the Su family discerned that he held the youth in high regard. Moreover, had these individuals truly descended from their flying vessel to visit the Su family? When had the Su family risen to such heights to establish a connection with the Qin family? Hastily, Su Lai stepped forward and bowed, addressing the young man. "Esteemed sir, I am Su Lai, the patriarch of the Su family. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Should it be within our means, we shall fulfill our obligations without hesitation." Observing Su Lai's courteous demeanor, Qin Jiu Ge chuckled lightly, introducing himself as a member of the Qin family. "I have heard of your daughter, Su Xian'er, whose talents are extraordinary. I chanced upon this place and thought to pay a visit. Patriarch Su, do you not welcome my presence?" The Su family members were struck with astonishment, their bodies shaking at the mention of Qin Jiu Ge. Qin Jiu Ge, the second in line of the illustrious Qin family, a prodigious talent of the younger generation poised to contend for the title of Divine Son. What a figure! It is no exaggeration to say that should they incite even a hint of dissatisfaction in Qin Jiu Ge today, their annihilation would be effortless. He had come seeking Su Xian'er. They had heard of her, but while she possessed some talent, it paled in comparison to what would attract the attention of the Qin family. Surely, it could not be for her abilities that he had come. Su Lai felt his mind reeling. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Qin Jiu Ge. And after a moment of stunned silence, realization struck him. If not for Su Xian'er's talents, then it must be for something else entirely. Su Lai's mind raced, quickly unraveling the chain of events. He recognized that while his daughter, Su Xian'er, had some talent, it was far from sufficient to catch the eye of the venerable Qin family. The only aspect that might garner their interest would be her beauty, he mused. With this thought, Su Lai stole a glance at Su Xian'er. Before me stands a youthful maiden, radiant with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as fair as snow. Truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. It seems that Qin Jiu Ge's visit this time is not to create trouble, but rather to take an interest in Su Xian'er. Su Lai and the elders of the Su family behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Jiu Ge has indeed taken a liking to Su Xian'er, it can only be said that it is her fortune and a blessing for the Su family. It is not even a dream for the Su family to aspire to have her become Qin Jiu Ge as primary wife. Even if Su Xian'er were to enter the Qin family as a concubine, it would be a momentous occasion for the Su family, akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves. Countless families yearn for such fortuitous events. Contemplating this, the family head Su Lai beamed with a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums, respectfully stating, "Wherever would we be without your esteemed presence, young Master Qin? Your visit has truly illuminated our humble abode. How could the Su family possibly not welcome you? Please, do come in." Chapter 15, The Leading Lady. First, allow this young master to have a shoulder massage. Qin Jiu Ge, amidst the adoration of Su Lai and the esteemed elders, swaggered into the Su residence, making his way to the council hall. Initially, Qin Jiu Ge intended to find a random seat, yet he found himself compelled to take the main seat due to the persistent invitations from Su Lai and the other elders. Once seated, the elders of the Su family bowed respectfully to Qin Jiu Ge, introducing themselves. Qin Jiu Ge lounged casually, wearing a nonchalant smile as he accepted their greetings. After the elders had introduced themselves, the head of the Su family, Su Lai, spoke first. Young Master Qin, while our Heir possesses some talent, in comparison to you, she is but a firefly beside the bright moon, truly lacking. As soon as Su Lai finished speaking, the elders echoed in agreement. Indeed, young Master Qin, at such a tender age, you have already secured the second rank in the illustrious Qin family, with extraordinary natural gifts. Although Heir has some minor talents, she is still far behind. Indeed, everyone in Tianxuan Continent knows that young Master Qin is merely in his teens, yet has already reached the realm of Spirit Sea, making us, these older gentlemen, feel quite embarrassed. For Heir to earn your favor is indeed her fortune, given time. If she could match even a fraction of your prowess, it would be a monumental blessing for our Su family. Listening to the flattery from the elders, Qin Jiu Ge maintained a calm demeanor, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner of the council hall, where a young lady in a white dress stood. The maiden appeared to be around 16 or 17, with fair skin and large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Qin Jiu Ge. Qin Jiu Ge surmised that this young lady must be Su Lai's daughter, Su Heir. Heir, why do you not hurry and serve tea to young Master Qin? Noticing the maiden lost in her curious observation of Qin Jiu Ge, the seventh elder of the Su family, Su Hai, exclaimed in exasperation, his face flushed with irritation. Hearing Su Hai's call, Su Heir jolted back to reality. With her hands grasping the hem of her dress, she hurried over, clumsily taking up the teapot to pour tea for Qin Jiu Ge, utterly devoid of the haughty demeanor one might expect from the daughter of the family head. Meanwhile, her eyes continued to sweep over Qin Jiu Ge, filled with wonder. Before him stood Qin Jiu Ge, with a visage as exquisite as jade and an extraordinary countenance, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being, coupled with his remarkable lineage, being from the prestigious Qin family, one of the foremost clans of the continent. His eminent status within that family rendered Lin Fan's humble beginnings as a mere servant and his rudimentary knowledge of alchemy rather insignificant in comparison. Reflecting on this disparity caused Su Heir to blush. The silent rise of Lin Fan had astonished many within the Su family prior to this day. Even an elder had suggested to the family head, Su Lai, that Su Heir be betrothed to Lin Fan, in order to firmly secure Lin Fan's allegiance to the Su family's interests. However, upon encountering Qin Jiu Ge today, Su Heir comprehended the vast chasm separating Lin Fan from the elite figures of this continent. Young Master Qin, this is your humble servant, Heir. Though I have achieved the Qi condensation realm at the age of 16, making me a prodigy in Dongli City, I am painfully aware of the great distance between us when compared to you, young Master Qin. You need not trouble yourself to come in person, young Master Qin. If you wish to see Heir, simply send word through someone, and I shall ensure she is escorted to you. As Qin Jiu Ge lavished attention upon Su Heir, Su Lai's aged face beamed with a smile, wrinkled as it was, adopting a tone of utmost humility, akin to that of an eager sycophant. Observing the abject deference Su Lai exhibited towards Qin Jiu Ge, coupled with his cherished goddess, Su Heir, serving tea to another man before his very eyes, Lin Fan could not suppress his ire. Since awakening his latent talent 3 months prior, he had firmly believed he would one day stand atop the continent. The Su family had treated him with great courtesy during this time, which he had greatly appreciated. Yet today, with Qin Jiu Ge's arrival, the elders who had once extolled him now queued to fawn over Qin Jiu Ge, rendering him invisible. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Qin Jiu Ge, feeling a simmering indignation within. Was it merely a matter of noble birth? 20 years east of the river, 20 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Given another 20 years, he was certain he would not be outdone by Qin Jiu Ge. Amidst the elders' flattery, Qin Jiu Ge was also surveying the crowd. Su Heir was indeed a beauty, and with her respectable family background, she appeared destined to become a consort of the fated sun. As for Lin Fan, though unremarkable in appearance, his reserved temperament was quite fitting for the characteristics of the fated sun. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge decided it would be prudent to test him. Stretching his limbs, Qin Jiu Ge leisurely remarked, "Having traveled by airship without an attendant has left me somewhat fatigued, particularly in my shoulders. Su Lai, possessing the acumen of a seasoned fox, instantly grasped Qin Jiu Ge's implication and swiftly entered into sycophantic mode. "Xianer, did you not hear young Master Qin? Why do you not hasten to massage his shoulders?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's rage boiled over, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. To have his goddess attend to another in such a manner, in front of all, was an affront of the highest order. Yet, Lin Fan's composure proved remarkable. As his murderous intent flickered momentarily, he quickly recognized the impropriety of his feelings. After all, the other party was of the esteemed Qin family's second tier. Not only is his status exalted, but his formidable prowess is also unfathomable, far beyond what he is capable of contending with at present. The most prudent course of action is to remain patient and bide his time, awaiting an opportunity to settle the score in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan hastily reined in his murderous intent, adopting an air of nonchalance as he cast an expectant glance at Su Xianer. In his eyes, Su Xianer possessed her own pride. A person so radiant could never stoop to the level of a mere servant, massaging a man's shoulders. Upon hearing Su Lai's command, Su Xianer felt a twinge of conflict. As a prodigious talent in cultivation from Dongli City, coupled with her striking beauty, she had countless admirers, yet never had anyone been so audacious. This realization ignited a flicker of indignation within her. However, considering that the individual in question was Qin Jiu Ge from the illustrious Chongqing Qin family, whose talent and lineage overshadowed her own, she acknowledged that even her most treasured asset, her beauty, paled in comparison to his, as he could easily be deemed the most handsome man she had ever encountered. Moreover, given Qin Jiu Ge's esteemed background, should she provoke him, the repercussions for the entire Su family could be dire. Thus, to simply offer a shoulder massage to such a paragon of excellence might not be considered a humiliation after all. Resolving herself, Su Xianer clenched her silver teeth, gracefully moving closer to Qin Jiu Ge, her delicate hand gently resting upon his shoulder. As her frail hands made contact with Qin Jiu Ge's broad shoulders, a hint of crimson flushed her breathtaking visage. As a distinguished young lady of the Su family, endowed with exceptional cultivation talent, she had always been treated like a precious jewel, never having engaged in such servile tasks. Yet, considering the status of her counterpart, she felt it was not entirely degrading. With this in mind, Su Xianer lightly bit her lip, her hands beginning to apply gentle pressure. Although her technique was somewhat unrefined, she was earnest in her efforts to knead Qin Jiu Ge's shoulders. Feeling the gentle touch of Su Xianer's delicate hands upon him, Qin Jiu Ge leaned back slightly, resting his head against her ample form as if it were a pillow, emitting soft, contented hums. Indeed, she was deserving of her title as a favored daughter of heaven, surpassing others in every regard. The finesse of her shoulder massage was infinitely superior to that of the clumsy maids in his household. Upon hearing his praise, Su Xianer could not help but feel a surge of warmth to her cheeks. As the esteemed daughter of the Su family, she had never been compared to mere maids. However, due to Qin Jiu Ge's status, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, continuing to tenderly knead his shoulders. In stark contrast to Su Xianer's unease, the elders of the Su family exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. Particularly, the family head, Su Lai, had his eyes crinkled into slits of joy. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding whether Qin Jiu Ge genuinely had feelings for Su Xianer. Yet, after this brief episode of shoulder massage, he was nearly convinced that Qin Jiu Ge indeed harbored affection for her. If Su Xianer could indeed align herself with Qin Jiu Ge, would it not elevate the Su family to unprecedented heights? Given the Qin family's esteemed status and reputation within the Tianxuan Continent, once Su Xianer marries into the Qin family, who would dare to belittle the Su family thereafter? Furthermore, the inexhaustible resources for cultivation that the Qin family possesses, would they not be entitled to partake in such abundance? Would they no longer need to worry about the procurement of elixirs, cherishing any bit of alchemical talent that Lin Fan might possess? Upon contemplating this, Su Lai and several elders hastily interjected. If young Master Qin is inclined, he could take Xianer away, allowing her to care for you as a maid. The family head is right. Xianer has always revered heroes, and young Master Qin, as a prodigy, is undoubtedly a fitting match for her. They are a pair, perfectly crafted by nature itself. In their fervor, Su Lai and the elders eagerly endeavored to unite Qin Jiu Ge and Su Xianer, completely forgetting about Lin Fan, who had just been praised in their previous attempts to matchmake. In the Tianxuan Continent, power reigns supreme. Although Lin Fan possesses some talent, compared to Qin Jiu Ge, he pales in significance. Moreover, with the eternal support of the Qin family, both personal strength and familial background far surpass Lin Fan, the humble servant. As Su family's elders fawned over Qin Jiu Ge with unabashed sycophancy, Lin Fan could no longer contain his rising fury. Bang! He struck the table before him with such force that it created a gaping hole. Instantly rising to his feet, he admonished the Su family elders. Su Xian'er is the daughter of the family head. How can you recklessly push her into danger? Throughout this entire affair, not a single one of you has considered her feelings. Is this how you honor her? At his words, the elders and family head Su Lai were taken aback, their expressions shifting to shock followed by indignation. They had been lost in dreams of the benefits that would accrue to the Su family from Su Xian'er aligning with the mighty Qin Jiu Ge, completely disregarding Lin Fan. Silence. Su Lai's countenance darkened, his face a stormy shade as he glared at Lin Fan, reprimanding him with a thunderous voice. You, a mere servant, have no place to speak. Were it not for the Su family, you would not even know where your end lies. If you dare to show disrespect to young Master Qin again, I shall personally eliminate this toxic presence from the Su family. Facing Su Lai's fierce rebuke, Lin Fan could no longer maintain his composure. I am merely seeking justice for Xian'er. Justice for Xian'er? Huh. Su Lai pointed at Lin Fan, laughing uproariously. As her father, how could I bring harm to my own daughter? Xian'er requires no assistance from you to seek justice. Staring at the cold-hearted Su Lai, Lin Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Is this truly the same kind-hearted Uncle Su who once regarded him as family? He vividly recalled Su Lai patting his shoulder, urging him to strive for greatness, promising that Xian'er would be bestowed upon him in the future. How had everything changed with the mere appearance of Qin Jiu Ge? Lin Fan turned to gaze at Su Xian'er. He believed that with the pride of a celestial being, Su Xian'er would never consent to serve as a handmaiden for anyone, not even for someone from the esteemed Qin family. However, when his gaze met Su Xian'er, the once flirtatious goddess in his eyes, he was taken aback to see her slightly turn her face away, avoiding his eyes. What was happening? Lin Fan could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Just days ago, Su Xian'er had visited his room, providing him with numerous cultivation materials and encouraging him to diligently practice, aspiring for a future of distinction. He had always regarded her as the goddess of his heart, daring not to entertain even a hint of irreverence. Yet now, how could Su Xian'er? Lin Fan felt as if his world had crumbled. At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge, who had been seated comfortably, enjoying the spectacle and the shoulder massage from Su Xian'er, heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully disrupted the fate of the Chosen One, earning a reward of 10 Qingxian pills. Upon hearing the notification, a faint smirk crept onto Qin Jiu Ge's lips, revealing a hint of wicked charm. It seemed his suspicions were indeed correct. Lin Fan was the Chosen One. His manipulations had successfully unsettled Lin Fan's resolve, causing a flaw in his spirit and even allowing him to siphon a portion of his fortune. As for the Qingxian pills, Qin Jiu Ge was aware they were merely elixirs that could assist cultivators in breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. While they could be deemed priceless, they held no value for him, who had long since surpassed that realm. Nevertheless, as a reward for undermining the Chosen One, they were better than nothing. Chapter 17. Su Xian'er. Is young Master Qin a pit of fire? Then what are you, Lin Fan? Young Master Qin. This is merely an old horseman from our Su family who has received a bit of reprimand, and he wishes to open a dyeing shop. Please do not take offense. Su Lai bowed and offered his apologies to Qin Jiu Ge, and several elders quickly chimed in. Indeed, treat him as a person, and he forgets his place. You are but a horseman of the Su family. Do you understand what that entails? Tend to your horses and cease your futile worries. Yes. Young Master Qin is a personage of great stature, a guest our Su family cannot even hope to invite. Offending young Master Qin, I would personally see you into 1,000 pieces, and even that would not quell my wrath. Lin Fan, get out of here. This is not a place for you. Go back to your stable. Faced with the furious glares and harsh words of so many elders, Lin Fan felt an intense desire to butcher Qin Jiu Ge alive. However, he was not oblivious to the situation. In the assembly hall, nearly everyone present was stronger than he, especially Qin Jiu Ge and the enigmatic elder behind him. If a conflict erupted, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Thus, Lin Fan could only storm off in anger. Before leaving, he paused, casting a fierce glare at Qin Jiu Ge, and then departed without a backward glance. Observing this scene, Qin Jiu Ge could not help but find it amusing. After his arrival at the Su family via the flying vessel, Lin Fan merely had Su Xian'er massage his shoulders. Yet the senior members of the Su clan perceived it as an indication that he had taken a liking to her, eagerly attempting to offer her as a concubine. A proposition that seemed inescapable. What was more perplexing was that Su Xian'er exhibited no sign of resistance. She allowed the shoulder massage with a gentleness akin to handling delicate tofu. When the elders suggested gifting her to Lin Fan, she displayed no opposition whatsoever. Why then? Was Lin Fan unleashing his fury solely upon him? If he possessed such prowess, why not direct it towards the elders of the Su family, or even Su Xian'er herself? Contemplating this, Qin Jiu Ge could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the destined arch-villain. As he absorbed all the wrath directed towards this fated son, I am weary and wish to rest. May I impose upon you to stay at the Su residence for a few days? Qin Jiu Ge gestured dismissively, his tone tinged with fatigue. Upon hearing that Qin Jiu Ge intended to stay at the Su family for several days, the elders were elated. It seemed their wishes were being granted. They had long worried about not having the opportunity for Qin Jiu Ge and Su Xian'er to spend time alone together to nurture their feelings. Now, with Qin Jiu Ge residing at the Su family, wasn't there ample time for romance to blossom? Once their affections deepened, Su Xian'er could marry into the Qin family, leading the Su clan to unprecedented heights. Su Lai, with an elderly countenance, smiled radiantly. Young Master Qin, your presence in our Su family is a blessing we could scarcely have hoped for. Xian'er, please show young Master Qin to the back courtyard and prepare the finest guest room for him to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Xian'er's face flushed slightly as she nodded, leading Qin Jiu Ge promptly to the back courtyard. That night, in a secluded courtyard of the Su family, Lin Fan stood behind an artificial mountain, his gaze fixed in anticipation. After leaving the discussion hall, he had gone directly to Su Xian'er's chamber, leaving a note at her door to meet him at midnight. However, as time passed, she had yet to appear. Worry crept in as he feared something may have befallen her. Just then, a figure clad in white approached from a distance. Lin Fan focused his eyes and saw Su Xian'er, her delicate brows knitted in concern as if troubled by some matter. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she addressed him directly. Lin Fan, what brings you out here at such a late hour? Her tone was imbued with a sense of deep resentment and impatience. Observing her demeanor, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and poured forth his thoughts. Xian'er, you must have seen your father's and the elders' intentions. They aim to cast you into the flames. Come with me. I shall lead you away from this inferno. At these words, Su Xian'er's previously furrowed brows deepened further, and she responded with a hint of confusion. Inferno? Are you referring to young Master Qin? He is not only handsome, but also possesses exceptional skills, attracting countless admirers. How can he possibly be deemed an inferno? Upon hearing such praise for Qin Jiu Ge from the goddess residing in his heart, Lin Fan's jealousy surged uncontrollably. Yet, unwilling to unleash his ire upon Su Xian'er, he suppressed his emotions and spoke in a low voice. Qin Jiu Ge has only just met you, and already displays such frivolity. If he truly wishes to take you as his maid, or even to warm his bed, what then? At these words, a delicate blush appeared on Su Xian'er's enchanting face, tinged with a hint of helplessness. She had to admit that Qin Jiu Ge was not only from a prestigious lineage but also possessed remarkable looks and was a prominent figure among the younger generation in terms of cultivation. Such an extraordinary man could indeed be considered a blessing, even if it meant serving him as a maid. However, she pondered how Lin Fan would perceive her if she expressed such thoughts. As the words hovered on her lips, she hurriedly rephrased, Lin Fan, you are aware that my family has invested greatly in my upbringing. I cannot simply abandon them. If young Master Qin truly desires my servitude and I refuse, the might of the Qin family would lead to the swift downfall of the Su family. Should that day come, I would have no choice but to submit to young Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. Was this truly the goddess he knew? No, it could not be. Su Xian'er must have been coerced or seduced by Qin Jiu Ge. Surely her father and the elders had pressured her. He had to save Su Xian'er. In that moment, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude and offer herself in return. And that Qin Jiu Ge, was he not merely relying on his family background? With the Tianxuan Codex in his possession, Lin Fan knew that by unraveling just one layer of the scroll, he could gain an astonishing divine ability that would enhance his own cultivation, surpassing Qin Jiu Ge with ease. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Fan reached out to grasp Su Xian'er's delicate arm, exclaiming fervently, "Xian'er, trust me. I will help you escape this inferno. Qin Jiu Ge is nothing in my eyes." Observing Lin Fan's frenzied demeanor, Su Xian'er took a step back, her expression tinged with displeasure. "Lin Fan, I came here out of goodwill to see what was troubling you. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall take my leave. Young Master Qin has invited me to admire the moon at midnight. If I do not attend, he may misconstrue my absence. Furthermore, do not seek me out in the future, for I fear young Master Qin may misunderstand." With that, Su Xian'er turned and departed without glancing back. Witnessing her resolute departure, the bravado Lin Fan had been nurturing crumbled instantly, his eyes turning crimson as he shouted skyward, "Qin Jiu Ge." After his outburst, Lin Fan felt as though his very essence had been drained, and he left in despair. He understood that his immediate priority was to rapidly enhance his own strength. Chapter 18. The Child of Destiny, the Tianxuan Codex. The following day, in the morning, within a rather elegant residence belonging to the Su family, Lin Fan cautiously secured the doors and windows, then retrieved an aged, yellowed scroll from a hidden compartment. Ever since he had displayed a modicum of talent in alchemy, Lin Fan's standing within the Su family had improved significantly. He no longer resided in the stables and had been granted this residence to facilitate his cultivation and alchemical studies. This scroll was none other than the Tianxuan Codex, which Lin Fan had stumbled upon 3 months prior while exploring a secluded cave. It was precisely due to the Yellow Springs Codex that within a mere 3 months, Lin Fan ascended from the lowest position of a stable hand in the Su family to that of a distinguished guest. Initially, Lin Fan believed that with the power of the Yellow Springs Codex, he could undoubtedly win the heart of Su Xian'er and reach the pinnacle of his existence. However, at this critical juncture, Qin Jiu Ge made his appearance. He brazenly intruded into the Su family, seizing everything that rightfully belonged to Lin Fan. With a steely resolve, Lin Fan vowed to vanquish Qin Jiu Ge and reclaim all that was his. As he retrieved the Yellow Springs Codex, a fervent glimmer sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. He settled cross-legged upon his bed, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness into the Codex. Today marked the day of his assessment within the Yellow Springs Codex. If he could surpass this trial, he would earn the Codex's recognition. Within the depths of the Yellow Springs Codex, Lin Fan's consciousness advanced, encountering a multitude of grotesque, fearsome demons that emitted an aura of terror. They howled and charged at him with the intent to rend him asunder. Merely trifles, Lin Fan scoffed, extending his right hand, unleashing beams of light imbued with terrifying pressure from his fingertips. "Great Yellow Capturing Heaven Finger," he bellowed, as the formidable technique lashed out, striking the demons with overwhelming force and reducing them to wisps of black smoke. The Great Yellow Capturing Heaven Finger was a divine ability bestowed upon Lin Fan after unlocking the Yellow Springs Codex, and its might was unparalleled. With the power of this technique, Lin Fan effortlessly breached the first layer of the assessment, vanquishing the demons he encountered with ease, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the second layer of the Yellow Springs Codex. Acquired secret technique, Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique. The Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique allows for an instantaneous combustion of one's blood, enabling a surge of power that far exceeds the current realm. Congratulations, host, on receiving a boon, elevating your realm to the first layer of spirit nourishment, a technique that far surpasses his current realm. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Fan's eyes. He was acutely aware that his strength was still lacking when compared to Qin Jiu Ge, and the notion of defeating him seemed utterly fanciful. Yet now, having been granted this boon, his strength had ascended to the first layer of spirit nourishment. Coupled with the Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique, he was confident that he could engage Qin Jiu Ge in battle, even overpowering this prodigy of the Qin family. What of the saying, 20 years east, 20 years west? If there was a grudge, it must be avenged without delay. He would seek out Qin Jiu Ge and crush this celestial talent beneath his feet. It was time for the Su family to witness who the true powerhouse was. Su Xian'er was his, and no one could take her away. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan withdrew his consciousness from the Yellow Springs Codex, his eyes glimmering with the faintest hint of lightning. Today marked the day he would take Su Xian'er away to a brighter future. Yet, just as Lin Fan felt triumphant and confident in his ability to defeat Qin Jiu Ge, an elderly sigh echoed in his ears. "Ah, that Qin Jiu Ge is no ordinary foe. Are you truly prepared to confront him?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan was taken aback. The Yellow Springs Codex was his greatest secret and trump card, and he could not allow anyone to uncover its existence. If by any chance someone truly discovers this, I shall resort to using secret techniques to eliminate them. Who? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock, instinctively calling out. In the next moment, a somewhat ethereal, elderly figure materialized before Lin Fan. I am the spirit of the Yellow Spring Codex. Today, you have unlocked the second layer, allowing me to manifest. Upon gazing at this elusive figure, Lin Fan was filled with immense joy. He understood that those who possess a spirit are rarely ordinary, and this spirit's ability to take on human form was particularly remarkable. Although Qin Jiu Ge reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea, I too have achieved the realm of spirit nurturing. With the Blood God explosive spirit technique at my disposal, I can certainly reach the level of the spiritual sea. Coupled with the formidable Great Yellow Prison Heaven Finger, defeating Qin Jiu Ge is not beyond my grasp. Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes brimming with confidence. The elderly spirit shook its head. Young one, you underestimate the situation. As the second tier of the younger generation of the Qin family, how could Qin Jiu Ge lack formidable allies? Even if you were to win by chance, what would it matter? You may triumph over Qin Jiu Ge, but will you have bested the Guardian? Lin Fan paused momentarily, then quickly regained his disdainful expression. I have already contemplated this. When the time comes, I will establish a wager. Such proud individuals as Qin Jiu Ge will surely be arrogant. As long as I seize the opportunity to take Su Xian'er away, I harbor no intent to kill him, and the Guardian will not retaliate, right? Seeing Lin Fan's resolute determination, the spirit sighed in resignation and shook its head. Since you have made up your mind, then proceed. Should the situation prove dire, I shall lend you my assistance. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Lin Fan was instantly elated. He had not anticipated that this newly manifested spirit would be willing to aid him. Could it be that this spirit possesses some degree of power? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Fan inquired, as a spirit, can you truly unleash the might of the Yellow Spring Codex? At this, a hint of bitterness appeared on the spirit's aged visage. I am too severely damaged to exert significant influence. However, I can channel the power of the Yellow Spring to temporarily enhance your strength, which should allow you to reach the Nirvana realm. Lin Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Initially, he believed himself to be one realm below Qin Jiu Ge, and through the eruption of the Blood God explosive spirit technique, he could achieve the same level as Qin Jiu Ge. Now, with the spirit's assistance, he could potentially attain the Nirvana realm, placing him 2 realms above Qin Jiu Ge. In confrontations among cultivators, a single realm often represents an insurmountable chasm. Even though Qin Jiu Ge is part of the long-lived Qin family, he could not possibly defeat someone like me, who wields the Great Yellow Prison Heaven Finger, by surpassing realms. Furthermore, even if there were guardians around Lin Fan, could they truly exceed the Nirvana realm? As long as he could reach the Nirvana realm, he would have no fear, even if Qin Jiu Ge's guardian intervened. With this thought, Lin Fan felt exuberant and strode out of the room. He was determined to find Qin Jiu Ge and reclaim Su Xian'er. Chapter 19. In Lin Fan's presence. Training Su Xian'er Su family, banquet hall. Seated prominently, Qin Jiu Ge was flanked by Su Lai, the head of the Su family, along with a cadre of elders, who incessantly lavished him with compliments. Indeed, young Master Qin is a prodigious talent. It is a rare fortune for us to witness such brilliance today. Come, young Master Qin, I raise my glass to you. For a humble family like ours to receive your favor is truly a blessing from our ancestors. To this blessing, I drink. As the elders endeavored to flatter Qin Jiu Ge, a heavy sound of footsteps resonated through the hall. Turning in unison, they beheld Lin Fan, his countenance dark, striding in. Perhaps due to his agitation, Lin Fan's steps were notably loud. The elders, upon seeing him, were immediately displeased. Was Lin Fan truly so oblivious? Had the Su family not shown him a semblance of respect solely because of his modest alchemical talents? Now, having latched onto the formidable Qin Jiu Ge, who would still concern themselves with Lin Fan's presence. Instantly, an elder rebuked him. Lin Fan, your lack of decorum is unacceptable. Today's banquet is held in honor of young Master Qin. How dare you arrive late? Another chimed in. Indeed, given young Master Qin's esteemed status, how could you act so presumptuously? Unmoved by the elder's scorn, Lin Fan fixed his gaze intently on Qin Jiu Ge and declared, Qin Jiu Ge, I have heard of your unparalleled talents. Would you dare to engage me in combat? Should you lose, I suggest you keep your distance from Xian'er. The very mention of a challenge incited immediate ire amongst the Su family elders and Su Lai himself. What manner of audacity was this? Qin Jiu Ge was a figure of remarkable stature, the second heir of the illustrious Qin family. In the eyes of the Su family, he was akin to a deity. And here was a lowly stable hand daring to issue a challenge? Should word of this folly spread, the Su family would surely suffer irreparable disgrace. Within moments, the elders were aflame with indignation. Lin Fan, have you lost your senses? What rank does young Master Qin hold to engage with you? Another elder exclaimed. You, a mere stable hand, calling Qin Jiu Ge by name is a grave disrespect. Yet another added, we ourselves do not dare to address young Master Qin so casually. You, a common stable hand. How dare you? You have been expelled from the Su family. Begone. Turning to Qin Jiu Ge, Su Lai bowed deeply, his tone submissive. Young Master Qin, I apologize for our servant's lack of manners. I hope it has not caused you any offense. Qin Jiu Ge's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right hand, gesturing for silence. In an instant, the previously furious elders fell silent, their expressions now meek as they regarded Qin Jiu Ge. With the banquet hall now tranquil, Qin Jiu Ge regarded Lin Fan with a mocking glint in his eye. A duel? If his surmise was correct, Lin Fan undoubtedly possessed some extraordinary advantage, perhaps a means to enhance his combat prowess. Otherwise, how could he dare oppose him? It was ludicrous. He was not a foolish antagonist from a bygone tale, squandering his potential by challenging a chosen one. Winning would yield no reward, while losing would result in total ruin. Though he harbored confidence in his own abilities, dealing with a fated individual like Lin Fan required utmost caution and prudence. Contemplating this, a sardonic smile graced Qin Jiu Ge's lips as he remarked, do you truly believe that a mere stray cat or dog would be worthy of making demands of me? Isn't that young master destined to be overwhelmed? Moreover, what is your connection to Sienna? If my memory serves me correctly, she chose to stay last night. What? Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's words, Lin Fan's pupils dilated with shock. Qin Jiu Ge had someone monitor him last night. How else would he know that Su Sienna had decided to remain? Lin Fan, you actually intend to elope with Sienna? The Su family provides for your needs. Is this how you repay their kindness? The Su family has raised a white-eyed wolf. Indeed, Master Su, it would be prudent to eliminate such a treacherous creature sooner rather than later. The elders of the Su family were immediately incensed. To them, Su Sienna was a prized asset, a means to align themselves with the formidable Qin Jiu Ge and the Qin family. If Lin Fan were to abscond with her, it would be disastrous. This was utterly unforgivable. Some among them, with more volatile tempers, were itching to apprehend Lin Fan, yet they refrained from acting, mindful of Qin Jiu Ge's earlier actions. Before Lin Fan could respond, Qin Jiu Ge turned his gaze towards Su Sienna. At that moment, Su Sienna felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, she had been resolute last night. Even a hint of hesitation might have tarnished Qin Jiu Ge's impression of her. Upon sensing Qin Jiu Ge's gaze, her beautiful eyes glistened with affection as she awaited his words. Clap, clap. Qin Jiu Ge remained seated, gently patting his thigh. Come sit here. At his words, Su Sienna's face flushed crimson. She was still an unmarried maiden, having never even held a man's hand. How could she possibly sit on a man's lap? Yet, meeting Qin Jiu Ge's gaze, she understood this was a test he imposed upon her. Passing this test could elevate not just her, but the entire Su family to great heights. Conversely, failing to please Qin Jiu Ge could spell doom for the Su family with but a mere utterance. Lin Fan was incensed at Qin Jiu Ge's audacity in inviting Su Sienna to sit on his lap. He glared at her, hoping she would refuse such an outrageous demand. To his astonishment, however, Su Sienna hesitated not at all, gracefully stepping forward to sit on Qin Jiu Ge's lap. In the next moment, a ring-adorned hand rested upon her thigh. Su Sienna leaned back slightly, almost nestling against Qin Jiu Ge's embrace. Qin Jiu Ge looked up, defiantly meeting Lin Fan's gaze. You see, Sienna is not the least bit reluctant. In fact, she seems to relish it, does she not? Before his words could fully settle, Qin Jiu Ge's hand tightened upon Su Sienna's leg, giving it a firm squeeze. Ah! She gasped, her complexion instantly flushing crimson. She could hardly believe that Qin Jiu Ge would dare to tease her in such a manner at this juncture. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. Congratulations, host, for undermining the confidence of the destined child, and for seizing their fortune. Reward, 2 9-pattern Dharma essence pills, with no side effects, elevating Dharma cultivation by 1 level. Simultaneously, the air was filled with cries of despair. Before him, Lin Fan let out an enraged roar, his eyes instantly turning crimson, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him. He had been provoked to the brink of madness by Qin Jiu Ge, leaving him no inclination to regard his original plans. Ah, Qin Jiu Ge, I shall slay you. Chapter 20. Raising Hands to Crush the Chosen One. The revelation of Qin Jiu Ge's chaotic form. As his voice faded, Lin Fan's body surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Qin Jiu Ge, consumed by fury. Even if it led to mutual destruction, he was determined to eliminate the individual who dared to desecrate the image of his beloved goddess. Witnessing Lin Fan's charge, the elders of the Su family, along with their patriarch Su Lai, were instantly engulfed in panic. Qin Jiu Ge was the second in line of the Tianxuan Qin family. Should anything happen to him on their territory, it would spell doom for the entire Su clan. Though they doubted Lin Fan's ability to harm Qin Jiu Ge, they feared that an action would lead to future repercussions from Qin Jiu Ge himself. Patriarch Su Lai reacted swiftly, shouting, "Audacity! Seize this rogue!" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lai unleashed the family's cherished skill, the surging wave palm, striking with the force of a tempest towards Lin Fan. Yes, capture this rogue and leave him to young Master Qin. Amid the uproar, the elders of the Su family employed their various abilities, clamoring to attack Lin Fan. Great Yellow Prison Finger. At this juncture, Lin Fan, blinded by rage, disregarded everything and directly executed the Great Yellow Prison Finger, targeting Su Lai, who led the charge. However, Su Lai, being at the Spirit Sea realm, was a notch above him, effectively thwarting Lin Fan's assault. Lin Fan was now utterly incensed. He was resolute in his intent to kill Qin Jiu Ge and reclaim Su Xian'er. Anyone who impeded him would meet a grim fate. Without hesitation, Lin Fan bellowed, "Everyone, stand aside." Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique. With this thunderous roar, countless fine bloodlines erupted from his exposed skin, blood gushing forth, transforming him into a ghastly figure. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, ascending to the Spirit Sea realm in the blink of an eye. The sight of Lin Fan, now resembling a malevolent specter, filled the Su elders with trepidation. They had never anticipated that Lin Fan possessed such a formidable hidden technique. In mere moments, he had reached the Spirit Sea realm. Consequently, among those present, only Patriarch Su Lai stood a chance of contending with him. For the others, advancing would merely amount to offering themselves as sacrifices. How has Lin Fan become so powerful? Su Xian'er, cradled in Qin Jiu Ge's arms, murmured in astonishment. Lin Fan had remained inconspicuous within the Su family for many years, only revealing his talent for alchemy 3 months prior, earning him a place of honor. It was only today that Su Xian'er realized Lin Fan had concealed such a trump card. In contrast, Qin Jiu Ge was unfazed by Lin Fan's transformation, silently pondering the unfolding events. Indeed, it is no surprise that the destined child, despite merely possessing the realm of nourishing spirit, can ascend to the level of spiritual sea through arcane techniques. To engage in combat beyond one's level is not mere boast. If granted time for growth, he could potentially evolve into a formidable rival. Fortunately, he arrived at the Su family ahead of time. He shall not afford Lin Fan any opportunity for development. At this moment, the Great Yellow capturing Heaven Finger, Lin Fan roared fiercely, unleashing a powerful and forceful strike that instantly forced several elders of the Su family, who surrounded him, to retreat. The banquet hall echoed with the sound of splintering furniture as several elders, grievously wounded, collapsed, spewing blood. Qin Jiu Ge, it is now your turn. The Great Yellow capturing Heaven Finger, with blood staining his face and a wild demeanor, Lin Fan scarcely cast a glance at the bloodied elders. He directly approached Qin Jiu Ge, furiously bellowing while launching the Great Yellow capturing Heaven Finger once more. Stop! Cease at once! Damn it! Su Lai and the other elders, lying on the ground and continuously coughing up blood, could only glare in fury, their eyes nearly bursting. Lin Fan's might surpass their expectations. Should he truly harm Qin Jiu Ge, the Qin family would not hesitate to annihilate the Su family. Thus, even knowing their protests would be futile, they vociferously condemned Lin Fan in an attempt to deter him. Yet, how could Lin Fan heed their words at this moment? After a brief accumulation of energy, a pale yellow light, imbued with a sense of destruction, surged directly toward Qin Jiu Ge. Facing this impending assault, Qin Jiu Ge wore a calm smile, slowly rising to his feet. With his left hand encircling Su Xian'er's slender waist and his right hand gently lifting, An overwhelming aura erupted, magnitudes more powerful than Lin Fan's, almost beyond comparison. As Lin Fan's attack collided with Qin Jiu Ge's arm, it vanished as if melting away like snow. Qin Jiu Ge remained unscathed, his attire intact, looking down with disdain at the now-dazed Lin Fan. "Is this your confidence?" Pathetically weak. Before his words could fully escape, Qin Jiu Ge casually struck out with a palm, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that surged toward Lin Fan. In a moment of panic, Lin Fan summoned his energy, attempting to block this seemingly effortless strike from Qin Jiu Ge. The next instant, Lin Fan, struck by the gale, was sent flying as if a kite severed from its string. Thud! His form crashed against the wall of the banquet hall, producing a dull thump. In the following moment, Lin Fan crumpled to the ground, curling into a ball. Cough! 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 At this juncture, Lin Fan's face turned ashen, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the ground. Simultaneously, Qin Jiu Ge's aura became unmistakably apparent. The manifestation of his law avatar. Above the Su family, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Amidst the chaos, a green lotus began to bloom, its leaves emerald and lustrous like jade, its stem crystalline and translucent. When the flower blossomed, it seemed capable of illuminating the entire void. This green lotus emanated an ancient and profound aura, as if it bore the essence of the universe's origin and destiny. The manifestation of the chaos seed green lotus. This spectacle stretched across the skies of Dongli City, captivating all who beheld this astonishing sight. In the banquet hall of the Su family, the head of the family, Su Lai, along with the elders, could scarcely believe their eyes. What had they just witnessed? Wasn't Qin Jiu Ge merely at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm? How could he have directly ascended to the Dharma aspect realm? An 18-year-old in the Dharma aspect realm? This was no less remarkable than the prodigy of the first sequence of the Qin family, as rumored. And what of this phenomenon? Hadn't it been said that Qin Jiu Ge possessed the Xuanhua divine body? Although they had never seen the Xuanhua body, they understood it to be a fire attribute divine body. Even if it were to invoke a phenomenon, it should not appear like this. It was entirely different. Suddenly, an elder of the Su family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The chaotic energy seemed boundless, and the green lotus was transforming. This was the Chaos Seed Green Lotus. Young Master Qin is not merely a Xuanhua divine body. He is a chaos body. Upon the utterance of chaos body, the entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. The elders of the Su family, Su Lai, and even Su Xian'er, who was cradled in Qin Jiu Ge's arms, gazed at him in utter astonishment. They had never fathomed that Qin Jiu Ge was, in fact, a chaos body. The chaos body was rumored to be a divine body that ensured one could attain the status of a great emperor. They could hardly believe that Qin Jiu Ge, the second sequence of the younger generation of the Qin family, a genius among geniuses, had concealed such a formidable trump card. With the cultivation of the Dharma aspect realm, combined with the extraordinary nature of the chaos body, he was poised to utterly overshadow the first sequence of the younger generation of the Qin family. Had he not hidden this trump card, it seemed that the title of the young master of the Qin family's younger generation would undoubtedly belong to this young master Qin Jiu Ge. Looking ahead, it appeared that in 2 months, the competition for the young master of the Qin family would be entirely in his favor. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Su Lai's eyes. An existence like Qin Jiu Ge, if they could forge a connection, would the Su family not bask in his glory? Even if Su Xian'er was but one of Qin Jiu Ge's many concubines, that alone would suffice to elevate the status of the Su family. With Qin Jiu Ge's protection, would the Su family still need to remain in this small corner of Dongli City? Exchanging glances with several elders, Su Lai discerned the same thoughts reflected in their eyes. An 18-year-old in the Dharma aspect realm, coupled with the chaos body, this was an extraordinary opportunity for the Su family to soar to new heights. Su Xian'er covered her mouth with her delicate white hands, stifling her gasp, her gaze fixed in awe upon the figure beside her, one that seemed to have stepped out from myth. Her heart raced incessantly. A chaos body, an 18-year-old in the Dharma aspect realm. The second sequence of one of the 4 immortal families of the Tianxuan Continent. Each of these identities, even when considered separately, was enough to evoke astonishment. What brilliance would ignite when all these identities converged upon a single individual? How many young ladies of noble families would go mad for such a man? Su Xian'er could hardly bear to imagine it. Before encountering Qin Jiu Ge as a standout among the younger generation of Dongli City, she had her own pride. However, Upon witnessing the brilliance of Qin Jiu Ge, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority, akin to a firefly beholding the moon. Ahem. Lin Fan, having been struck and sent tumbling to the ground by Qin Jiu Ge, coughed up blood as he stared incredulously at him, as if confronted by a monster. How could this be? Aren't you the divine body of mysterious fire? Aren't you at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea? What on earth is happening? Lin Fan felt as though his worldview had shattered entirely. Initially, he believed Qin Jiu Ge to be merely a second-generation heir relying on familial power, who, despite possessing some strength, could be effortlessly crushed by him, the bearer of the Yellow Spring Codex. Yet, upon engaging in combat, he was unilaterally overwhelmed. Furthermore, everything Qin Jiu Ge displayed obliterated Lin Fan's arrogance. At just 18 years of age, with a manifestation realm and a chaotic body, even disregarding his status as part of the second tier of the Qin family's youth, none of these attributes could be compared to Lin Fan's own. With a derisive smile, Qin Jiu Ge took a step forward. In an instant, the myriad phenomena vanished, and the tempestuous aura surrounding him dissipated, replaced by the graceful presence of a gentleman. As ethereal as jade, Qin Jiu Ge looked down at Lin Fan, who resembled a defeated hound, and spoke with disdain. What can you, an insignificant insect, possibly comprehend about me? Your so-called talent pales in comparison before me. As he spoke, Qin Jiu Ge extended his right hand, drawing the already dazed Su Xian'er into his embrace, allowing her to lean against him before continuing. Although you may lack in many areas, your taste in women is commendable. Xian'er is quite soft. Suddenly embraced by Qin Jiu Ge, Su Xian'er felt a rush of shyness, her face flushing crimson. Uffed. Lin Fan, who had just ceased coughing blood, spat out another mouthful, his rage surging anew. The thought of his idol being treated as a mere plaything was enough to send the young Lin Fan into a frenzy. Aya! Lin Fan shouted, struggling to rise. His eyes locked fiercely on Qin Jiu Ge, ready to fight with all his might. Simultaneously, in his mind, Lin Fan roared, Artifact Spirit, grant me strength, I must defeat him. Alas, the artifact spirit sighed heavily in his mind. The boy before them was formidable, a chaotic body combined with the manifestation realm. You stand no chance. For now, it would be prudent to retreat. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. No, Lin Fan bellowed in fury, adamantly refusing. He must die. Qin Jiu Ge must die. I command it. Recognizing Lin Fan's unwavering determination, the artifact spirit felt a sense of helplessness. He shared a deep connection with Lin Fan and could sense the fury coursing through him, thus reluctantly agreeing. With the power of the Yellow Spring, you should be able to attain mid-nirvana cultivation, slightly surpassing this boy. He currently underestimates you. Caught in a state of complacency, now is the perfect opportunity to strike. However, his protector was not to be underestimated. Even without preparation, they could respond swiftly. According to my analysis, you possess but a single opportunity. After that strike, regardless of the outcome, you must depart. The spirit of the instrument calmly assessed the current situation and conveyed its judgment to Lin Fan. In summary, there exists only one chance, and whether Qin Jiu Ge meets his demise or not, one must leave. After hearing the spirit's analysis, Lin Fan nodded. One strike? That will suffice. In Lin Fan's mind, he had already employed secret techniques to forcibly elevate himself to the spiritual sea realm. No matter how cautious Qin Jiu Ge was, he would not anticipate that Lin Fan held a trump card. Furthermore, it was a card that could directly elevate him to the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. His inherent strength surpassed that of Qin Jiu Ge at present, and with the element of surprise, it was inconceivable for Qin Jiu Ge to devise a means of survival. In the next moment, Lin Fan felt as if his entire being was infused with power. A tempestuous aura enveloped him entirely. The force of the Yellow Springs surged into his body, and in that fleeting second, his strength was forcibly propelled to the Nirvana realm. His previously exhausted form sprang to life, as if rejuvenated, transforming into a streak of light, darting straight towards the seemingly relaxed Qin Jiu Ge just ahead. A tremendous momentum surged forth, akin to 1,000 towering waves, sweeping the surrounding area for miles with its oppressive wind. Chapter 22. Li Bo takes action. Half-step to life and death realm. As the power of the Yellow Springs coursed through him, Lin Fan's aura surged once more, reaching the Nirvana realm. The terrifying pressure erupted without restraint, and he appeared like a flash of lightning, hurtling toward Qin Jiu Ge. The banquet hall, overwhelmed by this dreadful pressure, had been reduced to ruins. Tables, chairs, and utensils were obliterated into dust beneath this overwhelming force. The elders of the Su family were completely dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that Lin Fan, who had merely been an ordinary cart driver 3 months prior, possessed such an array of hidden powers. He had forcefully ascended from the nourishing spirit realm to the spiritual sea realm through secret arts, and now, astonishingly, he had surged into the nirvana realm. This terrifying explosive power was truly chilling. Although Qin Jiu Ge possessed the cultivation of the law aspect realm and the chaotic body as a divine physique, Lin Fan had now attained the nirvana realm. In the path of cultivation, the disparity in strength only grows more pronounced with each advancement. A gap of a major realm is not something that a chaotic body can compensate for. Such power was beyond Qin Jiu Ge's capacity to withstand. Together, they were no match for Lin Fan in his current state, and they were powerless to intervene. Should Qin Jiu Ge be injured, or worse, perish within the confines of the Su family, it would spell utter catastrophe for them. The wrath of the Chongqing Qin family was not something that a small, peripheral clan like theirs could endure. It was likely that, in such an event, the entire Su family would be annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. What they initially perceived as an opportunity with Lin Fan's emergence and Qin Jiu Ge's arrival now appeared as the harbinger of their doom. Yet, despite their helplessness and resentment, they could only stand by, staring blankly at the unfolding chaos. Lin Fan had already entered the nirvana realm, his power completely overwhelming them. Even if they charged at him, it would be a futile endeavor, unable even to buy Qin Jiu Ge a moment's respite. Despair permeated the banquet hall. The Su family was doomed. On the other side, bolstered by the power of the Yellow Springs, Lin Fan, who had briefly reached the nirvana realm, felt himself to be the sole sovereign of this realm. He could grant life or death at will. The one he most desired to eliminate was, of course, Qin Jiu Ge, who had brazenly intruded into the Su family and seized what rightfully belonged to him. Qin Jiu Ge die? Lin Fan's visage twisted in rage. His previously ordinary features contorted with fury as he raised his right hand high, ready to unleash the great yellow prison finger, his most prized and potent technique. Coupled with his nirvana cultivation, he was utterly confident that Qin Jiu Ge had no chance of survival. As Lin Fan approached with relentless intent, Qin Jiu Ge remained unnervingly calm. Having read countless novels, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of the Chosen One. Battling beyond one's level was merely a fundamental skill, hardly worthy of alarm. Moreover, Lin Fan's current state was merely nirvana, and thus not to be feared. As the distance between Lin Fan and Qin Jiu Ge diminished, some timid members of the Su family closed their eyes in despair. It was over. The sky had fallen. Qin Jiu Ge stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed by Lin Fan's formidable aura. If Lin Fan were to injure or even kill Qin Jiu Ge, the Su family would be finished. However, in the next moment, an aura far more powerful and terrifying than Lin Fan suddenly erupted. This presence was so astonishing that it caused the very heavens to change color. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the banquet hall, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The Su family members were thrown about, struggling to maintain their footing. This newfound aura immediately suppressed the once mighty Lin Fan, rendering him immobile. Old Li's frail figure, appearing like a specter, materialized beside Qin Jiu Ge. His tone laced with concern. "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing the astonishing aura emanating from Old Li, Lin Fan could scarcely believe his eyes. How could this be? He had just been a genuine Nirvana realm practitioner. Even within the entire Tianxuan Continent, he was a formidable expert. How could he be suppressed by mere aura? Alas, this young lad as protector is actually a half-step to the death realm. What a miscalculation. Just as Lin Fan was engulfed in astonishment, the spirit of the artifact sighed within his mind. Upon hearing this sigh, Lin Fan was instantly petrified, cold sweat trickling down his spine. How could this be? Qin Jiu Ge was merely the second tier of the Qin family, not even the young master. How could he possibly have such a powerful protector? In stark contrast to Lin Fan's shock, every member of the Su family let out a profound sigh of relief, filled with astonishment. They could never have imagined that Qin Jiu Ge's protector was even more formidable than Lin Fan, who stood in the Nirvana realm. What kind of realm is this? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Su family has managed to preserve their standing. Amidst a chorus of sighs of relief, Qin Jiu Ge approached Lin Fan. Looking down from a position of superiority at Lin Fan, who had just moments ago been brazen and arrogant, now reduced to a pitiful heap on the ground. Resembling a lifeless dog, With a mocking expression, he spoke. Is this the foundation of your repeated provocations towards me? Even after unleashing every possible means, you remain pitifully weak. Humiliated by Qin Jiu Ge's scorn, Lin Fan's anger erupted instantaneously. Ignoring the terrifying pressure surrounding him, he forced himself to raise his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Qin Jiu Ge, as if he wished to tear him to shreds. Qin Jiu Ge, without the backing of the Qin family, what are you? If you were an ordinary person like me, would you have achieved your current standing? With a defiant tone, he continued, if you possess true capability, refrain from letting your protectors intervene. Let us compete one-on-one. Lin Fan understood that those who were favored by heaven often harbored an inherent arrogance, valuing their reputation above life itself. To deal with such individuals, the most effective method was to provoke them. If he could incite Qin Jiu Ge to refrain from calling upon his guardians, Lin Fan believed he could crush him with ease, akin to squashing an ant. At this juncture, his hopes of taking Su Xian'er away seemed futile. However, if he could drag the instigator of this entire affair, Qin Jiu Ge, down with him, it would be a splendid outcome. Hence, Lin Fan initiated his taunts, aiming to provoke Qin Jiu Ge into a confrontation. To his surprise, Qin Jiu Ge's face broke into a smirk, his tone laced with mockery as he retorted, Lin Fan, do you perhaps have a problem with your intellect? Since I possess family power, why would I not utilize it? The strength of my family is indeed a part of my own might. As for competing with me, do you truly believe you are worthy? Chapter 23. As the ultimate antagonist, I could easily crush you, and yet you expect me to grant you experience points? Observing Qin Jiu Ge's nonchalant demeanor and his audacious mockery, Lin Fan felt on the verge of collapse. Was it not said that the proud have tempers that surpass ordinary people, often igniting in fury over mere words? Why was it that Qin Jiu Ge before him remained impervious to his provocations? A wave of deep frustration surged within Lin Fan as he sensed his own momentum waning. It would not be long before he returned to a state of recuperation. Thus, he sought to incite Qin Jiu Ge into a duel, hoping to leverage his remaining strength to decisively eliminate him. Even if he were to be reduced to ashes by the guardians afterward, it would not be in vain for having lived a moment in this world. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge remained unfazed by his attempts at provocation. In a fit of agitation, Lin Fan could not help but bellow, Qin Jiu Ge, you are simply too cowardly, a presumptuous prodigy. Hearing Lin Fan's impotent rage, Qin Jiu Ge felt no embarrassment. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. What a farce. He was not a mindless villain. In the web novels he'd read in his past life, villains were portrayed as utterly devoid of intelligence. According to the realm of the Son of Destiny, a well-crafted experience package continuously dispenses headshots, equipment, and beauties, until the Son of Destiny has grown formidable wings, leading to a decisive annihilation of the antagonists. Such foolishness is not something Qin Jiu Ge would partake in. With this thought in mind, Qin Jiu Ge casually waved his hand and commanded, Li Bo, eliminate him. What? Lin Fan could scarcely believe his ears. What did he just hear? Qin Jiu Ge actually wanted the Guardian to kill him? Initially, Lin Fan thought that after transforming from an inconspicuous coachman into a notable expert on the Tianxuan Continent in just a few months, Qin Jiu Ge would surely be interested in him. Even if he intended to kill him, he should first interrogate him to uncover his hidden cards before taking action. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge did not even bother to question him and simply ordered his execution. Qin Jiu Ge, are you not even going to inquire about what has transpired with me? Do I not possess some extraordinary treasure? Lin Fan protested with indignation. He still had a plethora of life ahead of him and many aspirations to fulfill. How could he resign himself to death? Foolish. Killing you means all those treasures become mine. Lin Fan chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to Li Bo. Li Bo comprehended immediately, his terrifying aura coalescing instantaneously. An overwhelming force descended from above, reducing the previously boisterous Lin Fan to a mere puddle of flesh. Lin Fan was dead. Observing the obliterated remains of Lin Fan, the members of the Su family wore solemn expressions. The affairs of this world were truly inscrutable. Over the past 3 months, Lin Fan had been revered as a distinguished guest of the Su family, seen as the hope for their resurgence. Yet, they never anticipated that before the Chongqing Qin family, he would be so easily vanquished. Even when unleashing a power far surpassing his usual might, he could not escape the fate of being crushed. Now, he had merely become a mass of flesh. However, for the Su family, there was a prevailing sense of relief. Lin Fan had audaciously attempted to kill the second-in-command of the youthful generation of the Chongqing Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge. Fortunately, Qin Jiu Ge's formidable guardian was present, otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. With the Su family now allied with the mighty Qin Jiu Ge, who would still concern themselves with Lin Fan. Just as everyone sighed in relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Fan's remains, shooting away into the distance. This sudden development astonished everyone. The speed of the golden light was astonishingly swift, leaving no time for intervention. As they gazed at the retreating golden light, a subtle smile graced Qin Jiu Ge's lips. Indeed, Lin Fan had not perished. The Son of Destiny was not so easily slain. No matter the methods employed, he could not be extinguished. Old Lin, Qin Jiu Ge bellowed. In the next moment, a presence even more terrifying than Li Bo's surged forth. Seemingly intent on shattering the entire Dongli city, a furious aura billowed forth like a tempestuous sea, instilling fear in all. Amidst this overwhelming force, a figure clad in a black robe, gaunt of face, descended slowly from the heavens. As soon as this figure appeared, all members of the Su family distinctly sensed that this elder was far more terrifying than the protector who had just acted. The elder descended slowly, and though his speed seemed unhurried, for some inexplicable reason, the previously swift golden light appeared to collide with an invisible barrier, instantly slowing down. Halt! A frail voice resonated from the elder's lips. A somewhat withered finger accurately pointed at the golden light. Like a wild beast trapped, the golden light thrashed about, desperately attempting to break free from the barrier the elder had effortlessly erected. In a flash, the elder's figure had materialized before Qin Jiu Ge. Young master, I have not failed in my duty. With a raised hand, the elder lifted the golden light and presented it to Qin Jiu Ge. Break it. The elder's thumb gently stirred, and to the astonishment of all present, the seemingly indestructible golden light was crushed by this elder. What an extraordinary level of cultivation! As the golden light dissipated, an ancient scroll emerged before everyone's eyes. Beside the scroll, a spectral form, almost identical to Lin Fan, but somewhat ethereal, gazed around in terror. The rapid succession of events left the Su family and Su Xian'er in disbelief. Lin Fan is not dead, they thought. Isn't a soul form only attainable at the life and death realm? Even at his strongest, Lin Fan was merely at the nirvana realm. How could he cultivate a soul form? The Su family members fully realized that Lin Fan was harboring an immense and terrifying secret. Moreover, the elder who had just seized Lin Fan's soul form was even more formidable than the previous protector who had overpowered Lin Fan. To have two such masters within the second tier of the younger generation, was this the profound foundation of the Chongqing Qin family? It was utterly fearsome. In Lin Fan's palm, transformed into a soul form, there was also a hint of bewilderment. Had he not perished? How could he still see Qin Jiu Ge and the Su family? What was happening? While everyone was in a daze, Qin Jiu Ge appeared confident. He fixed his gaze on the now ethereal Lin Fan and proclaimed, "Old sir, do you not intend to reveal yourself? Must I beseech you further?" Just as the Su family believed Qin Jiu Ge was speaking nonsense, an ancient voice slowly emanated from beside Lin Fan. Alas, are the young ones now so formidable? With the fall of this ancient voice, the somewhat ethereal figure of the artifact spirit manifested before everyone. Observing this spectral form, Qin Jiu Ge inwardly mused, as expected. He had previously speculated that Lin Fan, being the fated child, had experienced a sudden surge in power, likely due to a tremendous opportunity, such as acquiring a heavenly skill akin to possessing a ghost. Thus, he had casually probed, not expecting to elicit such a revelation. Moreover, the appearance of this soul body suggests that it is not merely a powerful soul, but rather an artifact spirit. It is well known that the conditions for the cultivation of an artifact spirit are exceedingly stringent, and this seemingly ancient tome is undoubtedly extraordinary. If one could master it, Qin Jiu Ge's gaze shifted towards the somewhat antiquated scroll, a fervent yearning swelling within him. The scroll's power, which enabled Lin Fan, an ordinary groom, to undergo a remarkable transformation in merely 3 months and even attain the nirvana realm, is indeed exceptional. Currently, he faces competition from the young master of the Qin family. Although he possesses the chaos body as his support, who can ascertain whether that first-rate genius has any hidden trump cards. To maintain the top position in the talent-rich Qin family for so long, without any secret weapon, is hardly believable. Hence, it is prudent to exercise caution. However, It was clear that this was not an appropriate setting. Too many eyes and ears present. Qin Jiu Ge understood the wisdom of concealing treasures. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge cast a glance at Elder Lin. Having ascended to the position of the Dark Guard captain, Elder Lin was no ordinary individual. Upon receiving Qin Jiu Ge's look, he instantly grasped the intent. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted around Elder Lin's body, unleashing a violent gust of wind that sent the guests of the Su family in the banquet hall reeling. By the time they regained their composure, Qin Jiu Ge and the others had already vanished. On board the flying vessel, Qin Jiu Ge sat confidently in a chair, casting a disdainful gaze at Lin Fan, now transformed into a soul body. Just moments ago, Elder Lin had utilized his formidable strength to transport himself, Lin Fan, and several others to the flying vessel. Lin Fan, now returning to his senses, realized the vast chasm between himself and Qin Jiu Ge. More importantly, he recognized that if he continued in his arrogance, death was a distinct possibility. The two elders beside Qin Jiu Ge were increasingly formidable, and it was clear that Qin Jiu Ge was a man of his word, ruthless and resolute. Young Master Qin, I beg your pardon for my previous ignorance and disrespect towards you. Please, overlook my transgressions and grant me mercy this time. Lin Fan, in his soul form, smiled broadly. Bowing and scraping before Qin Jiu Ge, his demeanor markedly deferential, a far cry from his former defiance. Years of servitude had taught him the art of flattery. Now, as he found himself at the mercy of another, his skill in self-preservation had finally found a purpose. Yet, to his dismay, Qin Jiu Ge exhibited no interest in his sycophancy, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Begone. Reduced to a rolling heap, Lin Fan dared not utter a word, retreating to a corner in submission, silently vowing revenge. One day, he would return to make Qin Jiu Ge pay back tenfold, nay, 100-fold. After dealing with Lin Fan, Qin Jiu Ge turned his attention to the artifact spirit, his tone becoming considerably more courteous. You must be the spirit of this manual, old sir, am I correct? As far as I know, even supreme artifacts cannot cultivate a spirit as wise as yourself. It is said that only imperial weapons have an exceedingly slim chance of giving rise to an enlightened spirit like you. Upon hearing these words, Elder Lin and Li Bo were instantly struck with profound astonishment. An imperial weapon? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary manual was an imperial weapon? That is simply inconceivable. Which of the imperial weapons is not resplendent? This manual appears tattered and worn, devoid of any semblance of brilliance. Their gazes shifted towards the nearby spirit of the weapon, as if awaiting its own clarification that it was not akin to the imperial weapons. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the ethereal elder let out a bitter smile. Ah, young friend, you possess keen insight. Indeed, that scroll was once an imperial weapon, and I, the spirit of that weapon. Upon hearing the elder's admission, Lin Bo and Li Bo stared in astonishment. This scroll is truly an imperial weapon? Initially, they had harbored doubts about why Qin Jiu Ge had suddenly resolved to come to this small Dongli city. They even speculated that Qin Jiu Ge had developed an infatuation with Su Xian'er's beauty, thus provoking Lin Fan. However, it turned out that Lin Fan possessed an imperial weapon as well. Did this mean that Qin Jiu Ge's original intention was to obtain this imperial weapon? They could not help but marvel at the depth of Qin Jiu Ge's intentions. Nevertheless, another query surfaced in their minds. If this scroll is indeed an imperial weapon, how did it come to such a state? It is known that even the enigmatic sacred grounds possess but a single imperial weapon. As for the imperial weapons that wander outside, they are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix's feather or a dragon's horn. How did Qin Jiu Ge come to know that there was an imperial weapon here? Amidst their perplexity, Qin Jiu Ge was not idle. He continued to entice the ethereal elder. Old sir, associating with someone like Lin Fan leads to no promising future. You witnessed it yourself. The moment I arrived, he was utterly vanquished by me. You would do well to acknowledge me as your master. I am a chaotic body, supported by the Qin family. My growth is inevitable. In terms of talent, status, and background, I eclipse Lin Fan. A wise bird selects its perch. Contemplate it well. Lin Fan, who had been lurking nearby, was incensed upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's temptation directed at the spirit of the weapon. Once he loses the Huangquan scroll, what distinction would he have from a useless being? Would he not revert to his former ignoble existence? The thought emboldened him, and he erupted in furious rebuke. Qin Jiu Ge, you beast. Silence. Qin Jiu Ge's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. He then conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy, firmly grasping Lin Fan. The elder observed this scene, his face etched with helplessness. He was aware that Qin Jiu Ge spoke the truth. In every aspect, talent, lineage, and background, he far surpassed Lin Fan. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge seemed to overlook one crucial point. He was the spirit of an imperial weapon, possessing the pride of an imperial weapon. Since the Huangquan scroll had already recognized Lin Fan as its master, even if he had not awakened at that time, it could not simply renege on its bond. With this thought, the elder spoke with difficulty, his tone resolute. I am sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Even though the Huangquan scroll is currently in a state of disrepair, it remains an imperial weapon of pride. An imperial weapon may not serve two masters. Chapter 25, Slaying Lin Fan. Reward, Ancient Reincarnated Eye. The imperial weapon submits. An imperial weapon may not serve two masters? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge instinctively raised an eyebrow. Without a dual master, does it imply that the former master merely needs to perish? The old man was momentarily taken aback by the words. He felt somewhat unable to follow Qin Jiu Ge's line of thought. The notion of a weapon with no dual master signifies that it cannot serve two masters. What does the death of the former master have to do with it? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Jiu Ge's actions were swifter. Previously, he had concentrated his true energy to grasp Lin Fan's hand with a firm grip, directly shattering the struggling soul of Lin Fan in an explosive manner. In an instant, Lin Fan's essence vanished from the flying vessel, dead beyond revival. Just as Lin Fan's presence dissipated, a notification echoed in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the Chosen One, greatly enhancing fortune. Reward, Ancient Dual Eyes. Do you wish to merge? Subsequently, information regarding the Ancient Dual Eyes surfaced in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. The wielder of the dual eyes can discern the essence of an opponent's technique, anticipating the trajectory of attacks. Furthermore, the dual eyes can scan relics, search for treasure, and unleash destructive black light or the divine light of yin and yang, directly assaulting an enemy's physical form and soul. A lengthy passage left Qin Jiu Ge utterly astonished, unable to close his mouth. The power of the dual eyes was nothing short of terrifying, rivaling any divine body in existence. Indeed, as the fated villain, slaying the Chosen One is the centerpiece of the spectacle. Even though he had previously suppressed Lin Fan's fortune multiple times, the rewards he received paled in comparison to the dual eyes. Thus, regarding the Chosen One, even if there is a chance not to be adversarial, it would be preferable for them to meet their demise entirely. The astonishing rewards following Lin Fan's death solidified Qin Jiu Ge's resolve. What need was there to cultivate a good relationship with the Chosen One or to suppress their fortune? By eliminating them, wouldn't their fortune become his own? Yet, it is indeed true that while the Chosen One may be slain, the Chosen Woman would be better off being won over by him, as she is the most reasonable and inclined to be persuaded by virtue. Speaking of persuasion, a figure adorned in a white gown, graceful and delicate, appeared in Qin Jiu Ge's mind, the first chosen woman he encountered after his transmigration, Xiao Yan'er. Qin Jiu Ge pondered privately. If he were to win over Xiao Yan'er, what rewards might he receive? Surely it wouldn't be insignificant? After all, merely refusing to annul the engagement and altering the course of events had already granted him the astonishing chaotic body. If he were to win over Xiao Yan'er, the rewards should be even more formidable than the chaotic body. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge yearned to return immediately to Xiantian sect to see what rewards awaited him for winning over Xiao Yan'er. However, he soon shook his head. One must take things step by step. Persuasion must be gradual. One cannot rush into things. Currently, Xiao Yan'er likely had merely a favorable impression of him. Forcing persuasion would only be counterproductive. It would be wiser to proceed steadily, step by step. After all, Xiao Yan'er was now his fiancée, as long as he desired. Marriage was merely a matter of time. At that point, wouldn't he be able to win her over as he pleased? At present, the pressing concern is to address the immediate threat posed by the imperial weapon. Once the imperial weapon is resolved, he can then turn his attention to merging with the formidable double pupils that rival the chaotic body, can he not? When Qin Jiu Ge cast his gaze upon the elder, he observed the elder's face adorned with a bitter smile, shaking his head repeatedly. He had not anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge's actions would be so swift and decisive, executing tasks without any hesitation. Merely uttering the phrase imperial weapon, no second master led to the swift demise of his previous master. Such determination is indeed ruthless. However, The elder felt no sense of wrongdoing. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Benevolence often meets a dismal end. Was Lin Fan truly a virtuous man? Merely because Qin Jiu Ge displayed a hint of desire toward his beloved goddess, Su Xian'er, Lin Fan harbored malicious intent to eliminate him. Being countered by Qin Jiu Ge was merely a consequence of his own inadequacy. Nonetheless, when faced with Qin Jiu Ge's renewed invitation, the elder shook his head in refusal, not out of loyalty to Lin Fan, but rather due to his own pride. Contemplating this, the elder reluctantly spoke, logically speaking. Once you slay the master of an imperial weapon, any imperial weapon should automatically disintegrate. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Qin Jiu Ge immediately commenced a blend of coercion and persuasion. I say, old sir, do not be so obstinate. Allow me to enlighten you. Aligning with me brings a plethora of benefits. Should you remain determined to follow that wretched Lin Fan, I possess myriad methods to make your existence a living torment. Upon hearing this, the elder's interest was piqued. As a noble imperial weapon, who would not seek to curry favor with him? This young man had the audacity to threaten him? He was prepared to hear what Qin Jiu Ge had to say next. The elder clasped his hands in respect. I am eager to hear more. The benefits, you see, my Qin family, being one of the 4 immortal imperial clans of Tianxuan Continent, possesses an abundance of resources. Even through sheer resource allocation, I can swiftly aid you in regaining your former power. You can trust this, can't you? The elder nodded in agreement. During this time, he had come to grasp Qin Jiu Ge's identity and background. As the second heir of the Chongqing Qin family's younger generation, he possessed the capability to compete for the position of the main heir. Such a background indeed afforded him access to vast resources to help restore his might. Qin Jiu Ge spoke no empty words. However, he was more curious about how Qin Jiu Ge intended to make his existence a torment. With the elder's gaze filled with anticipation, Qin Jiu Ge spoke once more. As for the drawbacks, your imperial weapon currently lacks strength. It probably cannot even contend with my protector. If you refuse to submit to me, I shall simply take this scroll back to the Qin family and use it as a mat beneath the latrine. I would let those disciples yet to enter the Qi condensation realm trample upon your imperial weapon as they dispose of waste. Upon hearing this, both Elder Lin and Uncle Li could not suppress their laughter. They had never imagined that Qin Jiu Ge would conceive such a dastardly idea. Ha ha! Using an imperial weapon as a toilet mat, you truly are inventive. Uncle Li guffawed, slapping Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder. The once calm elder felt a surge of indignation rising within him, swiftly followed by sheer terror. How could a dignified imperial weapon be reduced to such fear? Who exactly? Is this Qin Jiu Ge? Such a prodigy, how could he be so shameless? His imperial weapon, reduced to a mere toilet fixture, where can he possibly hide his face? Left with no choice, the elder reluctantly acknowledged Qin Jiu Ge as his master. The Yellow Springs Codex, I pay my respects to you, young master. Witnessing the imperial weapon's submission, Qin Jiu Ge wore a broad smile. Fear not, old Huang. By following me, not only will you restore your former might, but advancing even further is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 26. Fusion of the Reincarnated Eyes. A phenomenon that shrouds the heavens. Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's words, the elder rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old Huang, what sort of appellation is that? Is he not aware that common folk typically reserve such names for their pets? Moreover, he had only just recognized Qin Jiu Ge as his master, yet the latter was already painting grand illusions before him. While conjuring dreams is one thing, surely he could find a less astute spirit to deceive. He was, after all, the spirit of a dignified imperial weapon. Having endured for no less than 1,000,000 years, what had he not witnessed? From the elder's understanding, in the Tianxuan Continent, imperial weapons were the ultimate armaments wielded by the most formidable beings in the realm of humanity. This implies that the mightiest individuals within this realm are the emperors. The weapons they possess, known as imperial weapons, are the most powerful in existence. Should one ascend even further, they would attain celestial artifacts. It is inconceivable that a mere figure of the law manifestation realm, like Qin Jiu Ge, could facilitate the metamorphosis of an imperial weapon into a celestial artifact, not even if the ancient emperors were to be reborn. In a fleeting moment, the elder felt a tinge of regret for his hasty decision. Yet, upon reflection, even if Qin Jiu Ge was merely spinning tales regarding advancements, it was plausible that he could provide resources, restore some of his original power, and enhance his might. This could not be a deception. Spirits possess their own wisdom. who would willingly choose to obliterate their very essence. Furthermore, although Lin Fan bore considerable fortune, and following him might eventually lead to some restoration of power, it could hardly compare to the prospects of aligning with Qin Jiu Ge. Having come to this realization, the spirit ceased its resistance and spoke softly. Young master, to master the Yellow Springs Codex, one must perform a blood oath. A blood oath? Upon hearing this phrase, Qin Jiu Ge was struck with enlightenment. In both past and present, he had encountered the most extraordinary treasures, all of which required a blood oath for mastery. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, allowing his sharp nail to slice through his fingertip, a drop of crimson blood cascading onto the Yellow Springs Codex. In the next moment, a wave of unfamiliar information surged into Qin Jiu Ge's mind. The Yellow Springs Codex, each level of which contained an unparalleled divine ability. Much like the formidable technique Lin Fan had previously wielded, the Great Yellow Prison Finger. Indeed, it was impressive, befitting an imperial weapon's capabilities. Qin Jiu Ge recalled the finger technique Lin Fan had displayed at the Su family banquet. Its ferocity was formidable, had it not been for his own strength. Along with the protection of the two Lin elders and Li Bo, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Alas, the Yellow Springs Codex was severely damaged, rendering it unusable in direct combat. Otherwise, while other youths still lingered in the realm of the Spirit Sea and Law Manifestation, wielding low-tier artifacts for battle, he would have effortlessly dominated the scene, brandishing an imperial weapon in the Law Manifestation realm. Nevertheless, acquiring an imperial weapon and obtaining the ancient reincarnated eyes left him quite satisfied. With resolute determination, Qin Jiu Ge decided to merge the ancient. He turned to Lin Lao and Li Bo, saying, "Gentlemen, I may require a period of seclusion. I would appreciate your guardianship during this time." With that, Qin Jiu Ge rose and entered his chamber within the expansive flying vessel, where each member of the Qin family was afforded their own private quarters. As the second in line of the younger generation of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge was no exception. Upon entering his room and securing the door, Qin Jiu Ge seated himself upon the bed and concentrated. System, merge the. At the command of Qin Jiu Ge, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his entire being, racing towards his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the vessel, dark clouds began to coalesce overhead, with countless bolts of lightning, akin to the thickness of a child's arm, dancing within the tempest, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Among the clouds, a pair of colossal eyes, towering hundreds of feet high, suddenly materialized. Most astonishingly, these eyes possessed 4 pupils. Within the confines of his room, the depths of Qin Jiu Ge's eyes radiated with divine light, piercing through the thick walls of the vessel and shooting skyward. Simultaneously, his aura swelled continuously, ascending through the ranks until it reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, whereupon the intensity gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. As Qin Jiu Ge surged with the merging of the, Lin Lao and Li Bo stood in awe, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. "Old Lin, did you see those eyes? Was that an ancient phenomenon? Who awakened such a terrifying?" Li Bo swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Lao. "Who else could it be?" Lin Lao replied, casting a resigned glance towards the direction of Qin Jiu Ge's room, his gaze filled with reverence. "Are you suggesting that this phenomenon was triggered by the young master within that room? The young master has awakened the ancient?" Li Bo looked incredulously towards the room, then turned back to Lin Lao. "Old Lin, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? It is known that the ancient can only be awakened innately. Although there have been rare instances of acquired awakenings, the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Not only must the awakener possess extraordinary talent, but they must also inherently bear the latent of the. Each of these requirements is daunting enough on its own, let alone both. Is it truly possible that the young master?" As a devoted guardian of Qin Jiu Ge, Li Bo's loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, as Qin Jiu Ge's protector, he shared a symbiotic relationship with him. The stronger Qin Jiu Ge became, the greater the benefits for Li Bo in the future. Yet, despite this bond, he could scarcely believe that Qin Jiu Ge had awakened the ancient. After all, it was only recently that Qin Jiu Ge had awakened the chaos body, the foremost among the 10 divine bodies of the Tianxuan Continent. And now, just days later, he had also awakened the ancient? What an extraordinary configuration this was. Lin Lao turned his gaze towards the direction of Qin Jiu Ge's room, his eyes filled with incredulity. Has he truly reached the 3rd of? He had only just recently broken through the It was precisely because Qin Jiu Ge had awakened the chaos body and ascended to the law manifestation realm that the Qin family decided to entrust the General Dark Guards to him. How much time had passed? Astonishingly, he had broken through 2 realms in quick succession. Elder Lin couldn't help but reminisce about his own arduous cultivation journey, recalling how, at an advanced age, he had only just broken into the law manifestation realm. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. However, before long, this sentiment transformed into relief. It was fortunate that Qin Jiu Ge was not just anyone. He was the heir of the Qin family. If this trend continued, in 2 months, during the contest for the Divine Sun, the position would undoubtedly belong to Qin Jiu Ge. With such extraordinary talent, to what heights could Qin Jiu Ge ascend in the future? Elder Lin exchanged glances with Uncle Li, and they seemed to envision the Qin family soaring to unprecedented heights. Chapter 27. Breaking Through 2 Realms. The Gift of an Ancient Monster. Outside the room, Elder Lin and Uncle Li were ecstatic. Inside, the weapon spirit was utterly bewildered. What was happening? In such a brief moment, Qin Jiu Ge had awakened the ancient heavy eyes. As a being who had lived for over 1,000,000 years, the weapon spirit's understanding far surpassed that of Elder Lin and Uncle Li. He was acutely aware of the terror of the ancient heavy eyes. In this era, where the source was scant and no emperors had appeared for many years, even during the ancient times when emperors were abundant, few possessed such an alarming talent. The awakening conditions for the ancient heavy eyes were exceedingly stringent, and its applications were boundless. Not only could it effortlessly perceive an enemy's movements and predict their actions, but it could also aid in offense and defense, granting its possessor an invincible position. Among the few emperors at the pinnacle of the ancient era's hierarchy, one possessed the ancient heavy eyes. It is no exaggeration to claim that this emperor could easily dominate those ranked below him. Yet, even that emperor merely awakened the ancient heavy eyes. Qin Jiu Ge had already awakened the chaos body, and with the addition of the ancient heavy eyes, such a combination had never been heard of, even during the peak of the Tianxuan Continent's imperial era. As this thought crossed the weapon spirit's mind, an absurd notion began to take shape. Could it be possible that Qin Jiu Ge could truly take him further? With this realization, even the weapon spirit, who had long since grown indifferent to everything after 1,000,000 years, found himself stirred with excitement. As an imperial weapon, who would not aspire to become a celestial artifact? At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge slowly opened his eyes, assessing his own aura. The 3rd layer of the law manifestation realm was commendable. After a single seclusion, he had elevated himself by 2 minor realms, which was indeed impressive. In terms of cultivation, he was likely stronger than the prodigy from the Qin family. If it came to a confrontation, he was the chaos body, a being capable of overwhelming everything. Furthermore, his greatest gain from this fusion, the divine ability granted by the heavy eyes, the sky-piercing eye, made him even more formidable. During the fusion process, the system had already provided a prompt. The ability to shatter the heavens and pierce through the essence of the source stone, unraveling formations and illusions, is indeed formidable. When cultivated to its zenith, one can gaze across the vastness of the 3,000 continents. It is truly a terrifying power. In a scenario where cultivation levels are comparable, he possesses both the chaos body and the ancient heavy eye, 2 divine abilities. Can the foremost of the Qin family dare to compare? As Qin Jiu Ge rose, he reflected on the substantial gains from his journey to Dongli City. Firstly, he had dealt with Lin Fan, the fated child, and acquired the ancient heavy eye. His cultivation had ascended to the 3rd layer of the Dharma aspect, marking considerable progress. It was high time to return to the Qin family. Otherwise, that old man at home would certainly complain about him neglecting his training for frivolities. With a quiet murmur, Qin Jiu Ge prepared to depart. Suddenly, he paused, realizing he could bring Su Xian'er along. His decision to include her was not born from any personal admiration, but rather from the understanding that Su Xian'er, being the female lead to the destined child Lin Fan, must possess remarkable talent and fortune. If nurtured in the Qin family, she might blossom into a formidable expert. As he would eventually take charge of the Qin family, having more skilled individuals would undoubtedly be advantageous. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge stepped through the door. Lin Lao and Li Bo were taken aback by the sight of Qin Jiu Ge's still open heavy eye, astonished by its terrifying nature. They quickly bowed in respect. "Greetings, young master." Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand dismissively, indicating they need not stand on ceremony, and instructed Lin Lao, Li Bo, "Please wait here for a moment while I attend to matters concerning the Su family." Afterward, We shall return to the Qin family. Both Lin Lao and Li Bo nodded earnestly. Qin Jiu Ge then opened the door of the flying vessel and descended directly. In the Su family's conference hall, voices were raised in condemnation. That Lin Fan is a calamity, one elder exclaimed. Indeed, I have long perceived his wolfish ambitions. Not only does he covet Heir, but he harbors ill intentions. Another added, our Su family was nearly brought to ruin by him. The elders, no longer showing any signs of flattery, were vociferously criticizing Lin Fan. Su Heir sat quietly, resting her chin on her hand, reminiscing about the recent events. Lin Fan indeed seemed more talented and exceptional than those other prodigies of Dongli City. Yet, when faced with Qin Jiu Ge, he had been effortlessly crushed, his fate unknown. Is this truly the brilliance of the Chongqing Qin family? Just then, a figure clad in white descended outside the Su family's conference hall. Young Master Qin? A keen-eyed individual spotted Qin Jiu Ge, prompting the elders and the family head, Su Lai, to rush out and pay their respects. Qin Jiu Ge gestured for them to rise. I intend to return to the Qin family to prepare for the upcoming trials. Miss Su, your talents are commendable. Would you care to accompany me back to the Qin family? Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's invitation, the elders of the Su family were instantly filled with excitement. Indeed, Qin Jiu Ge had taken a liking to Su Heir. Otherwise, why would he venture into this remote Dongli city? And why would he confront Lin Fan upon his arrival? Even overwhelming him so decisively? The fortune of the Su family has arrived. Su Heir has the opportunity to accompany Qin Jiu Ge. Even if it is merely as a lowly concubine, the benefits reaped by the Su family would be immeasurable. Miss Su, what are your thoughts? Inquired Qin Jiu Ge. Noticing Su Heir's prolonged silence. We hold no objections. It is a blessing for Heir to have the chance to accompany young Master Qin, exclaimed the elders in unison, eager to avoid any disapproval from Qin Jiu Ge. Indeed, young Master Qin is a prodigious talent, and for Heir to be under his wing is her fortunate destiny. The family head, Su Lai, was equally astonished. As Su Heir's father, he could not help but wish for her to cling to such a powerful figure as Qin Jiu Ge. I have no objections either. Young Master Qin, I entrust my daughter to you as a servant, to be at your disposal. He then turned to Su Heir, frantically winking as a signal. Su Heir felt a wave of shyness wash over her. If she were truly to follow Qin Jiu Ge, would she indeed become his maid? The thought of serving him was somewhat enticing. After all, if it were Qin Jiu Ge, it might not be so bad. In the grand expanse above the Qin residence, a colossal flying vessel gradually decelerated, eventually hovering in the sky. As the vessel stabilized, Su Heir hurriedly approached, leaning against the crystal-clear window to gaze downward. Through the transparent, crystal-constructed window, she finally beheld the grandeur of the Qin family. Below her stretched vast expanses filled with densely packed buildings. Despite being high above, she could sense the magnificence and scale of these structures. What astonished her further was the revelation that the entire Qin estate was situated upon a floating island. Su Heir could scarcely fathom the immense energy required to sustain such an island in the air. It must be an astronomical figure. Perhaps only a top-tier family like the Qin, standing at the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Continent, could possess such ambition and capability. In comparison, the Su family felt like mere peasants. Is this truly the Qin family? Su Heir hesitantly asked Qin Jiu Ge, fully aware of her own status and position. Even if servitude could elevate the Su family to new heights, the thought of being the legitimate wife was far beyond her imagination. Thus she spoke with utmost caution. Indeed, this is the Qin family, and it shall be your future abode, Qin Jiu Ge replied, taking her delicate hand and leaping from the vessel. Su Heir, still too weak in her abilities, could not withstand the fierce winds without assistance. As they descended, the grandeur of the Qin architecture and the subtle aura emanating from it left Su Heir with a profound sense of certainty. This visit to the Qin family was indeed the right choice. Even if she were to become the most inconspicuous concubine of Qin Jiu Ge, it would far surpass her existence within the Su family. Qin Jiu Ge grasped Su Heir's hand and descended directly into the encampment of his lineage. Upon landing, Su Heir was greeted by the sight of an elder approaching through the air. The elder, appearing to be in his 50s, donned a regal purple robe that exuded an air of nobility and authority. As Su Heir pondered the identity of the visitor, the elder had already alighted upon the ground and, with an imposing tone, addressed her. You impudent rascal, the contest for the divine son is merely months away. How can you indulge in frivolity at such a time? Even with your chaotic physique, You must not underestimate the situation. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, with each word striking Su Xian'er's heart like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Xian'er comprehended his identity. He was Qin Ming, the head of the Qin family and the father of Qin Jiu Ge. Instantly, a tension akin to that of an ugly bride meeting her in-laws enveloped her. Would the head of the Qin family look down upon her? After all, the Qin family was one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, and Qin Jiu Ge was extraordinarily gifted. While Su Xian'er was caught in her thoughts, Qin Ming had also taken note of her presence. His thick brows furrowed slightly. Subsequently, Qin Jiu Ge heard Qin Ming's voice resonate in his mind. You ventured out for a mere woman? As my son, what woman can you not have? Why must you seek her yourself? Do you understand the significance of the contest for the divine son? Hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge could only manage a wry smile. Lacking the desire to engage in further dialogue with Qin Ming, he immediately activated his zhongtong. In an instant, an additional pair of pupils emerged within his fierce eyes, creating an extraordinarily mystical appearance. Although Qin Jiu Ge had chosen not to reveal any extraordinary phenomena to maintain a low profile, Qin Ming, being a man of discernment, found it hard to believe his eyes upon witnessing the emergence of the 2 pupils, his speech momentarily faltering. Is this? Qin Ming was well aware of the power of. It was a unique physique that rivaled any divine body. One could say that those who possessed were inherently gifted for battle, with boundless potential for the future. In the Tianxuan Continent, those with were nearly always among the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of power. However, what puzzled Qin Ming was that Qin Jiu Ge had only just awakened his chaotic physique. How could he have also awakened? Should not these 2 extraordinary physiques be innate endowments? How was it that his son had awakened them so close to adulthood? His son had an uncanny ability to surprise him. With a chaotic physique coupled with his prospects were indeed extraordinary. Consequently, Qin Ming ceased to be troubled by the fact that Qin Jiu Ge had ventured out and returned with a woman. He laughed heartily, clapping Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder. Well done. You are indeed my son. With such a foundation, the contest for the divine son is trivial for you. You have truly given your father a tremendous surprise. Internally, Qin Ming felt exhilarated. Initially, he had been anxious about the forthcoming contest for the divine son in a few months. Qin Jiu Ge's talent had only secured him 2nd place, leaving a considerable gap between him and the first-ranked prodigy. Yet, in this brief span of less than a month, Qin Jiu Ge had awakened his chaotic physique and now possessed. When these 2 aspects are combined, one cannot help but wonder just how formidable Qin Jiu Ge's potential truly is. According to Qin Ming's recollections, throughout history, no individual has ever possessed both the chaotic body and the dual pupils simultaneously. It can be asserted that Qin Jiu Ge's future is destined for greatness. Moreover, he has prepared a gift for Qin Jiu Ge. After a hearty laugh, Qin Ming cast a mysterious smile towards Qin Jiu Ge, stating, This time, you have given your father a delightful surprise, and I too have a surprise for you. With that, Qin Ming took Qin Jiu Ge's hand. In the next moment, they found themselves in a secret chamber. Qin Jiu Ge felt a surge of curiosity, having already revealed his dual pupils. He pondered what kind of surprise could instill such confidence in Qin Ming. Could this so-called surprise possibly rival the dual pupils? Qin Jiu Ge felt an inkling of anticipation. Before he could voice his inquiry, Qin Ming began to speak. My son, in this world, beyond the divine bodies, there exist numerous physiques that can rival them, some of which might even be on par with the top 3 divine bodies. Among these is a rare constitution known as the Supreme Bone. Those who possess the Supreme Bone are born as Supremes. Had they not fallen midway, they are destined to reach the Supreme Realm. Though this Supreme Bone may not surpass your dual pupils or chaotic body, it is still a commendable physique. Qin Ming's tone conveyed immense pride. Qin Jiu Ge was momentarily taken aback. He was certainly aware of the Supreme Bone. However, what relevance did it hold for him? Suppressing his curiosity, Qin Jiu Ge turned to Qin Ming and inquired, Father, I am familiar with the Supreme Bone, but what connection does it have to me? Could it be that one of our lineage has awakened a Supreme Bone? Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's question, Qin Ming did not respond verbally, but simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 29. The dual pupils are already invincible. Why borrow the bones of others? The emergence of a genius possessing the Supreme Bone in our lineage is indeed splendid news, Qin Jiu Ge mused, nodding in agreement with Qin Ming's earlier words. For him, the birth of a genius with the Supreme Bone within their family was a positive development. After all, they all shared the same bloodline. striving together for the glory of their clan, or more specifically, the Qin family. Naturally, the stronger they became, the better. Qin Jiu Ge found himself wishing for dozens, even hundreds of geniuses to arise within their family, to sweep away the other enduring imperial clans and establish the Qin family as the unrivaled sovereign of the entire Tianxuan Continent. However, a trace of confusion lingered in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. Why was Qin Ming so eager to share this news with him? The emergence of a supreme bone among their kin could hardly compare to the awakening of his son's dual pupils, and yet there was an air of mystery surrounding it. "Father, why are you so keen to inform me of this?" Qin Jiu Ge asked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Upon hearing this, the smile on Qin Ming's face deepened. "My son, do you know that the supreme bone, unlike many other physiques, is exceptionally rare in its ability to be transplanted?" Transplanted? Upon hearing those two words, Qin Jiu Ge was instantly rendered speechless. The supreme bone, transplantation. Could it be that this old man intended to transplant the supreme bone into him? In disbelief, he asked, "Father, are you truly planning to?" Qin Ming nodded emphatically, "Indeed. Once that girl awakened the supreme bone, I, along with your grandfather and the 3 esteemed elders of our lineage, worked together to subdue it. For the sake of secrecy, we imprisoned it in a secret chamber underground, shrouded by an array that conceals the aura of the supreme bone. We only await your return to excavate its supreme bone and transplant it into you. With your talents, combined with the supreme bone and 3 formidable innate gifts, you are destined to become a great emperor in the future." As he spoke, a deep smile spread across Qin Ming's face. Initially, he believed Qin Jiu Ge, being a chaos body, would benefit from the combination of the chaos body and the supreme bone to secure victory in the contest for the Son of Heaven, ultimately leading to his ascension as a great emperor. However, to his astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge had returned from his trials and awakened the heavy eye. This was indeed a delightful surprise. With the chaos body, the heavy eye, and the supreme bone, it was unlikely that one could find a more terrifying configuration throughout the entire Tianxuan continent. The first to gather such an extraordinary combination was none other than his son. Surely, in the future, Qin Jiu Ge would stand at the pinnacle of the Tianxuan continent, bringing glory to his father as well. Yet, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Qin Jiu Ge's expression shifted dramatically. The idea of extracting the supreme bone? This storyline felt eerily familiar, following the tropes of past online novels. Could it be that he was yet another fated child? If the narrative trajectory held true, he would extract the supreme bone from another, incurring enmity, and the genius from whom the supreme bone was taken would survive against all odds, seeking vengeance on his lineage? If that were the case, the supreme bone must not be taken lightly. Moreover, considering his current circumstances, he hardly regarded a single supreme bone as essential. Qin Jiu Ge pondered silently over how to address the matter. After a brief moment, clarity dawned upon him. Since this fated child had emerged from their lineage and was still young, there was no need to eliminate him. Rather, it would be more prudent to subdue him, reaping rewards from the system. Furthermore, it would provide the family with an additional formidable ally in the future. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge shook his head and directly declined. "Father, I appreciate your goodwill. However, with the heavy eye and the chaos body already at my disposal, I have no need for the supreme bone to achieve greatness." Before Qin Jiu Ge could finish his sentence, 3 figures appeared beside him. All were elderly men, their hair flecked with white, yet their frames remained robust, exuding an air of dignified authority. Qin Jiu Ge recognized them as his grandfather and 2 elders of their lineage. They had, of course, overheard Qin Jiu Ge's refusal of Qin Ming's offer and immediately began to persuade him. "My dear grandson, such words should not be spoken. The supreme bone, a divine artifact of heaven and earth, is never excessive. The more you possess, the more stable your path to becoming an emperor will be. Moreover, this supreme bone is indeed a rare and transplantable divine artifact. If it were to be exchanged for someone of a different constitution, we would find ourselves merely gazing in vain." The 2 elders hastily implored, "Indeed, young master, that girl is but an inconspicuous figure within our lineage. How could she possibly be compared to you? To have her bone excavated by the young master is her fortune. There is no need for compassion. Extract it without hesitation. Even though you already possess the reincarnated eyes and the chaos body, the supreme bone is an invaluable treasure that cannot be forsaken." Qin Jiu Ge turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming chuckled heartily. "Upon your return, when you showcased your reincarnated eyes before me, I immediately conveyed this splendid news to your grandfather. Presently, with the reincarnated eyes, the chaos body, and the supreme bone combined, it is indeed arduous to find anyone with a constitution comparable to yours in the world. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Qin Jiu Ge lifted his head, an expression of pride etched upon his face. With the chaos reincarnated eyes, I am already on an invincible path. Why would I require the bones of others? At this proclamation, those present were momentarily taken aback. No one anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge would express such audacity. However, upon reflection, at merely 18 years of age, possessing both the chaos body and reincarnated eyes, as well as formidable cultivation, Qin Jiu Ge certainly had the grounds for his arrogance. Ha! Qin Ming was the first to recover, bursting into laughter. Well said. Truly, with the chaos reincarnated eyes, I am already invincible. Why would I need to borrow the bones of others? Indeed, he is worthy of being the young dragon of the Qin family. Initially intending to exclaim, "He is my son," he quickly amended his words upon noticing the presence of Qin Jiu Ge's grandfather and the two elders. Ha! My grandson possesses such grandeur. He is undeniably the leader among the younger generation of the Qin family. The contest for the divine heir, I believe, has reached a definitive conclusion. The two elders also began to praise in unison. For one so young, to possess such spirit is truly remarkable. Surely, in the contest for the divine heir, no one could rival the young master. Indeed, the young master is endowed with both the chaos body and reincarnated eyes, leaving no one among the younger generation of the Qin family as his opponent. Such a prodigious talent is a blessing bestowed upon our lineage by the heavens, enabling our rise. After a round of accolades, Qin Hai clapped Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder, saying, "Well, since you possess such resolve, I shall not pressure you further. I trust that with my grandson's innate talent, even without the supreme bone, you shall remain unrivaled in this world." Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Qin Jiu Ge couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly, I am the destined great villain. Even my kin exhibits such demeanor. One could almost deem it a villainous family. There is no doubt, his words are quintessential villainous rhetoric. Nevertheless, for Qin Jiu Ge, the immediate priority is to meet the opposing party and ascertain whether they are indeed the destined child. Once confirmed, he must devise a means to bring this destined child under his command, to serve his own purposes. Just as Qin Jiu Ge was deep in contemplation, an elder suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with concern. "Third elder, please speak freely." Qin Jiu Ge recognized the elder as their lineage's third elder, Qin Run. "Young master, although you have awakened the chaos body and the dual pupils, I must still emphasize that this supreme bone holds considerable potential. That girl, while she may be of our lineage and thus ostensibly aligned with us, has been confined by the clan elder and the second elder in recent days. It is likely that she has become aware of our intentions. Even if not fully cognizant, she must harbor some suspicions. Since you do not covet this supreme bone, it would be wiser to eliminate a potential threat than to nurture it." Qin Run lifted his gaze, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand, decisively mimicking a beheading motion, cutting the grass to eradicate the roots. As for the supreme bone, it could be implanted into another clan member as a reward, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the family. What say you? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This old man was undeniably a villain. Even though he himself had no desire for the supreme bone, he still intended to eliminate the girl. Nevertheless, Qin Jiu Ge had no intention of following the elder's suggestion to dispose of her. He needed to ascertain whether she was indeed the child of destiny. True strength does not stem from external forces like the supreme bone, but rather from the innate fortune that accompanies the child of destiny. Furthermore, a true child of destiny cannot be killed. They will always find myriad ways to escape misfortune and subsequently exact revenge upon those who wronged them. With this thought in mind, Qin Jiu Ge hastily interjected, "Third elder, your words are misguided. After all, she is a naturally born supreme bone, and is far more compatible than any transplant. Moreover, while we have confined her, we have not truly harmed her. Rather than execute her, should we not explore the possibility of winning her over? Allow me to meet this supreme bone." Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's reasoning, the senior members of the Qin family, including Qin Hai, readily acquiesced without a second thought. Although Qin Jiu Ge was the youngest by lineage, the potential he had displayed and the terrifying future that loomed ahead had earned him the respect of these elder statesmen. As for Qin Hai and Qin Ming, being Qin Jiu Ge's close kin, They were particularly attentive to his wishes and would not oppose his intentions. Very well, since you insist, let us proceed with caution. Ultimately, Qin Hai made the decision to allow Qin Jiu Ge to meet the clan member possessing the Supreme Bone. Under the guidance of Qin Hai and the others, Qin Jiu Ge arrived at the entrance of a concealed dungeon. There stood several shadowy guards, heavily armed, ensuring the utmost security. The imposing stone door weighed no less than 10,000 pounds. Observing the stringent defenses, Qin Jiu Ge could not help but twitch his lips. The elders of the Qin family truly held this supreme bone in high regard. Qin Hai produced an oddly shaped key and inserted it into a lock beside the stone door. With a grating sound that sent chills down the spine, the door slowly creaked open. Enter. The supreme bone is within. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, shadows loomed heavily in this place, with not a single beam of sunlight penetrating. Flickering oil lamps cast a dim glow, and a girl, burdened by heavy shackles, slowly awakened, gazing vacantly at the flickering light. Upon gaining clarity of her surroundings, a chill crept upon the corners of the young girl's mouth. To her astonishment, she found herself living anew, back in this very place. She gazed at her environment, softly reflecting on her situation. Suddenly, a tragic memory surged within her mind. In her past life, at the tender age of 16, she awakened the Supreme Bone. Initially, she believed she would be the focus of her family's nurturing, destined to assist the esteemed young master Qin Jiu Ge and ascend to greatness. However, she could never have anticipated that innocence would be punished for possessing precious talent. The Qin family, indifferent to her potential and future, coveted her Supreme Bone instead. Having just awakened this extraordinary gift, she lacked formidable combat prowess and was swiftly captured by Qin Hai and several elders, forcefully imprisoned in this dungeon. What followed was the brutal extraction of her Supreme Bone, which was then implanted into the second tier of the young generation of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge. The mere thought of that name ignited a profound hatred within the girl's eyes. After the theft of her Supreme Bone, she was cast aside like refuse in a graveyard. Perhaps fate had other plans. On the brink of death, she was rescued by a powerful figure, and through her own talent and relentless efforts, she rose to prominence. Ultimately, she achieved the status of an emperor, returning to the Qin family to exact her vengeance. Not only did she effortlessly slay Qin Jiu Ge, the thief of her Supreme Bone, but she also annihilated all those complicit in her suffering. Had it not been for her consideration that the Qin family was her lineage and that others were innocent, she would have ensured the entire clan perished. After obliterating the Qin family, she believed her quest for vengeance was fulfilled and resolutely embarked on the path to transcend the status of emperor. Yet, unexpectedly, a mishap occurred during her ascension. She anticipated death, becoming a mere wisp of a soul in the cosmos. To her astonishment, she found herself returned to the moment her Supreme Bone was seized in her past life. She was to endure the excruciating pain of having her bone extracted once more. A glimmer of determination flickered in the girl's eyes. The Supreme Bone was of little consequence to her. With the memories of her past life intact, she was resolutely confident that in this existence, she would rise even more swiftly than before. Moreover, she was aware that Qin Jiu Ge could not wield her Supreme Bone effectively. In her previous life, after having her Supreme Bone transplanted, Qin Jiu Ge soon fell victim to backlash, experiencing slow advancement and enduring agonizing torment. By the time she perfected her skills and returned to the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge had barely achieved the realm of Dharma manifestation. With a single strike, she would effortlessly slay him. The other masters of the Qin family were no match for her, all falling before her blade. Take it. Let us see how long you can revel in your triumph. A mocking glint flashed in her gaze as she turned toward the stone door. Although she was uncertain why the Qin family had yet to extract her Supreme Bone, she surmised it would not be long before they did. Just then, with a creak, the heavy stone door suddenly swung open. As the door gradually revealed its opening, the figure of Qin Jiu Ge slowly entered. Utilizing the dim light, Qin Jiu Ge noticed a small figure huddled in the corner of the secret chamber. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall before her, obscuring her visage. Beneath this dark veil, a pair of ebony eyes incessantly scrutinized him. How intriguing! As she descended the steps, Qin Jiu Ge approached the young maiden, making no overt move. Suddenly, chains as thick as a child's arm shattered, flying into the air in a flurry. Such impatience! A smirk of mockery graced the girl's lips. Everything mirrored her past life perfectly. In her previous existence, after awakening her Supreme Bone, she was imprisoned by Qin Hai and several elders. Qin Jiu Ge had similarly rushed into the secret chamber, breaking the chains without regard for her vehement resistance and desperate pleas, extracting her supreme bone. Ironically, despite obtaining the supreme bone, Qin Jiu Ge was unable to wield it due to his insufficient innate talent. Instead, she, who was supposed to perish, fortuitously encountered a master, gradually embarking on the path to empresshood. By the time she perfected her cultivation and returned to the Qin family to exact revenge, Qin Jiu Ge could not withstand even a single move from her, turning to ash in an instant. This lifetime would likely unfold in a similar manner. She would allow these insignificant ants to revel for a few years. After all, she would eventually settle the score with them. As the maiden pondered, she suddenly felt a strong hand grasp her chin, and then she beheld a strikingly handsome face, curiously observing her. His features were refined, exuding a subtle heroism. His gaze devoid of fear, filled only with indomitable will and steadfastness. Qin Jiu Ge scrutinized the girl before him, inwardly astonished. This countenance, this gaze, bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yin'er of the Xintian sect. Xiao Yin'er was the destined daughter. This girl likely shared a similar fate. Fortunately, he had returned just in time, or else, should the elders outside have acted prematurely to kill and claim her bone, chaos would have ensued. Nevertheless, despite the resemblance, Qin Jiu Ge was prepared to test the waters. As he gazed upon the familiar face, a flicker of hatred ignited in the depths of the girl's eyes. Once again, Qin Jiu Ge encountered her in this familiar form. He would likely be eager to extract her supreme bone and enhance his power. In the next moment, the girl calmly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the excruciating pain that would gnaw at her very essence. Though she had once held the title of Empress and retained her memories in this rebirth, she was still merely a girl who had just awakened her supreme bone, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The forbidding chamber and the formidable elders outside were beyond her current capabilities to confront. She could only hope that once Qin Jiu Ge extracted her supreme bone, he would discard her like refuse from the Qin family. With a crisp sound, a wave of relief washed over her from body to soul, causing her to involuntarily emit a muffled sound of surprise. Astonished, she opened her eyes to find that Qin Jiu Ge had directly deactivated the formation that suppressed her. The incessant feeling of oppression vanished in an instant. What was happening? In a past life, there was no such event. Upon entering the secret chamber, Qin Jiu Ge barely cast a glance at her, as if she were merely a lamb destined for slaughter. With a swift motion, he extracted her supreme bone, disregarding her anguished writhing on the ground. Instead, he emerged from the chamber with the supreme bone in hand, laughing joyously. Yet in this lifetime, Qin Jiu Ge refrained from directly extracting her bone. Was there an unexpected turn of events? Could it be that he intended to humiliate her further? A cold smile flickered within the girl's heart. The humiliation she suffered today would undoubtedly be repaid tenfold in the future. At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge spoke. Are you the supreme bone of our lineage? As the young master of this clan, I apologize on behalf of their actions regarding your plight. His voice was soft and melodious, devoid of any pretense. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Surely, she must have misheard him. When had Qin Jiu Ge become so courteous? Wasn't she merely the one destined to have her bone extracted? She bore no difference from a slaughtered lamb. Qin Jiu Ge actually apologized to her? Did he believe that a mere apology could alleviate the pain of her impending sacrifice? A trace of derision flickered in her gaze. Speak plainly. If you have something to say, do not hide behind your words. Her tone dripped with disdain. Faced with the girl's provocative demeanor, Qin Jiu Ge remained silent. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. His pupils transformed from 2 to 4, and a chaotic blue lotus manifestation appeared in the sky. Soon, Qin Jiu Ge's aura soared, rapidly reaching the realm of Dharma aspect. The girl could scarcely believe her eyes. Though only 16, her noble lineage from the Qin family granted her insights beyond that of ordinary folk. She understood well the implications of a chaotic physique and what it meant to possess double pupils. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that Qin Jiu Ge was merely 18 this year. To attain the Dharma aspect realm at such a young age, coupled with the extraordinary gifts of double pupils and a chaotic body, how could Qin Jiu Ge possess such abilities? The girl felt her mind falter. She recalled vividly that in her past life, Qin Jiu Ge was merely a practitioner of the mystic fire physique, and at the time of extracting her supreme bone, he had only reached the spirit sea realm. The overwhelming aura pressed heavily upon her, making it difficult to breathe. Qin Jiu Ge's proud voice resounded in her ears. Your supreme bone is of no use to me. Furthermore, to compensate for their imprisonment of you, take these. As his words concluded, 2 round, fragrant pills, imbued with tremendous energy, materialized in his hand. In the next moment, the pills floated and danced above his right hand. The girl stared in astonishment at the 2 pills that had suddenly appeared in Qin Jiu Ge's grasp. Drawing upon the memories of her past life as an emperor, she instantly recognized them. They were Dharma aspect pills. These could enhance one's cultivation in the Dharma aspect realm without any side effects. The young girl lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. She felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Every perception she held of Qin Jiu Ge was utterly shattered in that moment. Qin Jiu Ge not only refrained from extracting her supreme bone, but also offered her an apology and gifted her a medicinal pill? What on earth was happening? Chapter 32. Subduing the Destiny Daughter, Qin Manyu. Reward, Kuanping Treasure Technique. How could this reality be so radically different from her previous life? The girl gazed blankly at the figure before her, unable to reconcile the current Qin Jiu Ge with the cruel villain who had once ruthlessly taken her supreme bone. Dumbfounded, she accepted the from Qin Jiu Ge's hand, sensing the formidable potency of the medicine. Her mind momentarily ceased its workings as she struggled to comprehend the unprecedented turn of events in this lifetime. It was entirely at odds with her memories. She even began to question whether she had misremembered. Quickly, she shook her head vigorously. After achieving the status of a great emperor, her soul's strength had become terrifyingly formidable. How could there possibly be even a slight deviation in her memories concerning such deep-seated enmity? Yet, this starkly different reality was undeniably unfolding before her. Just as she found herself in a state of bewilderment, a powerful hand grasped her delicate, fragile one, lifting her from the ground. Qin Jiu Ge extended his hand, gently stroking her long hair, which resembled black satin, his tone imbued with warmth. I am 18 this year, and by age. Should I not address you as my dear clan sister? He continued, a hint of embarrassment coloring his words. To my shame, I do not even know your name. Instinctively, the girl responded, I am called Qin Manyu. A beautiful name indeed, Qin Jiu Ge remarked, a sense of awe resonating in his voice. Then, as the girl gazed at him in shock, he grasped her shoulders, gently turning her to meet his gaze, his tone earnest. Manyu, dear sister, you have suffered due to some misunderstandings during this time. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek your elder brother. With your elder brother here, no one shall covet your supreme bone again. As he spoke, he took her hand and walked towards the door. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, casting a radiant glow upon Qin Jiu Ge. Bathed in this light, he appeared akin to a protective older brother, and his entire demeanor seemed elevated. The girl's heart was profoundly shaken. Was this truly Qin Jiu Ge? If it was indeed him, how could he treat her so kindly? Not only did he not covet her supreme bone, but he also vowed to protect her and even embraced her as his clan sister. Referring to himself as her elder brother, it was worth noting that Qin Jiu Ge was of the direct lineage, while she was merely a collateral branch. Otherwise, how could Qin Hai and the elders have treated her so disdainfully? As a member of the collateral branch of the Qin family, Qin Manyu vividly recalled that in her previous life, she had never experienced any semblance of familial or friendly affection. Her side character, after all, was merely a marginal figure. Should fortune favor her, and she were to acquire a treasure such as the supreme bone, she would likely be slain for it, treated like livestock. However, she distinctly sensed that Qin Jiu Ge harbored genuine feelings for her, devoid of pretense. This revelation stirred a feeling of skepticism within Qin Manyu, who had never known familial love or friendship. Could this truly be the essence of kinship? Yet, a new question arose instantaneously. In her previous life, Qin Jiu Ge had unhesitatingly seized her supreme bone, showing no compassion for her suffering, as if she were not a person, but merely livestock. Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge had been possessed by another? A possibility struck Qin Manyu. Such a profound transformation in a villain could only be attributed to this singular circumstance. However, she swiftly dismissed this notion. It was simply implausible. Qin Jiu Ge's father, Qin Ming, was a supreme being at the pinnacle of life and death, and her grandfather, Qin Hai, was a being of utmost power. If Qin Jiu Ge had been possessed, surely they would have perceived it. Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge had some ulterior motive? Qin Manyu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Qin Jiu Ge, and the more she looked, the more suspicious she became. Soon, She affirmed her judgment. No matter how much Qin Jiu Ge changed, he remained fundamentally greedy. Humph. Does he think such trivial offerings could sway me? I am not so easily bought. As she regarded the 2 Dharma essence pills in her hand, a cold smirk crept across her face. Just as Qin Manyu pondered the striking contrasts between her past and present lives, Qin Jiu Ge was not idle. He was waiting for the system's prompt to resonate in his mind. Once the notification sounded, he would ascertain Qin Manyu's identity as the destined daughter. Yet, after a prolonged wait, there was not a whisper of sound. Could it be that what he offered was insufficient? With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge flipped his right hand, revealing an ancient storage ring. He extended the ring towards Qin Manyu, saying, "Cousin, your supreme bone has just awakened and requires abundant cultivation resources. I bestow these upon you. I hope that in the future, you can keep pace with me and contribute to the Qin family." A storage ring? Qin Manyu was taken aback, instinctively probing it with her consciousness, and her jaw dropped in astonishment. The ring was brimming with cultivation resources. Moreover, it was filled entirely with essence replenishment materials, perfect for her newly awakened supreme bone. A strange thought flickered in Qin Manyu's mind. Such meticulous consideration from Qin Jiu Ge. Could it be that this incarnation of Qin Jiu Ge was indeed entirely different? In that case, it would be prudent to observe further. Once she began to utilize these resources for cultivation, it would not be long before she mastered that secret technique. Upon successful mastery, regardless of Qin Jiu Ge's intentions, she could swiftly escape. Accepting the storage ring, Qin Manyu performed a graceful bow. Manyu thanks her elder brother. Several elders were considering the well-being of our lineage. How could Manyu harbor resentment? Once Manyu successfully cultivates her skills, she shall undoubtedly repay the Qin family's nurturing kindness with her very essence. In her heart, Qin Manyu secretly devised her plans. Given the resources at hand, and the fact that Qin Jiu Ge had not yet claimed her supreme bone, she decided to tentatively trust that Qin Jiu Ge harbored no ill intentions. After today, she would observe cautiously. Should Qin Jiu Ge indeed possess no malice, she would be open to assisting him and the Qin family in the future. However, if Qin Jiu Ge were to show her hostility, she would not hesitate to confront him once more regarding past grievances. Among the 4 immortal imperial clans, only 3 would remain. Simultaneously, Qin Jiu Ge, who had been silently awaiting the system's notification, finally heard the familiar chime resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have avoided enmity with the destined child and altered your fate, earning a reward. The secret art, Qin treasure technique. Chapter 33. Qin Manyu. There is something amiss with this Qin Jiu Ge. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Jiu Ge's heart jolted with alarm. How fortunate. This Qin Manyu truly is the destined daughter. Thankfully, he had not coveted her supreme bone, thus avoiding conflict with her. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly established a formidable adversary. Moreover, the reward was rather extravagant, was it not? Qin Jiu Ge was astonished. Thus far, he had encountered 3 destined children: Xiao Yin'er of the Xiantian sect, Lin Fan of Dongli City, and now, Qin Manyu. By allying with Xiao Yin'er, the system rewarded him with the top-ranked Chaos Body. Defeating Lin Fan yielded a reward comparable to the Chaos Body, the Heavy Eye. Yet this time, he merely refrained from taking Qin Manyu's supreme bone and offered some reassurance, and he was granted the Qin treasure technique. The Qin treasure technique is one of the 10 ancient secret arts. Its power is truly formidable. Legend has it that this technique was created by a figure above an emperor in ancient times. This implies that while the Chaos Body and Heavy Eye may only enable one to reach the emperor level, the Qin treasure technique can assist him in transcending the emperor realm and achieving a higher echelon of power. It appears that Qin Manyu's fortune surpasses that of Lin Fan by a considerable margin, and perhaps even rivals or slightly exceeds that of Xiao Yin'er. How could a mere supreme bone compare to the Qin treasure technique? After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge regained his composure and took Qin Manyu's hand as they exited the chamber. Outside the secret chamber, Qin Ming, Qin Hai, and several elders were left in a state of bewilderment upon witnessing Qin Jiu Ge emerging with Qin Manyu in tow. What was happening? Qin Jiu Ge had not deprived Qin Manyu of her supreme bone. Moreover, he was holding her hand. The dynamic between them hardly resembled that of a young master of the Qin family and a distant branch providing a supreme bone. Rather, it appeared akin to a pair of harmonious young lovers. Qin Ming, do you think we could play matchmaker for these two? Qin Hai inquired uncertainly. stroking his beard as he turned to Qin Ming. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming immediately grasped Qin Hai's implication. Their recent actions have undoubtedly left a lingering unease within Qin Manyu's heart. Previously, they harbored concerns that even if Qin Jiu Ge did not seize Qin Manyu's supreme bone, she would harbor resentment towards the Qin family due to the events of the past few days, fostering a rebellious sentiment. This is precisely why the third elder had suggested, in a moment of desperation, to eliminate Qin Manyu and transplant her supreme bone to another. However, if Qin Jiu Ge and Qin Manyu were to be brought together, this predicament would be entirely resolved. Qin Jiu Ge, a young prodigy with remarkable charm, is indeed worthy of Qin Manyu. The decision rests solely with his father. Qin Ming respectfully clasped his hands towards Qin Hai, his tone imbued with deference. Very well, I shall take the reins this time. Qin Hai steadied himself, turning his gaze towards Qin Jiu Ge and Qin Manyu, and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, Manyu, my previous actions have indeed done you a disservice. As one grows older, one becomes muddled. In my quest for the prosperity of our lineage, I overlooked the fact that you are also of our blood. It is thanks to Jiu Ge's reminder that I have awakened from this stupor. Fear not, such folly shall be a first and last occurrence. Qin Hai, embodying the spirit of a formidable leader, demonstrated a remarkable ability to acknowledge his mistakes and apologize to someone of considerably lesser age and status. Despite having contemplated the act of taking Qin Manyu's life just moments prior, Qin Manyu remained silent. Although she had never experienced warmth or care from the Qin family since her birth, being manipulated in such a manner was undoubtedly disheartening. Qin Ming was entirely oblivious to Qin Manyu's dissatisfaction, instead laughing heartily as he addressed Qin Jiu Ge. Jiu Ge, should you find yourself with free time in the future, do remember to look after your younger cousin. Bearing the supreme bone, she is destined for greatness. With you and Manyu, our lineage within the Qin family shall undoubtedly rise to prominence. Qin Jiu Ge nodded in agreement. Now that he was aware of Qin Manyu's identity as the chosen one, how could he possibly harbor enmity towards her? Rest assured, grandfather, I have already spoken with my cousin Manyu. Should she require anything in the future, she need only seek me out. From this day forth, I shall be her elder brother. As Qin Manyu observed the sincere expression on Qin Jiu Ge's face and the beaming smile of Qin Hai, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why had she not encountered such circumstances in her previous life? Had Qin Jiu Ge and Qin Hai been able to recognize their errors and treat her kindly, she would not have endured the excruciating pain of having her bones stripped away. Nor would she have harbored resentment as she fought her solitary battle on the path to becoming an emperor. Though she had personally brought about the destruction of the Qin family prior to her ascension to emperor, thus resolving her own turmoil, the insurmountable demons that plagued her were intrinsically tied to the traumatic experience of having her supreme bones severed at the tender age of 16. Qin Manyu even speculated that, had she not endured that ordeal, she might have successfully ascended to the rank of emperor without the need for a second chance at life. Fortuitously, in this lifetime, for reasons unknown, Qin Jiu Ge did not replicate the actions of his past life by directly stripping her of her supreme bone. Nor did Qin Hai display the same obstinacy as before. Although there had been some previous discomfort, as long as no irreversible events had transpired, there remained a possibility for reconciliation. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over Qin Manyu. Suddenly, she realized that it was Qin Jiu Ge who had led her out of the dungeon, and now, her hand was still entwined with his. Her delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Her right hand, as if jolted by electricity, instinctively withdrew, and she clasped both hands together at her waist. Bowing respectfully to Qin Hai, "Thank you, grandfather." At that moment, Qin Hai no longer exuded the imposing aura of a formidable leader. Instead, he resembled a benevolent elder. "Jiu Ge, Manyu has been quite shaken these past few days. Please see her back to her residence yourself. I shall have the servants prepare a new courtyard for her. Her status has changed, and she can no longer reside in her previous quarters." Qin Jiu Ge did not decline Qin Hai's arrangement. He understood that his recent actions in the secret chamber were merely to ease Qin Manyu's hostility towards his lineage. The rift caused by the near-fatal incident with their kin would require time to mend. 2 months later, within Qin Jiu Ge's chamber, he sat cross-legged on his bed, motionless, as if in a state of meditation. Suddenly, an astounding aura erupted from his being. He slowly opened his eyes, a look of delight gracing his features. After this period of cultivation, he had finally broken through once more, reaching the 4th level of the Dharma aspect. Chapter 34. The contest of the chosen one. Qin Ming's confidence. At last, he had attained the 4th level of the Dharma aspect. As he opened his eyes, Qin Jiu Ge felt a sense of solace within. Throughout these 2 months, he had tirelessly devoted himself to training, achieving this breakthrough just before the contest of the chosen one. Now, endowed with the power of the heavy pupil and the support of the chaos body, he felt confident in prevailing against even the most distinguished talents of the first sequence. If not surpassing them in cultivation level, he truly could not fathom how he might fail in this contest. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. The aged voice of Li Bo echoed from outside. "Young master, the lineage master has sent for you. The contest of the chosen one is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge rose from his bed, gesturing for a moon-white robe hanging on the rack to float into his hands. After donning the garment, he opened the door. Outside stood Qin Hai, Qin Ming, and several elders, all waiting expectantly. Upon seeing Qin Jiu Ge, their eyes widened in astonishment. This aura, this demeanor, could it be? Qin Ming was the first to react, bursting into laughter as he approached Qin Jiu Ge and embraced his shoulders heartily. "Ha! You've broken through again. You must be at the 4th level of the Dharma aspect now." As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, Qin Hai and the other elders stepped forward to congratulate Qin Jiu Ge. "Young master, you are truly gifted. In just a few short months, you have achieved another breakthrough. This is indeed cause for celebration. With the heavy pupil and the chaos body, and now at the 4th level of the Dharma aspect, you are a prodigy of exceptional talent. It is destined that our lineage shall flourish." With his beard now white as snow, Qin Haibai trembled with excitement, his gaze towards Qin Jiu Ge brimming with gratification. For generations, their lineage had been stifled, yet now they finally glimpsed a chance for resurgence. How could he not feel elated? Qin Ming patted Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder, exclaiming, "With a chaotic body at the 4th level of law manifestation and the aid of dual pupils, this trial of the divine sun is undoubtedly ours to claim." Without further ado, he strode confidently towards the training arena. Today marked the dawn of their lineage's revival. At the Qin family training arena, it was constructed atop a vast expanse of floating islands. The ground was paved with resilient Qingang stone, exceptionally sturdy. Surrounding the arena were the domains of various branches of the Qin family. The heads of each branch were seated at the center, flanked by the talented youth of their respective lineages. The patriarch, Qin Yu, occupied the very center, exuding an aura akin to that of a moon surrounded by stars. Qin Yu served as the head of the 2nd branch of the Qin family. The illustrious Qin Sahan, a prodigy of the 1st branch, hailed from this very lineage. Beside Qin Yu sat 4 young men adorned in brocade robes, their appearances striking. According to the memories of the original owner, Qin Jiu Ge recognized these 4 as the top talents of the younger generation, excluding himself. His attention was irresistibly drawn to one young man seated next to Qin Yu. This young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and robust, clad in a cerulean robe that seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams. Most astonishing of all was his hair, which shone with an unusual fiery red hue. As if sensing Qin Jiu Ge's gaze, the young man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red irises that fixed intently on Qin Jiu Ge, reminiscent of a fierce beast. In the younger generation of the Qin family, he was none other than Qin Lang, the foremost talent of his generation. Starting his cultivation at the tender age of 3, he broke through to the Qi condensation stage at 11, leaving his competitors far behind. Undaunted by Qin Lang's intense gaze, Qin Jiu Ge met his stare with serene composure. Their eye contact drew the attention of several clan members, igniting a flurry of hushed discussions. Qin Lang and Qin Jiu Ge have locked eyes. "Is the confrontation between the 1st and 2nd branches about to commence?" whispered the onlookers. Qin Jiu Ge is indeed a young genius, but alas, he faces the prodigious Qin Lang. They lamented. In this contest for the divine sun, he may well return in defeat. Indeed, young Master Qin Lang was hailed as the premier genius of the younger generation, having attained the 2nd level of law manifestation while possessing the 9-dragon divine body, a physique second only to the chaotic body. Upon hearing these murmurs, Qin Manyu and Su Xianer exchanged discreet glances of disdain. The 9-dragon divine body, the 2nd level of law manifestation? Compared to ordinary individuals, such attributes are indeed extraordinary, they mused. However, when juxtaposed with Qin Jiu Ge, it pales in comparison. For Qin Jiu Ge possesses the chaotic body and the dual pupils, each of which could effortlessly eclipse the so-called 9-dragon divine body. Amidst the murmurs of the clan, Qin Hai descended slowly with Qin Jiu Ge, settling into their rightful place. The surrounding clansmen were taken aback upon seeing Qin Jiu Ge in just a few months. His aura seemed markedly transformed. If the previous Qin Jiu Ge resembled a sword unsheathed, now he appeared as a divine blade concealed within its scabbard. As soon as Qin Jiu Ge took his seat, he sensed several wary gazes directed at him. Without needing to look, he knew these stares emanated from the three major factions. Aside from Qin Lang, ignoring these individuals, Qin Jiu Ge turned his attention directly to Qin Lang. At this moment, Qin Lang had subdued his earlier fervor for battle, sitting calmly in his chair, lost in thought. Indeed, there is an air of sophistication. Without the system, this pretense would be hard to maintain. Qin Jiu Ge mused inwardly with a cold smirk. Before the awakening of the system, with the original body's cultivation level, even possessing the supreme bone would not have made him a match for Qin Lang. But now, dealing with a mere Qin Lang required no more than a casual display of his prowess to secure victory effortlessly. Brother Hai, who do you think will triumph in this contest for the Divine Sun? The amiable Qin Guang, head of the four factions, inquired of Qin Hai, his tone laced with curiosity. Need it be said? Undoubtedly, it will be Qin Lang. At such a young age, he has already attained the second level of the Dharma aspect, not to mention bearing the nine-dragon divine body. His fortune indeed humbles us all. Before Qin Hai could respond, another faction leader eagerly interjected. That may not be the case. Qin Hai stroked his beard, adopting an air of inscrutability. His remark piqued the interest of the other clansmen, who cast inquisitive glances toward Qin Jiu Ge. What is this? Is there perhaps a hidden gem within your faction? With a light chuckle, Qin Hai replied. You shall find out once the competition commences. Seeing Qin Hai's reluctance to divulge more, the other clansmen began to grumble. Brother Hai, why are you being so coy? Indeed, just share what you know. The conversation among Qin Hai and his companions was not discreet, and thus the surrounding clansmen overheard. Qin Lang, who had been meditating quietly, opened his eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing his blood-red gaze. Diminishing his status? Is that even feasible? The illustrious reputation of Qin Lang was not merely a product of flattery. It had been forged through relentless dominance over his peers since the tender age of 3. Qin Jiu Ge was hardly unknown to him. He was well aware of the latter's capabilities. Perhaps to others, Qin Jiu Ge appeared remarkable, possessing the Xuanhua physique and the Linghai realm. He was indeed a notable figure among the younger generation of the Tianxuan Continent. Yet who was Qin Lang? The unparalleled first among the Qin clan's youth, endowed with the nine-dragon divine body and the Dharma aspect cultivation. This time, he would demonstrate through sheer strength that he, Qin Lang, was the rightful first in the hierarchy and the indisputable choice for the Divine Sun. As Qin Lang prepared to unleash his wrath upon Qin Jiu Ge, Qin Yu, who had been seated calmly in his chair, suddenly moved. Without any visible effort, he seemed to glide like a gust of wind to the center of the martial arts arena. Esteemed members of our clan, Qin Yu's voice, though not loud, resonated with a commanding presence that pierced the very souls of those present. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, with countless eyes fixated on Qin Yu, eagerly awaiting his next words. Today marks the contest for the Divine Sun among the younger generation of the Qin family. As is customary, the rules of this contest dictate that we enter the secret realm to slay ferocious beasts. Different beasts yield varying points, and ultimately, the one with the highest score prevails. During our time in the secret realm, each of you from the 5 major lineages may lead your followers into the depths, united in the hunt for these beasts. The points earned from the beasts slain by your followers will be attributed to your respective lineage. As Qin Yu's words concluded, the members of the Qin family bore expressions of understanding and acceptance. This tradition had long been established. The contest for the Divine Sun essentially serves as the selection process for the next clan leader. To excel in this role, one must possess a loyal and trustworthy cadre. Thus, the 5 major lineages each maintain their own group of followers. These followers are typically young talents from various branches who, while not quite qualified to lead a lineage, seek to elevate their own status by aligning with a successful candidate for the Divine Sun. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, several young individuals rose within their respective camps, their cultivation levels primarily around the mid-stage of the spiritual sea. They took flight, positioning themselves behind each lineage, forming a protective circle around their leaders. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Why is there no one behind young Master Qin Jiu Ge? Indeed, where are his followers? This seems unusual. Given how protective Qin Hai is, he should have at least secured a few followers for Qin Jiu Ge. In the perilous secret realm, the absence of followers might indicate that Qin Jiu Ge was prepared to forfeit his chance at the Divine Sun title. Listening to the murmurs around her, Qin Manyu felt a mix of pride and schadenfreude. Although Qin Jiu Ge had not taken away her supreme bone in this lifetime, the excruciating pain from her past still left her with some resentment toward him. Now, witnessing Qin Jiu Ge devoid of any followers, she couldn't help but feel a sense of malicious delight. Perhaps his usual arrogance had driven away potential followers? Yet, in the contest for the Divine Sun, the role of followers often proved to be more significant than that of the lineages themselves. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands without the assistance of followers. Confronting the multitude of ferocious beasts within the secret realm would be a daunting task indeed. Moreover, while these followers may not match the lineages in strength, they are still among the most capable of the younger generation, capable of slaying relatively weaker beasts, thus accumulating a considerable amount of points. Even the typically self-important Qin Lang exercised caution in selecting 7 followers to serve as his foundation. Qin Jiu Ge, why do you lack followers? In response to Qin Yu's inquiry regarding the unusual circumstance surrounding Qin Jiu Ge, the latter clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, raised his chin, and gestured to himself with his right thumb, stating, "For this mere trial of the secret realm, my presence alone suffices. What need have I for followers?" Upon his utterance, the surrounding clansmen and elders were immediately taken aback. Was this young man utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation? The Qin family had not witnessed a contest among divine sons without the accompaniment of followers for many years. Was he mad? Or had he overestimated his own strength? Yet, it was peculiar. Qin Jiu Ge had always been composed and prudent, and that crafty old fox Qin Hai would never allow such reckless behavior from him. Had Qin Jiu Ge concealed his true prowess, thus exuding such confidence? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Lang raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on Qin Jiu Ge, and after a moment, he let out a cold scoff. A mere jester, seeking to draw attention. Qin Lang was confident that his strength outclassed all others among the younger generation of the Qin family. No one was his equal. Yet, even with his formidable abilities, he would never dare to boast of needing no followers. This led him to speculate that Qin Jiu Ge was likely aware of his inferiority and was attempting to capture the clan leader's attention through such audacity. However, would events truly unfold as he wished? As the long-standing first in the Qin family hierarchy, Qin Lang prided himself on his superior insight and experience. He was acutely aware of the challenges and dangers inherent in the contention for the Divine Sun. Relying solely on one's strength could never secure ultimate victory. Very well. Since you are resolute, I shall not impose further. Take care of yourself. Qin Yu had not anticipated Qin Jiu Ge's audacity and chose not to press the matter further. With a flick of his hands, a delicate pagoda materialized in his grasp. This pagoda was the key to unlocking the secret realm. By stepping through its entrance, one could gain direct access to the realm beyond. Supporting the pagoda with his right hand, he formed a seal with his left, chanting incantations. As Qin Yu recited, the pagoda expanded, hovering above his right hand. Go! With a powerful command, the now magnificent pagoda soared upward and landed heavily on the ground. A golden door slowly creaked open. The trial for the Divine Sun of the Qin family commences. Chapter 36. Had Qin Jiu Ge abandoned the Divine Sun trial? As the golden door swung open, Qin Lang and several other prominent figures, accompanied by their followers, stepped through the threshold. Traditionally, the rules of the Qin family's Divine Sun contest dictated entry based on rank. However, this time, there was a notable deviation. Qin Jiu Ge, the second in the younger generation of the Qin family, had chosen to enter the secret realm last. This decision left the surrounding clansmen bewildered. Entering the secret realm first meant encountering ferocious beasts sooner, allowing for their swift extermination and the acquisition of points at an accelerated pace. Why did Qin Jiu Ge neglect to capitalize on the advantages at his disposal and instead choose to enter the secret realm? This sparked a flurry of discussions. What has become of the young master Qin Jiu Ge? Since his appearance today, there has been an air of peculiarity surrounding him. Indeed, entering the secret realm earlier would enhance the possibility of slaying the ferocious beasts sooner. Without even a follower to accompany him, why does he not hasten inside? Could it be that the old fellow Qin Hai has become senile, allowing the younger generation to act with such recklessness in the Divine Sun competition? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Jiu Ge took a decisive step forward, crossing the threshold. In the next moment, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. The surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The Qin family's martial arts arena had vanished, replaced by a desolate expanse. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid stench, and the sounds of furious roars from various ferocious beasts echoed in his ears. Qin Jiu Ge strolled leisurely within the secret realm, hands clasped behind his back. Drawing upon the memories of his original self, he understood that upon entering the trial's secret realm, the 5 major sequences would be randomly dispersed throughout the realm. This arrangement served to prevent premature encounters among the sequences, thus avoiding unnecessary conflicts. In the martial arts arena, Qin Yu extended his hands, unleashing an astonishing aura that suddenly manifested as a magnificent celestial canopy in the sky. This canopy soared to an impressive height of several dozen zhang, divided into 5 segments. At the center of each segment stood the 5 major sequences participating in the Divine Sun competition, the supreme artifact, though he had witnessed it numerous times before. Each sighting left him in awe of its extraordinary nature. Qin Hai mused as he stroked his white beard. It seemed that only a prestigious family like the Qin, standing at the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Continent, or that enigmatic holy place, could possess such depth to utilize a supreme artifact as a grand screen. Su Xian'er gazed at the screen, her mouth agape at the sight of Qin Jiu Ge's figure. What had she just heard? The Qin family was showcasing the performances of the 5 major sequences to all. What a grand display! Look, someone exclaimed. Young Master Qin Lang has just entered the secret realm and already encountered a formidable beast. All eyes were drawn to the central section of the grand screen. Within it, Qin Lang's eyes glowed crimson, his red hair billowing as he faced off against a beast the size of a small mountain. This creature stood no less than 15 zhang tall, surrounded by swirling crimson flames, resembling a black bear, but entirely enveloped in fiery red. It was the Flame Giant Bear, a beast of the law manifestation realm. The Flame Giant Bear. What horrendous luck young Master Qin Lang has to encounter such a powerful beast immediately upon entering the secret realm? Qin Lang was at the second layer of the law manifestation realm. The beast was likely of similar strength. However, the Flame Giant Bear possessed immense strength and a tough hide, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Coupled with its astonishing heat, even someone at the 5th layer of the law manifestation realm would find it challenging to defeat. This time, young Master Qin Lang might be in dire straits. One could only wonder if he would be able to vanquish the Flame Giant Bear. Even in defeat, it is a Pyrrhic victory. It was initially presumed that young Master Qin Lang would achieve victory effortlessly, yet it now appears quite challenging. While the members of the Qin family in the training arena anxiously watched over Qin Lang, the scene unfolded with Qin Lang finally making his move. With his head bowed, 9 distinct dragons coiled around him. In the next moment, Qin Lang propelled himself like a cannonball towards the flaming giant bear. In an instant, Qin Lang's figure appeared before the fiery creature. Provoked by the audacity of this diminutive being, the flaming giant bear erupted in fury, its colossal paw descending upon Qin Lang with the force of a meteor. The tremendous power, laced with flames, crashed down towards Qin Lang's head. The Qin family sensed that should this strike land, even someone as formidable as Qin Lang would sustain grave injuries. Some of the more timid female relatives had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yet, young Master Qin Lang caught the blow. A gasp drew everyone's gaze once more. The screen revealed Qin Lang lifting his hands above his head, 2 dragon shadows entwined between his arms. The next moment, the enormous flaming giant bear was hoisted aloft, as if it were a mere feather. Qin Lang grasped the bear's arm, which was thicker than his own body, and slammed it down onto the unyielding ground with ferocity. Instantly, a bear-shaped crater formed in the hard earth. Without affording the flaming giant bear a moment to react, he struck again, forcefully driving it into the ground. Although the supreme artifact could not convey sound, the Qin family could sense the heavy thud as the bear's body collided with the earth. Qin Lang hurled it down repeatedly, a serene expression adorning his face as he finally released his grip. The flaming giant bear lay on the ground, its flames dimmed, and its bones grotesquely bent, clearly broken from the relentless barrage of Qin Lang's strikes. After a brief moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Qin family members. Young Master Qin Lang was akin to a celestial being descending to earth. How astonishing that such a ferocious flaming giant bear was effortlessly vanquished by him. Indeed, young Master Qin Lang was the embodiment of the 9 dragon divine body. In the realm of water, dragon power reigns supreme. How could a mere flaming giant bear ever hope to rival him? Young Master Qin Lang truly deserves his title as the foremost of the young generation of the Qin family, effortlessly slaying a beast of the law manifestation realm. Simply breathtaking. The outcome of this Divine Sun contest seems devoid of suspense. The other competitors, let alone slaying a flaming giant bear of the law manifestation realm, have yet to even reach such a level themselves. In the past, when faced with beasts of the law manifestation realm, victory relied on collective strength and teamwork, often incurring injuries. Yet, young Master Qin Lang single-handedly defeated this beast. Amidst the discussions of the Qin family, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Qin Lang was not only a member of his second lineage, but also his own flesh and blood. Witnessing his son's remarkable achievements, how could a father not feel elated? Chapter 37, Qin Jiu Ge. Has he broken through to the law manifestation realm? Congratulations to the clan leader. Young Master Qin Lang's prowess is extraordinary, and the outcome of this Divine Sun contest can likely be declared. Indeed, the adage holds true, a tiger father begets no dog son. Young Master Qin Lang truly possesses remarkable skills. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Qin Yu, with a smile, stroked his beard, his face adorned with pride, yet he feigned humility, repeatedly stating, "Do not speak so highly of me. The other prominent figures are also quite formidable. Let us observe further." Just then, a gasp of astonishment reverberated through the crowd. "Look over there. Young Master Qin Jiu Ge has encountered a ferocious beast of the Dharma manifestation realm." This exclamation instantaneously drew everyone's attention to the upper left corner of the screen. In the display, Qin Jiu Ge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind. Before him loomed a magnificent striped tiger with wings, its gaze fixed intently upon him. It was the winged tiger. This creature not only possessed immense strength and ferocity, but also the ability to fly. The members of the Qin family, well versed in such matters, knew that ferocious beasts are quite distinct from humans. Generally, beasts of the Dharma manifestation realm do not possess the ability to fly, which allows humans to leverage their aerial advantage during combat, thus gaining the upper hand. However, some exceptionally gifted beasts can soar freely even at the Dharma manifestation level. The danger posed by such creatures far surpasses that of their grounded counterparts. It can be said that had Qin Lang encountered this winged tiger instead of the flame giant bear, victory would not have been as easily attained. Moreover, in the eyes of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge's prowess pales in comparison to that of the foremost figure, Qin Lang. For a moment, many could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Qin Jiu Ge. Naturally, there were also those who reveled in the spectacle. With such a terrifying beast before him, it seemed that Qin Jiu Ge's aspirations in this divine contest would likely meet a disheartening end. Many turned their gazes toward Qin Hai and his son Qin Ming in the stands. "Brother Hai, your grandson is at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm. With the addition of the Xian fire divine body, he should be able to contend with this creature, albeit with great difficulty. However, after overcoming this beast, he may find himself lacking the strength for the subsequent trials. The impetuousness of youth. He clearly lacks sufficient strength yet insists on participating alone. A level of arrogance not even Qin Lang would dare to exhibit." Beside Qin Hai, the patriarch of the third line watched him with a smirk, his tone dripping with derision. Indeed, Jiu Ge's strength is unquestionable. He will likely overcome this beast, though it will not be without struggle. It is quite possible that the illustrious second line will be the first to face elimination, ending up in a mere fifth place. The patriarch of the fourth line chimed in, adding his own scornful remarks directed at Qin Hai. In the face of such derisive provocations, Qin Hai remained remarkably composed. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied with serene confidence, "Let us await the outcome." Observing Qin Hai's tranquility, the patriarchs of the third and fourth lines inwardly scoffed. "Once Qin Jiu Ge is eliminated, let us see if you can maintain such composure." At that moment, on the screen, Qin Jiu Ge suddenly made a move. He extended his right hand toward the sky, gently pressing downward. Instantly, a colossal hand, manifested from spiritual energy, descended like a mountain. The once mighty flying tiger, its eyes gleaming fiercely, had just unfurled its formidable wings, yet before it could take flight, a colossal hand crushed it into a mere pulp in an instant. Blood spattered and danced through the air, resembling a torrential downpour of crimson rain. In this harrowing scene, Qin Jiu Ge maintained an air of calm and nonchalance as he departed without a backward glance. The terrifying spectacle left the onlooking members of the Qin family utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Was it truly a jest? The flying tiger, a beast of the law manifestation realm, was effortlessly dispatched by Qin Jiu Ge in a single encounter? Had they been hallucinating? Was Qin Jiu Ge truly capable of vanquishing a creature of such caliber in the blink of an eye? How utterly terrifying. This was a ferocious beast of the law manifestation realm. To defeat it with a single strike, what kind of prowess did Qin Jiu Ge possess? Was he not merely at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm? Even with the enhancement of a divine physique, it seemed implausible that he could so effortlessly eliminate such a beast. Indeed, the physical might of ferocious beasts typically surpassed that of humans, necessitating formidable martial skills for humans to triumph over them. Yet, why did it feel as though Qin Jiu Ge was the true ferocious beast? Could it be that he had ascended to the law manifestation realm? Upon hearing this, the Qin family members present felt a chill of trepidation. If Qin Jiu Ge had indeed achieved the law manifestation realm, the gap between him and the esteemed Qin Lang would be negligible. Should Qin Jiu Ge have followers of considerable strength, a confrontation with Qin Lang could yield unpredictable results. Yet, presently, Qin Jiu Ge had no followers at all. To these observers, even if Qin Jiu Ge had genuinely advanced to the law manifestation realm, he would still be at a level below Qin Lang. If his followers were stronger than Qin Lang's, there might still be a chance. However, without any followers, Qin Jiu Ge was utterly incapable of contending with Qin Lang. "Brother Hai, your lineage has concealed its depths quite well," someone remarked, enviously eyeing Qin Hai. Initially, he believed that Jiu Ge was merely the master of the spirit sea pinnacle realm, representing the third lineage. He had assumed that Qin Jiu Ge was overestimating himself by going without followers. Even if he defeated the flying tiger, he would surely be gravely weakened, allowing their lineage to gain the upper hand. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Jiu Ge had dispatched the flying tiger without a scratch. Indeed, they had thought the contest for the divine son would hold no suspense, but now it appeared there was indeed a measure of uncertainty. The master of the fourth lineage approached, somewhat begrudgingly offering compliments to Qin Hai. In response to these accolades, Qin Ming smiled without speaking. No one understood Qin Jiu Ge's strength better than he did. The others, observing Qin Ming's smile, began to feel a sense of unease. The power Qin Jiu Ge had just displayed was already extraordinarily terrifying. Could there be more hidden beneath the surface? In an instant, they dismissed that notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if Qin Jiu Ge were at the second layer of the law manifestation realm, he would have no chance of seizing the title of Divine Son, unless he could achieve consecutive breakthroughs within 3 months, reaching the fourth layer of the law manifestation realm. Only then could he contend against Qin Lang and his followers alone, securing ultimate victory. However, was it feasible to accomplish such a feat of continuous breakthroughs within 3 months, advancing through 1 major realm and 3 minor realms? Everyone is an expert, well aware that the difficulty of breaking through each layer of the Dharma aspect realm increases exponentially. It is simply inconceivable that Qin Jiu Ge possesses such terrifying talent. In other words, if he truly had such a gift, he would not have remained at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea for so long. Chapter 38. The Revelation of Qin Jiu Ge's Strength. Dharma Aspect Level 4. Within the secret realm, several major sequences gradually converged with their followers. Previously, they had been randomly assigned to different locations within the secret realm, but through communication tools, they continuously drew closer to the main sequences. Upon the successful rendezvous of the 5th sequence's followers, all but Qin Jiu Ge among the 4 major sequences successfully united with their respective followers. Their combat power surged geometrically. Some sequences even practiced combined techniques with their followers, achieving remarkable synergy, resulting in a rapid increase in their efficiency and speed in slaying ferocious beasts. In stark contrast, Qin Jiu Ge remained solitary, traversing the secret realm and appearing somewhat out of place. Although he effortlessly dispatched every ferocious beast he encountered without a single challenge, it is undeniable that a lone fist cannot contend with multiple hands. His efficiency in slaying beasts paled in comparison to the well-coordinated efforts of the other sequences. Outside the battlefield, the Qin family disciples responsible for tallying scores diligently recorded the performances of each sequence on a scoreboard with brush and ink, allowing the onlookers from the Qin family to gain a more direct understanding of the sequence's performances. According to the scoreboard, Qin Lang was leading by a wide margin, his score exceeding that of the second-place 3rd sequence by more than double. Meanwhile, the solitary Qin Jiu Ge ranked 3rd. Given that he achieved such a standing through his own strength, the observing members of the Qin family could not help but express their astonishment. Indeed, he is worthy of being the second sequence, having even advanced to the Dharma aspect realm. If it weren't for his excessive pride, he might have secured second place. Even if he could not surpass young Master Qin Lang. Why, one might wonder, would he choose such a path? Has he become so intoxicated by his breakthrough into the Dharma aspect realm that he has lost his bearings? Let us not forget that young Master Qin Lang also resides in the Dharma aspect realm and has followers of his own. Alas, it can only be said that this is fate. Perhaps Qin Jiu Ge is destined to remain as the third sequence. Just as the spectators felt a tinge of regret regarding Qin Jiu Ge's performance, his actions on the screen suddenly elicited another round of gasps. He abruptly ceased his assault on the ferocious beasts and sat down in a meditative posture. What is he doing? Why has he suddenly chosen to sit? He currently stands third. If he exerted himself a bit more, he could easily catch up to the second place. Moreover, if he gives up now, he risks losing even his third place. No, wait. This posture resembles that of cultivation. Could it be that he intends to break through? As this thought crossed the minds of the observing Qin family members, nearly all of them instantly dismissed the notion. Among the members of the Qin family present, many possessed cultivation levels that far exceeded the realm of Dharma manifestation. They understood that breakthroughs at this level were often delicate matters that should not be disturbed. Generally speaking, for one to transcend the Dharma manifestation realm, it was essential to find an environment that was absolutely secure and serene, complemented by the presence of a trustworthy and formidable guardian to ensure a safe passage through the breakthrough. However, they were currently within a secret realm. Not to mention the potential interference from other sequences, the ferocious beasts alone could thwart Qin Jiu Ge's attempt at advancement. Several elders from Qin Jiu Ge's lineage shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the folly of the young man. Indeed, breaking through the Dharma manifestation realm was no trivial matter. How could he treat it so lightly? If a fierce beast were to suddenly appear, it would not only lead to failure, but also risk backlash, plunging him into madness. The elders were so anxious that they wished to rush into the secret realm to protect Qin Jiu Ge. At that moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Qin Jiu Ge. Was this the aura of the fourth layer of Dharma manifestation? One elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he had misjudged the situation. To their understanding, Qin Jiu Ge should only be at the first layer, perhaps at most the second layer of Dharma manifestation. Yet, the momentum he had just unleashed unequivocally indicated a level far beyond the fourth layer. In an instant, the onlookers were profoundly shaken. How much time had passed? Qin Jiu Ge had actually broken through to the fourth layer of Dharma manifestation? Given his current demeanor, was he preparing to advance to the fifth layer? It was worth noting that merely 3 months prior, Qin Jiu Ge had publicly claimed to be at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea. And now, he had reached the fourth layer of Dharma manifestation and was poised for further ascension? So this was the source of his confidence? Beside Qin Hai, an elder muttered to himself, somewhat stuttering in awe. Initially, he had harbored grievances regarding Qin Jiu Ge's perceived arrogance and lack of followers. Yet, witnessing Qin Jiu Ge's formidable prowess, he found himself deeply impressed by both his strength and temperament. The young man had concealed his abilities so well. Surely, he must have broken through the Dharma manifestation realm long ago. As the elder's words fell, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement. They all surmised that Qin Jiu Ge must have transcended the Dharma manifestation realm well in advance, keeping it a secret to astonish others during the competition for the Divine Sun. And now, he had indeed achieved that. No one believed that Qin Jiu Ge had, within a mere 3 months, ascended from the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea to the fourth layer, or even the fifth layer of Dharma manifestation. After all, to accomplish such a feat, breaking through 1 major realm and 5 minor realms in just 3 months, was astounding. This rate of cultivation was unparalleled, even among the prodigious figures who had once stood at the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Continent. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Jiu Ge is about to break through again. Qin Hai and Qin Ming beamed with joy as they observed Qin Jiu Ge on the screen. The fifth layer of Dharma manifestation already placed him 2 minor realms ahead of Qin Lang, the first in the sequence. Moreover, with the extraordinary attributes of the dual pupils and the chaotic body, the current Qin Jiu Ge is undoubtedly well equipped to defeat Qin Lang. The contest for the title of Son of God now bears no suspense. How could they not feel exhilarated? Yet, amidst their excitement, Qin Hai and Qin Ming exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Reflecting on the last time they encountered Qin Jiu Ge, it must have been 2 months prior. when he was merely at the second level of the law manifestation realm. Merely 2 months have passed. A breakthrough of 1 level per month. Is this the terrifying prowess of the dual pupils combined with the chaotic body? Qin Hai and Qin Ming shared a knowing look. A singular thought resonating firmly in their hearts. My son shall become an emperor. My grandson shall become an emperor. Chapter 39. The Position of the Son of God. It is none other than young Master Jiu Ge. All eyes were captivated by the image of Qin Jiu Ge. Everyone yearned to witness whether this once second-tier figure could achieve a successful breakthrough. Should Qin Jiu Ge indeed succeed, his strength would become unequivocally supreme. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Qin Jiu Ge let out a resounding roar that echoed through the realms. With each cry, the aura emanating from him surged relentlessly. In mere moments, his presence escalated to an astonishing level. Then, as if a barrier had been shattered, his aura surged once more. The observing members of the Qin family instantly recognized that Qin Jiu Ge had indeed broken through the barrier, ascending to the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. They could see that this breakthrough was seamless, as though it were a natural progression. As they beheld the triumphant Qin Jiu Ge, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. At 18 years of age, he has reached the 5th level of law manifestation. It is worth noting that even the renowned genius Qin Lang, acknowledged by the Qin family as a once-in-500 years talent, is currently only at the 3rd level. With this breakthrough, Qin Jiu Ge has surpassed Qin Lang by 2 minor realms. Is this the confidence that enables Qin Jiu Ge to venture alone into the secret realm? Several elders incessantly praised Qin Hai. Congratulations, Brother Hai. It seems the contest for the Son of God is nearing its conclusion. The title rightfully belongs to young Master Jiu Ge. Indeed, the 5th level of law manifestation at 18 years of age allows for absolute dominance. No one can rival young Master Jiu Ge. Our branch shall finally have its moment of glory. Once young Master Jiu Ge ascends to the position of patriarch of the Qin family, our lineage will surely prosper. Among the crowd, some elders also chose to extend their congratulations to Qin Ming. Patriarch, you have raised a remarkable son. With such an outstanding youth like Jiu Ge, your contributions are not insignificant. Yes, we initially believed securing 2nd place would be commendable, but it now appears that our lineage is indeed the first. Young Master Jiu Ge is the true Son of God. In the face of the elders' congratulations, Qin Hai and Qin Ming wore broad smiles, yet continuously feigned modesty, asserting, "It's merely mediocre. We have only just learned of this. This young man has concealed himself quite deeply, and the results have yet to be revealed." To proclaim that Jiu Ge is the chosen one at this juncture seems somewhat premature. Let us await the conclusion of the competition. The jubilance of the 1st line instantly soured the expressions of several elders from the 2nd line, where Qin Lang resided. Is it not too soon to celebrate before the contest has ended? They thought. Although the prowess displayed by Qin Jiu Ge was undeniably impressive, he remained but one individual. And his mystical fire divine body was hardly comparable to Qin Lang's 9-dragon divine body. Somewhat irascible elders from the 2nd line retorted sharply. Even if Qin Jiu Ge currently possesses a 5th-tier Dharma form, he is still but one person. The outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, the esteemed young Master Qin Lang had shared years of camaraderie with his followers, their synergy unbreakable. A mere 2 realms of disparity should not be deemed significant. It is not the fault of others. Rather, it is Qin Jiu Ge's arrogance that is to blame. Had he brought followers into the secret realm, even young Master Qin Lang would find the situation challenging. But as it stands, the verdict remains ambiguous. Precisely, young Master Qin Lang wields the 9-dragon divine body, second only to the primal chaos body. Engaging in battles across realms is not beyond his capabilities. They exclaimed. And what is Qin Jiu Ge? With his mere mystical fire body? Even if he possesses a slight advantage in cultivation, it will prove ineffective against the 9-dragon divine body. Do not revel too soon. Soon young Master Qin Lang will demonstrate through strength who truly embodies the chosen one. In light of the retorts from the elders of the 2nd line, Qin Hai and Qin Ming remained unfazed. After all, they were privy to the truth. Qin Jiu Ge was not merely a mystical fire body, but rather a chaos body with heavy pupils. Such a configuration is unparalleled across the entire Tianxuan Continent. Even if he were 2 realms behind, he would still possess the capacity to contend. Look, what is Qin Jiu Ge doing? A gasp interrupted the clamor of the elders from the 2nd line. All eyes turned to the screen, where they beheld Qin Jiu Ge, having successfully broken through, not rushing to hunt ferocious beasts, but rather retrieving an unusual herb. With a graceful movement, he appeared atop a nearby cliff. Once there, he cradled the herb in his right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. Under the impetus of this energy, ripples began to emanate from the area surrounding the herb. What is he up to? Why is he not pursuing ferocious beasts, but instead brandishing a herb? Could it be that he had sustained hidden injuries during his breakthrough and sought to recuperate? That did not seem plausible. Would consuming a pill not be more expedient? No. What he held was the beast-attracting herb, renowned for its potent allure to ferocious beasts. Judging by the quality of the herb, it could likely attract all beasts below the Dharma form realm. In the crowd, those with discernment gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with trepidation. What was Qin Jiu Ge's true intention in producing such a herb? One disciple, trembling, ventured. Is it possible he intends to lure all the beasts within 100 miles and annihilate them in one fell swoop? The others, upon hearing this, were utterly aghast. This Qin Jiu Ge was far too audacious. To think that he would attempt to attract all the beasts of the Dharma aspect and below within a 100-mile radius. What audacious confidence! It is important to note that although this is a trial secret realm where formidable beasts have been vanquished by the might of the Qin clan, there are still a considerable number of late-stage Dharma aspect beasts lurking within. Even if the scope is confined to 100 miles, it is utterly implausible that only a single late-stage Dharma aspect beast resides here. Despite Qin Jiu Ge's recent breakthrough to the 5th layer of the Dharma aspect, it remains impossible for him to simultaneously slay more than 2 late-stage ferocious beasts. In fact, even a single late-stage ferocious beast would be sufficient to severely deplete Qin Jiu Ge's vitality and render him combat ineffective. They are convinced that Qin Jiu Ge is acutely aware of this fact. Yet, he has proceeded nonetheless, by utilizing a beast-attracting herb to create such an astonishing commotion. Is he truly confident or merely arrogant? Observing Qin Jiu Ge on the screen, Qin Manyu's eyes shimmered. This incarnation of Qin Jiu Ge is indeed utterly distinct from the one she remembers from her past life. In her previous existence, prior to the trials for the Divine Sun, she was cast aside by Qin Jiu Ge, who had extracted the supreme bone from her, treating her like refuse unworthy of the Qin clan. Even without witnessing it firsthand, she knew that the Qin Jiu Ge of her former life resorted to numerous cunning tactics in his quest to prevail in the Divine Sun competition. Yet this time, Qin Jiu Ge dares to employ the beast-attracting herb, boldly striving to claim the title of Divine Sun with such integrity. It appears that he truly differs from the Qin Jiu Ge etched in her memory. Chapter 40. The Beast Rampage, Treasures Await. On Qin Lang's side, his followers collectively managed to delay a 3-layered Dharma aspect beast. This beast resembled a lion, yet it exuded an icy aura, as if it had emerged from a frozen abyss. Provoked by the relentless efforts of the followers, the beast became enraged, charging recklessly and wreaking havoc among them, sending several followers tumbling in disarray. Witnessing the devastation inflicted upon his followers, Qin Lang felt a surge of anxiety, as the sound of 9 resounding dragon roars echoed. A powerful spiritual energy enveloped Qin Lang. In his grasp, a spear adorned with 9 dragon patterns materialized. The 9 dragons penetrating spear. With a fierce shout, Qin Lang pivoted and hurled the spear with tremendous force. The spear, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy, seemed to possess sentience as it hurtled toward the rampaging beast in the distance. The beast, displaying considerable intelligence, sensed the imminent danger and darted to evade the lethal strike. The followers understood the difficulty of Qin Lang's concentration for this attack. They gritted their teeth and resolutely held back the fleeing beast. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of air being sliced, the spear of condensed spiritual energy struck the beast's back with precision, pinning its robust form to the ground. Beast, let us see if you survive, Qin Lang exclaimed, filled with pride. At that very moment, he suddenly perceived a surge of beastly auras permeating the vicinity, rapidly expanding across the entire realm. In the distance, the forest trembled, and the roars of beasts echoed in succession. Qin Lang and his followers were taken aback. Their movements halted as they stared blankly in the direction of the commotion. A multitude of demon beasts surged forth, as if commanded by an unseen force, racing towards a certain direction. Among these creatures were fated adversaries, as well as hunters and their prey. Yet, in this moment, it seemed as though they had all forgotten their past grievances, fixated solely on their furious dash forward. The onlookers had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving them utterly astonished. Step aside, Qin Lang bellowed, jolting his followers from their stupor. They were positioned directly in the path of the advancing horde. If they did not swiftly move aside, They risked being trampled into mere pulp by the throng of beasts. The demon beast, pinned to the ground by Qin Lang, disregarded its wounds, breaking free to join the stampede, leaving a trail of pale blue blood in its wake. The other beasts appeared oblivious to Qin Lang and his followers, consumed by their relentless rush. The group, witnessing the rampaging beasts, stood in bewilderment, engaging in a flurry of discussions. What is happening? Have these beasts gone mad? This is unprecedented. With a watchful gaze fixed on the direction the beasts had taken, Qin Lang's eyes flickered with intensity. This secret realm was a legacy of the Qin family, teeming not only with demon beasts, but also with countless rare treasures. The erratic behavior of the beasts likely indicated the emergence of such treasures, which must be extraordinary to incite such frenzy among them. Realizing this, Qin Lang raised his voice. Brothers, the unusual behavior of the demon beasts suggests that a rare treasure has appeared ahead, and judging by the current situation, its quality must be exceptional. Let us pursue them. Upon hearing this, a glint of greed ignited in the eyes of his followers. Although their strength paled in comparison to Qin Lang and the 5 major lineages, they were nonetheless the cream of the younger generation of the Qin family. In such a family, power was the sole source of authority. While they understood that even if they were fortunate enough to obtain the rare treasure, it would ultimately belong to Qin Lang, they still yearned for a share of the spoils. Leading the charge, Qin Lang pressed forward, with his followers trailing closely behind. Not far along their path, they encountered several members of other major lineages. Qin Lang, what brings you here? We just witnessed the beasts seemingly go berserk, racing towards that direction, and suspected the presence of a rare treasure, so we came to investigate. You're not harboring the same intentions, are you? In response to the inquiries from the other lineages, Qin Lang's gaze settled on Qin of the 3rd lineage. A smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Best focus on slaying more beasts. The rare treasure is already reserved, he declared imperiously. Qin, a striking woman of considerable height with long legs, clad in form-fitting armor that accentuated her alluring figure, scoffed at Qin Lang's domineering proclamation. Qin Lang, I acknowledge your strength, but we have 3 individuals here. While we may not match your prowess, with our followers combined, the outcome remains uncertain. Suddenly, Qin seemed to recall something, glancing around. Where is Qin Jiu Ge? Where could he have gone? With such a commotion, he must have noticed it, right? With his flamboyant nature, how could he possibly resist coming here? Upon hearing Qin's concerns, Qin Feng from the 5th sequence burst into laughter. As for Qin Jiu Ge, that lad has probably long since vanished without a trace. These beasts are acting as if they've gone mad. With such a grand spectacle, even we must retreat from the limelight. He hasn't even brought a follower. How could he dare to linger here? Qin Yu from the 5th sequence quickly chimed in. Indeed, that kid Qin Jiu Ge made quite a splash when he entered the secret realm. I wonder how he will manage now, without a single follower. It seems that the order of the 5 sequences will soon change. Having always occupied the last position, Qin Yu couldn't help but harbor some grievances. Now that Qin Jiu Ge was without followers, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. He contemplated seizing this opportunity to elevate his own ranking. Just then, Qin Lang, who was closest to the horde of beasts, suddenly halted, raising his right hand in a gesture to signal for silence. The other sequences, though dissatisfied with Qin Lang's arrogance, were cautious due to his undeniable strength. Why has Qin Lang stopped? Qin Feng leaned closer to him, whispering in inquiry. Shoo. Qin Lang placed his index finger over his lips, signaling for quiet, then pointed towards the beast horde. To their astonishment, the previously frenzied beasts were now gradually slowing down. Some even collided with those in front of them. Among them were fierce and aggressive creatures, yet they seemed to have undergone a transformation. Staring blankly ahead without a hint of aggression, the 4 sequences, including Qin Lang, felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. They had arrived. Chapter 41. What is Qin Jiu Ge trying to do? Although the other sequences verbally dismissed Qin Lang's authority, at this moment, they tacitly acknowledged him as their leader. After all, Qin Lang was a paragon of strength and intellect among the younger generation of the Qin family. With so many beasts surrounding them, it was safest to heed his counsel. Under Qin Lang's direction, the various sequences and their followers concealed themselves behind a rocky cliff, observing the beast horde below. To their astonishment, they discovered that the number of beasts was far greater than they had anticipated. Besides the group they had been tailing, additional beasts were rushing in from all directions. The mountains were alive with a frenzy of running and flying creatures, stirring up clouds of dust. Even more bizarrely, these beasts appeared oblivious to their presence. Despite being in close proximity, they showed no inclination to attack, merely racing past them in a wild frenzy. The sheer number of beasts likely exceeded 1,000, effectively sealing off the area. The group was both astonished and exhilarated. What kind of extraordinary treasures could attract such a multitude of demonic beasts, converging in throngs? If one were to acquire such celestial materials, to what extent would their power be augmented? Qin Lang and the other four sequences gazed intently ahead. Before them, over 1,000 demonic beasts encircled the precipice, their eyes fixated unwaveringly on the opposite cliff. Following the direction of the beast's gaze, Qin Lang and the other prominent sequences beheld a single herb, emanating a gentle shimmer of light. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this herb truly the celestial treasure that had incited such chaos among the demonic beasts? Yet, why did it appear so ordinary, devoid of the vibrant aura characteristic of extraordinary materials? Why, then, did these beasts harbor such an affinity for this herb? Fools! That is soul-calling grass. Qin Lang's furious voice resonated in the ears of the other sequences. His expression darkened with a cold intensity. Had he known it was soul-calling grass, he would not have dared to take such a tremendous risk by following the demonic beasts to this location. Soul-calling grass. The other sequences were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. As the 5 prominent sequences of the Qin family's younger generation, they were certainly familiar with soul-calling grass. This herb was not particularly rare, let alone a celestial treasure. However, it held considerable allure for demonic beasts. But why was it soul-calling grass? Based on their understanding, the growing conditions for this herb were exceedingly unique, making its appearance here nearly impossible. Yet, there it was, firmly rooted in place. What could explain this? The only plausible explanation was that someone had placed it there. But within the secret realm, aside from the 5 sequences and their followers, there was no one else present. Who would dare to leave soul-calling grass here? What benefit would there be in luring such a multitude of demonic beasts? Besides, weren't they all gathered here? Suddenly, the 5th sequence as Qin Yu scanned the crowd and declared emphatically, "It must be him, Qin Jiu Ge." At this, the other 3 sequences jolted in unison. Of course, it was Qin Jiu Ge. Among the 5 sequences and their followers, everyone was accounted for except for Qin Jiu Ge. Could it be that this soul-calling grass was indeed placed here by him? Previously, Qin Jiu Ge had entered the secret realm alone, without any followers, and the other sequences had significantly lowered their guard, believing him to pose no threat. Little did they expect that he had quietly stirred such a considerable upheaval. But what could be his purpose? To lure the demonic beasts here and capture them all in one sweep? The group exchanged glances, swiftly dismissing this notion. What a ridiculous thought, even disregarding Qin Jiu Ge's mere spirit sea realm. Not even someone at the law manifestation realm could annihilate such a vast number of demonic beasts in one go. Even Qin Lang, at the second level of the law manifestation realm, did not believe it possible. As the 5 prominent sequences of the Qin family's younger generation, they were well aware of the conditions within the secret realm. The mystical beasts here are not only numerous, but also formidable in strength, with at least 3 of them at the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation. Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge intends to lure us here, ensnaring us with these beasts while he hunts the solitary ones? Qin Qing'er's enchanting eyes sparkled with disbelief, her tone brimming with astonishment. It must be so. Qin Lang slammed his palm against a nearby massive stone, causing debris to scatter in all directions. This Qin Jiu Ge certainly has some cunning schemes. Qin Qing'er, resting her delicate chin upon her hand, appeared deep in thought. Qin Jiu Ge's plan this time was indeed insidious and crafty. By employing the soul-attracting grass to draw the beasts in, while simultaneously convincing them that treasures lay hidden here, he could use their entanglement to his advantage. Hunting the isolated beasts himself, a truly ingenious stratagem. What if he possesses a modicum of cleverness? It pales in comparison to absolute strength. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, turning to depart from this place. Since there are no heavenly materials or treasures here, he deemed it unnecessary to linger. It would be wiser to wait for the effects of the soul-attracting grass to wane before hunting the beasts. The others exchanged glances, recognizing a shared intention. With no heavenly treasures available and no opportunity to hunt the beasts, there was no reason to squander time here. If Qin Jiu Ge could seize the chance to hunt solitary beasts, why couldn't they? However, just as they prepared to leave, Qin Jiu Ge's figure slowly emerged from the cliffside. Upon seeing him, the other factions were momentarily taken aback. Had they misjudged? Was Qin Jiu Ge's use of the soul-attracting grass not aimed at hunting isolated beasts? Yet, he had attracted so many beasts yet remained. What could his purpose be? Was it possible that he truly intended to annihilate all these beasts? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. The bewildered individuals fixated on Qin Jiu Ge, eager to discern his true intentions. Seemingly oblivious to their scrutiny, Qin Jiu Ge stepped forward. In that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. His cultivation at the first level of the Dharma manifestation surged forth. Witnessing the astonishing energy radiating from Qin Jiu Ge, the other factions couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Qin Jiu Ge had actually broken through to the Dharma manifestation realm? Yet, judging by his aura, he seemed to be at most at the first level. It was entirely implausible for him to vanquish so many beasts at once. Just as the factions were grappling with their astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge took another step forward. With this movement, his aura escalated once more. In the span of a single breath, he reached the second level of the Dharma manifestation. The other factions could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly Qin Jiu Ge? Had he indeed broken through to the second level of the Dharma manifestation? Qin Lang, I once believed that among our generation, you were invincible. Yet now it appears that Qin Jiu Ge is no less formidable than you. Qin Heir, with a pair of beautiful eyes, provocatively gazed at Qin Lang, mocking him. For a long time, Qin Lang had been the foremost figure of the Qin family, leaving everyone else far behind. Even those who were dissatisfied with his arrogance had to concede that his strength was indeed formidable. However, now that Qin Jiu Ge has displayed a level of prowess that matches Qin Lang, how could she resist the opportunity to strike a blow against him? Merely at the second layer of the law phase, merely my equal. I am the nine-dragon divine body. Qin Lang huffed in discontent, his tone laced with pride. Although they were both at the second layer of the law phase, he bore the nine-dragon divine body, making it no challenge to battle above his rank. Even if Qin Jiu Ge shared his realm, he felt no fear. Yet, at that moment, Qin Jiu Ge moved again. With an ethereal grace, he stepped forward once more, his aura surging dramatically. Law phase, third layer. Qin Lang felt a twinge of panic. Qin Jiu Ge's level had already surpassed his own. Though the nine-dragon divine body was incredibly extraordinary, allowing him to contend with those above his rank, Qin Jiu Ge was not to be underestimated either, as he possessed the Xian fire divine body, formidable in its own right. Just as Qin Lang was engulfed in apprehension, Qin Jiu Ge took two more steps. With each step, his strength surged anew. By the time he completed his final step, his aura had ascended to the fifth layer of the law phase. Simultaneously, he positioned himself before the multitude of demonic beasts. Suspended in midair, Qin Jiu Ge gazed down upon the beasts with an expression of disdain, as if they were mere livestock to be slaughtered at will. The prominent figures and followers below were utterly dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Qin Jiu Ge has actually broken through to the fifth layer of the law phase? It must be noted that Qin Lang, as the foremost figure, had only reached the second layer. Does this not imply that the leading youth of the Qin family is not the consistently dominant Qin Lang, but rather this deeply concealed Qin Jiu Ge? A sense of absurdity washed over the hearts of the prominent figures. This is impossible. It had been less than 3 months since the last preliminary competition. At that time, Qin Jiu Ge was merely at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. How could he possibly have broken through 5 minor realms in such a short period? The prominent figures exchanged glances, a thick sense of trepidation rising within them. They began to entertain a terrifying possibility. Qin Jiu Ge had been holding back all along. He had been concealing his true strength. At the Qin family's martial arts arena, the onlooking members of the Qin family were equally astonished to witness Qin Jiu Ge unleash his full potential, reaching the fifth layer of the law phase. Moreover, judging by the sequence of his actions, could it be that he truly intends to confront all the demonic beasts head-on? Although Qin Jiu Ge's strength had markedly improved, now standing at the fifth layer of the law phase, the implications of his ascent were profound. To confront the myriad of monstrous beasts that infest these mountains, it is not only unfeasible for one at the fifth level of the law manifestation realm, even someone at the ninth level would find it utterly impossible. The clan leader, Qin Yu, swallowed hard and turned to Qin Hai beside him, his tone imbued with concern. Uncle Hai, this child, Jiu Ge, is rather reckless. Observing the protagonist's strength, the clan leader voiced his apprehensions. Given his own capabilities, he could surely triumph in the trials of the Divine Sun by proceeding methodically. Such a course of action, however, seems excessively perilous. Though Qin Yu is the father of Qin Lang, as the leader of the Qin clan, he must prioritize the clan's interests above all else. The strength and talent displayed by Qin Jiu Ge undeniably mark him as a more suitable candidate for the divine son than Qin Lang. For the prosperity of the Qin family, Qin Yu cannot permit Qin Jiu Ge to take such monumental risks. Their adversaries are not merely Qin Hai or Qin Jiu Ge, but the other three immortal imperial clans in the enigmatic sacred grounds. Only by selecting the strongest individual to assume the role of divine son, who will eventually inherit the position of clan leader, can the enduring legacy of the Qin family be assured. As the clan leader Qin Yu expressed his thoughts, several elders hastily interjected. Indeed, Brother Hai, Jiu Ge's talent is truly remarkable. However, to face 1,000 monstrous beasts single-handedly is far too perilous. I believe if Jiu Ge falters, we should activate the secret realm early to ensure his safety. Yes, Jiu Ge's talent is on par with that of the divine sons from the sacred grounds. Should such brilliance be lost in the trials, it would be a grave loss for our Qin family. I concur. Let us assess the situation first. If Jiu Ge truly cannot withstand the onslaught, we must activate the secret realm to safeguard him. In response to the elders' suggestions, Qin Hai confidently waved his hand. There is no need. For thousands of years, the Qin family has adhered to this principle. During the trials of the divine son, activating the secret realm is not permitted. Although Jiu Ge is my grandson, I cannot disrupt the long-standing traditions of the Qin family for his sake. Qin Hai's words resonated with authority. Qin Yu and the elder clan members regarded Qin Hai, sensing an absence of concern upon his visage, which stirred their apprehensions. Such unwavering confidence from Qin Hai raises the question, does Qin Jiu Ge possess some hidden means? Yet, even if Qin Jiu Ge were to break through and reach the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, he would still be unable to withstand the onslaught of so many beasts. After all, there are thousands of these creatures, many of which exceed the 5th level of the law manifestation realm. Just as everyone was astonished by the strength Qin Jiu Ge displayed, along with the potential hidden trump cards he might possess, he finally made his move. Slowly, he closed his eyes and stepped into the void. In the next moment, his eyes flew open, revealing 4 pupils on the screen. The double pupils unfurled. A terrifying aura instantly spread forth. Dark clouds materialized from unknown origins, swiftly obscuring the once clear sky. The previously blazing sun was now shrouded by thick layers of clouds. In the sky, a pair of eyes, each possessing 4 pupils, emerged from the void, casting an awe-inspiring phenomenon that obscured the heavens and darkened the sun. Chapter 43, The Ancient Dual Pupil, the true dragon of the Qin family. As this terrifying spectacle unfolded, the remaining 4 members of the Qin family's 5 major sequences, along with their followers, were instantly shaken to their core. Given the profound heritage of the Qin family, they were undoubtedly aware of the rarity and formidable nature of the dual pupil constitution. They could scarcely fathom that the seemingly innocuous Qin Jiu Ge had not only broken through to the realm of law manifestation, achieving the 5th level, but also possessed the extraordinary dual pupil trait. They recognized that even if the 4 of them united, they would be no match for the current Qin Jiu Ge. In fact, it could be said that Qin Jiu Ge could effortlessly annihilate them. Is this the dual pupil? The overwhelming might of the dual pupil phenomenon in the sky could not be mistaken. It is indeed the dual pupil. Young Master Qin Jiu Ge has awakened the dual pupil? How utterly astounding. Initially, it was believed that young Master Qin Lang was the strongest of the Qin family, but it now appeared that young Master Jiu Ge was undoubtedly the foremost among them. The onlooking members of the Qin family, witnessing the terrifying dual pupil phenomenon, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The heads of the various branches of the Qin family, along with the clan leader Qin Yu, despite their remarkable composure, were equally astounded. If Qin Jiu Ge's earlier display of the 5th level of law manifestation had made them recognize his excellence, the activation of his dual pupil now unveiled the sheer terror he embodied. As the most formidable individuals in the Qin family at present, how could they be unaware of the dreadfulness of the dual pupil? Not only does it possess numerous powers capable of piercing through all illusions, but it also significantly enhances one's cultivation. Qin Yu exchanged glances with the other branch leaders and discerned a shared understanding in their eyes. The enigma had finally been unraveled. Why had Qin Jiu Ge, merely 3 months ago at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea, ascended to the 5th level of law manifestation? How had he managed to leap across a major realm and several minor realms in just a few months, leaving the previously leading Qin Lang far behind? It seemed evident that he must have encountered some fortuitous event, awakening the dual pupil, thus achieving such remarkable progress. Even more exhilarating for Qin Yu and the elder clansmen was Qin Jiu Ge's temperament. It is natural for the youth to be spirited and assertive. It is said that a young man who is not reckless is missing out on his youth. Yet, after acquiring the dual pupil, Qin Jiu Ge exhibited restraint, only revealing his prowess on the day of the son's trial, stunning everyone with his remarkable talent. This temperament, this patience, is precisely what is required of a leader of a colossal family like the Qin. Previously, they had been curious about why Qin Jiu Ge suddenly produced the soul-gathering herb and what his intentions were. At that time, no one believed that this 18-year-old youth aimed to gather the beasts for a decisive extermination. Now, everyone was convinced. Qin Jiu Ge was indeed preparing to gather all the beasts and strike them down in one fell swoop. He intended to use this strategy to overtake the leading Qin Lang and leave him far behind. The rationale behind their belief is remarkably simple: the dual pupils. The ancient dual pupils, once the divine eyes of a great emperor, have not graced the skies of the Tianxuan Continent for an unfathomable length of time. Now, they re-emerge upon the visage of an 18-year-old youth. The mere thought of the Qin family, under the auspices of Qin Jiu Ge, soaring triumphantly and crushing the other three immortal clans, even trampling upon the enigmatic Holy Land, provoked Qin Yu to erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The Qin family has birthed a true dragon. As Qin Yu's words echoed, the surrounding elders of the clan began to resonate in agreement. Indeed, who would have imagined that young Master Jiu Ge possessed the legendary eyes of an emperor? He is destined to ascend to imperial heights. Our Qin family holds hope. Young Master Jiu Ge, a prodigious talent, shall undoubtedly lead the Qin family to unprecedented pinnacles. It is astonishing that in our lifetime, we would witness the revival of such a miraculous phenomenon as the dual pupils. Heaven has bestowed young Master Jiu Ge upon our Qin family, truly remarkable. Observing the ecstatic elders and the beaming clan leader, Qin Yu, the head of Qin Lang's lineage, could not help but darken in countenance, as though his expression could drip with water. Initially, he held unwavering faith that Qin Lang would emerge victorious in the son's trial, steering his lineage towards glory. Prior to the emergence of Qin Jiu Ge, everything unfolded as he had envisioned. All had placed their hopes on Qin Lang, illuminating his face with pride. Yet, the subsequent performance of Qin Jiu Ge rendered all his aspirations somewhat nebulous. For Qin Jiu Ge not only transcended the Dharma manifestation realm, achieving the fifth layer of that stage, but he also unveiled the ancient dual pupils. His terrifying innate abilities, coupled with profound cultivation, were sufficient to stir the very heavens and earth. Presently, his sole hope rested on the fact that Qin Jiu Ge stood alone. Without followers to safeguard and support him, he could not unleash his full potential. Contemplating this, he brazenly risked offending all present and boldly declared, "What of the dual pupils? He stands alone. Those monstrous beasts number in the thousands. Do you truly believe that the dual pupils are invincible?" This rebuttal from the lineage had incited many to glare at him with ire. Having witnessed the terrifying potential of Qin Jiu Ge's dual pupils, these individuals regarded him as the beacon of hope for the Qin family to dominate the other three immortal clans and challenge the authority of the Holy Land. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? If you have not experienced the terror of the dual pupils, do not speak recklessly. Are you simply envious that Jiu Ge's talent surpasses that of your own Qin Lang? I never would have imagined you to be such a person. Qin Wushang, what absurdities are you uttering? Young Master Jiu Ge possesses the dual pupils, and his future is boundless. Should you continue to spread your slander, I shall await you at the family arena after the son's trial. Even the clan leader, Qin Yu, cast an irked glance at Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang, the interests of the Qin family shall always take precedence. Jiu Ge's extraordinary talent will surely lead our clan to glory. Cease your words, or I shall become incensed. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. The clan leader's anger was not to be trifled with. As the clan leader, Qin Yu not only wields the power of life and death, but is also a formidable figure of quasi-emperor caliber. Although Qin Wushang harbors resentment in his heart, he dares not voice his discontent, instead inwardly wishing for Qin Jiu Ge to perish at the hands of the beasts, hoping that the position of the divine son would fall to Qin Lang. Just then, Qin Jiu Ge, who had been suspended in midair, suddenly stirred. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unleashed the power of his source heaven divine eye. With a resounding shout, amidst the tumultuous dark clouds, pairs of illuminated the heavens, radiating divine light that annihilated hundreds of ferocious beasts below. Chapter 44, The Chaotic Body. Dual Emperor qualifications. Shining Qin family. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the divine light reached, tremendous explosions erupted, with deafening roars echoing persistently. The ground, as hard as iron, was shattered into fragments, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. The thousands of beasts coveting the soul-attracting grass on the hillside met with instant calamity. Their anguished howls reverberated across the land. Many beasts, upon witnessing the terrifying divine light descending, seemed to have their souls frightened away. Moments later, as the dust settled, the mountains were strewn with the severed limbs of various beasts, their blood of myriad colors flowing abundantly, dyeing the entire hillside in a kaleidoscope of hues. The Qin family members observing the spectacle soon realized that in mere breaths, the beasts that had been eagerly eyeing the soul-attracting grass had been decimated by the fearsome divine light, 200 to 300 of them obliterated. This staggering efficiency of annihilation left the clan elders in astonished murmurs. While Qin Lang and his followers had battled for half a day, slaying only a few dozen, Jiu Ge had accomplished the same feat in the span of mere breaths. No wonder he dared to venture into the trial's secret realm alone, unaccompanied by followers, with such power. Why fear the beasts? Unexpectedly, the one who concealed the deepest strength in this generation was none other than Jiu Ge. With his talent, he had comfortably remained in the second sequence for so long, showcasing not only astonishing prowess, but also a rare temperament that truly instills terror. The overwhelming pressure of his soul left the beasts devoid of courage to resist. Amidst the chorus of astonishment, all present recognized an undeniable truth. The contest for the divine son was now devoid of uncertainty. In this generation of the Qin family, there was but one choice for the divine son, the extraordinary Qin Jiu Ge, who had displayed his talent. As the crowd marveled, Qin Jiu Ge made another move. His aura surged once more, a fearsome presence that rendered the weaker beasts prostrate, trembling uncontrollably, as if on the brink of death. In the sky, a chaotic aura swirled, and slowly emerged from a massive chaos. The chaotic seed. As one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, the Qin family possessed insights and perspectives far beyond those of ordinary sections. They were all too familiar with such phenomena. Although they had never witnessed it firsthand, they understood that the chaotic seed was an anomaly unique to the chaotic body. With the emergence of the chaotic seedling of the Azure Lotus, a bizarre and astonishing scene unfolded in the sky. To the left, countless terrifying double pupils radiated an overwhelming power, instilling a soul-deep shudder in all who beheld them. To the right, amidst the chaos, an azure lotus bloomed proudly, its brilliance both resplendent and enigmatic. The two phenomena, distinct yet harmonious, created a striking tableau. This extraordinary sight left the Qin family, who had only recently acclimatized to Qin Jiu Ge's terrifying double pupil talent, once again in a state of shock. The double pupils were already astonishing enough. How could a chaotic body also manifest? Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge possessed both the double pupils and the chaotic body? 2 unparalleled attributes? The clan leader, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, pondered whether the chaotic body's manifestation was also triggered by Jiu Ge. An elder of the clan swallowed hard in disbelief, gazing at the elated Qin Yu. Indeed, the emergence of a chaotic body alongside the double pupils, 2 phenomena never before seen in a single lifetime, was a monumental surprise for these elders. The combination of a chaotic body and double pupils seemed unprecedented in the annals of Tianxuan Continent. The chaotic body, a pinnacle among the 3,000 divine bodies, could only be rivaled by a select few special physiques. Coupled with the double pupils, it was difficult to articulate. One could only proclaim it the demeanor of an emperor. The double pupils also bore the essence of an emperor. Thus, Jiu Ge was not merely a singular emperor's demeanor, but the embodiment of 2 imperial legacies. At this proclamation, many present felt an absurd sensation wash over them. The double pupil physique was destined to forge an emperor, while the chaotic body surely embodied the presence of an emperor. For the first time, they perceived the exceptional talents of their kin as a delightful burden. It could be said that if the double pupil physique and chaotic body were separated, the Qin family would boast 2 emperors. Yet now, united in one, there could potentially be a singular, even more formidable emperor. Since the inception of the sacred land and the formation of the 4 immortal imperial clans, whether it be the holy son of the sacred land or the divine offspring of the immortal clans, only one special physique at the level of the chaotic body had ever been witnessed. Yet here was Jiu Ge, singularly possessing two. Truly, a child favored by the heavens. As they beheld Qin Jiu Ge, standing proudly between heaven and earth like a war deity, Qin Yu and the multitude of elders were overwhelmed with excitement. As one of the four immortal imperial clans of Tianxuan Continent, the Qin family had long aspired to ascend to greater heights. However, suitable opportunities had been elusive, and the strength of the other three immortal clans was formidable, with the sacred land looming over them like an insurmountable mountain. Now, with Qin Jiu Ge's emergence, that dream bore the potential for realization. With the chaotic body and double pupils so fearsome, should Qin Jiu Ge ascend to the status of emperor, his combat prowess would render him invincible across the entire continent. With such an invincible figure at the helm of the Qin family, could they still fear being suppressed by the other three immortal clans? Should they still be anxious about the sacred land? Not at all, not in the slightest. It should indeed be the three immortal imperial clans and the sacred land that should be wary of the Qin family. Within the secret realm, the four major sequences, including Qin Lang, have become utterly stagnant. In their minds, Qin Jiu Ge is recognized as the divine fire body, ranking ninth among the 3,000 divine physiques. Although this is commendable, how could it possibly compare to the first-ranked chaotic body? Not to mention, Qin Jiu Ge possesses the terrifying talent of the heavy eye. Qin Xinger gazed at Qin Jiu Ge suspended in midair, her interest in striking at Qin Lang long since extinguished. The disparity was so vast. Could Qin Lang not see it for himself? Did she need to fan the flames further? The major sequences looked at Qin Jiu Ge above, wishing they could seize his collar and demand answers. Qin Jiu Ge, are you not the divine fire body? Then what is this chaotic body and heavy eye all about? If you had mentioned your chaotic body along with the heavy eye earlier, we would have relinquished our claim to the title of the divine son. We cannot even compete with a singular chaotic body or heavy eye, let alone the combination of both. Competing against the chaotic body is certain death. Contending with the heavy eye is also a death sentence, leaving no room for survival. Chapter 45, The Young Emperor, brilliantly radiant. In the air, Qin Jiu Ge was completely unaware of the thoughts swirling below among the four major sequences. Of course, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His objective in this divine son trial was to overpower his opponents with an overwhelming display of strength and seize the title in one fell swoop. Whether the major sequences would develop psychological shadows due to his excellence was beyond his contemplation. Under the dual phenomena shining in the sky, Qin Jiu Ge moved once more. He stood proudly in midair, his hands soaring up and down as he rapidly shifted through dozens of postures, his aura continually intensifying. A chaotic sphere of light gradually took form between his hands. As Qin Jiu Ge moved, the sphere appeared to be under external pressure, continually shrinking until it became a round orb about a foot in diameter. Slowly, the orb divided into two colors. One side shimmered with a vibrant blue, while the other emanated a heavy black. The energies of these two colors pressed against each other, ultimately creating a bizarre equilibrium where neither could overcome the other. The four major sequences below gazed at this terrifying sphere of light, experiencing a visceral shudder from their very souls. They could discern the dreadful energy coalescing within the sphere. It was evident that even a mere touch of this terrifying energy could pose a threat to their lives, let alone being struck by it. Qin Jiu Ge is simply too formidable. We must retreat. Qin Lang's face was etched with frustration as he summoned the other sequences to hastily withdraw. He had always taken pride in believing himself to be the foremost among the younger generation of the Qin family, feeling that no one else was worthy of comparison. However, the heavy eye and chaotic body displayed by Qin Jiu Ge made him feel like nothing more than a complete fool. The massive explosion resulting from Qin Jiu Ge's divine light had already inflicted considerable harm upon him, and now, the emergence of this sphere filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Thus, when the sphere coalesced into its final form, Qin Lang was left with but one thought: to flee. Fleeing as far as possible, one must absolutely avoid encountering that luminous sphere. The other prominent sequences, lacking in strength even compared to Qin Lang, had no inclination to resist in the face of this terrifying phenomenon and overwhelming pressure. Upon hearing Qin Lang's intention to leave, they hastily concurred. Qin Lang strained his body and soared into the air, with the other sequences swiftly trailing behind him. Just as they had scarcely departed from their hiding place, Qin Jiu Ge made his move. Stepping forward, he caused the surrounding space to tear apart, revealing numerous fine fissures. The terrifying luminous sphere in his hand was hurled forth with great force. Boom. The sphere, moving at an astonishing speed, plunged toward the myriad of beasts below. Hundreds of ferocious beasts, typically fierce and untamed, now lay docile as sheep, as if resigned to their fate. Chaotic annihilation thunder. Qin Jiu Ge bellowed, his sleeves bursting apart to reveal robust arms, as he exerted all his strength to cast the sphere. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Even Qin Lang and the others, having retreated to a distance, felt a soul-chilling tremor. They could not help but silently express their relief at having escaped early. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a similarly pitiable state as those ferocious beasts, which would have been utterly humiliating. To come to the secret realm for the Divine Sun contest, only to be frightened into submission by a rival? The mere thought of such a mortifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the prominent sequences. The luminous sphere, though elusive, maintained its swift pace. In the blink of an eye, it descended amidst a throng of beasts. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm. The ground shook violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The beasts at the center of the blast were met with disastrous fate, as limbs and fragments scattered in all directions, various hues of blood spraying everywhere. A mushroom cloud ascended from the point of impact, even from a considerable distance. Qin Lang and the other three sequences were drenched in the chilling rain of blood cascading from above, leaving them in utter disarray. That attack must have claimed the lives of at least 100 beasts. The chaotic body is simply too terrifying. Qin Qing'er, clutching her chest, turned pale with fright. She could hardly believe that she was contending for the position of Divine Sun against someone as formidable as Qin Jiu Ge. What a death wish! What difference did it make? Not merely that. It must be 300 or 400. Qin Lang's expression darkened considerably. The combat prowess displayed by Qin Jiu Ge filled him with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. For someone as proud as he, this was more brutal than death itself. It's too frightening. I have never witnessed such a horrifying attack. If even a sliver were to fall upon me, I would perish without a doubt. Qin Yu wiped his face, removing the blood and debris that clung to him. His tone laced with despair. Previously, he had regarded Qin Jiu Ge with disdain, believing he could easily triumph over him. Now, it seemed utterly laughable. As the prominent sequences marveled at the terror of the chaotic body, Qin Jiu Ge in midair made another move. Before long, intricate array patterns began to manifest around Qin Jiu Ge's entire being. The ancient art of Kunping. With a powerful shout from Qin Jiu Ge, the ethereal silhouette of the legendary primordial beast Kunping instantly filled the heavens and the earth. The Kunping, a mythical creature from ancient lore, not only possesses an immense physique, but also wields unparalleled magical prowess. For reasons unknown, this formidable beast vanished from the Tianxuan Continent, and since then, no one has laid eyes upon it again. The colossal form of Kunping obscured the sky, plunging the freshly illuminated expanse into darkness once more. Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand downward, and the myriad of Kunpangs descended upon the ground like a dark tempest, leaving no corner untouched, mercilessly crushing all remaining beasts, including those at the 7th layer of the law manifestation stage. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the weaker beasts immediately succumbed, blood streaming from their orifices, reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Only those beasts at the 5th layer of law manifestation and above could barely muster any resistance. In that moment, these creatures abandoned their pursuit of the soul-calling grass, frantically scattering in terror as if trying to escape this dreadful domain. Some beasts, desperate to flee faster or to withstand the overwhelming pressure, unleashed their magical abilities with reckless abandon, creating a dazzling display of colors that illuminated the sky. Yet, their fate was sealed, as they were effortlessly crushed into pulp by the multitude of Kunpangs. After this devastating strike, the entire hillside was devoid of any living beasts. Below the cliffs lay an endless expanse of scorched earth, littered with countless remnants of the fallen creatures. Amidst this terrifying scene, Qin Jiu Ge stood proudly, his feet suspended in the void, exuding an aura of sovereign might, reminiscent of a blazing young emperor rising to prominence. Chapter 46, 10 Fiendish Arts. The Art of Kunping. The ancient heavenly emperor's conquest technique. Gazing at Qin Jiu Ge, who floated in the air like an emperor, the four esteemed figures on the ground exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of defeat. Being contemporaries, they watched as Qin Jiu Ge single-handedly annihilated over 1,000 beasts, including those at the 3rd, 5th, and even 7th layers of law manifestation. In contrast, They struggled to eliminate even a single beast at the second layer without exhausting their followers' efforts to hold it at bay, granting them precious time. Indeed, the disparity between individuals was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Furthermore, with the extraordinary attributes of the chaotic body and the heavy eye, Qin Jiu Ge's future prospects appeared boundless, making his ascension to emperor a near certainty. Reflecting on that moment when he obliterated hundreds of beasts in a single strike, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. One strike, and hundreds perished. Had such a technique been unleashed upon them, survival would have been utterly impossible. Since the inception of the Divine Sun trials in the Qin family, no one had ever achieved the feat of exterminating over 100 beasts in a single trial. The previous record stood at a mere 97. The predecessor who accomplished this feat had swiftly ascended to the status of emperor, transcending to another realm. Now, the terror emanating from Qin Jiu Ge undeniably surpassed that of his predecessor. What heights would he ultimately reach? The four esteemed figures could scarcely fathom the possibilities. Even the once proud first sequence Qin Lang now lowered his haughty head. Having witnessed the prowess of Qin Jiu Ge with his own eyes, he found himself devoid of any fighting spirit, for the disparity was insurmountable. At the Qin family's martial arena, Qin Yu-tung stood up with a mighty roar. The chair behind him could not withstand the potent aura he emanated and shattered into fine dust. At his level, one's aura can be wielded with effortless precision, like a conductor guiding an orchestra. Yet, this chair succumbed to destruction, a testament to his overwhelming excitement. The Kunping treasure technique. How astonishing it was. Qin Yu displayed none of the demeanor befitting a clan leader as he pointed towards the screen, exclaiming in astonishment. His pupils contracted, and his fingers trembled with exhilaration. The Kunping treasure technique? Was it truly one of the 10 legendary techniques from the ancient immortal era? Did such a devastating martial art still exist in this world? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the clan elders were all shaken, engaging in fervent discussions. As elders of the Longxing Qin family, their knowledge was indeed remarkable. Even if they had not witnessed it firsthand, they had heard of the Kunping treasure technique's renown. It was said to be the technique employed by a celestial emperor during his campaigns. Yet, a wave of confusion surged within everyone's minds. With the ascension of the celestial emperors to the higher realms, the 10 great techniques they had created, including the Kunping treasure technique, should have long been lost to time. Why then did Qin Jiu Ge possess this technique, crafted by a celestial emperor? Many of the observing elders couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, a glimmer of greed surfacing in their eyes. Indeed, Qin Jiu Ge was formidable, bearing the chaos body and the double pupils, while mastering this fearsome Kunping treasure technique. Nevertheless, at merely 18 years of age and only at the 5th level of the Dharma realm, he remained too inexperienced compared to these seasoned individuals. The thought of obtaining the cultivation method of the Kunping treasure technique from Qin Jiu Ge ignited their aspirations. The notion made these elders yearn to rush into the secret realm and seize Qin Jiu Ge. The principle of the bearer of treasure is guilty rings true. One must possess the requisite strength to safeguard valuable assets. If the one demonstrating the Kunping treasure technique today was a great emperor, they would naturally not dare harbor any thoughts of seizing it. Yet, the practitioner of this divine art was merely an 18-year-old with the strength of the Dharma realm, which stirred the hearts of many with greed. Just then, the grave voice of clan leader Qin Yu resonated in their ears. Everyone, listen closely. The fact that Jiu Ge possesses the Kunping treasure technique must not be disclosed. Anyone who dares to leak this information is tantamount to betraying the clan. Furthermore, no one is permitted to harbor any covetous thoughts. It is entirely normal for a prodigy like Jiu Ge to possess such opportunities. Remember, from this day forth, Qin Jiu Ge is the divine son of our Qin family, the future leader of the clan. No one shall covet Jiu Ge's secret fortunes. As Qin Yu's authoritative voice fell, those previously envious elders hastily nodded, daring not to contemplate any notions of acquisition. They could discern the importance and protection Qin Yu afforded to Qin Jiu Ge, and this time, Qin Yu had indeed invested significantly. The opportunity to betray the Qin family is regarded as treachery, but what if one were to take action to seize it? In this realm, the fate of traitors is invariably dire. They must not only contend with the relentless pursuit of their kin, but also deal with the enmities they have previously incurred, leaving little hope for survival. Such a threat is sufficient to extinguish any lingering ambitions. After a warning, Qin Yu stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. The so-called trial of the divine son had lost all significance. With a mere lift of his right hand, the supreme artifact shimmered. The secret realm of the trial was instantly unveiled. Qin Jiu Ge, Qin Lang, along with the other three major sequences and their followers, emerged from the secret realm. Qin Lang and the others gazed around in confusion, momentarily bewildered. Under normal circumstances, they would have needed to remain in the secret realm for 7 days and nights before their release. However, it quickly dawned on Qin Lang, the first to react, who turned to Qin Jiu Ge with a wry smile. The other three major sequences were not far behind, also turning their gazes towards Qin Jiu Ge. They realized that the sole reason for the premature conclusion of the trial was none other than Qin Jiu Ge. With Qin Jiu Ge's current prowess, the trial of the Divine Sun was rendered utterly superfluous. Their so-called alliance of the four major sequences, coupled with all their followers, could not withstand even a single strike from Qin Jiu Ge. What then could they possibly claim regarding the trial of the Divine Sun? It could be said that as long as Qin Jiu Ge remained, he would inevitably be the Divine Son of the Qin family for this generation. The others stood no chance whatsoever. After all, given the strength and talent Qin Jiu Ge had just displayed, anyone with a modicum of sense would know whom to choose. Indeed, the unfolding events did not deviate from their expectations. Upon their emergence, the clan leader Qin Yu promptly declared the results of the trial. Fellow clansmen, as you have all witnessed, Qin Jiu Ge is the true dragon of the Qin family, having single-handedly vanquished over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Such an achievement is unparalleled in the annals of the Qin family and even in the history of the Tianxuan Continent. The trial of the Divine Sun has thus lost all significance. From this day forth, Qin Jiu Ge shall be recognized as the Divine Son of the Qin family, his status equal to that of the clan leader. Chapter 47. Qin Di, your young lover possesses considerable talent. Upon hearing Qin Yu's proclamation, the gazes of all present towards Qin Jiu Ge became imbued with complexity. In the past, they had always recognized the 5 major sequences of the Qin family as immensely powerful. Though they belonged to the younger generation, their cultivation was already on par with many seasoned experts. Furthermore, each of the 5 major sequences bore divine bodies, making them capable of battling above their rank without difficulty. Particularly, the first sequence's Qin Lang, endowed with the second-ranked 9 Dragons divine body among the 3,000 divine bodies, was viewed as the most formidable contender for the next clan leader. Yet, no one had anticipated that the second sequence, Qin Jiu Ge, who had remained low profile, concealed such profound depths. Not only did he possess the first-ranked chaos body among the 3,000 divine bodies, but he also harbored the formidable heavy eye, rivaling the chaos body itself. What is truly remarkable is that Qin Jiu Ge is unaware of the extraordinary adventures that have befallen him, having even mastered the legendary Kunping art, one of the 10 lost treasures. This confluence of attributes places Qin Jiu Ge in a league of his own, overshadowing even the other four esteemed lineages. As Qin Qing'er gazes at the distant figure of the handsome Qin Jiu Ge, a glimmer of admiration flickers in her eyes. She never anticipated that in this reincarnation, Qin Jiu Ge would shine so brilliantly. Not only has he not deprived her of her supreme bone, but he has also treated her as a true sister of the clan. Furthermore, he has exhibited the reincarnation eye, the chaotic body, and even the long-lost Kunping art, compared to his former self, who had stripped her of her supreme bone and resorted to cunning schemes during the Son of God trials, only to be ultimately defeated. This incarnation of Qin Jiu Ge is indeed transformed. In this realm, he can truly be regarded as a prodigy of the heavens, surpassing his past self by an unfathomable margin. Qin Hai and Qin Ming have already been surrounded by jubilant clansmen, who are ceaselessly congratulating them. Brother Hai, your grandson is truly remarkable. Not only does he possess the chaotic body and the reincarnation eye, but he has also mastered the Kunping art. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. With such talented young individuals at the helm, the future of our Qin clan is indeed promising. To raise such outstanding descendants, you are truly impressive. When will young Master Jiu Ge have the time to visit my home and offer guidance to those inept little rascals of mine? They squander their days without learning, with egos far too inflated. It would do them good to understand what true genius looks like. The clansmen are well aware that Qin Jiu Ge's status within the Qin family will undoubtedly soar. Thus they treat Qin Hai and Qin Ming with even greater respect, bordering on flattery. The smile on Qin Hai's face is uncontainable, his aged visage blooming like a chrysanthemum. He never expected Qin Jiu Ge to be so formidable, far exceeding his expectations. However, what difference does it make? He is still his grandson. The stronger Qin Jiu Ge becomes, the more radiant his grandfather appears. Soon, news of Qin Jiu Ge's triumph in the Son of God trials, where he utilized his chaotic body and ancient reincarnation to vanquish 1,000 ferocious beasts and claim victory, spread rapidly throughout the Qin family, bolstered by their desire to create a grand reputation. In the Silver Moon Dynasty, within the royal city, at the Silver Moon Tavern, whispers abound. Have you heard? During the Qin family's Son of God trials, Qin Jiu Ge single-handedly defeated over 1,000 demonic beasts and emerged victorious. Hey, did you think you were the only one in the know? Qin Jiu Ge possesses the chaotic body and the ancient reincarnation eye, and his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Dharma realm. Truly formidable. 1,000 ferocious beasts. I can hardly defeat even one. I heard that Qin Jiu Ge is merely 18. How can the disparity between people be so vast? While news of Qin Jiu Ge's reincarnation eye and chaotic body has circulated, the details of his mastery of the Kunping art, one of the 10 ancient treasures, remain concealed due to the Qin family's deliberate efforts to keep it under wraps. Thus, the residents of the capital are unaware of this remarkable capability, and it goes unmentioned. Amidst the fervent discussions praising Qin Jiu Ge, a slender figure, cloaked in black, placed a spirit stone upon the table and rose to leave the tavern. The figure departed from the tavern and turned to enter the adjacent inn, ascending directly to the 2nd floor. Once inside the room, the figure lowered the hood from her head, allowing her long hair to cascade down like a dark waterfall, revealing the delicate visage of a youthful maiden. It was none other than Xiao Yin'er of the Xiao family. At this moment, a smile graced Xiao Yin'er's lips, though an air of urgency lingered on her face. Jiu Ge had successfully claimed the title of the Divine Son. As expected, he was certainly capable of it. Xiao Yin'er extended her fair hand and clenched her fist, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Beside her, the ethereal figure of the Green Emperor emerged, remarking, "Your young paramour possesses quite an astonishing talent. A chaos body and an ancient dual pupil, no less. Moreover, his strength has reached the 5th level of the Dharma aspect. I must admit, I misjudged him. With such potential, he indeed deserves you." After uttering these words, the Green Emperor fell silent, reflecting inwardly. Initially, she had perceived Qin Jiu Ge merely as an ordinary genius, yet she had been mistaken. Upon hearing the Green Emperor refer to Qin Jiu Ge as her young lover, Xiao Yin'er felt a blush rise to her cheeks and retorted playfully, "Master." The Green Emperor, known for her teasing nature towards her little disciple, continued with a jest. "I heard he made a special trip to a small city to bring back a renowned local genius to the Qin family. It seems your fiancée has quite the romantic flair." Xiao Yin'er's expression grew serious as she quickly replied, "My bond with Jiu Ge is merely one of engagement. Given his talent, even if he were indifferent, I would not hinder his progress. If that woman truly surpasses me, I would willingly step aside. Besides, he is not a lecherous man. There must be a reason behind his actions." Observing her unwavering defense of Qin Jiu Ge, the Green Emperor could only shake her head in resignation. "You have only spent a few days with him. How can you be so certain he is not lecherous? It takes time to truly understand a person. To discern one's character is no simple task." Immediately, the Green Emperor wiped the humor from her face, restoring her usual regal demeanor. "As for the concern of hindering progress, as my disciple, you shall not impede anyone, nor will I allow you to do so. Do you think the title of Green Emperor is earned through mere boasting?" After speaking, the Green Emperor gazed out the window, her eyes alight with excitement. "Your young paramour has bestowed upon you a dragon and phoenix origin fruit. We have acquired one and have dedicated it entirely to you. Now, if we can find another dragon and phoenix origin fruit, your divine physique will be fully realized, and you may even undergo further transformation. Your future achievements may well rival his." Chapter 48, The Guardian, the Supreme Impermanence. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, the clan leader, Qin Wuchen, sat imperiously at the head of the table, his gaze surveying all like an emperor. The leaders of several major branches stood respectfully below, not daring to show any disrespect, awaiting Qin Wuchen's words. In his hand, Qin Wuchen held a jade slip, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Moments later, he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "I never imagined that our Qin family would produce such a remarkable young talent." The chaotic body with its weighted eyes, coupled with possessing one of the 10 lost supreme techniques, bestows upon this talent a truly unparalleled magnificence. In the illustrious history of the Qin family spanning millennia, there has never been an individual with such exceptional gifts, truly the foremost talent in 1,000 years. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to wither prematurely. It is imperative that he possesses formidable strength by his side. Upon hearing these words, the various lineage heads and elders nodded in agreement. The patriarch is indeed correct. Qin Jiu Ge's talent is undeniably rare, and we must guard against the machinations of the other 3 great families in the sacred lands. Indeed, our Qin family has not seen such a figure in many years. It is only fitting to showcase the brilliance of our young dragon to the other great families in the sacred lands. Amidst the chorus of approval, Qin Wuchen decisively issued his command. He ordered the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, the Supreme Wu Chang, to bring 3 teams of Shadow Guards under the command of Qin Jiu Ge to heed his directives. Simultaneously, all cultivation resources of the Qin family would be made available to Qin Jiu Ge, without any restrictions. At this proclamation, astonishment swept through the crowd. They had anticipated preferential treatment for Qin Jiu Ge from Qin Wuchen, yet they were unprepared for such an extent of generosity. The Supreme Wu Chang was not merely the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards. His cultivation level was astonishing, having reached the 3rd tier of supremacy. Now, Qin Wuchen was actually placing the Supreme Wu Chang under Qin Jiu Ge's command. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Qin family, as one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, possessed vast wealth and resources accumulated over countless years, and now Qin Wuchen was allowing Qin Jiu Ge to utilize them without any limitations. Such benevolence was nothing short of terrifying. Ahem. Patriarch, I have a word to share. The head of the 4th lineage, Qin Tianxuan, coughed a few times and stepped forward. Patriarch, although Qin Jiu Ge's talent is extraordinary, he is still somewhat too young. Your indulgence towards him, commanding a supreme being and granting him unrestricted access to resources, may not bode well. At the same time, Qin Jiu Ge was taken aback by Qin Wuchen's arrangements. He could not help but reflect inwardly. Indeed, within the Qin family, an immortal imperial clan, the guise of a pig to eat the tiger simply does not apply. Before today, he had contemplated maintaining a low profile, masquerading as an underdog, as protagonists in the web novels he had read often did. However, after careful consideration and drawing from his past life experiences, he ultimately abandoned the idea of playing the fool. Now it seemed he had chosen the right path. Only by showcasing his strength could he attain everything he desired. To feign weakness might very well lead to his downfall. Had he chosen to play the fool today, Qin Wuchen would undoubtedly never have entrusted him with such significant responsibilities. Nor would he have placed the Supreme Shadow Guards under his command, not to mention granting him unrestricted access to the entire family's resources. Upon hearing Qin Tianxuan's objections, Qin Wuchen waved his hand dismissively. The weighted eyes coupled with the chaotic body, along with the displayed prowess, speak volumes. It has been far too long since anyone from our Qin family ascended to emperor. I cannot let this opportunity slip by, nor can our family afford to do so. At these words, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated Qin Wuchen to harbor such audacious aspirations. He actually sought to elevate Qin Jiu Ge to the status of emperor. Although Qin Jiu Ge possesses remarkable talent, the challenges of this era make it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the throne. Before anyone could react, Qin Wuchen spoke again, addressing Jiu Ge. In 1 month, the Holy Son of Taichu Sacred Land has invited the youth from various powerful factions to gather in Taichu Sacred City. You should attend and showcase the heritage of the Qin family. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily speechless. The family head was evidently eager to have Qin Jiu Ge flaunt his abilities. However, they soon grasped the underlying rationale. Qin Wuchen had been the head of the Qin family for nearly a millennium. In the past few centuries, although there were some talented individuals among the younger generation, none could be deemed exceptional, rendering them unable to compete with other imperial clans and sacred lands. Each time they engaged with these prominent factions, they returned with their dignity tarnished. The family head, known for his pride, must have endured a great deal. Now, having finally encountered a prodigy in Qin Jiu Ge, who could surpass the other holy sons, he could no longer contain his excitement. Qin Jiu Ge stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Qin Jiu Ge shall undoubtedly live up to the expectations of the family head. Subsequently, Qin Wuchen outlined some meeting details before announcing the adjournment of the assembly. The meeting had convened solely due to Qin Jiu Ge, and once the instructions were conveyed, Qin Wuchen promptly lost interest in prolonging the gathering. At the Qin family's third branch residence, Qin Jiu Ge soared through the air before gently landing. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find a large assembly of individuals present. Clad in the attire of the Qin family shadow guards, their numbers appeared to be in the hundreds. The Qin family shadow guards were exceptionally elite, representing the family's clandestine strength. Standing in perfect formation, each member held themselves upright and remained silent. At the forefront stood an elderly man in shadow guard attire, wearing a broad smile. As Qin Jiu Ge scrutinized the man, he discerned that the elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a lean visage, prominent eyebrows, a straight nose, and a tall stature. Adorned in black shadow guard garb with 3 golden lines intricately woven into the fabric of his left arm. The mere presence of this elder exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, a sensation Qin Jiu Ge had never experienced with others in the Qin family. A true master, an unequivocal expert. According to the customs of the Qin family, only those at the supreme level of cultivation could embellish their attire with golden threads. Each golden line represented a level of mastery. This elder had achieved the 3rd level of supremacy. Such prowess was indeed rare within the Qin family, for even the branch leaders typically only reached the level of supremacy. Thus, the elder's identity became apparent, the unchanging supreme of the shadow guards. Regardless of how headstrong Qin Jiu Ge may be, he understood the necessity of affording the utmost respect to a supreme being. Striding forward, he clasped his hands and bowed. I, Qin Jiu Ge, pay my respects to the unchanging senior. Witnessing Qin Jiu Ge's respectful demeanor, which neither belittled him due to his status as a holy son nor fawned over him because of his cultivation level, the unchanging supreme felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. You're too kind, holy son. I shall heed your commands from this day forth, he replied with a light chuckle. Qin Jiu Ge chuckled nonchalantly. Then I shall trouble you in the future. Chapter 49, The New Child of Destiny. The Celestial Master Yi Tian. Upon their initial encounter, Qin Jiu Ge left a remarkably favorable impression on the Supreme Wuchang. Young yet exceptionally gifted, he bore none of the arrogance often found in those long accustomed to power. Although his cultivation stood at merely the 5th layer of the, he exhibited no semblance of discomfort in the presence of a supreme being, a rare quality among the youth he had encountered. The Supreme Wuchang nodded to himself, acknowledging that being chosen as the divine son of the Qin family was indeed no trivial matter. Setting aside his cultivation and innate talent, the very essence of his character distinguished him from others within the Qin lineage. Such extraordinary talent, coupled with such a temperament, undoubtedly justified the head of the family's high regard for this young man. Contemplating this, the Supreme Wuchang nodded solemnly, stating, should the divine son require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Suddenly recalling something, the Supreme Wuchang turned his right hand over, revealing an ancient ring that appeared in his grasp. Presenting the ring to Qin Jiu Ge, he offered an explanation. Divine son, this is a storage ring entrusted to me by the head of the family. It contains resources for your cultivation as per his directives. Should you find it lacking in any way, feel free to express your needs. The head has decreed that all resources of the Qin family are at your disposal. With that, the Supreme Wuchang casually placed the ring into Qin Jiu Ge's hands, as if it were a trifle rather than a treasure of immeasurable worth. As Qin Jiu Ge accepted the ring, his consciousness instinctively swept through it, startling him with its vastness. The space within this storage ring was several times larger than any he had previously encountered, boasting an approximate volume of 1,000 cubic units. This singular storage ring could be deemed invaluable. What astonished him further was the fact that this immense space was brimming with cultivation resources. Various scarce and precious resources from the outside world lay carelessly piled within, weighing no less than 100,000 pounds, including 3 rare pieces of divine essence. These cultivation resources could easily sustain not just Qin Jiu Ge alone, but even hundreds of individuals. If he so desired, he could utilize these resources to forge an entirely loyal and formidable force. It was likely that Qin Wuchen had contemplated this as well. As the divine son of the Qin family and the future head, he could not possibly lack a dedicated and powerful entourage. The most effective method to garner loyalty, of course, was to lavish them with abundant resources. The Supreme Wuchang had even emphasized earlier that the head of the family had instructed that if Qin Jiu Ge found these resources insufficient, he could take whatever he desired. Estimating the value of these resources, Qin Jiu Ge realized that compared to his time in the second tier, the increase was far beyond mere dozens of times. Indeed, the head of the family possessed remarkable foresight. Resources left to languish in a warehouse would never transform into tangible cultivation or strength. In the realm of Tianxuan, resources are abundant, yet the true scarcity lies in individuals capable of transforming these resources into formidable power. Qin Wuchen's generous demeanor likely stems from his desire for him to ascend to the throne of the great emperor, subduing the other three imperial clans and the sacred lands beneath his feet. This epitomizes the ambition and profound heritage of the villainous lineage. Qin Jiu Ge couldn't help but reflect upon this, in stark contrast to the bizarre familial structures and tragic fates of the fated ones. The forces backing the antagonists appear remarkably unified. Consider the fact that, upon their first encounter, the head of the Qin family, Qin Wuchen, entrusted the future of the Qin clan to him. Even his grandfather, Qin Hai, and father, Qin Ming, shower him with unreserved affection and meticulous care. This unity is indeed crucial, for only through such solidarity can the villains efficiently provide the fated ones with the requisite experience, lest they exhaust themselves in futile combat against them. With a flick of his hand, Qin Jiu Ge stowed away the storage ring and turned his gaze towards the esteemed Wu Chang. Elder Wu Chang, unless there are other matters at hand, I would like to return to my quarters. Should any issues arise that require your attention, I shall not hesitate to speak up. With the acceptance of the storage ring, Wu Chang's task was accomplished, and he refrained from further chatter, bowing to Qin Jiu Ge. Please, divine son, make yourself at home. I shall take my leave. Within the Qin residence, in Qin Jiu Ge's study, he perused the documents scattered across the desk before calling out, Li Bo. In an instant, Li Bo's figure materialized within the study. Leaning back lazily in his chair, Qin Jiu Ge inquired, Li Bo, have there been any developments regarding those underachievers I asked you to investigate? Upon hearing this, Li Bo pondered for a moment before responding. Returning to the divine son, we have indeed discovered another individual recently. His name is Yi Tian, who emerged from the Longhuan cave. Initially, he was of little renown, but he has inexplicably acquired the source technique and inherited the legacy of the source master. Furthermore, he has forged connections with several sons and daughters of the sacred lands and is currently basking in the limelight. A grave expression crossed Qin Jiu Ge's face upon hearing this news. It appeared that this individual was a fated one who had been developing for some time. He had heard of Yi Tian before, but had previously dismissed him as merely an ordinary genius. With the recent demands of preparing for the divine son's trial, he had not paid much attention to him. Yet, it seemed that this inquiry had revealed Yi Tian to be a fated one of considerable significance. After contemplating, Qin Jiu Ge asked, Li Bo, where is this person now? Li Bo responded, as per the divine son's inquiry, Yi Tian is currently at the Taichu sacred land, mingling with the Taichu saintess, and is expected to participate in the upcoming gathering in a month. A subtle smile graced Qin Jiu Ge's lips upon hearing Li Bo's reply. Truly, he was a protagonist attracting attention wherever he went. However, since the gathering was still a month away, there was no rush for him to take action just yet. Yet, thinking of the fated ones, Qin Jiu Ge couldn't help but reminisce about his little fiancée, that somewhat stubborn and kind-hearted girl. He wondered how she was faring now. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Jiu Ge once again spoke, inquiring of Li Bo, Li Bo, are you aware of Xiao Yiner's recent whereabouts? Divine son, Xiao Yiner has departed from her family and is currently honing her skills within the Silver Moon Empire. Likely within the depths of the Xianming secret realm near the imperial capital, Li Bo replied. He then seemed to recall something, emphasizing, by the way, divine son. According to our investigations, Xiao Yiner has reached the peak of the spiritual sea realm, only a step away from breaking through. Chapter 50, Divine Son Jiu Ge. Can he foresee the future? Speaking of Xiao Yiner, Li Bo could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Once, she had lost all her cultivation and made no progress for 3 years. Everyone had deemed her a complete failure. Even Qin Jiu Ge's father, Qin Ming, who had benefited from Xiao Zhan's life-saving grace, contemplated calling off the engagement. Yet, how little time has passed, and not only has Xiao Yiner regained her cultivation talent, but she has also become more formidable than before. In just 3 months, her prowess had soared to such heights. When Qin Jiu Ge visited the Xiao family, he not only refused to break off the engagement, but also provided support to Xiao Yiner, an act that many deemed foolish at the time. Yet, in retrospect, it appears nothing short of extraordinary. Li Bo even harbored doubts that Qin Jiu Ge might have foreseen that Xiao Yinner's transformation into a failure was merely temporary, destined for resurgence. He could not help but admire Qin Jiu Ge immensely. While others disparaged Xiao Yinner, it was Qin Jiu Ge who, against all odds, preserved her in the engagement. Securing a future capable partner for the Qin family and maintaining the family's honor and Qin Ming's reputation. This maneuver was nothing short of miraculous. The Xianming secret realm. Is it? Qin Jiu Ge murmured softly, unaware of Li Bo's expression. Inwardly, he lamented, indeed, Xiao Yinner is the child of destiny. Her path is undeniably correct. In those tales, the destined ones, upon entering a secret realm, invariably encounter great opportunities, reaping substantial rewards, and their power ascends like a rocket. If she were to enter such realms multiple times, her rate of advancement would be nothing short of terrifying. Qin Jiu Ge calculated briefly. There remained about a month until the commencement of the Taichu Sacred Lands Grand Assembly. The Silver Moon Empire was not particularly distant from the Qin family. A round trip would not consume excessive time. Hence, he resolved to embark on a journey to the Silver Moon Empire, ostensibly to visit his fiancée. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge turned to Li Bo, saying, Li Bo, please arrange for a flying vessel. I intend to visit the Silver Moon Empire. Considering the accompanying personnel, Qin Jiu Ge reflected that, as a secular imperial dynasty, the cultivators within the Silver Moon Empire were relatively weaker compared to the Qin family, which was an imperial clan, and even more so compared to sacred lands. Having Wuchang Supreme accompany him would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, unnecessarily extravagant and potentially displeasing. Although, as the divine son, Wuchang Supreme would not outwardly express any discontent, Qin Jiu Ge was reluctant to impose upon a supreme-level warrior. Thus, he altered his decision. Do not trouble the capricious sovereign any further. 2 captains of the Shadow Guard will suffice. Li Bo accepted the command and went to make preparations. Soon, a grand and resplendent flying vessel ascended slowly from the Qin residence, heading towards the Silver Moon Empire. Within the enigmatic realm of the Silver Moon Empire, Xiao Yinner darted through the air like a flicker of flame. In the blink of an eye, her slender figure appeared atop a distant cliff, a joyful expression gracing her delicate features. The true fire Xuanrui was finally in her possession. This extraordinary herb, born from the volcanic heat and the essence of the sun and moon, held immense benefits for those practicing fire attribute techniques or possessing a fire attribute physique. Xiao Yinner had taken considerable risks to procure this precious plant. According to the Azure Emperor, possessing this herb would enhance her chances of breaking through to the law manifestation realm by 30%. Just as Xiao Yinner reveled in her triumph, a discordant voice pierced the air. You there, girl. Be sensible and drop that herb or face dire consequences. After all, celestial treasures belong to the capable. How dare you, a mere child, claim such a valuable artifact? Release the herb at once, or do not blame us for our hostility. At the foot of the slope, several young men clad in luxurious garments gazed up at Xiao Yinner, their words dripping with disdain. They were the scions of the most powerful factions within the Silver Moon Empire, gathered to partake in the trials of the secret realm. Upon witnessing Xiao Yinner acquire a spirit herb, covetous thoughts ignited within them, and they conspired to leverage their numbers to coerce her into surrendering it. Unfazed by their threats, Xiao Yinner wore a look of disdain, uttering not a word before launching her attack. A fiery ribbon, akin to a venomous serpent, surged towards the group of second-generation elites below. They are truly overestimating themselves. How audacious! They roared, charging up the slope in a fury. In a mere exchange, a flash of light from Xiao Yinner's sword severed one head, which rolled away, tumbling a distance. The remaining elites, witnessing the spectacle, fled in terror, their bravado evaporating as they stumbled away, shouting threats in their retreat. Observing their retreating figures, Xiao Yinner's eyes reflected profound contempt. Did these individuals truly consider themselves celestial prodigies? It was utterly revolting. Only someone as extraordinarily gifted as Qin Jiu Ge deserved to bear the title of prodigy. In the ensuing 10 days, Xiao Yinner shone brightly within the secret realm. She not only seized abundant opportunities, but also vanquished numerous second-generation elites who attempted to seize her gains. Unbeknownst to her, such ostentatious behavior had drawn the ire of the entire imperial faction. Outside the realm, countless forces gathered, with the most formidable among them at the law manifestation realm. While the majority remained at the spirit sea realm, they lay in wait, anticipating Xiao Yinner's emergence from the secret realm. as a mundane dynasty. The Silver Moon Empire's most powerful cultivators barely reached the Nirvana realm, making this gathering quite formidable. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xiao Yin'er sat atop a colossal stone, blissfully toying with a storage ring. In the present day, this storage ring is filled to the brim with resources. Observing these treasures, a smile graces Xiao Yin'er's face. With such an abundance of resources, she could certainly spare some to congratulate Qin Jiu Ge on attaining the title of Divine Son. Beside her, the Azure Emperor scoffs. You are still thinking of your little romantic interest. Perhaps you should ponder what to do after exiting the secret realm. Those individuals have been thoroughly offended by you. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain appears on Xiao Yin'er's face. Those individuals, who call themselves prodigies, are nothing but greedy, malicious, and arrogant fools. They are merely courting death. Eliminating them would be a form of justice. She then shifts her tone, playfully appealing to the Azure Emperor. Besides, you are here, Master. Are you not? In previous perilous situations, the Azure Emperor had used his soul power to control her body, carving a bloody path to safety. It seems Xiao Yin'er intends to rely on this tactic once more. The Azure Emperor, upon hearing her words, can only smile wryly. Alas, having you as a disciple, I truly cannot discern whether I am fortunate or unfortunate. Chapter 51. The Fearsome Young Woman. Outside the secret realm, a massive airship is crowded with people. They are the elders of various factions within the Silver Moon Dynasty, gathered to welcome the disciples who have ventured into the secret realm back to their sections. As the Silver Moon Dynasty belongs to the mortal realm, its sects are relatively weak and lack the resources to procure their own airships. Thus, they must utilize the dynasty's airship to transport these elders to the secret realm. Seated upon the airship, the elders engage in casual conversation. As the adage goes, fellow travelers are often rivals. The relationships among the elders of various factions are far from harmonious. After all, the available cultivation resources are limited and talented disciples are scarce. The locations rich in spiritual energy suitable for sect establishments are also few, inevitably leading to competition. Moreover, the sects often vie against one another, resulting in a barrage of verbal jabs and mockery throughout the journey. Though they dare not resort to physical confrontation, this is the Silver Moon Dynasty's airship, after all, and damaging it would bear grave consequences for their respective sections. Elder Jin Shuliang of the Golden Cauldron Sword Sect gazes at Elder Lu Zhongfeng of the Luyin Sword Sect with a mocking glint in his eyes. Both sects specialize in swordsmanship and are situated just a few hundred miles apart, frequently competing for resources and disciples, fostering a particularly antagonistic relationship. Let me say this, Lu Zhongfeng. How could those few misfits from your Luyin Sword Sect possibly compare to my disciples from the Golden Cauldron Sword Sect? My top disciple, Jin Wuliang, has already reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, while your strongest fellow, what was his name again, Lu Maoyang, is only at the 3rd level. Is he not? Entering the secret realm at such a disadvantage is akin to courting death. Instantly displeased, Lu Zhongfeng retorts sharply, Jin Shuliang, have you lost your wits? In the secret realm, fortune favors the bold, not merely the powerful. If opportunity arises, even a disciple at the body refinement realm can reap rewards. Are you so anxious? Fearing that my Luyin Sword Sect disciples might seize great fortunes and overshadow your Golden Cauldron Sword Sect disciples? Nonsense. Regarding your Luyin Sword Sect's motley crew, they would scarcely be a match for Jin Wuliang. You ought to prepare yourself mentally, lest the secret realm opens and you find all your disciples perished within. Jin Shuliang mercilessly mocked Lu Zhongfeng. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel. Observing the two men flush with anger, on the verge of confrontation, Zhao Zilong, the leader of the Divine Gun sect, hastily intervened to mediate. In my view, the strengths of your two sects are comparable. Any of your disciples could very well seize an opportunity. However, it is said that the blade is mightier than the spear, and the spear is the king of all weapons. My son, Zhao Ruilong, has deeply inherited my true teachings, and his prowess has reached the 8th level of the Spirit Sea. This time, in the secret realm trial, he shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Upon our return, the territories of our 3 sects should be redefined. Jin Shuliang and Lu Zhongfeng were taken aback. Zhao Zilong's mediation was, in fact, a display of boasting, with an underlying intent to encroach upon their territories. How could they tolerate such insolence? The earlier squabbling Lu Zhongfeng and Jin Shuliang immediately united against the common foe, Zhao Zilong. Within the secret realm, blades and swords are indiscriminate. Should your son meet his demise, where will you find solace? Furious, Zhao Zilong was poised to retort when, at that moment, the long-closed gate of the secret realm suddenly swung open. The elders turned their heads in unison towards the entrance, all hoping that their disciples would be the first to emerge, bearing good tidings. Before long, a young man stumbled out of the secret realm, his robe unrecognizable, marred by splotches of blood and scorched in several places. His hair resembled a tangle of weeds, and his expression was etched with terror. At first glance, he bore little resemblance to a genius who had participated in a trial. Rather, he resembled a refugee fleeing calamity. Is that not Gu Taijian from the Iron Sword sect? It is said that he began practicing swordsmanship at the tender age of 3, devoted to the blade throughout his life, and now, at such a young age, has already attained the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Who could have caused him such harm? Someone recognized the youth and exclaimed in excitement. Instantly, the elders were taken aback. Gu Taijian, a renowned genius of the Silver Moon dynasty, was known for his formidable strength. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon him? The elders of the Iron Sword sect, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, filled with concern, to inquire about what had transpired. Gu Taijian, did you not claim that there were no rivals among your young generation? What has happened? It seems you have gained little. Indeed, do share with us. The elders of the other factions, seeing Gu Taijian in such disarray, began to mock him. Amidst the jeers, disciples from other sects emerged from the secret realm one after another. Within moments, dozens had appeared, each bearing wounds and tattered garments, resembling survivors of a calamity. Some disciples from certain factions had not emerged at all. Upon witnessing this scene, the elders were struck with a sense of foreboding. They were seasoned figures who had lived for countless years. How could they not recognize that something had gone awry? In an instant, these extraordinary individuals who had just emerged from the secret realm were surrounded by anxious elders, all inquiring in a cacophony of voices. Taijian, what has transpired? Who has done this to you? Fear not, for I shall advocate on your behalf. Zhao Ruilong, have you encountered our sect Humo? Why has he not emerged? What manner of beings did you encounter within? Faced with the elders, these prodigies could no longer contain themselves, each recounting their experiences in turn. Inside the secret realm, a ruthless young woman unleashed a massacre upon us. Many were injured by her hand, and several perished. Gu Taijian was the first to voice his grievances. Yet he refrained from mentioning their covetous intentions towards Xiao Yin'er's resources, which had led to their ambush and subsequent defeat. Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with indignation. How dare she slaughter my disciples with such impunity? Regardless of her identity, she shall not leave here alive. Indeed, my disciples of Taijian men shall not be trifled with. As their fury mounted, the elders fixated on the entrance of the secret realm, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the so-called ruthless young woman. Under the watchful gazes of all, the great door of the secret realm swung open once more. A graceful young woman stepped forth. The disciples surrounding the elders pointed in unison, exclaiming, "It is she." Chapter 52, The Ascendance of the Azure Emperor. 3 layers of Dharma manifestation. Upon hearing their sect's prodigies identify Xiao Yin'er as the culprit behind the injuries and deaths of the younger generation across various sects, the elders Jin Shuliang, Lu Zhengfeng, Zhao Zilong, and others swiftly directed their attention towards her. Xiao Yin'er appeared disheveled, her garments tattered and marred with various scratches, some areas bandaged and faintly oozing blood. Yet, her demeanor was defiant, exuding an air of fearless audacity. Jin Shuliang, Lu Zhengfeng, and Zhao Zilong, incensed, launched their attacks. Long spears and iron swords, imbued with overwhelming pressure, surged towards Xiao Yin'er from different angles. The surrounding air grew thick with tension. Confronted by the onslaught of the 3 elders, Xiao Yin'er revealed a determined smile, whispering, "Master, it is time for you to witness." The Azure Emperor, a venerable powerhouse of millennia, acted with resolute decisiveness. Aware that if she did not summon her full strength, Xiao Yin'er would surely meet her demise this day. She knew she could not find another disciple of such exceptional talent and character. Without a moment's hesitation, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Yin'er's being, enveloping her entirely. In the next breath, her power skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, reaching the realm of 3 layers of Dharma manifestation. Ethereal wings, brimming with vitality, sprouted from her back, soaring skyward. Witnessing this astonishing ascent, the assembled prodigies were left in profound shock, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Within the secret realm, they had engaged in battle with Xiao Yin'er numerous times, convinced they understood her capabilities well. Upon emerging from the secret realm, they could hardly contain their grievances, eager to confide in the elders of their sect, hoping for retribution on their behalf. Yet now, they realized that despite their numerous encounters, they had grossly underestimated this formidable young woman. During their time in the secret realm, several prodigies had unanimously concluded that she was at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, slightly surpassing them. However, witnessing her current aura, it appeared she had ascended to at least the third layer of the Dharma aspect realm. Had she showcased such prowess within the secret realm, they might not have even had a chance to survive. Soon, a thought crossed the minds of these prodigies. The Xianming secret realm was specifically designed by the Silver Moon Empire as a testing ground for those below the Dharma aspect realm, permitting only those beneath this threshold to enter. Anyone exceeding the Dharma aspect realm, even if merely at the first layer, would be absolutely barred from the Xianming secret realm. They were also quite certain that the strength this fierce young woman had previously exhibited was indeed that of a Spirit Sea pinnacle. So, why had she, so remarkably powerful, ascended directly to the third layer of the Dharma aspect realm? As prodigies of the Silver Moon Empire, they had indeed heard whispers of certain arcane techniques that could temporarily enhance an individual's strength. However, the use of such techniques was strictly regulated by severe conditions, and employing them often resulted in significant backlash. Generally speaking, the greater the boost in strength provided by these techniques, the more severe the repercussions. Yet, in their recollection, even the most extreme techniques, such as those involving the sacrifice of life itself, did not yield such outrageous enhancements. It is essential to understand that the difference between the Spirit Sea realm and the Dharma aspect realm, though merely one tier apart, is akin to the heavens and the earth. If this fierce young woman had merely ascended to the first layer of the Dharma aspect realm, it would be comprehensible. However, she had inexplicably leaped over 3 tiers. Such a phenomenon was utterly preposterous. Not only were the prodigies astonished by Xiao Yin'er's astounding rise in power, but the elders were equally flabbergasted. Having lived on this continent far longer, their experiences far surpassed those of the younger generation. When Xiao Yin'er emerged from the secret realm, they had been entirely convinced she was merely a little girl at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, easily subdued. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this girl had astonishingly traversed 1 major realm and 3 minor realms, reaching the third layer of the Dharma aspect. The existence of a technique capable of elevating someone from the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea to the third layer of the Dharma aspect in an instant was unheard of, even to them. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the eyes of Jin Shuliang, Lu Zhongfeng, and Zhao Zilong. Such a terrifying technique for enhancement, regardless of the dire cost it demanded, could be deemed a priceless treasure. Sects like theirs often trained death warriors, individuals who, despite their limited talents, could not ascend to higher realms. Death warriors were essentially expendable, and once their sects mastered such a technique, the combat prowess of these warriors would multiply exponentially. Moreover, the ability to elevate so many at once hinted that this young woman harbored even greater secrets. If they could capture the young girl and extract the terrifying method of enhancement from her, their sect's power would advance significantly, trampling over the other sects. With this thought, Jin Shuliang was the first to act. He was at the 5th level of the law form, and despite Xiao Yin'er's sudden surge in strength, he still held the upper hand. The golden sword in his hand struck toward Xiao Yin'er with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, piercing from an unexpected angle. Xiao Yin'er, no? She should now be addressed as the Azure Emperor, faced Jin Shuliang's blade with a more serious expression. In her prime, she could have effortlessly subdued many like him. Yet now, as a mere soul entity, her strength had significantly diminished, and using a body that was not her own made it challenging to maneuver effectively. At that moment, the sword light was but 3 inches from the Azure Emperor. Gritting her teeth, she struck out with her snow-white right hand at an odd angle. Bang! Her palm connected with the sword's spine, producing a crisp sound. Simultaneously, the Azure Emperor's body propelled backward with the force of the impact. Don't let this little wretch escape. Everyone, attack together. Lu Zhongfeng shouted, swinging his iron sword down towards the Azure Emperor. Zhao Zilong thrust his spear forward like a swimming dragon towards her. Additionally, the other 2 elders of the law form realm also joined in the fray. Faced with the 5 powerful adversaries, the Azure Emperor had no intention of lingering. She first kicked Lu Zhongfeng's sword aside, then pushed Zhao Zilong's spear away with both hands. Utilizing the rebound force, she dashed left and right, seeking an escape route. Thanks to her wealth of combat experience and her focus on fleeing, the Azure Emperor managed to maintain her footing against the 5 attackers. Her figure danced and swayed, constantly retreating. Chapter 53, The Arrival of Qin Jiu Ge. How many lives do you have? Despite being an ancient powerhouse from 10,000 years ago, even the Azure Emperor dared not engage in a prolonged battle against the 5. Lu Zhengfeng, Zhao Zilong, Jin Shiliang, and the others were determined to seize her after witnessing her formidable secret technique. They could not allow her to escape so easily. They pursued her relentlessly, like maggots clinging to bones. They were certain that the Azure Emperor had employed a secret art, which would not last long. Once its effect faded, her strength would revert to that of a peak spiritual sea cultivator, or even lower. At that time, not only the elders, but even the onlookers among the talented youths would easily subdue her. With this in mind, their attacks grew fiercer, each unleashing their most powerful techniques in hopes of quickly capturing the Azure Emperor. Surrounded, the loyal Azure Emperor darted left and right, continually retreating. Bang! Against the combined force of Zhao Zilong and Jin Shiliang, the Azure Emperor had no choice but to brace herself. With a resounding crash, she tore through their joint attack and, using the momentum from their strike, made her escape. At that moment, a sword, entirely composed of ethereal energy, descended from the heavens, slicing past the Azure Emperor. Fortunately, due to the Azure Emperor's vast experience in combat, she managed to halt her movement just in time. Additionally, the assailant did not harbor a lethal intent, allowing her to narrowly evade the strike. Had it not been for this fortunate turn of events, that blow could have cleaved her in two. However, although she dodged the attack, the momentum of her retreat was abruptly interrupted, leaving her standing still, glaring furiously at a particular point in the sky. As the Azure Emperor's gaze fixed upon it, a figure gradually materialized, clad in a well-tailored linen robe with wide sleeves. The individual had silver hair elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. With the appearance of this figure, the onlooking prodigies below erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. It was the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword sect. How splendid! With the Grand Elder intervening, that woman would undoubtedly find no escape from his grasp. Was this not a foregone conclusion? Though the means by which she attained the 3rd layer of the law manifestation realm remained a mystery, the Grand Elder was a formidable presence at the 7th layer. Dealing with her would be akin to child's play. Lu Zhengfeng gazed at the Grand Elder, who stood effortlessly in the air not far away, his heart swelling with joy. The Grand Elder, Lu Gongyu, was technically his clan uncle, his cultivation formidable and terrifying. Long having ascended to the 7th layer of the law manifestation realm, rarely making public appearances. With the Grand Elder stepping in, this fierce young woman, regardless of her remarkable skills, could not elude his grasp. More importantly, Lu Zhengfeng was acutely aware that this young woman possessed a secret technique for elevating her realm. Whosoever could capture her would wield absolute influence and be the most likely to acquire that secret technique. The mere thought of the Iron Sword sect's power surging dramatically with such a technique, surpassing the likes of the Divine Spear sect and the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, filled Lu Zhengfeng with euphoric anticipation. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a twinge of apprehension. This fierce young woman had undoubtedly endured formidable experiences, her combat skills exceedingly refined, almost evasive. Even when besieged by their trio of 5th-layer law manifestation experts, she had managed to weave through their attacks and nearly escape. Setting aside the terrifying nature of her secret technique, her astonishing innate talent was alarming. Should she flee, any sect that had participated in today's assault would surely face dire consequences in the future should she achieve greatness in her cultivation. The Iron Sword sect had families, businesses, and a sect to protect, while she was a lone wolf. After claiming her victims, she could simply vanish, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Moreover, many disciples from sects like theirs were out in the world, either honing their skills or engaging in commerce to support the sect. If she set her sights on them, their survival would be in jeopardy. Surely, the entire Iron Sword sect could not hide away like a turtle in its shell. Fortunately, with the Grand Elder taking action, there was no longer any cause for concern. Lu Zhengfeng bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder, his tone filled with reverence. Grand Elder, this woman has slain several of our sect's prodigies. I implore you to act and avenge our fallen disciples. His words rang with righteous fervor, igniting the spirits of many Iron Sword sect disciples below. In response, The Grand Elder merely nodded indifferently towards Lu Zhengfeng. Subsequently, the gaze shifted towards the distant Azure Emperor. You possess remarkable talent. I shall offer you an opportunity to accompany me back to my abode. I assure you, your life will be spared. At that very moment, a hearty laughter echoed from afar, followed by a powerful voice filled with mockery. Lu Ganyu, you truly lack shame. That woman has slain numerous prodigies from our Divine Gun sect. How could she simply accompany you? If she must leave, it shall be with me back to the Divine Gun sect. As the voice faded, a figure hastily approached, the Grand Elder of the Divine Gun sect, Zhao Yunlai. Indeed, how can she walk away with you after killing members of our sect? Another voice chimed in. The Grand Elder of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, Qin Shishan, also hurriedly arrived. The Azure Emperor cast a glance at the three elders, his expression darkening. All three were at the 7th level of the Law Manifestation realm. At this moment, the three elders occupied 3 positions, encircling her at the center. Given her current strength, there was no possible way for her to escape from their grasp. Qin Shishan, Lu Ganyu, and Zhao Yunlai argued fervently, each vying for the Azure Emperor to accompany them. They understood that whoever the Azure Emperor chose would also determine the fate of that terrifying secretary. Thus each held their ground, unwilling to yield. After a prolonged silence, the 3 elders sighed in unison. Qin Shishan was the first to speak. Let us cooperate to subdue this girl. The benefits will be shared among our 3 factions. How does that sound? Lu Ganyu and Zhao Yunlai, with no other choice, reluctantly agreed. As the 3 reached an accord, the Azure Emperor felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain, bearing down upon her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Simultaneously, the 3 elders launched their attacks. A terrifying assault surged towards the Azure Emperor. Gritting her teeth, she intercepted Qin Shishan's iron sword, causing a trickle of blood to flow from her lips. Master, I am sorry, it is all my fault, echoed the voice of Xiao Yin'er in her mind. Foolish child, you have done nothing wrong, the fault lies with them. To have a disciple like you before my demise is a consolation. With that, the Azure Emperor gritted her teeth and faced Zhao Yunlai's spear once more. Zhao Yunlai's spear bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, firmly restraining the Azure Emperor, rendering her immobile. At that moment, a beam of sword light hurtled towards the Azure Emperor. In despair, she closed her eyes. All her spiritual energy was devoted to countering the spear before her, leaving her utterly defenseless against the impending sword. Just as the strike was about to land, a cold scoff resounded. You 3 old fools. How many lives do you possess to lay hands on her? Chapter 54. Qin Jiu Ge. Are you comparing backgrounds with me? As the voice echoed, in the next instant, a figure appeared in front of the sword light. Facing the fierce blade, the figure merely extended his right hand, pressing down gently. Bang! With this simple gesture, the once menacing sword light was effortlessly shattered, and that jade-like right hand bore not a single scar. Qin Jiu Ge stood beside the Azure Emperor, clad in a billowing white robe, a faintly indifferent smile gracing his face as he regarded the gathered crowd with a gaze as cold as that reserved for the deceased. Witnessing Qin Jiu Ge effortlessly shatter Lu Ganyu's technique with a single hand, the onlookers felt a surge of alarm. This was an attack from a formidable practitioner of the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation. While it may not have been his strongest strike, it was certainly not an easy blow to withstand. How could this young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18, possess such terrifying power? Forced to retreat, Lu Ganyu's expression darkened. He had exerted a full 70% of his strength in that strike, intending to incapacitate the woman at the center of their encirclement. Yet this youth had effortlessly countered it. To what magnitude could his strength ascend? With Lu Ganyu's technique neutralized, Qin Shishan and Zhao Yunlai also ceased their assaults. Casting wary glances at Qin Jiu Ge, they had not anticipated the presence of an ally. Zhao Yunlai hovered in midair, his face grave as he regarded Qin Jiu Ge, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Having battled alongside Lu Ganyu and Qin Shishan for many years, he was well aware of their capabilities. To block Lu Ganyu's attack with such ease, one would need to be at least a practitioner of the 8th level of the Dharma manifestation, would they not? This young girl possessed such backing? It was no wonder she had the audacity to slay the outstanding youths of their 3 major sects within the secret realm. Exchanging glances, Lu Ganyu, Qin Shishan, and Zhao Yunlai all sensed the weight of seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. They repositioned themselves, encircling Qin Jiu Ge and the Azure Emperor. The girl, bearing a secret technique to elevate her realm, could not be allowed to escape easily. Even if this youth had reached the 8th level of the Dharma manifestation, he was still outnumbered. With their combined efforts, they could surely capture him, even at a cost. As Lu Gongyu and the others strategized on how to subdue Qin Jiu Ge, Xiao Yin'er gazed at the familiar figure before her, her eyes alight with excitement. It was him. He had come to rescue her. He had not forgotten about her. For an extended period, Xiao Yin'er had been hoping for a miracle. She did not wish to die. She longed to see Qin Jiu Ge once more, to share her thoughts, to stroll with him, for there were countless adventures she wished to undertake together. How could she bear such an untimely end? Yet, confronted by the onslaught of 3 practitioners at the 7th level of the Dharma manifestation, survival seemed utterly impossible. Moreover, Qin Jiu Ge had just ascended to the position of the Qin family's divine son. He had countless matters awaiting his attention. How could he possibly arrive here? Yet, he had indeed come. At the moment when she faced the siege of numerous experts and her life hung in the balance, he appeared before her like a celestial being, effortlessly dismantling the enemy's attack. At that instant, a voice, tinged with both fatigue and relief, resonated in Xiao Yin'er's mind. Since he had arrived, her master would no longer squander soul energy. With that, the soul energy enveloping Xiao Yin'er receded like a retreating tide, gradually dissipating. Her strength regressed to the pinnacle of the spirit sea. She lay weakly in Qin Jiu Ge's embrace, her heart brimming with a profound sense of security. It was as if, should the heavens themselves collapse, Qin Jiu Ge would shield her from it all. Even in the face of impending doom, she found the spirit to indulge in tender moments. 8 formidable masters of the law realm encircled Qin Jiu Ge and Xiao Yin'er, with Jin Shishan speaking first. This woman has slain 7 of our sect's prodigies. The enmity between my Golden Cauldron Sword sect and her is as deep as the ocean. I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. With Jin Shishan's words, the other law realm masters surrounding the duo chimed in. I am Zhao Yunlai, the Grand Elder of the Divine Gun sect. Though you possess formidable strength, even the mightiest fists cannot contend with many hands. This woman has murdered our sect's prodigies, and I would rather shatter my bones than not seek justice for them. Indeed, I am Lu Gongyu, the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword sect. Considering your youthful inexperience, if you depart now, I assure you that we shall not pursue you further. They believe themselves to be esteemed sects of the Silver Moon Empire, attempting to leverage their influence to coerce Qin Jiu Ge into abandoning his efforts to save Xiao Yin'er. As these individuals hastily flaunted their backgrounds, Xiao Yin'er, nestled in Qin Jiu Ge's arms, could barely suppress a smile. These people were merely the pinnacle of a single empire's power. Within this empire, perhaps they held some prestige, but they dared to threaten Qin Jiu Ge with such lineage? Qin Jiu Ge was, after all, a scion of one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, the chosen one of the Qin family. In comparison, these individuals appeared as mere crows beside a phoenix. Upon hearing their remarks, a smirk graced Qin Jiu Ge's lips. Are you threatening this divine scion? Upon hearing this, the encircling masters of the law realm responded with a sense of entitlement. You may consider it as such. If you choose to withdraw, our Iron Sword sect is willing to befriend you and offer gifts. However, should you refuse to heed our warning, we would not hesitate to send this ill-fated pair on their way. Suddenly, Lu Gongyu sensed something amiss and muttered, Divine Scion? Although his voice was barely audible, it was sufficient for the other law realm masters to catch wind of it. Upon hearing this, they were all taken aback. Divine Scion? That is not a title to be claimed lightly. In the Tianxuan Continent, hierarchy was strictly observed. The term Divine Scion could only be used by the young lords of immortal imperial clans or the crown princes of divine dynasties. Could it be that the person before them was indeed a young lord of an imperial clan or a crown prince of a divine dynasty? In an instant, the gazes of the 8 law realm masters turned toward Qin Jiu Ge, filled with shock, disbelief, and a sense of awe. How could this be? Such a divine figure could never be here, nor could he possibly be connected to this unremarkable woman. It was inconceivable. He could not be the divine scion. Lu Gongyu was the first to roar, his tone frenzied. Yes, you insolent wretch, daring to proclaim yourself as the divine scion. You have sealed your fate. Everyone attack. Let us eliminate this fool. As his words fell, a profound tremor resonated from the heavens above. Unconsciously, everyone looked up towards the sky, where a colossal flying vessel tore through the void, descending amidst the astonished gazes of all present. The magnificent flying vessel, measuring several hundred zhang in length, shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling a colossal beast lying in repose, both mysterious and formidable. On board, a massive battle flag emblazoned with the character for Qin fluttered in the wind. Chapter 55. Offending the fiancée of the Divine Sun. Annihilate the entire clan. The surrounding air trembled. The grand vessel soared above the heads of the gathered crowd. The elders and prodigies from various sects soon realized that the flying craft was even larger than they had imagined. Even when suspended in midair, it cast a substantial shadow over the sunlight. What truly sent shivers down their spines was the ominous black flag bearing the character for Qin. In the entire Tianxuan Continent, only the Qin family possessed such a stately vessel. Eternal life, the Qin family. In the midst of their astonishment, two squads of shadowy guards, clad in dark uniforms and masked to conceal their identities, gracefully descended and positioned themselves beside Qin Jiu Ge. The two captains of the shadow guards formed a protective circle around him, their gazes fixed intensely upon those below. Over 100 formidable warriors stood resolutely beside Qin Jiu Ge, and despite their lack of overt power, the palpable aura of long-standing authority and the chilling essence of battle they exuded left the elders and prodigies of the sects drenched in sweat. This terrifying display plunged everyone present into a state of shock. Previously, when Qin Jiu Ge had revealed his identity, they had thought him to be merely a figurehead, a divine son of the Qin family. How could he possibly appear in this place? Now, not only had the Qin family's flying vessel made its presence known, but two squads of their shadow guards, who rarely intervened unless to unleash chaos, had also been summoned. It was evident without further ado that this young man held an esteemed position within the Qin family. They could hardly believe that the individual before them was indeed the divine son of the Qin family. The very same Qin Jiu Ge who had recently triumphed decisively in the contest for the title of divine son. Many prodigies present regarded Qin Jiu Ge as an idol, aspiring to one day attain a similar invincibility in the world. Numerous young women dreamed of merely catching a glimpse of Qin Jiu Ge to fulfill a cherished longing. Yet now, under such circumstances, they found themselves awkwardly face-to-face with him. The elders were perplexed. How could Qin Jiu Ge, revered as the divine son of the Qin family, so noble in status, possibly intervene for a girl of merely spiritual cultivation? They had even inquired about her background, discovering she hailed from a small family with little influence. Yet here was Qin Jiu Ge stepping forward on her behalf. What could their relationship possibly be? A sense of confusion clouded the minds of the elders. Some of the more timid among them felt their hearts quaking. The shadow guards behind Qin Jiu Ge, even the most ordinary among them, evoked an unsettling sense of inscrutability. This indicated that their strength far exceeded their own. Elders such as Lu Gongyu and Zhao Yunlai, who had reached the realm of the Dharma aspect, were especially astounded. Being the most powerful among the assembly, they faintly sensed that the 200 shadow guards behind Qin Jiu Ge possessed strength that slightly surpassed theirs, likely at the level of Dharma aspect 8 to 9. 200 masters of the Dharma aspect. Standing beside Qin Jiu Ge were 20 individuals, exuding an aura that was both formidable and inscrutable. Lu Gongyu and his companions speculated that these 20 were undoubtedly masters of the Nirvana realm. The mere presence of such elite warriors caused a few to swallow hard, filled with regret for their earlier decisions. Had they known it would come to this, they would have refrained from stepping out today. What use were secret techniques for enhancing strength, or the honor of a sect, when one's own life was at stake? Confronted with the focused intent of 20 masters of the law manifestation, even those of their own rank had no hope of escape. What weighed most heavily upon their hearts were the two figures flanking Qin Jiu Ge, their faces obscured behind protective visors. It was their piercing gazes, like those of ferocious beasts, that instilled an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence. The depth of their strength was unfathomable. In light of such a terrifying assembly, Lu Gongyu and the others felt tears welling in their eyes. Was this not utterly terrifying? They could scarcely imagine the ease with which such power could sweep through the Silver Moon dynasty, penetrating the palace repeatedly without breaking a sweat. After the initial shock, Lu Gongyu and the sect elders who had targeted Xiao Yin'er fell into profound dread. They had dared to provoke the heir of the Qin family, a figure of immense renown across the continent. Had they truly crossed paths with him? Did they stand any chance of survival? Some of the more timid among them began contemplating how to plead for mercy from Qin Jiu Ge. Amidst the circle of formidable protectors, a smirk played upon Qin Jiu Ge's lips as he taunted. So, you were just threatening this deity? At his words, the atmosphere grew palpably colder. Those who had previously boasted of their backgrounds now trembled, their legs quaking as cold sweat streamed down their faces, hastily bowing in apology. "We did not recognize the esteemed presence of the deity. We beg for your forgiveness." Qin Jiu Ge, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. "Forgiveness." As he spoke, he casually wrapped an arm around the young woman's waist, drawing her close while looking down upon the assembly of law manifestation masters with a frigid tone. "You have not only offended this deity, but have also laid hands upon my fiancée. Offending my fiancée warrants the annihilation of your entire clan. What audacity do you possess to seek my forgiveness?" Qin Jiu Ge's sudden action left Xiao Yin'er blushing with embarrassment. Being embraced in front of so many, alongside the public acknowledgement of her status as his fiancée, was mortifying. She gently shook her head, shyly gazing at Qin Jiu Ge's profile, momentarily entranced. Her betrothed was truly captivating. Not only had he stood up for her during her darkest hour, restoring her dignity and guiding her back to the path of cultivation, but he had also discreetly dispatched individuals to protect her after she had left the Xiantian sect. This revelation dawned upon her the moment Qin Jiu Ge made his unexpected appearance. The Silver Moon Dynasty was a great distance from the Xiantian sect, and she had only arrived here under the guidance of her master, the Qing Emperor. How could Qin Jiu Ge have known she was in danger unless he had sent someone to watch over her? Even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, when she needed assistance the most, Qin Jiu Ge descended like a celestial being, instilling terror in the formidable assembly of, rendering them so shaken that they could scarcely utter a word. Xiao Yin'er was not foolish. She understood that Qin Jiu Ge, being the divine son of the Qin family, held a position of immense prestige. Countless young women from illustrious families aspired to wed him, even as concubines. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge had not forgotten her, his betrothed whom he had met only a few times, charging forth with unwavering resolve when she faced peril. Xiao Yin'er had always believed that the most precious treasures in this world were kinship, friendship, and love. In this ruthless land, where the weak were devoured by the strong, there was scarcely any soil for such sentiments to flourish, until she encountered Qin Jiu Ge. With a fiancé of noble status who cared for her deeply, Xiao Yin'er felt that her life had not been lived in vain. Chapter 56. The Green Emperor. Why not marry him quickly? Just as Xiao Yin'er was moved by Qin Jiu Ge's heroic act of rescuing her, the peculiar laughter of the Green Emperor echoed in her mind. "Hee, you are indeed fortunate. Practitioners of such high caliber are driven by ambition. A person like Qin Jiu Ge, who occupies a lofty position, possesses terrifying talent, and values loyalty, is a rare gem indeed. You should marry him swiftly, lest you find it impossible to encounter another like him across the continent." Listening to the Green Emperor's teasing, the usually sharp-tongued Xiao Yin'er surprisingly refrained from retorting, her gaze lingering on Qin Jiu Ge, as her heart began to melt and warmth enveloped her. Below, if Xiao Yin'er felt warmth in Qin Jiu Ge's embrace, the masters below were engulfed in a chilling despair. Although Qin Jiu Ge's words were not loud, they pierced through the air like a frigid abyss, nearly freezing their very blood. His fiancée, that woman was indeed the betrothed of Qin Jiu Ge, the divine son of the Qin family. The assembly have recalled the earlier scene and wished they could end their lives on the spot. Just moments ago, they had not only mobilized numerous experts to assault her, but had also intended to take her home for severe interrogation, seeking secret techniques to elevate their realms. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. How could they dare to bully the fiancée of the divine son of the Qin family? How could they attack or even injure her? Lu Gongyu, Jin Shishan, Zhao Yunlai, and several other masters exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear and despair evident in their eyes. They were utterly at a loss on how to address this predicament. Previously, they had relied on the might of their respective sects to intimidate others, but today, they had unexpectedly encountered an impenetrable wall. Compared to the Qin family, their so-called sects were insignificant. If the Qin family were a soaring vessel, then their sects resembled dilapidated carts on the verge of collapse. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The strongest among the Qin family stood at the threshold of the imperial realm, far surpassing the might of their own sect's strongest members. One might say that the two shadowy guardians brought forth by Qin Jiu Ge could till the land of the Silver Moon Dynasty, uprooting all its forces. At last, amidst a profound silence, Lu Gongyu broke the stillness. He could no longer endure the overwhelming sense of oppression that tormented him. "Young Master Qin, I am Lu Gongyu, the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword sect. I am willing to offer half of my sect's assets as compensation for your fiancée. I humbly request your forgiveness. Upon hearing Lu Ganyu's declaration, the other Dharma realm experts immediately echoed his sentiment, each offering half of their own wealth in hopes of receiving Qin Jiu Ge's clemency. However, deep down, they understood that there was no such thing as forgiveness. It was merely a desperate attempt to curry favor with Qin Jiu Ge to spare their lives, essentially a ransom for their existence. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiu Ge let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe that my Qin family would lack your meager contributions? The moment those words left his lips, Lu Ganyu froze in place, having overlooked a crucial fact. The Qin family was not only immensely powerful, but also extraordinarily wealthy. The scant resources of the Iron Sword sect would scarcely register on Qin Jiu Ge's radar. The others felt a sense of despair wash over them. Indeed, Qin Jiu Ge was the divine son of the Eternal Qin family, a figure of unparalleled status with immense worth. Their own families and sects, when bound together, would not even surpass the wealth of Qin Jiu Ge, let alone compare to the vastness of the Qin family. With a resigned sigh, Jin Shishan, the Grand Elder of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, stepped forward. Your Excellency, I have been complicit in the transgressions against your fiancée. Aware of the gravity of my sins, I am willing to take my own life in atonement and simultaneously eliminate all disciples who have entered the secret realm, pleading only for your mercy towards the Golden Cauldron Sword sect. At Jin Shishan's words, the disciples of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect below were instantly alarmed. Elder, what are you saying? Please spare us. Echoes of panic rang out, inciting Jin Shishan's annoyance as he unleashed the imposing aura of his 7th-level Dharma realm. Silence. His heart brimmed with bitterness. He would not have chosen such a path if it were not imperative. These were the talents of their sect. How could he abandon them so easily? Yet, if he did not provide Qin Jiu Ge with a satisfactory resolution, the repercussions of Qin Jiu Ge's wrath would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect. With its meager resources unable to withstand the might of the Qin family, he could only hope that Qin Jiu Ge was a man of compassion, willing to spare the Golden Cauldron Sword sect for their acknowledgement of the situation. The other elders, wise in their own right, swiftly grasped Jin Shishan's intention and concurred. I am willing to take my own life and eliminate all disciples who entered the secret realm, pleading for the Divine Son to spare our sect. With that, several Dharma realm masters knelt in midair, repeatedly bowing their heads to Qin Jiu Ge. Those families that lacked Dharma realm experts and had refrained from intervening were now profoundly relieved. Thankfully, they had no Dharma realm experts. Otherwise, they too would have found themselves among those pleading for mercy. At the same time, the gazes directed at Qin Jiu Ge were filled with awe. Is this truly the divine son of the Immortal Imperial Clan? Merely standing there, with just a few words, he had compelled the ancestors of the 6 great powers of the Silver Moon dynasty to take their own lives in contrition. In their eyes, the masters of the law realm had already ascended to a celestial plane, yet upon encountering Qin Jiu Ge, they found themselves humbled beyond measure. Surrounded by a throng of shadowy guardians, Qin Jiu Ge languidly surveyed the assembly of law realm experts and casually proclaimed, "Very well, considering your timely awareness, I shall grant you an opportunity. If all of you combined can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare your families." Upon hearing this, Lu Ganyu, Jin Shishan, Zhao Yunlai, and the other law realm masters revealed expressions of joy. This time, they had placed their bet wisely. Qin Jiu Ge had undoubtedly perceived their earnestness in atonement and was willing to offer them a chance for redemption. Although rumors circulated that Qin Jiu Ge possessed the strength of the 5th or 6th tier of the law realm, having awakened astonishing talents such as the chaotic body and the dual eyes, they were nevertheless emboldened by the presence of 8 law realm masters among them, 3 of whom were at the 7th tier. United, they believed they could potentially vanquish a Nirvana expert. Now, all they needed to do was withstand a single blow from Qin Jiu Ge, and their sect would be spared. As for their lives, they dared not harbor any illusions. They had pursued the fiancée of the divine heir, nearly leading to her demise. Offending the fiancée of the Eternal Qin family's divine heir without facing total annihilation from their sect was already a stroke of good fortune. They hastily bowed and expressed their gratitude to Qin Jiu Ge. Chapter 57. An ominous phenomenon shrouds the heavens. One person crushes 8 law realm masters. Upon hearing their almost sycophantic gratitude, Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand dismissively, his countenance indifferent, his heart unmoved. Recently, his strength had seen a notable enhancement. Even if these individuals combined their efforts solely for defense, they would be incapable of withstanding his strike. Thus, their gratitude seemed rather premature. Then, Qin Jiu Ge released his hold on Xiao Yinner's slender waist, his gaze sweeping over the two Law Realm guardians beside him. These two guardians were astute. One of them promptly retrieved an opulent and grand chair from his storage ring, gripping its backrest with a single hand, remaining utterly still. The other quickly assisted, and together they positioned themselves on either side, holding the chair's backrest with one hand while gesturing invitingly with the other. "Madam, please take a seat." Being addressed as madam for the first time, Xiao Yinner's fair complexion flushed a delicate shade of crimson, yet her heart danced with sweetness. She had only reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm and was not yet capable of flight. Moreover, the earlier battle had left her severely drained, making even standing a challenge. Qin Jiu Ge's earlier support had been a comfort, but now, without his grip, she feared she might tumble. Subsequently, with Qin Jiu Ge's assistance, Xiao Yinner settled into the spacious chair, her heart brimming with elation. Once she was comfortably arranged, Qin Jiu Ge bent slightly and softly murmured, "Yinner, wait here for a moment. I shall seek retribution for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinner's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and she obediently nodded. She had complete faith that Qin Jiu Ge, having promised her justice, would undoubtedly deliver a satisfactory outcome. For her, it sufficed that Qin Jiu Ge was willing to stand by her side, to protect and cherish her. After confiding in Xiao Yinner, Qin Jiu Ge turned to face the 8 formidable spiritual experts who were already prepared and on high alert. These 8 individuals had known each other for many years and were thoroughly familiar with one another. They had agreed that Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai, 3 experts at the 7th level of the spiritual realm, would take the forefront to shield against Qin Jiu Ge's attacks as much as possible, while the others would provide support from the rear. Once the matter at hand was resolved, anyone who survived was to refrain from bullying the juniors of other sects and should instead offer guidance. Qin Jiu Ge took a step forward, unfolding his dual pupils. In an instant, a celestial phenomenon enveloped the sky. The originally clear heavens were suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, with bolts of lightning flashing and striking down relentlessly. Gigantic eyes, each possessing 2 pupils, manifested in the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the others, who had been bracing themselves for Qin Jiu Ge's assault, were left in utter shock upon witnessing this phenomenon. Could this truly be the legendary ancient dual pupils? Rumors had circulated that the scion of the Qin family had mastered the divine art of dual pupils. Initially, I had dismissed it as mere gossip, but it appears I was sorely mistaken. The might of the dual pupils is catastrophic, and it seems we are about to face a fierce battle today. The spiritual experts felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, and the weight upon them intensified. Initially, Qin Jiu Ge's aura had felt like that of a 5th or 6th level spiritual expert. Yet now, even the 3 7th level experts, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai, could feel themselves being severely suppressed by his presence. However, this was not the end. Under the astonished gazes of Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai, Qin Jiu Ge took another step forward. The once expansive celestial phenomenon of the dual pupils began to contract, giving way to a swirling chaos. Within this chaos, a cerulean lotus slowly took shape. The chaos seed blue lotus. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai could no longer contain themselves. Was this not too formidable? Not only did he possess the dual pupils, but he was also a being of chaos. It seems all the legends were indeed true, without a hint of exaggeration. Did they still have a chance of victory? Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock and amazement, Qin Jiu Ge moved once more. This time, his fingers danced gracefully, forming intricate and profound gestures. The Kunpeng divine art. With a soft incantation from Qin Jiu Ge, an overwhelming aura obscured the sun, filling the world with an atmosphere of deadly intent. The Kunpeng divine art was inherently a technique of aggression, and now, as Qin Jiu Ge wielded it, its ferocity was unparalleled. Below, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the other spiritual experts were utterly stunned. They had initially believed that their advantage in both realm and numbers would allow them to contend with Qin Jiu Ge. After all, Qin Jiu Ge had only reached a maximum of the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual realm, while they had 3 7th level experts and 5 others besides. Their aim was not to defeat or kill Qin Jiu Ge, but merely to withstand a single blow. Who could have anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge would prove to be this powerful? With the fusion of the and the, there exists no other individual on the entire Tianxuan Continent endowed with such an extraordinary configuration. As for the final technique that Qin Jiu Ge manifested, although they were unaware of the name of the Kunpeng divine art, it did not hinder their perception of the lethal intent emanating from it. They had endeavored to overestimate Qin Jiu Ge's prowess to the utmost extent, yet they found themselves still underestimating him. At this moment, they fully realized that Qin Jiu Ge's proposition to spare their sect's lives in exchange for withstanding a single strike was not an offer of mercy, but rather a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own strength. He was convinced that even if 8 individuals united their efforts, they would be unable to withstand his blow. The scion of the Qin family, so audacious and arrogant. They could discern that, by continuously employing the and, as well as unleashing an unnamed technique, Qin Jiu Ge had evidently transcended the ordinary 9th layer of. The overwhelming pressure he exuded instilled within them a sense of trepidation that made them reluctant to meet his gaze. Are you prepared? I am about to make my move. Qin Jiu Ge's indifferent voice resonated, startling several practitioners. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves. As the scion of the Qin family, his words undoubtedly held weight. If they could indeed withstand Qin Jiu Ge's strike, their sect would be spared. With this thought in mind, they gritted their teeth. Jin Shishan took the lead, charging forth with determination. Golden Sword suppressed the demonic. He bellowed, drawing his treasured sword and channeling his most formidable technique towards Qin Jiu Ge's impending attack. All of you, exert yourselves for the family. The remaining 7 gritted their teeth and followed closely behind, including Jin Shishan and 3 others at the 7th layer of. All 8 practitioners concentrated their ultimate techniques, colliding with the Kunpeng divine art. Iron Sword Ignite, Divine Spear Summon, Blazing Fire Engulfing Cities, Golden Bell Shield. Each individual unleashed their most potent techniques, hoping to withstand Qin Jiu Ge's strike. However, an unforeseen event transpired. In a mere exchange, their strongest attacks melted away as if they were ice meeting molten iron. Qin Jiu Ge's Kunpeng divine art surged forward, overwhelming and shattering the combined might of the 8 masters. The sky was filled with a torrent of Kunpeng, enveloping all 8. Chapter 58, Total Annihilation. The Kunpeng divine art, infused with an overwhelming aura of destruction, surged towards Jin Shishan and the others. Despite having consolidated their most powerful techniques, seeking neither self-preservation nor survival, but merely striving to withstand this horrifying blow and secure their sect's chance at survival, they soon realized the absurdity of their aspirations as the terrifying might of the Kunpeng divine art approached. The defenses they had painstakingly erected, constructed from their utmost spiritual energy, dissolved before the Kunpeng's might, akin to ice meeting molten iron. With a collective gasp, the 8 masters expelled a mouthful of blood, their faces contorted in agony, resembling vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. In the next moment, the Kunpeng divine art ruthlessly breached their defenses, piercing through the last standing master. The techniques devoid of spiritual support gradually faded away, succumbing to the formidable assault of the Kunpeng divine art, resulting in the instantaneous demise of all 8, law manifestation. The very ground they had occupied was ravaged by the tempestuous whirlpool of spiritual energy, transformed into a desolate ruin. Not even remnants of their existence could be found, reduced to mere ashes. The Kunpeng divine art truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient secret technique of unparalleled lethality, instilling terror in all who witness it. Observing Qin Jiu Ge's ability to vanquish 8 with a single strike, the individuals from various sects surrounding him were overtaken by expressions of dread. They had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Initially, they believed that the 8 could withstand at least one blow. If they could endure Qin Jiu Ge's attack, salvation for their sects might be possible. However, they were utterly astonished to discover the sheer might Qin Jiu Ge possessed. In a single blow, not even a trace remained of the 8. They had once assumed that Qin Jiu Ge's claim of sparing their sects if they could withstand a blow was a mere gesture of mercy. In hindsight, it was evident that Qin Jiu Ge was brimming with confidence in his strength, firmly convinced that these 8 could not withstand even a single attack. The grim reality confirmed their fears. The 8 could not endure the onslaught. Those proud and self-important prodigies who had once looked down upon others were now rendered speechless by terror. They understood that, regardless of the circumstances, there was no hope for their survival today. Many began to deeply regret their actions. Why had they provoked that woman? True, she was not of the Silver Moon dynasty and had reaped numerous benefits within the secret realm, which had incited their envy. Yet, those rewards were earned through her own merit. What right did they have to covet her fortune? Now, they faced not only the certainty of death, but also the risk of their sects being uprooted. Simultaneously, they were profoundly astonished by Qin Jiu Ge's prowess. In the Silver Moon dynasty, tales of Qin Jiu Ge's solo venture into the secret realm, showcasing the strength of 5, had begun to circulate, recounting how he single-handedly triumphed in the contest of the Divine Sons. Nevertheless, the 8 masters he had obliterated with a single strike were formidable opponents in their own right, including 3 masters at the 7th level of. Such a formidable lineup would be a force to be reckoned with within the Silver Moon dynasty. Yet, before Qin Jiu Ge, they could not withstand even a single blow. To what terrifying extent did his power extend? Xiao Yan'er gazed at Qin Jiu Ge, standing majestically in the air like a deity, her eyes shimmering with sweetness. At this juncture, she realized that Qin Jiu Ge had no intention of sparing the 8 masters or the forces behind them. After enduring extensive trials, Xiao Yan'er had shed her former innocence and naivety. She understood that the Tianxuan Continent was devoid of reason, had it not been for Qin Jiu Ge's timely arrival. Exerting his supreme pressure to compel these masters into submission, both she and her mentor, the Qin Emperor, would have faced inevitable demise. Since they sought her life, she saw no need to extend mercy in return. Let Qin Jiu Ge handle it. Just then, a faint voice of the Azure Emperor echoed in Xiao Yan'er's mind. In the perilous moment just past, the Azure Emperor was compelled to envelop Xiao Yan'er with his soul power to unleash a greater strength, which took a considerable toll on him. Disciple, your young lover's talent is somewhat terrifying. At merely 18, he has reached the 5th level of the Dharma aspect, and possesses the dual extraordinary talents of the heavy eye and the chaotic body. Even the long-lost Kunping treasure technique has been teased by him. After a moment of jest, the Azure Emperor's tone turned grave. Among all the individuals I have encountered, your young lover's talent should rank within the top 5. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yan'er, who was fully aware of Qin Jiu Ge's abilities, couldn't help but feel astonished. It is worth noting that the Azure Emperor is a mighty sovereign, having lived for no less than tens of thousands of years, and has seen countless young prodigies. He even experienced the golden age of the Tianxuan Continent. During that era, spiritual energy was abundant, and talents flourished. The source of imperial aura had not yet dissipated, making it considerably easier to attain the status of emperor. In such a context, how could the Azure Emperor assert that Qin Jiu Ge's talent ranks among the top 5 he has witnessed? Just how formidable must it be? For a moment, Xiao Yan'er was lost in thought. The imposing figure in the sky was none other than her fiancé. Qin Jiu Ge, devoted and righteous, cherished her like a precious jewel, and with his exceptional aptitude, she too basked in reflected glory. Soon, she clenched her delicate fists involuntarily. A sense of urgency welled up within her. Qin Jiu Ge was unwavering, a paragon of virtue. As his fiancée, should she remain forever in his shadow? In the sky, as the 8 Dharma aspect experts turned to ashes, a resolute glint flickered in Qin Jiu Ge's eyes. He turned to the 2 teams of shadow guards accompanying him and spoke in a chilling tone. Since these 8 worthless fools could not withstand a single blow from this divine scion, it is time for them to fulfill their promise. Uproot the forces behind them. At his command, the previously motionless shadow guards bowed in unison, responding, yes, we shall obey the divine scion's orders. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 teams of shadow guards sprang into action. Over 200 figures descended upon the scene like tigers among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering the family and sect members of the 8 Dharma aspect experts. The overwhelming display of power resulted in a swift massacre, leaving no survivors among the sects and families involved. The remaining families, who had not participated in the pursuit of Xiao Yan'er, watched in terror, shivering and silently grateful for their non-involvement. After the annihilation, the 2 teams of shadow guards did not linger and headed directly towards the imperial court. Since they had failed to withstand a single strike from Qin Jiu Ge, those sects and families had no reason to exist any longer. Chapter 59. The Shadow Guard Strike. The Silver Moon Dynasty trembles. In the Silver Moon Dynasty, at the Jinding Sword Sect, news of the demise of the prodigies and numerous elders dispatched for secret realm training had yet to reach the sect. Sect Master Jin Shouyang and several elders sat in the conference hall, deliberating the gains from this secret realm expedition. On Jin Qianyang's face lingered a confident smile as he spoke first. This time, our Golden Cauldron Sword sect not only dispatched 3 esteemed elders of the Dharma realm, but also summoned the Grand Elder, who has been in seclusion, to lead us. The Grand Elder possesses the formidable strength of the 7th level of the Dharma realm, making him one of the most powerful figures in the Silver Moon Dynasty. With such a distinguished lineup, which family or sect could possibly compare with us? Moreover, the prodigies we are sending forth are the elite of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, their prowess undoubtedly eclipsing that of other sections. Following this secret realm expedition, it shall be our sect's moment to rise. As Jin Qianyang's words resonated, the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jin Wuming and his companions represented the golden generation of the sect, possessing strength surpassing the 7th level of the spiritual sea at such a young age, placing them a cut above the other sect's prodigies. Once they entered the secret realm, the stronger they were, the greater the rewards they would reap. With the Grand Elder at the helm, there was assurance that other sects would not dare to covet their gains. This arrangement by the sect leader was truly ingenious. Yes, with just a little time to properly assimilate the benefits gained from this secret realm, it won't be long before our Golden Cauldron Sword sect emerges as the preeminent force within the Silver Moon Dynasty. While they enthusiastically speculated about the advantages they would acquire and the future that lay ahead, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Golden Cauldron Sword sect. Jin Qianyang and the elders were filled with dread, uncertain of the cause, and hastily rushed outside to investigate. Upon witnessing the sight above, Jin Qianyang and the elders could hardly believe their eyes. A colossal hand formed from condensed spiritual energy obscured the heavens, and the overwhelming pressure left them gasping for breath. The life and death realm. The aura of a practitioner from the life and death realm. Jin Qianyang exclaimed in panic. How could our humble Golden Cauldron Sword sect attract such a formidable being? His voice trembled, and the elders behind him turned pale. Although the Golden Cauldron Sword sect was a top-tier power within the Silver Moon Dynasty, they lacked the courage to even contemplate resistance against a being of the life and death realm. Esteemed senior, I am Jin Qianyang, the sect leader of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect. May I inquire as to how we have offended you? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? Jin Qianyang, acting quickly, adopted a humble tone, attempting to communicate with the formidable presence, hoping to clarify any misconceptions. In his view, their modest sect had no standing to provoke such a terrifying powerhouse. As for the prodigies currently training outside, with the Grand Elder's guidance, they were unlikely to act so recklessly. Thus, it was highly probable that this was merely a misunderstanding. If they could lower their stance and clarify the situation, the practitioner of the life and death realm would not trouble such insignificant beings. Any matters should be addressed with your other companions in the underworld. A dispassionate voice resonated from the heavens. Jin Qianyang's mind raced, and he quickly realized the truth. It was indeed the prodigies in external training who had entangled themselves with such a fearsome entity. Now, the individual had come seeking the sect. From the array, Jin Qianyang gritted his teeth, preparing for the impending confrontation. Even in the face of formidable adversaries at the threshold of life and death, one cannot merely resign to fate, can they? The protective formation of the Golden Cauldron Sword sect was crafted at great expense by a powerful being of the life and death realm, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Coupled with their desperate resistance, they were not without hope. Upon hearing Jin Qianyang's command, the other elders began to channel their spiritual energy, fervently activating the protective formation. A misty barrier enveloped the skies above the Golden Cauldron Sword sect. Such petty skills, how dare they attempt to display their prowess here? The emergence of the protective formation seemed to enrage the mysterious powerhouse in the heavens. Following a furious roar, a terrifying hand descended with frightening swiftness. Boom! Confronted by this monstrous hand of spiritual energy, the once promising protective formation shattered like glass. In the blink of an eye, the elders who had fought valiantly were reduced to ashes, and the sect itself lay in ruins, with not even a stone the size of a palm remaining. The sheer force was utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, within the Silver Moon Dynasty, the other 5 families met a similar fate, obliterated by 5 other imprints, their resistance utterly non-existent. The entire Silver Moon Imperial City trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with ashes swirling in the air. The families that had not participated in the assault on Shao Yenji were engulfed in dread. What has transpired? Why does the Silver Moon Imperial City reek of formidable power? A full 20 presences of the Nirvana realm, and 2 even more potent auras, likely from the life and death realm, manifested within this small city. Panic gripped the numerous families, each fearing that their turn would be next. Such a terrifying assembly could easily decimate the Silver Moon dynasty, let alone their own families, which were not even among the elite. Finally, amidst their anxiousness, those dreadful presences gradually receded, until they vanished entirely. The smaller families let out a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were spared. At the ruins of the Iron Sword sect, a figure clad in a black robe hovered in midair, his face a portrait of disbelief. He was Qiusheng, the leader of the Shadow sect, a second-tier sect within the Silver Moon dynasty. Having gathered the courage to investigate the aftermath of the terrifying energy, he was met with an inconceivable scene. The Iron Sword sect had been reduced to a flat expanse. The remnants of the sect lay as if crushed by a colossal force, transformed into utter desolation. The once majestic structures had vanished, replaced by a massive crater spanning several miles. Not a single soul among the thousands of members of the Iron Sword sect had survived, and Qiusheng gasped in horror. Compared to his Shadow sect, the Iron Sword sect was undoubtedly a behemoth. Yet, it had been swiftly and decisively annihilated. What audacity did the Iron Sword sect possess to provoke such a terrifying entity? He could hardly fathom the terror of a force capable of dispatching so many formidable warriors all at once. The entire Silver Moon Imperial City was engulfed in fear and anxiety. No one knew why those fearsome powerhouses had annihilated 5 sects, nor whether they would return. If these terrifying beings were to make a comeback, who would be able to withstand them? Chapter 60. Qin Jiu Ge's Grand Gesture. The Chosen One, Xiao Yan'er, is completely captivated. On the Qin family's airship, Qin Jiu Ge sat side by side with Xiao Yan'er. The others had already sensed the moment and discreetly exited, granting them their privacy. Qin Jiu Ge took Xiao Yan'er's hand and inquired, "Yan'er, how have you been lately?" As Qin Jiu Ge grasped her delicate hand, a flush of embarrassment crept onto Xiao Yan'er's face, and she nodded. The dire situation, which had seemed certain to lead to her demise, had been transformed by Qin Jiu Ge's sudden intervention. He had not only saved her, but had also uprooted all the forces that had wronged her in a fit of rage. If she were to complain now, would she not be deemed ungrateful? Noticing Xiao Yan'er's nod, Qin Jiu Ge reached into his bosom and produced an ancient storage ring. "This is a portion of the resources bestowed upon me by the family for attaining the position of Divine Son. I have set aside half for you. Now that I finally see you, please take it." Upon seeing the ring in Qin Jiu Ge's hand, Xiao Yan'er felt a tremor in her heart. To offer half of all resources at once. This was the reward for the Qin family's Divine Son trial. As one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, the Qin family was not only powerful, but also possessed an abundance of treasures. The items they could offer as rewards for the Divine Son trial were certainly not of ordinary quality. It could be said that these treasures would incite envy and frenzy across the entire continent. How could she possibly accept such a gift? Thus, she hurriedly declined. "This is what you have painstakingly won. I cannot accept it. Please keep it for yourself." Qin Jiu Ge, however, was not surprised by Xiao Yan'er's refusal. He gently placed the ring into her small hand and closed her fingers around it. "You need these resources more than I do. Take them." Seeing Qin Jiu Ge's sincerity, warmth flooded Xiao Yan's heart. She leaned her head against his shoulder and whispered, "Why are you so kind to me?" Qin Jiu Ge lightly patted her back, a smile breaking across his handsome face, rendering Xiao Yan'er momentarily entranced. "You are my fiancée. Who else should I treat well if not you?" At his words, Xiao Yan'er shivered, silently vowing that she would never let Qin Jiu Ge down in this lifetime. In Xiao Yan'er's mind, the Azure Emperor witnessed this tender exchange, filled with an immense sense of emotion. Qin Jiu Ge, this child, not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also profound loyalty. How fortunate her disciple was. Far luckier than she had been at that age. The Azure Emperor couldn't help but recall her own experiences when she was as young as Xiao Yan'er. Back then, she was all alone. Despite her exceptional gifts, she was often bullied and had no one to stand up for her. She had to swallow her pride and endure, relentlessly striving to cultivate and surpass her limits, ultimately achieving her present stature. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, he ultimately became a soul entity, neither human nor ghost. Contemplating this, even the venerable Qing Di, a seasoned powerhouse of millennia, could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. Observing Xiao Yan'er carefully stow away her ring, Qin Jiu Ge rose and approached the window of the flying vessel, gesturing outside. It has been a while. Shall we take a stroll together? This prompted Xiao Yin'er to reminisce about their first encounter, when they had meandered together through the market at the foot of the mountain. Nodding in agreement, she acquiesced. Qin Jiu Ge grasped Xiao Yin'er's hand and leapt from the flying vessel. The tempestuous wind tousled their hair, causing Xiao Yin'er to exclaim in surprise as she clutched Qin Jiu Ge's neck tightly. Before long, they successfully descended and arrived at the nearby imperial city. Qin Jiu Ge guided Xiao Yin'er through the entirety of the city, purchasing every trinket that caught her fancy without a moment's hesitation. Soon, Xiao Yin'er's storage ring brimmed with an array of delightful curiosities. As they reveled in their joy, an arrogant young scion, blinded by his own conceit, set his sights on Xiao Yin'er's beauty and audaciously proposed that she become his 68th concubine. Faced with this brazen young man, Qin Jiu Ge let out a cold chuckle and casually commanded the captain of his hidden guards. In an instant, a formidable hand loomed ominously over the imperial city, reducing the young man's family to mere ashes. Observing the disheveled and trembling figure of the young scion sitting on the ground, Qin Jiu Ge took Xiao Yin'er's hand and departed with a smile. Your so-called family is but a joke in my eyes. I could extinguish it with a mere gesture. As dusk fell, the sun cast a crimson glow, illuminating everything in its fiery embrace. Qin Jiu Ge, with his right arm draped around Xiao Yin'er's shoulders, sat in front of the flying vessel. Following this incident, their bond had deepened considerably. Qin Jiu Ge advised, do not act recklessly in the future. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, come directly to the Qin family. I shall always be your unwavering support. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin'er nodded gently. Her heart stirred with emotion. Through their recent encounters, her impression of Qin Jiu Ge had grown exceedingly favorable. With his formidable strength, extraordinary talent, and unwavering loyalty, where else could she find such a fiancé? After sharing a few more words, Xiao Yin'er reluctantly rose to leave the flying vessel. As Qin Jiu Ge was to return to the Qin family, the Sacred Land Assembly was but 20 days away, and Qin Jiu Ge needed to prepare. Standing alone in midair, she watched him depart, her heart heavy with reluctance. She understood that the Sacred Land Assembly was of utmost importance to Qin Jiu Ge and the Qin family, as it not only pertained to his ranking among the many divine sons, but also to the family's prestige. Originally, Qin Jiu Ge should have remained at the Qin family to prepare diligently for the assembly. Even if she were to encounter danger, given his status, he could easily dispatch someone to resolve the issue. Yet, he had chosen to come in person, bringing along 2 full squads of hidden guards from the Qin family. This clearly underscored his regard and affection for her. The ethereal figure of Qin Di manifested beside Xiao Yin'er. Your beloved is truly a rarity across the continent. Perhaps you should hasten to wed him. In response to the teasing remarks of the Azure Emperor, a solemn expression overtook Xiao Yin'er's face. Her gaze resolute and unwavering as she categorically declined the Azure Emperor's proposal. She earnestly conveyed to the Azure Emperor that Qin Jiu Ge, who remained true to his roots, was noble enough to accept her. Xiao Yin'er, too, held her dignity in high regard. She could not forever linger in Qin Jiu Ge's shadow, hindering his progress. One day, she vowed, she would no longer watch him depart, unable to offer assistance. Instead, she would match his pace, accompanying him wherever he wished to go, engaging in any endeavor he desired. Upon hearing Xiao Yin'er's ambitious declaration, the Azure Emperor nodded approvingly, then chuckled and shook his head. The resources provided by Qin Jiu Ge were ample to elevate her to the Dharma aspect realm. Coupled with what could be acquired from the secret realm, their resources were sufficient. It was time for the dragon and phoenix primordial body to awaken fully, to consolidate, and to break through in cultivation. Chapter 61. Striking the Sun of Destiny, Yi Wufei. 20 days later, in the holy city of Taichu, Qin Jiu Ge stood beside the porthole of the flying vessel, gazing downward. The holy city of Taichu truly lived up to its reputation as the headquarters of the Taichu Sacred Land, a remarkable hub of prosperity. Below the flying vessel, the bustling commercial streets stretched far and wide. Vendors peddling their wares emitted faint traces of spiritual energy, clearly indicating that they were practitioners. Generally, practitioners enjoy esteemed status, revered wherever they go. Yet, in this holy city of Taichu, they found themselves reduced to mere vendors. Beside the Qin family's flying vessel, countless others traversed the skies in endless streams. Qin Jiu Ge understood that the upcoming Taichu Sacred Land Conference had surely summoned the major immortal clans and prominent powers from the Tianxuan Continent. He commanded Li Bo to descend the flying vessel. As the vessel gradually lowered, the crowd below spotted the Qin battle flag overhead, igniting an eruption of excitement among the onlookers. Look, it's the Qin family's flying vessel. The Qin family has also been invited. Naturally, the Qin family, being one of the 4 great immortal clans, could not be overlooked, especially with the emergence of the extraordinary talent, Qin Jiu Ge. Such a grand occasion was not to be missed. Rumor had it that Qin Jiu Ge single-handedly swept through the Sun Trial, his talent truly formidable. It seemed the Qin family's representative this time would be none other than Qin Jiu Ge himself. Many were eager to witness the grandeur of such a celestial figure. With the chaos body and the heavy pupil, this configuration was terrifyingly unique. Even the sons of the sacred lands might struggle to suppress Qin Jiu Ge. While observing from the window of the flying vessel, Qin Jiu Ge suddenly paused, a smile breaking across his face as he shook his head. Just moments ago, he sensed that the bottleneck hindering his further advancement in cultivation seemed to have loosened slightly. After instructing Li Bo to maintain protective vigilance, Qin Jiu Ge retreated to his chamber. Moments later, a tempestuous aura erupted from within his room. Qin Jiu Ge slowly opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his features. To his astonishment, arriving at the Taichu Sacred Land had enabled him to break through once more, reaching the 6th layer of the Dharma aspect realm. Outside the room, enveloped by the tempestuous atmosphere, Li Bo was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "The talent of the Divine Sun is truly extraordinary. Has it only been a month since his last breakthrough? Remarkably, he has ascended another minor realm once more. Indeed, he is worthy of being called the Divine Son of the Qin family." As an established powerhouse, Li Bo was acutely aware of the challenges associated with advancing in the law manifestation realm. For an ordinary individual, each minor realm within this stage requires painstaking effort and gradual progress. Yet for Qin Jiu Ge, it appeared to be an entirely different matter. He simply stood by the window, gazing intently, then turned to remind himself to cultivate, and within the span of a mere incense stick burn, he had achieved another breakthrough. Beside him, the Supreme Wu Chang nodded in agreement. In my several millennia of existence, I have yet to encounter such a formidable young talent. I, Wu Chang, once held a lofty view of my own innate gifts. Yet it took me 7 long years to advance from the 5th to the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, and even then, I was merely hailed as a genius within my clan. Now, observing the young master, I feel a sense of shame. Truly, those who ascend to the position of the Divine Son of the Qin family are no ordinary figures. At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge emerged, clad in a pristine white robe, a black sash cinched at his waist, and his flowing black hair casually secured with a hairpin. He had arrived at the Taichu Holy Land with the intelligence that a certain knight Wu Fei, the fated child, had established some connections with the Holy Maiden. Should he wish to confront this fated child, the risk of collision with the Holy Land was considerable. Thus, to ensure safety, Qin Jiu Ge had brought along the Supreme Wu Chang as his ultimate trump card. Upon seeing Qin Jiu Ge, both the Supreme Wu Chang and Li Bo quickly bowed in respect. Divine Son. Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand dismissively and gazed downwards. Below, the representatives sent by the Taichu Holy Land had arrived, awaiting them with utmost reverence. With a leap, Qin Jiu Ge, the Supreme Wu Chang, and Li Bo descended. The attendants below, upon spotting the trio, hurriedly approached with an air of deference. "Are you the Divine Son of the Qin family? Your accommodations have been arranged, located in the Wutong courtyard over there. Tonight, the Taichu Holy Land will host a banquet in honor of all the Divine Sons, and we humbly invite the Divine Son of the Qin family to grace us with your presence." Their words were exceedingly courteous, flawless in their delivery. Qin Jiu Ge nodded. He was in no rush and decided to take a leisurely stroll through the city first. In the Taichu Holy Land, at the stone gambling house, Qin Jiu Ge ambled casually past, only to halt suddenly. Inside the gambling den, a young man clad in black attire, with a striking presence, was boastfully challenging others. "Luo Juxing, do you dare to gamble? 5,000 pounds of source energy. Let us wager on which of us selects the stone that yields more source energy." Qin Jiu Ge recognized the brash youth as his intended target for this journey, Knight Wu Fei. "If we are to gamble, do you think this young master fears you?" The youth, incited by Knight Wu Fei's taunt, scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Knight Wu Fei. Confident of victory, Knight Wufei picked up a piece of raw stone, his aura surging with energy, ready to unveil its secrets. Just then, a voice interjected, momentarily halting his actions. In the next instant, Qin Jiu Ge appeared between the two, a smile gracing his lips. "Gentlemen, what an exquisite pastime you have here. I find myself rather intrigued. Might I join you?" Upon witnessing Qin Jiu Ge's intention to join, the two remained indifferent, perceiving him as an unfamiliar face, likely just another divine scion from an immortal clan, or perhaps simply a benefactor. In unison, they gestured for him to proceed. This time, Qin Jiu Ge refrained from activating his heavy pupils. Instead, he directly harnessed their power to select a raw stone, quietly observing Luo Juxing and Yi Wufei. Their swift conclusion about Qin Jiu Ge only reinforced their belief that he was merely a source of easy wealth. After considerable contemplation, Luo Juxing chose a raw stone, channeling his spiritual energy. In an instant, the solid stone was shattered by his surging power, revealing its inner essence, an astounding yield of over 100 Jin of source. Spectators around, witnessing Luo Juxing's immediate success, were left in awe, quickly recognizing his esteemed identity, and their expressions turned to one of expectation. Young Master Luo, possessing the Yin-Yang Eye, was renowned for his talent in stone gambling. Extracting over 100 Jin of source was no extraordinary feat for him. Indeed, he was one of the top prodigies of the Taichu Holy Land, and these two challengers were foolish to wager against him. They wondered if these two could possibly produce 50,000 Jin of source. Young Master Luo was notorious for his volatile temperament, and should they fail to meet the wager, they might face dire consequences. The stakes were indeed 50,000 Jin of source, which would spell disaster for these two. Chapter 62. He is the divine scion of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge. Observing the over 100 Jin of source that Luo Juxing had unveiled, Yi Wufei chuckled coldly, then seized his chosen raw stone, channeling his spiritual energy. Open! With a resounding shout, the stone in his hand shattered, revealing its true form. Gasps echoed among the onlookers as they beheld the abundant source within. My heavens, such a substantial yield! It could easily surpass 400 or 500 Jin. This young man's fortune is indeed remarkable. Indeed, a raw stone yielding 100 Jin of source is already considered premium. One yielding 500 Jin is deemed exceptional. And this young man had managed to select such a rarity. Young Master Luo's Yin-Yang Eye had, astonishingly, been outperformed by this newcomer. Who is this individual? Hush! Speak quietly. Although young Master Yi hails from a modest background, he is a prodigy of extraordinary talent, having risen to prominence in mere months. Even the saintess of the Taichu Holy Land regards him favorably. He is not someone we should provoke. Listening to the praises surrounding him, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Wufei's face. He himself was unaware of the reason behind his sudden stroke of luck that began several months prior. Not only did he find coveted treasures while walking, but his cultivation progressed rapidly as well. In just a few short months, he had ascended from the Spirit Sea realm to the 4th layer of the Dharma form realm. Furthermore, he had encountered countless fortuitous events, even garnering a hint of intimacy with the saintess of the Taichu Holy Land. In matters of stone gambling, he needed not exert much thought. Simply following his instincts allowed him to effortlessly select the finest among a plethora of raw stones. Thus, he was confident that in gambling with stones, he could not lose. In stark contrast to Yi Wufei's elation, Luo Juxing was now filled with a simmering rage. He is indeed a distinguished prodigy of the sacred land. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, from a young age, he has been the recipient of flattery and adulation from those around him. And every gesture he makes reflects the prestige of his homeland. How could he possibly lose to an obscure rogue cultivator? What merit or capability does this unknown individual possess to triumph over him? In Luo Juxing's eyes, Qin Jiu Ge was hardly worthy of consideration. If he could not surpass his opponent, how could this suddenly emerged youth prevail? He retrieved his storage ring, preparing to concede defeat. But wait, Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand, interrupting Luo Juxing's actions. My raw stone has yet to be opened. A glimmer of disdain flashed in the eyes of both Luo Juxing and Yi Wufei. Did this fellow truly believe that extracting 500 Jin of essence from a raw stone was a simple feat? He still harbored hopes of victory? Let us put it this way. This stone gambling house has been in operation for over a millennium, and the number of raw stones yielding more than 500 Jin of essence is likely fewer than the fingers on one's hands. This newcomer dared to indulge in such daydreams? Nonetheless, They paused to await Qin Jiu Ge's unveiling of the raw stone, or rather, to witness his humiliation. Qin Jiu Ge summoned his spiritual power, and under its immense force, the raw stone swiftly melted away. When the essence within the stone revealed itself to the onlookers, they could scarcely believe their eyes. After a dazzling flash of golden light, a vast expanse of essence materialized before them, weighing no less than several thousand jin. The sheer volume of essence was utterly inconceivable. Who exactly is this young man, who so effortlessly extracts such a bounty? The highest record at this gambling house, if memory serves, was set 800 years ago by an emperor, yielding 4,500 jin. Surely this essence must amount to 5,000 jin. How could he have surpassed the long-standing record of the gambling house, without even a careful selection? As he gazed at the essence, which was several times greater than his own, Yi Wufei's lips twitched in resentment towards Qin Jiu Ge. Under pressure, he reluctantly produced his storage ring and tossed it to Qin Jiu Ge. Inside the ring lay 50,000 jin of essence, painstakingly accumulated over several months. Qin Jiu Ge accepted the ring, his consciousness scanning its contents, before nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Wufei, fuming, departed in anger. After his victory over Yi Wufei, Qin Jiu Ge did not linger but returned directly to his residence. As night fell, he, accompanied by the ever-changing heavenly sovereign Enli Bo, strolled gracefully into the banquet hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by Tai Chu Saint Luoheng. Young Master Jiu Ge, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Nearby, Yi Wufei's pupils constricted in astonishment. Is it him? Beside Yi Wufei, Saintess Luo Jia inquired, do you know him? He is none other than the recently renowned scion of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge. It is said that he possesses extraordinary talent, not only endowed with the chaotic body but also awakened with the power of the, achieving the realm of law manifestation at the 5th layer. Upon hearing this, Yi Wufei realized why Qin Jiu Ge had been able to select such an exceptional raw stone. It was indeed due to his. The power of the enables one to pierce through all illusions in the world, making it a trivial matter for Qin Jiu Ge to discern the true nature of the raw stone. However, Qin Jiu Ge had seized 50,000 pounds of source energy from him, a fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over several months. Upon learning of Qin Jiu Ge's identity, Luo Juxing was further astonished. He had not anticipated that the individual he encountered during the day was, in fact, the divine scion of the Qin family. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, fortunate that he had not antagonized Qin Jiu Ge earlier. Although he felt a twinge of resentment after being bested by Qin Jiu Ge, the revelation of his identity alleviated his discomfort. After all, Qin Jiu Ge hailed from one of the 4 immortal imperial clans. Losing to him was far preferable to losing to Yi Wufei, that man living off others. Under Luo Heng's guidance, Qin Jiu Ge took his seat and engaged in merriment with the other prodigies. After a round of drinks, they got to the crux of the matter. Luo Heng rose and proclaimed, "You are all the elite of this generation. Why not engage in some friendly sparring to test your skills?" Everyone readily concurred. With a hearty laugh, Luo Heng headed toward the arena, and the others followed suit. At the Taichu Holy Lands arena, Luo Juxing was the first to step forward. "Yi Wufei, do you dare accept my challenge?" Yi Wufei snorted dismissively. "Are you afraid of me?" Luo Jia, concerned for Yi Wufei's well-being, quickly interjected. Luo Juxing possesses the Dragon Elephant divine body and practices the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Exercise caution. Witnessing this scene, Luo Juxing gritted his teeth in frustration. As his goddess seemed to be favoring Yi Wufei, a shadow flickered in Luo Heng's eyes. Throughout history, the holy sons and daughters have typically been paired, and the current holy daughter was not only exceptionally talented, but also breathtakingly beautiful, prompting his own desires. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, this holy daughter maintained a close association with the wandering cultivator, even defending him at every turn. His discontent had been festering for quite some time now. Observing Yi Wufei, who had already risen, Luo Heng silently vowed to seize an opportunity today to teach Yi Wufei a lesson and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to him. In such a fair competition, even the holy daughter would not intervene. Chapter 63, Certain Later Stage Villains. No sense of martial ethics. Before long, the figures of Yi Wufei and Luo Juxing appeared on the arena. Luo Juxing regarded the audacious Yi Wufei with clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with envy. As the holy daughter of the Taichu Holy Land, Luo Jia was not only unparalleled in beauty, but also possessed remarkable talent. Revered as the goddess in the hearts of all the prodigies of the Holy Land. However, Luo Jia was inherently proud, aloof, and seldom deigned to acknowledge them. It was exceedingly difficult for them to even share a word with her. The prodigies, including Luo Juxing, did not dwell on this too much. As they understood Luo Jia's nature, such persistence was futile. Yet, a few months prior, after Luo Jia returned from her training, she brought back this fellow named Yi Wufei, treating him as an honored guest. The two were inseparable, exhibiting an intimacy that sometimes led to Yi Wufei spending the night at Luo Jia's residence. This drove Luo Juxing to the brink of madness with jealousy. How could it be that Yi Wufei, a rootless wanderer, could attain the affection of a goddess inaccessible even to him, a prodigy? Thus, today he felt compelled to act, to demonstrate to Luo Jia who the true stronghold was. The moment he entered the arena, Luo Juxing activated his dragon elephant divine body. In the sky, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. Upon the vast expanse of the prairie, a herd of colossal elephants, adorned with tusks and cloaked in long, shaggy hair, thundered past, producing a deafening cacophony. Amongst them, a five-clawed golden dragon soared into the air, releasing a resounding roar. As this spectacle unfolded, Luo Juxing's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Once already imposing, he inexplicably grew 3 feet taller, his muscles swelling as if he were a robust statue chiseled from stone. In the realm of water, the might of the dragon prevailed. On land, the strength of the elephant reigned supreme. The divine body of dragon and elephant endowed its possessor with formidable power, rendering them immensely formidable. Even before a towering mountain, Luo Juxing felt assured he could crush it. In the face of Luo Juxing's overwhelming presence, Yi Wufei merely smirked disdainfully. He hadn't even unleashed his divine body. I shall allow your arrogance. Feeling belittled, Luo Juxing's fury ignited, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself towards Yi Wufei like a cannonball. Yi Wufei remained unfazed, casually extending his hands to withstand Luo Juxing's onslaught. Up! With a light command, Yi Wufei exerted his strength, lifting Luo Juxing's formidable form effortlessly. Begone! With a forceful push, he hurled Luo Juxing into the air, then twisted his body, his right foot striking out like a whip. Bang! Luo Juxing was sent flying as if he were a mere ball, desperately attempting to stabilize himself midair, yet failing to achieve it. With a thunderous crash, Luo Juxing's body slammed into the unforgiving ground, emitting a heavy thud as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he barely contemplated a counterattack when Yi Wufei struck once more. Bent over, with a heavy fist, he landed a direct blow to Luo Juxing's chest. Bang! Just as Luo Juxing regained his footing, he was again sent reeling like a kite severed from its string. Before he could touch the ground, Yi Wufei's relentless assault continued. Punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts. A relentless barrage left Luo Juxing with no opportunity to retaliate, let alone land safely. At last, Yi Wufei ceased his offensive, gracefully stepping aside. Thud! Luo Juxing's body fell heavily to the ground, the sound echoing ominously as numerous bones and joints appeared grotesquely dislocated. Clearly, he had sustained grievous injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Wufei remained unscathed, untouched, victorious with ease. After his triumph, Yi Wufei arrogantly surveyed the surroundings. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle? He declared, let it be known. Such worthless opponents should refrain from wasting my time. As he spoke, he spat disdainfully upon Luo Juxing. You have gone too far. Do you think our holy land is without defenders? Indeed, defeating a mere Luo Juxing was hardly a cause for such hubris. Who among you will rise and teach him a lesson? We cannot allow him to tarnish the dignity of our holy land. Amidst the clamor, Luo Heng's expression darkened considerably. How dare a mere rogue so brazenly disrespect their sacred honor? If this were to spread, how could they maintain their dignity in the holy land? He turned his head, surveying the surroundings. Esteemed individuals from various prominent families, undoubtedly possessing remarkable cultivation. Is there anyone willing to confront this wandering cultivator? As Luo Heng's words fell, a divine child rose in indignation. I shall face him. I refuse to believe that I cannot subdue him. With that, the divine child dramatically cast aside his robe, preparing to step into the fray. Hold on. Qin Jiu Ge suddenly interjected, stopping the divine child. He discerned that Yi Wufei indeed possessed considerable prowess, and this divine child was likely no match for him. Moreover, given that Yi Wufei was the child of destiny, having already reached such heights, Defeating him would surely yield significant rewards. Such an opportunity should not be relinquished to another. The divine child, halted by Qin Jiu Ge, contemplated for a moment before ultimately retaking his seat. Qin Jiu Ge rose, addressing Yi Wufei in the center of the arena with a respectful gesture. I am Qin Jiu Ge of the Qin family. I have long heard of young Master Ye's esteemed reputation and wish to seek your guidance. As he spoke, his gaze playfully regarded Yi Wufei. It was apparent that in the original narrative, Yi Wufei would triumph over the prodigies and divine children one by one, culminating in his victory over the Holy Son to win Luo Jia's affection. Alas, he had arrived, and he would not allow the other to bask in glory. He intended to demonstrate just how terrifying a late-stage antagonist could be when devoid of martial ethics. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Jia grew concerned at Qin Jiu Ge's intent to engage and hastily interjected, Young Master Jiu Ge, I have heard that Wufei is merely at the second level of the law manifestation stage, while you have attained the fifth level. Such a disparity in cultivation undermines the very essence of competition and verges on oppression. Noticing Luo Jia's blatant favor towards Yi Wufei, Qin Jiu Ge couldn't help but sneer. The holy maiden may be unaware, but I have just recently broken through to the law manifestation stage. Moreover, is not becoming stronger precisely for the purpose of dominating the weak? Otherwise, what is the purpose of gaining strength? Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's words, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. What a preposterous yet strangely irrefutable argument. Strengthening oneself not to dominate the weak. What, then, is the purpose of becoming stronger? It was a flawed rationale, yet it was delivered with such conviction that it silenced dissent. In the next moment, Qin Jiu Ge's figure soared into the center of the martial arena like a great rock spreading its wings. Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge. Not wanting to lose momentum, Yi Wufei responded with equal fervor. Wandering cultivator, Yi Wufei. Gazing at Qin Jiu Ge before him, a glimmer of malice flickered in Yi Wufei's eyes. Today, Qin Jiu Ge had cunningly used his dual pupils to swindle him out of 50,000 pounds of source energy that he had painstakingly amassed. This grudge would not go unavenged. How audacious of Qin Jiu Ge to dare confront him directly. He could hardly be blamed for his ruthless intentions. Yi Wufei had indeed heard Luo Jia's earlier words, but he had dismissed them entirely. What of Qin Jiu Ge's fifth level of law manifestation? In the past, he had viewed the Holy Land as holy sons and daughters, as celestial beings, unattainable. Even the prodigies of the Holy Land had seemed like figures beyond his reach, achievable only through a lifetime of endeavor. But what of the present? Just moments ago, Luo Jiuxing was struck down, yet he too was a prodigy of the sacred land. Aside from possessing a slightly superior lineage, what was so remarkable about him? Yi Wufei firmly believed that had he been born into a prominent family, he would undoubtedly surpass the formidable saints and divine offspring upon the stage. The scion of the Qin family, in this martial contest where blades and swords are merciless, must beware. Should anyone suffer an unfortunate injury, it would not do to return home in tears to their mother. A smirk curled upon Yi Wufei's lips, a note of derision escaping him as he transformed into a streak of light, launching an assault upon Qin Jiu Ge. Those who had never witnessed Yi Wufei in action would be utterly astonished by the swiftness of his approach. In the blink of an eye, he was before Qin Jiu Ge. Yi Wufei leaped high, his right fist engulfed in a swirl of black flames, aimed directly at Qin Jiu Ge's forehead. This strike, imbued with astonishing spiritual power, could easily shatter even a mountain if it connected. The spectators widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating Qin Jiu Ge's response. After all, they recognized that as the divine offspring of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge must possess his own hidden cards. Indeed, in a flash, Qin Jiu Ge moved, evading Yi Wufei's strike and appearing several paces away. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he now held a folding fan, gently swaying it with the poise of a refined gentleman. I shall show you my might. With one missed strike, Yi Wufei's fury ignited. He had unleashed a staggering 80% of his speed, yet still failed to keep pace with Qin Jiu Ge, who now flaunted a fan to display his nonchalance. Yi Wufei resolved not to grant Qin Jiu Ge any further opportunities, intent on subduing him with brute force. No, to annihilate him. Those who dared to offend Yi Wufei had no right to exist in this world. With rapid momentum, Yi Wufei surged beside Qin Jiu Ge, unleashing a flurry of punches. Qin Jiu Ge deflected them with ease. However, this was merely a feint. Yi Wufei executed a swift kick aimed at Qin Jiu Ge's head. Bang! To Yi Wufei's astonishment, Qin Jiu Ge anticipated his move, remaining steadfast and retaliating with a kick of his own, striking Yi Wufei squarely on the head. Yi Wufei was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly taken aback. Qin Jiu Ge, with an air of grace, retreated a few steps and regarded Yi Wufei coolly. Is this all your prowess? Do you have any other techniques to showcase? Among the crowd, those familiar with Yi Wufei could not help but silently commend Qin Jiu Ge's strength. Many had tasted defeat at Yi Wufei's hands. Though they often derided him as a pampered man, they recognized the undeniable hardness of his skills. It was no easy feat to best him, even for those several levels above him. Yet now, he found himself thoroughly suppressed by Qin Jiu Ge. While it was evident that Yi Wufei had not unleashed his full potential, could it be said that Qin Jiu Ge had truly given it his all? I will end you. Yi Wufei's rage reached its zenith as he sprang back to his feet, launching yet another assault on Qin Jiu Ge. Qin Jiu Ge held a folding fan in one hand, effortlessly parrying all of Yi Wufei's assaults with the other. The speed and strength that Yi Wufei took pride in were rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of Qin Jiu Ge. Yi Wufei, a fierce competitor, was repeatedly sent flying by Qin Jiu Ge yet remained undeterred, launching another attack. Qin Jiu Ge, slightly irritated, unleashed an astonishing aura, augmenting the spiritual energy in his grasp. Bang! With all his might, Yi Wufei channeled his entire essence, colliding fiercely with Qin Jiu Ge. In the next moment, their bodies met head-on with no finesse whatsoever. During his earlier battle with Luo Juxing, Yi Wufei's power had left the onlookers in awe. Luo Juxing's dragon elephant divine body, known for its tremendous enhancement of strength, had still succumbed to Yi Wufei. However, what they did not anticipate was that throughout this prolonged confrontation, Qin Jiu Ge had remained composed and unruffled, never allowing Yi Wufei to gain even the slightest upper hand in strength. As they clashed once more, it was evident that Yi Wufei was summoning all of his strength, employing every tactic at his disposal. Yet across from him, Qin Jiu Ge remained nonchalant, holding his fan aloft, effortlessly withstanding Yi Wufei's onslaught. Yi Wufei's power may be the strongest I have ever witnessed. How could he be defeated by Qin Jiu Ge? This scion of the Qin family was truly unfathomable, having even bested Yi Wufei in his area of expertise, strength. The presence of such a figure in the Qin family was indeed a formidable rival to our sacred grounds. Utterly astonishing. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Luo Juxing, who had just faced defeat against Yi Wufei, widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. He had always held a high opinion of his own strength, which was precisely why he had opted for a direct confrontation with Yi Wufei. Naturally, as a participant, he was acutely aware of Yi Wufei's might. Despite activating his dragon elephant divine body, he had still fallen short against Yi Wufei. To think that Qin Jiu Ge could withstand Yi Wufei's assault with one hand. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a mighty exertion, Qin Jiu Ge unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, sending Yi Wufei hurtling backward. Yi Wufei tumbled like a rolling gourd, managing to stabilize himself only after several somersaults. Rising to his feet, a trickle of blood escaped from Yi Wufei's lips, his eyes glowing crimson. The scion of the Qin family truly lives up to his reputation. However, let us see how you respond to my next move. Ancient divine body. Yi Wufei roared in fury. As the black attire he wore could no longer contain the surging spiritual energy, disintegrating into countless fragments. The violent spiritual energy swept through the audience, causing those with lesser cultivation to feel as though they were being slashed by blades. A desolate, archaic aura gradually emanated from Yi Wufei. In the sky, a phenomenon materialized. Mountains that had withstood countless years of history appeared before the eyes of all. Chapter 65. Qin Jiu Ge, a dumbing aura? Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. An ancient divine body. No wonder Yi Wufei was so audacious. It turns out he possessed such an ancient divine physique. He has appeared for such an extended period without ever showcasing the ancient divine body. It seems that this time he is genuinely compelled to act. The pressure that Qin Jiu Ge has exerted upon him is insurmountable, leaving him no possibility of concealing his true abilities. If he were to refrain from utilizing the ancient divine body, he would undoubtedly face defeat today. Qin Jiu Ge certainly lives up to the reputation of the Qin clan's divine son, managing to force Yi Wufei into such a predicament. It is rumored that the divine son of the Qin family possesses a chaotic body, while Yi Wufei harbors the ancient divine body. Which of these legendary physiques is truly superior? As Yi Wufei manifests the ancient divine body, a wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd, all aware that a fierce clash between dragons and tigers is inevitable. The ancient divine body, according to legends in the Tianxuan Continent, is a rare physique that can rival the chaotic body. However, it has a significant drawback. It requires an immense accumulation of resources. Without sufficient resources, the ancient divine body is rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, the ancient divine body was not originally known by this name. It was only after a member of an immortal imperial clan on the Tianxuan Continent exhibited this physique, empowered by the clan's vast resources, that astonishing strength was unleashed, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. Only then did the somewhat mediocre ancient divine body gain recognition. Since that time, most individuals who awaken the ancient divine body tend to align themselves with great powers or esteemed sects, becoming the elite enforcers of these factions in exchange for the resources necessary for their advancement. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why Yi Wufei chose to come to the Holy Land and cultivate a relationship with the saintess, Luojia. It now appears that Yi Wufei's ancient divine body has developed to a certain extent and is on the verge of fully taking shape. Qin Jiu Ge observes Yi Wufei with a secretive smirk. The fact that Yi Wufei has managed to ascend to the third layer of the Dharma aspect with the ancient divine body is indeed remarkable. Surely, the fortune of the Chosen One has aided him significantly, providing him with countless fortuitous encounters, not to mention the support of the saintess of the Holy Land. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is destined to become a formidable figure in the future. However, he is far more than merely a chaotic body. He possesses the formidable weapon of the twin pupils, leaving Yi Wufei with little chance of victory when the time comes for confrontation. Nevertheless, according to the intelligence gathered, Yi Wufei seems to have mastered a secret technique that can amplify his combat power tenfold, truly a terrifying prospect. While the crowd engages in discussion, Qin Jiu Ge continues to hold his folding fan, disdain etched across his face as he gazes at Yi Wufei, who is fully activating the ancient divine body. He scoffs mockingly. Are you finished? Is this the ancient divine body you rely upon? It appears to be rather underwhelming. As he speaks, Qin Jiu Ge extends his right index finger, dismissively gesturing. Under the relentless provocations of Qin Jiu Ge, Yi Wufei's composure begins to unravel. Witnessing Qin Jiu Ge dare to taunt him even after he has unleashed the ancient divine body ignites a furious response within him. I shall show you the true power of the ancient divine body. With a thunderous roar, Yi Wufei springs into action, his hands rapidly forming seals with the swiftness of lightning. The phenomena in the sky become increasingly vivid as a surge of vibrant spiritual power erupts from Yi Wufei. Ancient sky-subduing seal, Night, with a resounding roar, raised his hands skyward and then forcefully brought them down. In the heavens, a seal, as vast as a mountain, thundered downwards. In the blink of an eye, before the seal could descend, Night moved with the swiftness of lightning, charging towards Qin Jiu Ge. This maneuver was his long-standing signature attack, first drawing the opponent's attention with the ancient seal, then rushing in to strike. The adversary, caught off guard, was either heavily wounded by his proximity or crushed to a pulp by the ancient seal. However, just as Night drew within several dozen yards of Qin Jiu Ge, he halted, his eyes wide with disbelief. The ancient seal, heavier than a small mountain, was astonishingly lifted by Qin Jiu Ge with a single hand. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. With a thud, Qin Jiu Ge casually tossed the ancient seal aside, producing a deep resonant sound. In the next moment, he appeared beside Night as if by teleportation. A knee strike landed squarely on Night's vital point, causing him to arch his back in pain like a shrimp. Seizing the moment, Qin Jiu Ge swiftly retreated, beckoning Night with a gesture. Being so effortlessly suppressed and toyed with by Qin Jiu Ge ignited a fury within Night. Qin Jiu Ge, you have forced my hand, he bellowed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his visage becoming grotesque, resembling a blood-soaked specter. Simultaneously, his aura began to swell ominously. Observing Night's growing power, Qin Jiu Ge silently mused, truly, he is the Chosen One. Even with merely a third layer of Dharma, he possesses such an array of abilities. Without my system, I might truly be overwhelmed by this destined child. However, at this moment, extinguishing Night was akin to squashing an ant. With a mere thought, the chaotic body unfurled completely. A tempest of chaos erupted, and a blue lotus blossomed defiantly. Qin Jiu Ge's aura surged, surpassing Night's. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that Qin Jiu Ge had revealed his trump card, the chaotic body. Night was no match for him. It was evident that although the matured ancient divine body was comparable to the chaotic body, their levels were distinct. Regrettably, had Night achieved the fifth layer of Dharma, on par with Qin Jiu Ge, the battle would have been far more engaging. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Luo Jia's beautiful visage hardened with determination, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Ignoring her status, she called out to Qin Jiu Ge within the arena. Son of the Qin family, what is so impressive about relying on your cultivation? If you possess the skill, seal yourself to the same realm as Night, and you certainly would not be his match. Upon hearing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Jiu Ge's mouth. The person before him was none other than the Destined One. Luo Jia's words were a blatant attempt to diminish his intellect. Countless villains had met their demise under such a tactic. If he heeded Luo Jia's provocation and sealed his cultivation, the ensuing narrative would undoubtedly depict the Chosen One unleashing astonishing potential, becoming invincible at the same level and crushing him, the great villain, underfoot. At last, the destined child triumphed over the villain and embraced his beloved. As for the antagonist, who would truly care? He was not under the influence of a diminishing intelligence aura. How could he possibly be so foolish as to restrict his own cultivation, allowing Yi Wufei to strike? In Chapter 66, the ancient divine monarch crushes Yi Wufei. Saintess, do not waste your efforts. I am not burdened by a diminishing intelligence aura, Qin Jiu Ge declared, continuing to exude his formidable presence, harboring no intentions of self-restriction. In fact, he boldly activated his double pupils. The sky became filled with countless ethereal images of occupying half the heavens, harmonizing beautifully with the chaotic phenomena. The manifestations exhibited by Yi Wufei trembled in fear amidst the chaotic body and disillusions. As the two grand phenomena enveloped him, Qin Jiu Ge appeared even more imposing, radiating divine light as he stood proudly, resembling an ancient divine monarch. Is this the might of the chaotic body combined with? It's my first encounter with such an extraordinarily gifted youth. The Qin family's divine son was indeed exceptional. With such cultivation, he was virtually invincible among his peers, not only among his contemporaries. Even some elders would likely pale in comparison to the Qin family's divine son. After all, a mere 20-year-old at the fifth level of Dharma manifestation, bearing both the chaotic body and... It was initially believed that Yi Wufei could pose some challenges for the Qin family's divine son, but it now appeared that he did not even qualify to be a rival. Saint Sun Luo Hong, observing the godlike Qin Jiu Ge, could not help but bow his proud head, inwardly lamenting that he fell far short of Qin Jiu Ge. For a long time, Luo Hong had considered himself the foremost among his peers in terms of talent. As the saint's son of the sacred land, he had been exceedingly proud. Yet today, he was utterly convinced. If he still had the heart to fight against Yi Wufei, he found himself devoid of the courage to confront Qin Jiu Ge, completely overwhelmed by the latter's might. Perish. At this moment, Yi Wufei could no longer afford to hesitate. He was acutely aware that both in talent and combat prowess, he fell woefully short compared to Qin Jiu Ge. His only chance lay in striking while Qin Jiu Ge's momentum had yet to reach its peak, and the two grand phenomena had not fully manifested. Primal ancient myriad wheel. Yi Wufei bellowed, summoning a brilliant wheel of light that shimmered with dazzling radiance, hurling it forcefully towards Qin Jiu Ge. This technique was Yi Wufei's ultimate move, one he typically could not unleash with his cultivation at the third level of. Now, bolstered by secret arts, his combat power surged tenfold, elevating his realm to approximately the 8th level of, allowing him to wield this technique. The primal ancient myriad wheel, unmatched in sharpness, could cleave even a great mountain in twain. Yi Wufei was confident that Qin Jiu Ge could never withstand this attack. The luminous wheel approached in an instant, enveloping Qin Jiu Ge in a layer of resplendent divine light. Merely a trivial skill, how dare you flaunt it before me? Qin Jiu Ge shouted, channeling his chaotic body, encased in a veil of chaotic divine light to withstand the assault of the primal ancient myriad wheel. Boom. The primal ancient myriad wheel collided with Qin Jiu Ge's chaotic body, producing a thunderous roar. Puff. Not far away, Yi Wufei, who was earnestly manipulating the ancient chaos wheel, could hardly have anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge would prove to be so formidable. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Yi Wufei was propelled several dozen feet into the air before crashing down with a thunderous impact, his form creating a massive crater upon striking the unyielding ground. In this direct confrontation, Qin Jiu Ge emerged victorious, while Yi Wufei faced utter defeat. Indeed, it was no surprise that the Chaos Body, ranked as the foremost divine physique on the Tianxuan Continent, was so fearsome. It was astonishing to realize that even the ancient divine body, with its extraordinary constitution, could not withstand a single blow from the Chaos Body. Although the disparity in their cultivation levels contributed to this outcome, the gap between them was not insurmountable even after Yi Wufei had unleashed his secret techniques. To challenge the Chaos Body with the ancient divine body was, in truth, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an act of folly born from hubris. The scion of the Qin family, possessing the Chaos Body and the Heavy Eye, had a cultivation level that firmly overshadowed Yi Wufei's. Thus, this result was hardly unexpected. Even with the aid of his secret arts, Yi Wufei could only slightly diminish the gap between them. Emerging from the deep pit in tattered garments, Yi Wufei's face was etched with profound resentment. Since the inception of his training, he had always held a lofty stance, effortlessly dominating his peers. Yet, he never anticipated such a humiliating defeat in this encounter. With the 9 secrets and the ancient sacred body, it seems that's all there is to it, he thought bitterly. As Yi Wufei cast a reluctant glance toward Qin Jiu Ge, the latter's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Qin Jiu Ge floated in midair, his eyes glimmering with 4 radiant pupils, his aura escalating with each passing moment. In the heavens above, a wondrous phenomenon began to unfold. Countless phantoms of the ancient divine beast Kunping materialized in the horizon. The next instant, those innumerable Kunping apparitions surged toward Yi Wufei with cataclysmic force, embodying the might to obliterate the very heavens and earth. The onlookers were left in awe at the terrifying spectacle of Qin Jiu Ge's technique, utterly astounded. They could scarcely fathom that this move would invoke such a dreadful celestial phenomenon, accompanied by an overwhelming killing intent. For a fleeting moment, they sensed that Qin Jiu Ge's aura had transcended the terror typically associated with the 9th layer of the Dharma manifestation. The assembled crowd began to speculate. Could it be that Qin Jiu Ge's true combat prowess had already ascended to the Nirvana realm? A Nirvana practitioner before the age of 20? Surely this was preposterous. Yet, the soul-chilling terror they had just witnessed was undeniable. Was it possible that the scion of the Qin family had indeed attained Nirvana? If he had, then this attack could very well spell doom for Yi Wufei. The horror of this technique surpassed all imagination. Was the Nirvana realm truly so formidable? Hearing the murmurs among the crowd and witnessing the astonishing might emanating from Qin Jiu Ge, the anxious saintess Luo Jia could no longer remain passive. Yi Wufei still held considerable value for her, and she could not allow him to perish in this manner. Zhongbo, save him. In a moment of urgency, Luo Jia hastily transmitted her thoughts to her protector, urging him to intervene and rescue Yi Wufei. What she could not have anticipated was that her call seemed to vanish into the abyss, receiving no response whatsoever. In the arena, Yi Wufei confronted such a terrifying maneuver, unleashing all his might in a desperate attempt to resist. Boom! Countless phantoms of the Kunping fiercely struck at Yi Wufei, enveloping the venue in a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The echoes of Yi Wufei's anguished cries reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Moments later, as the dust settled within the charred pit, Yi Wufei lay scorched, his body devoid of any unblemished skin. His already tattered garments had been utterly reduced to tatters. Chapter 67. Severely wounded Yi Wufei, Luo Jia's revenge. Wufei. Seeing Yi Wufei, now charred and resembling a roasted wild chicken, Saintess Luo Jia could no longer contain herself. Disregarding her dignity and status, she rushed forward. Upon nearing, Luo Jia realized that the situation was even worse than she had imagined. Yi Wufei's breath was exceedingly faint, nearly extinguished. Had she arrived even slightly later, he might have succumbed entirely. Moreover, his skin was nearly beyond recognition, blackened and exuding a repugnant, burnt odor. Luo Jia felt that if the fallen individual were anyone other than Yi Wufei, she would be utterly unable to endure such a stench. Suppressing her nausea, she lifted her gaze, fixing her beautiful eyes upon Qin Jiu Ge, her expression brimming with resentment. Qin family's divine heir, it was merely a sparring match. Why must you resort to such brutality? Qin Jiu Ge, observing Luo Jia's aggressive demeanor, felt a surge of disdain within. Had Yi Wufei inflicted harm upon him, Luo Jia would undoubtedly not have reacted with such fervor. This woman appeared to be blissfully ignorant, as if she were merely a pawn in the celestial game. Yet here she was, turning gratitude into enmity. Nonetheless, in the presence of the onlookers, Qin Jiu Ge deemed it unnecessary to confront her directly, opting instead for a facade of sorrow, responding with a light chuckle. "Saintess, you are most perceptive. Brother Ye's strength is indeed remarkable. Had I not exerted myself fully, I too would have sustained injuries. Rather than suffer myself, it seemed more prudent to let Yi Wufei bear the brunt of it." Qin Jiu Ge's words rang with logic, leaving Luo Jia gnashing her silver teeth in frustration, unable to retort. The spectators were left in a daze, for Qin Jiu Ge's prowess exceeded their expectations. Most of the divine heirs and saintly offspring present possessed abilities around the 3rd or 4th tier of the Dharma phase. To reach the 7th tier in a full-blown effort was already considered formidable. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge exhibited strength nearing the Nirvana realm, coupled with his dual pupils and chaotic physique. Along with that final technique, though its name remained unknown, the onlookers could discern its extraordinary nature. With a single move, he had decisively suppressed Yi Wufei, nearly leading to his demise, truly terrifying. Yi Wufei lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. The recent assault not only left him charred but also resulted in several broken bones, his internal organs aflame with excruciating pain. Had it not been for Luo Jia's timely provision of the sacred healing elixir from the Holy Land, he would likely have met his demise right there. The searing agony coursing through his body, coupled with the humiliation he felt, ignited a profound hatred within Yi Wufei towards Qin Jiu Ge, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! Today was supposed to be my day to shine, to crush a multitude of the Holy Land's prodigies and claim the beautiful prize. Yet this wretched Qin Jiu Ge meddled and ruined everything. I want him dead. Qin Jiu Ge, however, chose to disregard Yi Wufei's wrathful glare. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck at the fortune of the destined child. System reward, the Jiuxiao sword. The mere mention of the Jiuxiao sword filled Qin Jiu Ge with elation. He was aware that it was a renowned supreme artifact in the Tianxuan Continent. It seemed Yi Wufei had indeed become a formidable destined child. Striking at his fortune had merited such a reward, if he were to eliminate him. With that thought, Qin Jiu Ge smiled and descended from the arena. Yi Wufei was undoubtedly a target for his vengeance, but not at this moment. The destined child carried immense fortune, without suppressing it a few times. Killing him would be impossible. A forceful attempt might even provoke a powerful figure to emerge, insisting that Yi Wufei was their heir. At that juncture, it would not only be troublesome for him, but for the Qin family as well. With Qin Jiu Ge's triumph preceding, the subsequent matches appeared exceedingly mundane. They consisted of battles between those at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Dharma aspect, lacking any explosive tension. The spectators found it tedious, and even the participants felt the same. It paled in comparison to the match against the scion of the Qin family. Brother Qin, it seems this year's strongest scion must be you. Indeed, we have exerted ourselves in our training, yet compared to Brother Qin, we are still leagues away. Brother Qin is a prodigy, endowed with a chaotic physique and dual pupils, far beyond our reach. Soon, the remaining matches concluded, devoid of any excitement. After the competition, Luo Jia assisted Yi Wufei back to his chamber. At this point, Yi Wufei had considerably improved. He could at least muster the strength to speak. However, the pain still lingered and would require time to subside. I want him dead. I must avenge myself personally, Yi Wufei shouted in rage. Luo Jia's expression turned icy as she summoned the protector. The space trembled, and an elder appeared before Luo Jia and Yi Wufei. Luo Jia's demeanor was frosty. Zhangbo, when I reached out for your assistance to save Wufei, why did you not intervene? Confronted by Luo Jia's pointed inquiry, Zhangbo, who had reached the threshold of the half-step life and death realm, displayed no sign of irritation. He bowed respectfully. The saintess is unaware that upon receiving your message, I was prepared to act. However, within the arena, there was a presence of similar caliber to mine, fixated on me. Should I have made a move, they would have responded in kind. My life is of little consequence, but should that half-step life and death expert intervene, young master, you would surely perish. Upon hearing Zhang Bo's explanation, Luo Jia's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Indeed, Qin Jiu Ge is the scion of the Qin family, and naturally, he possesses his own guardians. He can command these protectors to rescue people, just as he can order them to obstruct. However, this enmity cannot be so easily settled. That evening, at the grand banquet of the sacred land, including the holy son Luo Hong, the holy maiden Luo Jia, and a multitude of divine scions from the immortal emperors, all gathered in high spirits, indulging in joyous revelry. The recently triumphant Qin Jiu Ge, who had bested the formidable Yi Wufei, became the focal point of admiration. Everyone extolled Qin Jiu Ge's remarkable prowess and extraordinary talent, proclaiming that, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the stature of a great emperor. Qin Jiu Ge graciously accepted these accolades with a smile. Beside Luo Jia, Yi Wufei, swathed in bandages and bearing a ghastly countenance, cast a furtive glance at her. Upon noticing Luo Jia's heart resolved. "Esteemed guests, may I have your attention?" she suddenly declared amidst the merriment. "You have likely heard of the recent stirrings at Zishan, where it is rumored that a rare treasure is set to emerge. Since time immemorial, celestial materials and earthly treasures have belonged to the capable as cultivators. We cannot afford to overlook such an opportunity. All of you here are the pride of your respective families. Why not venture to Zishan together in search of this extraordinary treasure?" Chapter 68. Who dares to bully my grandson? The four great supremes of the Qin family mobilize. The holy maiden speaks wisely. We too have heard of the recent disturbances at Zishan. I have been informed that deep within Zishan, there have been continuous chimes, resonating as if they could pierce the very soul. Many who succumbed to greed, yet lack the strength, have perished beneath that tolling. What sort of news is this? Our family dispatched a powerful individual to investigate, and he returned with word that within Zishan, the primordial essence of all things is surging forth. The primordial essence, said to be the source of all growth on the Tianxuan Continent, is exceedingly precious. The revelation of such a phenomenon within Zishan ignited a wave of greed among those who previously dismissed the matter. Yet Zishan is renowned as one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Tianxuan Continent. Can we truly venture there? A voice of uncertainty rang out from the crowd. "Haha, who is this so timid? We are the elites of our families, the strongest of the younger generation. If we falter, who could possibly succeed?" Indeed, while Zishan is a forbidden area, it has not erupted in many years. It should pose no significant threat. Amidst the discussions of the talented, Luo Jia's gaze fell upon Qin Jiu Ge, the scion of the Qin family, with cultivation that transcends the heavens and the earth, is indeed the foremost of our generation. "I believe this extraordinary treasure is meant for you, illustrious Jiu Ge. Might you have any interest?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge could not help but smirk inwardly. He did not believe that Luo Jia would be so benevolent as to bestow upon him an opportunity that was rightfully his. The relationships among the 4 great immortal families, as well as between them and the sacred land, were rife with competition, outwardly harmonious, yet inwardly each yearned to see the other vanquished. Moreover, it was evident that Luo Jia and the fated son Yi Wufei were aligned. After inflicting such a devastating blow upon Yi Wufei, would Luo Jia truly allow him to escape unscathed? Given the current atmosphere, it was clear that Luo Jia intended to lay a trap within Zishan, inviting him into a perilous snare. As long as he dares to venture forth, he shall undoubtedly meet with Luo Jia's ruthless interception. However, even without Luo Jia's warning, he would still find his way to Zishan. After all, whether it is the essence of all things or that enigmatic chime, it is evidently a boon bestowed upon the child of destiny. How could he possibly forego the opportunity to seize it? In his eyes, Yi Wufei is hardly a concern. After suppressing his fortune a few times, he could easily eliminate him. The more troublesome aspect, however, is that the saintess Luo Jia is uncomfortably close to Yi Wufei, even willing to step in directly to clear obstacles for him. To eliminate Yi Wufei, one must indeed consider the powerful forces backing Luo Jia. Otherwise, one might easily find oneself at a disadvantage. The saintess speaks with reason. Rare treasures naturally belong to the capable. I, Qin, though lacking in talent, am considered the strongest of the younger generation. Since I have encountered such a fortuitous event, how could I refrain from exploring it? Saintess and esteemed guests, once you have chosen a date, please inform me. Qin Jiu Ge's proclamation was both bold and audacious, yet the assembled guests, having witnessed his formidable prowess, found no fault in his words. Qin Jiu Ge's strength is undeniably formidable. The son of Jiu Ge is valiant and majestic. We are willing to follow his lead. As they enter Zishan, fraught with peril, we hope the son of Jiu Ge will lend us his guidance. Indeed, This is no trifling matter. We look forward to the son of Jiuge's invaluable insights. Amidst the flattery, Yi Wufei and Luo Jia regarded Qin Jiu Ge with eyes akin to those observing a corpse. What does strength matter? What does talent matter? Is it truly so difficult to lead you to your demise? After the banquet concluded, Qin Jiu Ge returned to his chamber and summoned Li Bo, make a trip back to the family and inform my grandfather to bring the supreme artifact. I may have the opportunity to slay the primordial saintess Luo Jia. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was taken aback, hastily leaving to convey the message to the Qin family. 5 days later, at the Qin residence, Qin Jiu Ge's grandfather, Qin Hai, sat in the reception hall, leisurely sipping tea. With Qin Jiu Ge's formidable strength and astonishing talent, even amidst the talented elites of the sacred grounds, he would thrive effortlessly. What was there to worry about? At that moment, Li Bo burst into the reception hall in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Old master, the sun has instructed me to inform you to bring the supreme artifact to the sacred grounds. He intends to slay the primordial saintess." Startled by this revelation, Qin Hai abruptly set aside his tea, grasping Li Bo's collar. "What did you say? Jiu Ge intends to take action against the primordial saintess?" Upon receiving confirmation, Qin Hai released Li Bo's collar, his tone turning grim. "That wretched primordial saintess. My grandson has always been well behaved. It must be that the saintess has wronged him. Since she dares to bully my grandson, she should not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Qin Hai resumed his seat, re-establishing the demeanor of an elevated figure. "Summon the 3 elders of our lineage at once. Tell them I have urgent matters to discuss." Li Bo, not daring to delay, hurried off to notify the 3 elders. As Qin Hai sat in the reception room, a deep-seated murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Qin Jiu Ge is his grandson, the very hope for the revival of the Qin family. Anyone who dares to provoke Qin Jiu Ge shall face the relentless retribution of the Qin clan. "Brother Hai, what urgent matter necessitates our presence?" one elder queried. "Indeed, I was preparing to enter seclusion to contemplate my cultivation technique. Recently, I sensed a loosening of the bottleneck in my training. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of the Supreme Realm." "Old man, you are about to break through? We 3 have lingered at the 5th level for many years. Why the sudden desire to advance?" 3 rugged voices resonated as 3 elderly men, each exuding a formidable aura, entered the meeting room. These 3 were the esteemed elders of the Qin family lineage, all at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. Meanwhile, Qin Hai had long since surpassed the 7th level. "I summoned you today because that Taichu saintess has humiliated my grandson Jiu Ge. I beseech you, my old friends, to accompany me." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were instantly filled with righteous indignation. They were aware of Qin Jiu Ge's participation in the Sacred Land Conference and had assumed that, given his prowess and talent, none would dare disrespect him. However, it now appeared that the saintess of the Sacred Land was behaving rather inappropriately. "Brother Hai, Jiu Ge has always been well-behaved and diligent in his training. He is the hope of our Qin family. Whoever dares to provoke Jiu Ge shall face dire consequences. That Taichu saintess is utterly reckless. Second brother, weren't you planning to enter seclusion for a breakthrough? Perhaps you should refrain from joining us?" "Nonsense. I can enter seclusion anytime. If my family's hope for resurgence is threatened, what good would it do for me to break through additional levels? Let us depart at once." As soon as the words left his lips, the 4 supremes soared into the sky. Chapter 69. The Qin family's Ascendant Emperor. Armed with Ascendant Emperor weapons. In the Qin family's main hall, Patriarch Qin Wuchen sat in contemplation when suddenly a frown creased his brow. What is happening with the 4th lineage? Why have 4 supremes mobilized at once, including that old fellow Qin Hai? Qin Wuchen was well aware that Qin Hai had been reclusive since stepping down from his position as lineage head, seldom leaving the family estate. This time, not only had he ventured out personally, but he had also brought along 3 elders of the Supreme Realm. Clearly, this was an unusual occurrence. Typically, with the Qin family's reputation as one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, various factions across the Tianxuan Continent would show them due respect. The only entities capable of prompting the Qin family to mobilize 4 supremes would likely be the other 3 immortal imperial families or the enigmatic Sacred Land. Considering the recent circumstances surrounding the Qin family, Qin Wuchen began to piece together the situation. It was certain that something had transpired with Qin Jiu Ge in the Sacred Land, prompting the usually reclusive Qin Hai to take such drastic measures. As this realization dawned on him, Qin Wuchen's expression darkened. Qin Jiu Ge was his chosen prodigy, extraordinarily gifted. Given time, he would undoubtedly lead the Qin family to greatness. The entirety of the Qin family rested upon the shoulders of this prodigy, Qin Jiu Ge. "Patriarch, what troubles you?" asked the second elder, Qin Run, observing the fluctuating expression on Qin Wuchen's face. "You must have sensed it as well. The fourth lineage has mobilized 4 supremes and left the family estate. Indeed, not only that, but even that old rascal Qin Hai has mobilized. One cannot fathom their intentions. It must be said, their lineage is indeed fortunate, having produced a prodigious talent like Jiu Ge, whose future accomplishments are boundless." The elder of the second clan candidly expressed his observations, his words imbued with profound perplexity. Currently, the greatest taboo for their clan is Jiu Ge summoning 4 supreme beings at once. It is likely that someone from the Taichu Holy Land is seeking trouble with Jiu Ge. What? The previously amiable elder Qin Run suddenly revealed a murderous intent, his tone laced with a fierce edge. "Those from the Taichu Holy Land are exceedingly audacious. They dare provoke our Qin clan's divine child, truly underestimating our might. It seems we have remained hidden for far too long. It is time for the world to witness the formidable power of the Tianxuan Qin Clan." With that, Qin Run rose, his garments billowing as his quasi-emperor-level cultivation radiated. This gathering is, after all, taking place in the home territory of the Taichu Holy Land. Although Jiu Ge is not one to suffer losses easily, he must still tread carefully under their roof. Should he encounter misfortune, the consequences could be dire. "Elder of the second clan, you must promptly retrieve the quasi-emperor artifact and accompany Qin Hai and the others. Should Jiu Ge face any conflict with the Taichu Holy Land, do not concern yourself with anything else. Our priority is to ensure Jiu Ge's safety." This is the command of the clan head. As he spoke, Qin Wucheng produced a small, exquisite token from his sleeve and presented it to Qin Run. "The clan head's command?" Qin Run gazed at the token, his expression growing notably solemn. The clan head's command is a token passed down through generations of the Qin family, symbolizing the supreme authority of the clan head. To draw upon such a token signifies matters of life and death concerning the Qin clan. The elder of the second clan, having lived for over a millennium, had only witnessed the issuance of this token on a few occasions. It was unexpected that the clan head would activate the command for the sake of Qin Jiu Ge, highlighting the immense value placed upon him. "Rest assured, I shall set forth at once." Qin Run saluted Qin Wucheng, and, in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. 5 days later, Qin Jiu Ge, along with the holy son of Taichu, Luo Hong, the holy maiden Luo Jia, and the divine children of various immortal imperial clans, including the recently healed Yi Wufei, arrived at the outskirts of Zishan. Zishan, situated 300 miles south of the Taichu Holy Land, is characterized by its perilous terrain and enigmatic aura, renowned as one of the 7 life-restricting zones of the Tianxuan Continent. Rumors abound that within Zishan, ominous and bizarre forces lie in ambush, making it a place fraught with peril. As the saying goes, in treacherous lands, one may find great treasures. Periodically, Zishan emits auspicious rays of light, releasing treasures that are seldom seen elsewhere. Some fortunate practitioners, having received gifts from Zishan, have soared to prominence, becoming formidable figures in the Tianxuan Continent. This has further ignited the flames of greed within the hearts of many. If the treasures expelled by Zishan are already so formidable, what greater treasures might lie within? For many years, practitioners seeking treasures have flocked to Zishan in droves, an uncountable multitude. Yet, almost without exception, they all fell silent within the confines of Purple Mountain. There were those among the esteemed experts of the sacred grounds who, undeterred by superstition, once organized a formidable expedition to explore Purple Mountain, but they too followed in the footsteps of the wandering cultivators, with not a single soul returning. Over time, the sinister reputation of Purple Mountain grew increasingly formidable, reaching a point where it inspired palpable fear. Esteemed guests, within Purple Mountain lies much that is peculiar. Our sacred grounds have previously dispatched several adept individuals into its depths, yearning to uncover its mysteries, yet not one has returned, proclaimed the saintess, Luo Jia, her melodious voice resonating amidst the gathering of divine sons and prodigies. Why should we fear? We are all heirs of noble families. Who among us lacks means for self-preservation? Someone retorted. Indeed, if we allow fear to deter us from exploring Purple Mountain, we may be left with lingering doubts that hinder our progress. This is no trifling matter. I appreciate the saintess's good intentions. I, Lu, am curious to witness the true nature of the peculiarities within Purple Mountain. With that, as the assembly voiced their sentiments, Luo Jia ceased her discourse and gracefully turned towards the mountain. The others hastily followed suit. Upon entering Purple Mountain, they encountered a vast maze of illusions, seemingly endless, obstructing their path. Expressions of concern adorned their faces. The maze itself bore no offensive capabilities, yet it severely impaired the senses. A moment's carelessness could lead to ruin. The sight of such an expansive illusion upon their initial entry reaffirmed the formidable nature of Purple Mountain. Just as dismay began to settle among the group, a brash voice pierced the air. There is no need for concern. I am a disciple of Master Yuan Tian, possessing some understanding of the cosmic forces. I can employ formations to alter the celestial dynamics and dispel this illusion. Reassured by these words, the group felt a semblance of calm. Knight Wufei wasted no time, retrieving several crystal stones from his storage ring to commence the formation. However, despite his flurry of actions, the illusion showed not a hint of response. Master Yuan Tian? Not even a shadow of his brilliance. The crowd murmured, all of whom were scions of immortal imperial clans or sacred progeny, possessing some knowledge of formations. They quickly discerned that Knight Wufei had indeed set up the formation, yet the illusion that muted their senses remained utterly unyielding. Knight Wufei, what are you doing? The formation is complete, yet this illusion shows no sign of diminishing. One queried, frustration evident in their tone. Indeed, do you even know how to set a formation? Just tossing around a few crystals does not constitute a formation. What a farce to claim to be a disciple of Master Yuan Tian. If he were aware of your incompetence, he would surely chastise you. Faced with the elusive barrier's stubbornness, the assembly of divine sons and sacred progeny expressed their discontent, venting their doubts at Knight Wufei. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, as he had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to impress and restore his reputation. Yet he never anticipated that the illusion would prove so obstinate. Despite employing his most advanced techniques, he witnessed no effect whatsoever. Something is amiss, Knight Wufei contemplated, scrutinizing the illusion as he deftly formed hand seals, desperately calculating his next move. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment. I shall make another attempt. As he spoke, Yi Wufei's figure flickered continuously, casting crystal stones from his hands, which landed accurately in various positions. After a brief pause, gazing at the still unchanged maze, Yi Wufei finally lowered his proud head. Esteemed guests, it is not due to my lack of skill. Through calculation, it is evident that the forces of this realm have been altered by a powerful being, rendering me incapable of making any changes myself. Before his words could fully settle, Qin Jiu Ge suddenly stepped forward, scoffing. It seems that the so-called Source Celestial Master is not much. He cannot even break a mere maze. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia immediately grew displeased, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she glared at Qin Jiu Ge. Son of the Qin family, don't stand there speaking without understanding the pain. If you are capable, why don't you give it a try? My brother Wufei has altered the forces of the realm many times. It is only natural that he struggles with this Purple Mountain, which is renowned as one of the 7 forbidden lands. If he is unable to make a change, it is entirely reasonable. With your abilities, perhaps you should attempt it yourself? Witnessing Luo Jia's fervent defense of Yi Wufei, a wave of disdain surged within Qin Jiu Ge. In the past, while reading novels, he found the connection between the heroine and the protagonist quite delightful. However, now, from the perspective of the antagonist, it was utterly revolting. Yi Wufei was merely an inconspicuous loose cultivator, relying on the fortunate destiny of the chosen one to reach his current status. Luo Jia seemed rather dim-witted, truly believing he achieved success through sheer talent. Casting a fierce glare at Luo Jia, Qin Jiu Ge stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Since the Saintess has invited me to try, I shall comply. With that, he activated his repeating eyes. Instantly, an extraordinary phenomenon descended upon the heavens. Countless eyes of the repeating eyes obscured the sky, illuminating the previously dim atmosphere as bright as day. In the next moment, Qin Jiu Ge unleashed the power of the repeating eyes. The repeating eyes technique, a means to perceive the essence. With a powerful shout, the once impenetrable maze was torn apart as if it were mere cloth, revealing a broad path approximately 10 feet wide. Esteemed guests, the maze is now open. Please follow this divine son. Having spoken, Qin Jiu Ge boldly took the lead, striding forward. Other divine sons and holy sons, witnessing this, hurriedly followed, their mouths busy extolling Qin Jiu Ge's prowess. Indeed, as expected of the ancient repeating eyes, such a troublesome maze, and yet he saw through it instantly. Yes, the repeating eyes technique is truly terrifying, surpassing that so-called source celestial master by an immeasurable margin. Had we known just how effective the Qin family's repeating eyes were, we would not have allowed that fellow to waste so much of our time. Most of the attendees were divine sons from immortal imperial clans or holy sanctuaries, who naturally looked down upon the loose cultivator Yi Wufei. Furthermore, Luo Jia's continuous defense of Yi Wufei only fueled their anger, prompting them to speak more harshly. How can we discern the truth of this path? I have heard that those with repeating eyes excel in illusions. Do not let him deceive you while you count his riches. As the crowd incessantly berated Yi Wufei, Luo Jia could no longer hold her tongue and retorted directly. Awaiting her was Qin Jiu Ge's icy remark. If the saintess believes that the path indicated by Ben Shensi is illusory, she need not follow. Your companion is merely leveraging the techniques of the source celestial master to alter the grand design of the world. This statement left no room for leniency towards Luo Jia, who, accustomed to her pride, could hardly contain her indignation. Just as she prepared to retort, Yi Wufei grasped her hand firmly, shaking his head to signal her silence. Trusting Yi Wufei deeply, Luo Jia acquiesced, suppressing her grievances as she followed the group onward. Thus, they journeyed for several hours. When the radiant sunlight bathed them, nearly everyone erupted in jubilant cheers. At last, we have escaped that wretched maze. Thanks to the scion of the Qin family, or we would have perished within. The ancient dual pupils were indeed as legendary as claimed, effortlessly piercing through such a troublesome illusion. Qin Jiu Ge, truly the most extraordinary talent of our generation. Listening to the taunts, Yi Wufei, not far off, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. For reasons unknown, he harbored a growing suspicion that Qin Jiu Ge was deliberately targeting him. From their very first encounter, this feeling had lingered uneasily within him. With Qin Jiu Ge's entrance into the sacred grounds, that sensation intensified. It seemed that no matter his endeavors, Qin Jiu Ge would invariably appear to overshadow him, eclipsing his achievements and robbing him of the glory that rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, Yi Wufei sensed that Qin Jiu Ge had usurped something of profound significance that should have been his. Yet, all seemed to remain intact, leaving Yi Wufei perplexed, though the sentiment was undeniably real. After traversing the maze, Qin Jiu Ge led the group onward, soon arriving at an expansive square. This square appeared boundless, stretching at least several hundred zhang in all directions. In its center stood ebony pillars, piercing the sky, their heights obscured. The pillars were adorned with intricate carvings, exuding a grandiosity rarely witnessed, even by those of the illustrious immortal clans or the sacred land's science. From the depths of darkness, ethereal sounds echoed, and strange figures began to materialize. Upon sighting these apparitions, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They were the ominous phantoms of Zishan. Chapter 71. The Chaotic Body Unleashed. Exorcise the anomalies. As these phantoms emerged, they unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the gathered assembly. Waves of eerie energy enveloped them. Everyone, unleash your prowess and fight, declared Saint Luo Hong, who now wielded a slender sword radiating a chilling brilliance, exuding an air of the extraordinary. He brandished the sword fiercely, mercilessly slaying the encroaching phantoms. Saintess Luo Jia brandished a crimson ribbon, which danced through the air like a dragon emerging from the depths, striking with formidable momentum against the approaching specters. The other divine sons and holy heirs also unleashed their unique abilities, valiantly engaging in the battle against these bizarre entities. However, the sheer number of these aberrations was overwhelming, and their methods of attack were exceedingly strange. From the skies above, creatures soared. From the ground below, others dashed forth, and suddenly, entities emerged from beneath the earth, all fearlessly assaulting the crowd. What should we do? We can barely hold on. Indeed, if this continues, we shall perish here. Damn it, these creatures seem endless. The divine sons from several other immortal clans, whose cultivation was relatively weaker, soon found themselves unable to withstand the assault, crying out for assistance. Everyone, I have set up a formation. You may enter to seek refuge. Knight Wufei's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Turning around, they beheld Knight Wufei, who had arranged a formation, enveloping a small area within a dimly lit barrier. Those bizarre entities that encountered the barrier recoiled as if struck by lightning, hastily retreating. Yet, these fleeing entities remained undeterred, lingering near the barrier as though awaiting its energy to wane. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd felt as though they had found a savior and rushed towards the formation. Soon, the small formation was teeming with people. The holy maiden, Luo Jia, flung out a silk ribbon, forcing back a group of pursuers, and gracefully stepped into the formation, a mocking smile upon her face. Qin Clan's divine son. How does Brother Wu Fei's formation suit you? If you apologize to Brother Wu Fei, admitting your previous words were erroneous, I shall persuade him to allow you to enter and take refuge. What do you say? Luo Jia understood that Qin Jiu Ge, as the divine son of the Qin clan, held a position of great authority. Should her words, crafted to ensnare him, circulate among the masses, the Qin clan would surely retaliate. Rather than let him perish here, it was more pragmatic to compel him to apologize to Knight Wu Fei. However, in response to Luo Jia's provocation, Qin Jiu Ge chose to disregard her entirely. In the next moment, a chaotic aura emanated from Qin Jiu Ge. The previously dim sky became obscured by a strange phenomenon. Amidst the chaos, a blue lotus blossomed with regal defiance. As he unleashed his chaotic form, Qin Jiu Ge appeared as an invincible harbinger of death, slaying all who obstructed him. He strode forward with resolute confidence, and each entity that dared to attack him crumbled to ash before even grazing his form. In the blink of an eye, a wide path materialized before him. The chaotic form was terrifying indeed. The Qin clan's divine son was astonishingly powerful. Just moments ago, we struggled in unison to suppress these aberrations, yet here he stood alone, effortlessly dispatching them. Though the formation could provide temporary protection, it could not safeguard us indefinitely. Furthermore, we came here seeking treasure, not to cower like turtles. The formation is already weakening, and once the crystal's energy is depleted, we shall be mere lambs to the slaughter. We must devise a plan swiftly. If you wish to linger in this formation, do so. I cannot remain here a moment longer. I intend to seek out Divine Son Jiu Ge, even if it means facing a glorious end. Upon hearing this declaration, many were ignited with a spirit of competition. They are all scions of various immortal clans and the holy progeny of sacred lands. Even if their cultivation is inferior to that of Qin Jiu Ge, the pride they have nurtured since childhood remains undiminished. To merely survive in this minor formation is less noble than to perish valiantly in battle. Not to mention, the chaotic body Qin Jiu Ge had just displayed, effortlessly annihilating those peculiar entities as if chopping vegetables, made one question where true safety lay. As soon as these words were uttered, many of the divine scions within the formation rushed out, calling for Qin Jiu Ge to wait for them, to fight together. Hearing their cries, Qin Jiu Ge proceeded unhurriedly, continuing to cleanse the surrounding anomalies. Many took advantage of this moment to approach him. The chaotic body radiated an ethereal brilliance, enveloping everyone in protection as they advanced swiftly forward. Observing Qin Jiu Ge, akin to a deity of death, exterminating the anomalies, and contrasting that with the mere duo of herself and Yi Wu Fei within the formation, Luo Jia felt a pang of humiliation. Just moments ago, she had insisted that Qin Jiu Ge apologize to Yi Wu Fei and had discussed allowing Qin Jiu Ge to take refuge within the formation. Now, her words felt like a resounding slap to her face. Did Qin Jiu Ge truly need to hide in the formation? She turned to Yi Wu Fei, seeking his opinion. Yi Wu Fei's expression was grim. Currently, the formation contained only him and Luo Jia. Initially, he intended to utilize the formation to win hearts and regain some lost prestige. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge's chaotic body would be so extraordinary, dispatching those anomalies as effortlessly as if they were mere vegetables. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the crystals required to maintain the formation amounted to an astronomical figure. As a solitary cultivator, his resources were already sparse, and after losing a wager to Qin Jiu Ge, he had relinquished the painstakingly accumulated 50,000 pounds of source energy, rendering him utterly destitute. If he did not hasten to follow Qin Jiu Ge now, once the energy of the crystals was exhausted, he and Luo Jia would become prime prey for those anomalies. Jia, come with me, Yi Wu Fei uttered with labored speech, his lips barely moving. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia nodded in agreement. She recognized that following Qin Jiu Ge was indeed the wisest choice, though she feared that Yi Wu Fei might overthink it. Had the formation's creator been anyone other than Yi Wu Fei, she would have departed without so much as a word. Resolute, the two left the formation and headed straight for Qin Jiu Ge. Throughout their journey, Yi Wufei's face remained ashen. He felt as though, at every turn, Qin Jiu Ge was overshadowing him. What began as a favorable situation for him would instantly turn unfavorable the moment Qin Jiu Ge intervened. Meanwhile, Qin Jiu Ge continued to slay the encroaching anomalies. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the fortune of the destined child. You have received a reward. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Chapter 72, 6 Paths. Reincarnation Fist. In the midst of a fierce battle, Qin Jiu Ge was wholly absorbed in the relentless swing of his long blade, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Dust billowed around him, and every strange creature struck by his weapon disintegrated into ashes. Behind him, the other deities and holy sons followed closely, fearful of being left behind. At last, they successfully pierced through the entirety of the square and arrived at its end. Before them stood a colossal bronze portal, towering several tens of zhang and measuring several zhang in width, its surface encrusted with layers of verdigris accumulated over countless years. Beneath the corrosion, faintly visible were peculiar runes and strange patterns. Flanking the bronze door were 4 towering bronze giants, each standing several tens of zhang tall, exuding a formidable and majestic presence. As the group approached, the giants began to stir, emitting a series of ominous creaks. Beware! These beings have awakened. A perceptive individual alerted the others. In the next moment, the bronze giants lunged forward, covering vast distances in a single stride, their massive swords descending upon the gathered crowd with ferocity. The impact of the swords crashing to the ground resonated like thunder, leaving many among the crowd stunned, blood spurting from their wounds. It was evident that these 4 giants possessed a strength akin to the 8th level of the Dharma aspect, far surpassing the average capabilities of those present. If they attempted to divide their forces to confront the giants, they risked being eliminated one by one. The most prudent strategy was to concentrate their firepower and take them down one at a time. Let us unite our strength and vanquish one of them first. As the host of the assembly, Holy Son Luo Heng took it upon himself to lead the charge, directing everyone to focus their attacks on the foremost giant. In an instant, a myriad of colorful and diverse techniques surged toward the towering bronze figure. Luo Heng's sword transformed into a blade of light stretching dozens of zhang, cleaving fiercely towards the giant. Following closely was Luo Jia, whose crimson ribbon unfurled and lunged at the giant, just as it was about to make contact. The ribbon inexplicably curved, ensnaring the bronze behemoth tightly. Unleash your most potent techniques. We must fell this giant first, Luo Jia shouted, pouring all her spiritual energy into restraining the colossal figure. Seeing the giant bound, the assembly of deities and holy sons hastily concentrated their might, preparing to strike it down in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of attacks struck the bronze giant, producing deep, resonant sounds. Finally, after a relentless barrage, the giant could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered into fragments. Splendid. Let us maintain this momentum. Luo Jia coughed up blood, her complexion paling. Yet her crimson ribbon remained steadfast, now targeting the second giant. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The shattered pieces of the first giant began to gravitate towards one another, and to the astonishment of all present, they reassembled and the giant bizarrely revived. Moreover, the strength remained inexplicably unweakened. How can this entity not be vanquished? This is dire indeed. The cursed 8th layer of the Dharma is one thing, but to be an immortal being is utterly intolerable. Is it truly intent on bringing about our demise? I never anticipated that I would meet my end here. Indeed, treasures are not so easily acquired. Should anyone manage to escape, I implore you to convey a message to my family, informing them that I can no longer lead our clan back to its former glory. Amidst the cacophony of despair, reminiscent of a final farewell, Qin Jiu Ge's voice suddenly resonated. Although his tone was subdued, it possessed an enchanting quality that instantly subdued the clamor of others. I have encountered a similar formation in ancient texts. These 4 bronze giants are interconnected, and to vanquish them, we must simultaneously shatter the cores of all 4. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. What a jest! To simultaneously shatter the cores of 4 bronze giants? Just moments ago, we had combined all our might and barely succeeded in defeating one. Moreover, Our spiritual energy has dwindled significantly, rendering us incapable of mounting any substantial assault. How could we possibly shatter the cores of all four at once? Are you jesting? Luo Jia glared at Qin Jiu Ge with venom in her eyes, her tone laced with fury. Just before, during their united effort to fell the bronze giant, she had distinctly observed that Qin Jiu Ge had not lifted a finger, and now, with their spiritual energy nearly depleted, he dares to suggest how to eliminate these bronze giants? Believe it or not, it's your choice. Qin Jiu Ge dismissed her with indifference. He found it tiresome to converse with a foolish woman who willingly consigned herself to be a pawn of the destined one. The words of the Qin family scion do hold some merit. I believe I have seen similar records in ancient texts, though I was too anxious to recall them earlier. A young scion among the crowd sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, "Whether the Qin family scion is right, I cannot ascertain, but it is clear that striking independently will not suffice. These wretched beings possess the ability to regenerate, making them exceedingly troublesome. Enough of this futility. We must heed the words of the Qin family scion. Throughout this journey, were it not for him, we would never have encountered these bronze giants. Yes, let us follow the guidance of the Qin family scion." Luo Heng glanced at the approaching four bronze giants, and then at the pale faces surrounding him. Letting out a long sigh, he understood that, to resolve this predicament, they must rely on Qin Jiu Ge. Qin family scion, since you know how to eradicate these bronze giants, why not join forces? You may lead, and I shall rally everyone into battle. If your words ring true, our remaining strength should suffice to defeat these four bronze giants. Luo Heng gritted his teeth and proposed. Though this might suggest he was relegating himself to a subordinate role, in the current situation, no better options presented themselves. Surely, it is preferable to perish here? However, in response to Luo Heng's suggestion, Qin Jiu Ge completely disregarded him. With a step forward, he proclaimed with haughty confidence, "Mere puppets are inconsequential. Why must I rely on others? I shall personally subdue all adversaries." With those words, the very next moment, as Qin Jiu Ge stood resolutely, an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being. The heavens and the earth transformed, darkening with ominous clouds as a terrifying pressure enveloped the land, while the vibrant hues symbolizing the power of the six paths filled the sky. Unfazed by the four colossal bronze giants towering before him, Qin Jiu Ge bellowed. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Chapter 73. The primordial bell containing the essence of all things. With his thunderous cry, the astonishing energy he had gathered was instantaneously compressed and coalesced into two orbs of light the size of basketballs. Qin Jiu Ge's arms trembled as he unleashed a flurry of punches. As he moved, the condensed aura rained down upon the four bronze giants like a torrential downpour. In the sky, the manifestation of the Six Paths Reincarnation appeared, filling the expanse with extraordinary phenomena that were nothing short of miraculous. Boom, 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 boom. With four resounding impacts, the once invincible bronze giants crumbled to the ground as if their bones had been shattered. The onlookers remained vigilant, wary of the giants reviving as they had before and erupting in violence. However, the anticipated occurrence did not unfold. The scattered bronze fragments lay still, devoid of any movement. We have succeeded. The scion of the Qin family has truly vanquished these bronze giants. We are saved, thanks to the divine scion of the Qin family. We need not perish. Heavens, we united all our strength barely to defeat a single bronze giant. Yet the Qin family's scion has triumphed over four with a single strike? Was that technique truly called the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist? Indeed, it lives up to its name, remarkably powerful, casting those who witness it into the cycle of reincarnation. Amidst the chorus of admiration, a profound realization dawned upon all. The previous strike was utterly terrifying. The strength Qin Jiu Ge exhibited in that fleeting moment was on par with many formidable beings at the Nirvana realm. His prowess was undeniably the preeminent among them. As the bronze giants lay defeated, the divine science and holy sons present recognized a critical truth. It appeared that Qin Jiu Ge had relied solely on the terrifying might of that singular technique to obliterate the four bronze giants in an instant, without even invoking his chaos body. This indicated that Qin Jiu Ge possessed absolute confidence in that technique. Otherwise, how could he have refrained from activating his chaos body? Had he done so while executing that move, even four more bronze giants would have been insufficient to withstand his wrath. The once impenetrable ground of the plaza, which the 8-layered bronze giants could not damage, now bore a gaping abyss, revealing just how formidable Qin Jiu Ge's recent strike truly was. What these divine scions and holy sons did not realize was that Qin Jiu Ge's astonishment was no less than their own. He was well aware that the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist was a technique devised by a formidable being who had long ascended to the status of an emperor on the Tianxuan Continent. Proven through practice, this technique rightfully belonged to the realm of imperial-level divine abilities. Even though his current strength was insufficient to unleash the full potential of the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, it still provided him with immense surprise. Truly, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Subsequently, Qin Jiu Ge cast his gaze toward the stunned Yi Wufei, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. He had not forgotten that the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist was a reward obtained from striking down Yi Wufei's fortune. Merely by targeting the fate of the destined child, one could acquire such extraordinary abilities. What treasures might one gain if he were to eliminate Yi Wufei altogether? Under Qin Jiu Ge's piercing gaze, Yi Wufei, already rendered silent by fear, felt a chilling sensation at his neck, as if his head might flee at any moment. At that moment, as Yi Wufei looked back at Qin Jiu Ge, his eyes held less hatred and considerably more trepidation. This individual was simply too formidable, so much so that he dared not confront him. As the 4 bronze giants crashed to the ground, the once tightly shut bronze doors slowly creaked open. "Let us proceed and explore," Qin Jiu Ge declared, stepping forward to the threshold of the bronze gates. The divine sons and holy sons, having just endured the harrowing battle, were initially hesitant to advance. However, witnessing Qin Jiu Ge bravely enter the grand hall alone, they felt emboldened. As fellow divine sons of the 4 immortal imperial clans, they were unwilling to lag behind Qin Jiu Ge. Soon, the group traversed the bronze gates and entered the hall. What lay before them was a vast, decimated battlefield. Ruins and shattered weapons littered the ground, alongside an array of bones in various forms, some human and others of different species. At the end of the battlefield stood a staircase, comprising 999 steps, stretching endlessly into the distance. At its pinnacle, an ancient and colossal bronze bell hovered in midair. As they entered the hall, the bell emitted several thunderous clangs, the reverberations leaving many feeling as if they might lose their hearing. A thick, ethereal essence of creation emanated from beneath the bell, causing the onlookers to gasp in awe, their pupils constricting. Is this the bell that contains the essence of all things? They wondered, sensing its terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines. Let us approach. Even fear could not suppress their greed. Faced with such a celestial treasure, the recently battle-worn crowd seemed to forget their previous perils as they rushed toward the bronze bell. However, as they neared its location, the multitude of bones scattered across the steps dampened their fervor. These remains likely belonged to the predecessors who had ventured into Zishan before them. Once renowned talents, it was unexpected to find their fate here. This is the attire of our Holy Land's holy son. The golden thread embroidery signifies he is the 17th generation holy son of our sacred ground. This sword is the lonely sword, reserved solely for the divine son of the Yi family. This blade must have belonged to Lin Chongluan, one of the top 10 prodigies of our holy land. He was once illustrious, with a faint chance of becoming the next clan leader, yet met his demise here. As they gazed upon the familiar garments and weapons, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Could it be that there are further dangers lurking here? Otherwise, why would the remains of so many predecessors and their weapons be found here? Unbeknownst to who uttered it, the hearts of the crowd once again leaped to their throats. At that moment, a sinister aura began to permeate the air. Countless bizarre entities, entirely cloaked in darkness, surged from all directions. Unlike before, these entities, as they approached, continuously amalgamated. Ultimately, they transformed into 100 colossal aberrations, each possessing a strength roughly equivalent to the 9th layer of the Dharma realm. These grotesque beings, with their hideous appearances and strange forms, emitted a repugnant stench that made one's stomach churn. As they beheld these monstrosities, several prodigies were so terrified that they lost control, fleeing towards the exit, only to be effortlessly subdued, their blood spilling profusely, filling the air with cries of despair. The remaining individuals wore grim expressions, yet Qin Jiu Ge boldly led the charge, striding up the steps directly towards the bell. Chapter 74, Imperial Weapon. The Primordial Bell. Observing Qin Jiu Ge's actions, the crowd, including the holy son Luo Hong and the holy maiden Luo Jia, swiftly came to a realization. This bell was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Once acquired, the strength of their sacred land would multiply exponentially. Moreover, beneath the bell lay the bones of generations of prodigies. While the area directly beneath the bell remained pristine and untouched, they had every reason to believe that this bell held a suppressive power over these grotesque entities. Determined to turn peril into opportunity, they gritted their teeth and pressed onward. Simultaneously, the colossal aberrations, possessing the strength of the ninth layer of the Dharma realm, swiftly caught up with the prodigy's formation. Wails and screams erupted from the rear of the ranks. One by one, prodigies were seized by these entities, limbs disregarded, and were unceremoniously shoved into their mouths. The nauseating sounds of gnawing sent chills down the spines of those in front, wishing fervently that their parents had endowed them with swifter feet. In the face of inevitable death, many prodigies were ignited by a feral instinct, turning to confront the aberrations. However, the strength of these entities, all at the ninth layer of the Dharma realm, easily quashed their resistance. To make matters worse, the sheer number of aberrations far exceeded that of the prodigies. Should any prodigy lag behind, they would instantaneously find themselves besieged by several entities, often meeting a swift demise before they could even react. The bodies of the slain prodigies quickly piled up on the steps, blood continuously streaming down, instilling horror in the hearts of the onlookers. Ultimately, a dozen prodigies, including Qin Jiu Ge, Luo Hong, Luo Jia, and Yu Wufei, finally ascended to the high platform beside the copper bell. The aberrations, seemingly wary of the bell, merely roared from a distance, daring not to advance. The prodigies beside the bell breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had made the right bet. Moreover, their admiration for Qin Jiu Ge deepened in their hearts. In that moment, amidst the prevailing circumstances, Qin Jiu Ge exhibited remarkable composure, discerning the absence of corpses near the bronze bell. Taking a bold risk, he surged towards the bell, oblivious to the heights of danger that loomed above. The previously relieved prodigies meticulously scrutinized the vicinity of the bell, apprehensive of any unforeseen occurrences. Suddenly, one of the prodigies pointed at a stone tablet beside the bell, exclaiming, "Look, there are inscriptions here." Upon hearing this cry, the attention of the others was drawn, and they gathered around the tablet, examining it closely. The stone tablet bore the names of several individuals, each accompanied by 2 additional characters: 3 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers. The onlookers noticed that each name was followed by a corresponding level, with the lowest being 3 and the highest 6. Isn't this Luo Yushan, a prodigious figure from our sacred land a millennium ago? Luo Hong exclaimed, pointing at one of the names on the tablet. This Luo Yushan was indeed renowned in the annals of the sacred land, achieving the 9th layer of the law realm before the age of 25, garnering unparalleled acclaim. Regrettably, this prodigy left a letter at the age of 30, stating his intention to explore ancient ruins with a friend, and he never returned. This Lin Dong is from our Lin family. My father often speaks of him, Xuanhua Shini Lin Dong, a formidable figure with a fierce temperament and eccentric conduct. I never imagined he had also visited this place. Subsequently, the others pointed out that the names inscribed on the tablet belonged to illustrious figures from various immortal imperial clans or the sacred land. Yet, the significance of the levels remained a mystery. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, one prodigy muttered to himself, reaching out to touch the stone tablet. In the next instant, his figure vanished mysteriously from sight. What just happened? Where did Lin Wuya go? Goodness, this tablet must be enchanted. Another exclaimed. Indeed. Let us maintain our distance. Once the anomaly subsides, we can absorb some primordial essence without causing any chaos. The atmosphere grew tense as Lin Wuya's disappearance left the prodigies aghast, rendering them motionless, hesitant to act recklessly. I surmise that this tablet is designed to record achievements, and Lin Wuya was likely transported to a unique space for a trial, Qin Jiu Ge proposed. At his words, the other prodigies were taken aback, their eyes igniting with fervor. If what Qin Jiu Ge suggested was true, could it be linked to the evidently extraordinary bell? However, having witnessed the peculiarities of the Purple Mountain, no one dared to act impulsively. With a soft whoosh, Lin Wuya mysteriously reappeared at the original location. Lin Wuya, where did you just go? The surrounding prodigies inquired, bombarding him with questions. I was transported to a different realm, where there exists a tower inviting me to partake in a trial. The inscription at the tower's base indicated that not only can individuals undergo trials, but multiple individuals can also participate simultaneously. By surpassing the rankings inscribed on the tablet, one can earn rewards. Hearing Lin Wuyi's words, the other prodigies could not help but express their admiration for Qin Jiu Ge, showering him with praise. Truly, he is the son of Jiu Ge. Not only is his talent astonishing, but his insight is also remarkably rare. How did you come to such thoughts? If it were not for the son of Jiu Ge today, we would have long met our demise. This kindness, I, Lin Wuyong, will remember. However, amidst the accolades, a discordant voice emerged. The crowd turned to see Saintess Luojia. Yet, the prodigies, having received great favor from Qin Jiu Ge today, treated her words as if they were mere air. Lin Wuyi remarked, "Among us, your strength is not formidable, yet you have returned alive. This indicates that the trials are not excessively dangerous. We can certainly give it a try." "I believe so," one added. "If luck is on our side and we surpass the achievements inscribed on the stone tablet, then we shall be prosperous." While the crowd deliberated, Qin Jiu Ge had already approached the stone tablet and, before the night was over, reached out to touch it. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Qin Jiu Ge felt as though he had entered an expansive realm, where ethereal sounds resonated in his ears. "Challenger, you must conquer the 9th level to claim dominion over the Emperor's weapon, the primordial bell. The challenge begins. Within 1 minute, slay 10 first-level law manifestation radiant tigers." As the ethereal voice fell, 10 first-level law manifestation radiant tigers materialized before Qin Jiu Ge. Chapter 75, 6th level. On the board, faced with the 10 first-level law manifestation radiant tigers, a cold smile spread across Qin Jiu Ge's lips. His evident cultivation had already reached the 6th level of law manifestation, rendering these beasts of merely the 1st level no challenge, requiring neither physical prowess nor techniques. With a slight exertion, his aura surged forth, enveloping the 10 radiant tigers within. After a cacophony of screams, the once mighty tigers vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Qin Jiu Ge sensed a shift in his surroundings, realizing he had passed the first trial and entered the second. If the difficulty of the trials continued in this manner, he truly felt confident in surpassing the 9th level to acquire the primordial bell. Just then, the voice echoed in his mind once more. Within 2 minutes, slay 10 second-level law manifestation thunderfire foxes. Upon the voice's conclusion, 10 second-level law manifestation beasts, resembling fiery red foxes crackling with electricity, appeared around Qin Jiu Ge. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his formidable aura once again. The 10 thunderfire foxes barely managed to gather a coherent attack before being swept away by his overwhelming presence. Thus, Qin Jiu Ge advanced with relentless momentum, swiftly reaching the 5th level. Awaiting him, there were 20 ferocious 5-level law manifestation beasts, the Howling Wolves. The 20 Howling Wolves bared their fangs, continuously howling at the sky, their terrifying roars causing pain in the ears of those nearby. Soon, under the command of the lead wolf, the 20 Howling Wolves charged at Qin Jiu Ge. With their 5-level law manifestation prowess, they possessed far greater strength and intelligence than the beasts of the previous levels. A newfound gravity settled upon Qin Jiu Ge's expression. The fierce beasts of the 5th layer of the Dharma aspect are already perilously close to his true strength. It is impossible for him to rely solely on momentum as he did previously to vanquish them. In an instant, Qin Jiu Ge activated his heavy eyes. In the heavens above, enormous eyes with 2 pairs of pupils emerged once again, illuminating the previously dark sky as if it were midday. The howling sky wolf was momentarily awed by the terrifying might of the heavy eyes, halting its assault and staring blankly at Qin Jiu Ge. Perish! Radiant beams of 5-colored divine light erupted from Qin Jiu Ge's heavy eyes. Any howling sky wolf touched by this divine light was rendered incapable of even a single howl, disintegrating into ash. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and Qin Jiu Ge's figure vanished once more from the spot. Outside the stone tablet space, the prodigies participating in the stone tablet trial materialized beside the stone slab, their faces etched with expressions of unwillingness. This stone tablet challenge is indeed monstrous. It's only the 5th layer, and there are already 20 fierce beasts at the 5th layer of the Dharma aspect. I am merely at the 3rd layer. Relying on my family's secret methods, I barely passed the 4th layer. How could I possibly overcome the 5th? One prodigy lay dejectedly beside the stone slab, his face filled with a sense of defeat. Indeed, I cannot fathom how those predecessors managed to surpass the 5th or even the 6th layer. I feel like our numbers are off. Shouldn't there be more than 10 of us participating in the challenge? There are only 9 here. Didn't Qin Jiu Ge and Yi Wufei not come out? Perhaps they have not yet been eliminated? Who knows if they can obtain this so-called primordial bell? Just the name suggests it is an extraordinarily formidable treasure. Alas, the assessments are too extreme. I can only watch. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. Saintess Luo Jia wore a look of slight disappointment, yet predominantly pride, as she gazed at the stone tablet. The stone tablet trial posed minimal danger. At worst, one would be teleported out by the stone tablet. Given that Yi Wufei and Qin Jiu Ge had yet to appear, they were likely still engaged in their challenge. As she pondered this, a flicker of fervor crossed Luo Jia's eyes. She was somewhat aware of Yi Wufei's extraordinary nature, which is why, as the distinguished saintess of the Holy Land, she did not hesitate to align herself with a rogue like him, constantly supporting his endeavors. She firmly believed that, given time, Yi Wufei would undoubtedly ascend to great heights, becoming one of the most prominent figures in the Tianxuan Continent. In the stone tablet trial, although Yi Wufei's strength may not rival that of Qin Jiu Ge, when it comes to fortune, Luo Jia was convinced that even the Qin family's scion, Qin Jiu Ge, could not surpass Yi Wufei. As Luo Jia contemplated, the discussions of others reached her ears. Hey, do you think the scion of the Qin family, with his extraordinary prowess, has attained the strength comparable to the Nirvana realm at just 18 years of age? Will he be able to pass the stone tablet's trial? I have no idea. The difficulty of this stone tablet trial increases exponentially with each layer. We have only reached the 5th layer, and who knows what lies ahead? Who knows the challenges of the subsequent layers? The 5th layer already has 20 beasts at the 5th layer of the Dharma aspect. If we reach the 9th layer, will there be 30 beasts at the 9th layer of the Dharma aspect? Even experts of the Nirvana realm cannot single-handedly defeat 30 beasts at the 9th layer of the Dharma aspect, can they? If that were the case, even someone as extraordinarily talented as the Qin family's divine son would find it challenging to surpass the trial of the stone tablet. At that moment, an unknown voice exclaimed, "Look, the names on the stone tablet have changed." The crowd turned to see that a line of small characters had appeared on the ancient stone. Ranking in the 10th position, Qin Jiu Ge, level 6. Observing the name on the stone tablet, the crowd displayed no surprise. Qin Jiu Ge's innate strength was indeed at level 6. And with his chaos body and dual pupils, along with the 2 terrifying techniques he had previously used as trump cards, breaking through to level 6 was entirely expected. However, what the crowd did not anticipate was that shortly after Qin Jiu Ge's name appeared in 10th place, his ranking shifted once more. He leapt directly from 9th to 1st place, claiming the top position. Qin Jiu Ge, level 7. As they gazed upon the inscription on the stone tablet, the divine sons and holy sons felt a bitter taste in their mouths. They had exerted all their efforts to break through from level 4 to level 5. Yet Qin Jiu Ge accomplished the transition from level 6 to level 7 with such ease. The onlookers could not help but engage in spirited discussion. The Qin family's divine son is rather absurd, isn't he? I know he is strong, but is this pace not too swift? I just saw his name appear on the stone tablet, and the next moment he ascended to the top. Indeed, he is truly the foremost among the younger generation. Can one really progress through level 6 so quickly? I have suffered greatly at the hands of those monstrous beasts. Yes, this speed is simply unfathomable. Level 6 must have at least dozens of level 6 manifestation beasts, yet he dispatched them all so swiftly? His methods and trump cards are numerous. Could it be that he revealed his chaos body and dual pupils right at level 6? Chapter 76. The Chosen One has awakened, hasn't he? It is not that these prodigies looked down upon Qin Jiu Ge or thought him weak, relying solely on his dual pupils and chaos body. The reality is that within level 6, there were at least 20 level 6 manifestation beasts, and even if they banded together, they might not prevail. The fact that Qin Jiu Ge passed through level 6 in such a brief span left them incredulous, assuming he had not employed any trump cards. However, their astonishment did not last long, for an even more astonishing event unfolded. On the stone tablet, Qin Jiu Ge's name remained in 1st place, but the corresponding score of level 7 transformed into level 8. This change ignited an uncontrollable excitement among the assembled prodigies. Most of them lingered at levels 3 and 4, finding it increasingly difficult to advance. Yet, here was Qin Jiu Ge, of similar age, effortlessly reaching level 8. It seemed they had underestimated this divine son of the Qin family. Do you think it is possible for the divine son of the Qin family to challenge level 9? One prodigy mused enviously as he gazed at the stone tablet. Hard to say. Within level 7, There should be at least 20 level 7 manifestation beasts, right? If the divine son of the Qin family can progress at that speed, it appears he still has strength to spare. Perhaps he truly could challenge level 9. In the 9th layer, did that voice not mention that upon conquering it, one could obtain the Eternal Bell? Given the formidable difficulty of this trial, the Eternal Bell must surely be an extraordinary artifact. Alas, it seems that it is beyond our reach. Only prodigious talents like the Qin family's divine offspring are deemed worthy of such a treasure. Amidst the crowd, as the praises for Qin Jiu Ge resounded, Luo Jia's countenance darkened, her gaze fixed intently upon the stone tablet. As the holy maiden of the sacred land, she possessed certain abilities, one of which was the art of qi observation. This allowed her to discern the fortune of others through mystical means. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Yi Wufei, she was astounded by his remarkable fortune. Never had she encountered anyone with such a vibrant aura of destiny. Not even the holy son of the sacred land, nor the peerless prodigies of the immortal imperial clans, nor even the venerable holy lord who had dominated for centuries, could compare. Luo Jia realized that individuals like Yi Wufei, blessed with great fortune, were bound to become significant figures in the future. Thus, she not only humbled herself as a holy maiden to befriend Yi Wufei, but also chose to follow his lead whenever circumstances arose, hoping that when Yi Wufei ascended, she might share in his success. Subsequent events largely validated Luo Jia's judgment. Although Yi Wufei began his journey with limited strength and obscurity within mere months, he had not only ascended to the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm, but had also encountered numerous fortuitous events, turning peril into safety, which further solidified Luo Jia's confidence in her assessment. However, this was until she encountered Qin Jiu Ge. The invincible Yi Wufei began to falter, repeatedly suffering defeats at the hands of Qin Jiu Ge, and even sustaining injuries. Luo Jia had attempted to gauge Qin Jiu Ge's fortune, yet found it shrouded in chaos, elusive and unclear. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, resolved to follow Yi Wufei to the end, convinced that his extraordinary fortune could not possibly be lacking. At that moment, Yi Wufei's name appeared on the leaderboard, securing the 10th position. The other prodigies, witnessing this turn of events, felt a pang of bitterness. They, hailing from prestigious families and the sacred land, had grown up with every advantage and numerous means of self-preservation, yet had all faltered before the 5th layer. How could it be that this solitary rogue, Yi Wufei, had surpassed them? Did this not reflect poorly on their capabilities? Contrary to the discontent brewing among others, Luo Jia felt a surge of comfort. Qin Jiu Ge's exceptional performance momentarily sowed seeds of doubt within her, yet Yi Wufei's formidable response ultimately assuaged her worries. The holy sons, holy maidens, and divine offspring had all been unable to breach the 6th layer, while Yi Wufei, merely at the 3rd level of law manifestation, had succeeded. Did this not elucidate the matter? With great fortune and unparalleled opportunities, aligning herself with such an individual surely promised a future of prosperity. As for Qin Jiu Ge, she had already devised a plan. Yi Wufei had proven his mettle by breaking into the top 10. Surely the rewards would be substantial. It was quite frustrating. His strength paled in comparison to hers, as she was on the verge of reaching the 5th level of law manifestation. Yet he had managed to surpass the 5th layer. This night, it is nothing short of a marvel. Who would have imagined that a mere rogue cultivator could possess such formidable strength? As the praises of those around her filled the air, Luo Jia's face broke into a triumphant smile. Indeed, her brother Wu Fei was extraordinary, with a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the Dharma manifestation. He was capable of breaching the 6th layer. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, they were interrupted by a chorus of astonished gasps. The scion of the Qin family has reached the 9th floor. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the stone tablet. A closer inspection revealed that Qin Jiu Ge's name, previously marked as having reached the 8th layer, now proudly displayed the 9th layer. This sight sent a shiver through the crowd. According to their understanding, the 9th layer was guarded by no fewer than 20 Dharma manifestation 9th layer beasts. Would Qin Jiu Ge be able to surpass the 9th layer? Over the years, he was the first to ascend from the 6th to the 9th layer. If he failed to break through, who knew how long it would be before another had the chance? Yet, should Qin Jiu Ge indeed succeed in breaching the 9th layer, they would witness the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, within the 6th layer, Yi Wufei conserved his strength by not unleashing his ultimate move, but instead maneuvered with agility to engage the beasts. Simultaneously, Qin Jiu Ge, now on the 9th layer, surveyed the 20 Dharma manifestation 9th layer beasts surrounding him, inwardly astonished. 20 such formidable beasts, with a mere display of their might. They could reduce Yi Wu Fei to ashes. How could he possibly triumph? Nevertheless, Qin Jiu Ge was acutely aware that had he not been present today, the boundless clock would undoubtedly have fallen into Yi Wu Fei's hands. Such was the fate of the chosen one, unrestrained and inherently gifted. Fortunately, he had arrived, thus, he would graciously claim the boundless clock for himself. With a cold snort, Qin Jiu Ge began to concentrate his energy. In the next moment, his chaotic physique unfurled, an extraordinary phenomenon spreading across the heavens, the might of his dual pupils fully manifesting, as his aura surged ever higher. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Upon reaching the zenith of his power, Qin Jiu Ge let out a thunderous roar, and countless fist shadows, imbued with overwhelming force and a destructive aura, hurtled toward 5 of the beasts. Those 5 beasts had no time to react before they were reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 77. The Emperor Weapon acknowledges its master. The young Emperor. With a successful strike from the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Qin Jiu Ge's form shifted abruptly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Though his heart secretly reveled in amusement, these Dharma manifestation 9th layer beasts were hardly impressive. A single 6 paths of reincarnation fist had obliterated 5 of them. At this rate, it would not be long before he annihilated all of the beasts. The beasts below were evidently unprepared for the sheer ferocity exhibited by the individual before them. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of their kind had been vanquished. A primal fear, emanating from their very souls, drove these beasts into a frenzy. A particularly large, winged tiger among them let out a deafening roar, its wings flapping violently as it lunged at Qin Jiu Ge. The force of the wind generated by its movement rustled the fabric of Qin Jiu Ge's attire. The other beasts, unwilling to be outdone, surged forward to join the fray against Qin Jiu Ge. The demon beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma realm have already developed considerable intelligence. Upon realizing the formidable strength of Qin Jiu Ge, they immediately sprang into action, intent on exterminating him. How dare these beasts? Qin Jiu Ge bellowed, activating his dual pupil divine ability. In an instant, the sky was filled with colossal images of his heavy pupils, casting a terrifying shadow over the realm. The demon beasts charging towards him were momentarily stalled, their speed drastically reduced. With a swift movement, Qin Jiu Ge escaped the encircling beasts, standing elegantly in midair, exuding an air of grace. Seizing the opportunity while the demon beasts were momentarily dazed, he formed intricate hand seals. The phantoms of the heavy pupils in the sky gradually faded, replaced by the imposing and formidable visage of the ancient divine beast Kunpeng. The bloodline of the Kunpeng, an ancient deity, exerted a powerful suppression over the demon beasts below. As the Kunpeng's divine technique manifested, the once ferocious beasts were suddenly overtaken by a chilling dread, trembling in fear. Qin Jiu Ge chuckled inwardly. Were it anyone else, subduing so many 9th level Dharma realm beasts would be impossible. This was precisely why the best performance recorded on the stone tablet outside only reached the 6th level. However, for him, the 9th level was but a mere afterthought. With a thought, the multitude of Kunpeng phantoms descended like meteors, crashing down upon the demon beasts below with tremendous force. The resounding booms reverberated through the space, creating significant tremors. The swirling dust obscured the sky. When the dust finally settled, Qin Jiu Ge activated his heavy pupil divine ability once more, keenly observing the scene. The once mighty demon beasts were now reduced to a state of utter terror, having lost 5 of their number, leaving only 10 remaining, most of whom bore injuries and appeared listless. Truly, the 9th level Dharma realm beasts were remarkable. To survive such a heavy assault was no small feat. Qin Jiu Ge gazed down at the remaining beasts, reflecting silently on their resilience. Yet, he did not linger in his actions. The primordial bell was singular, and he must surpass the 9th level of the trial before the destined child, Yi Wu Fei. Although Yi Wu Fei was only at the 3rd level of the Dharma realm, a considerable gap still existed between them. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate any destined child, for they could wield extraordinary powers. Who could say what other fortuitous encounters Yi Wu Fei might possess that could unleash astonishing combat prowess? Only by quickly clearing the 9th level and obtaining the primordial bell could he feel secure. The scene in the sky shifted once more. Amidst the swirling chaotic aura, a green lotus slowly blossomed, exuding an air of holiness and nobility. Qin Jiu Ge's form was enveloped by a layer of chaotic energy, resembling a supreme emperor. This chaotic aura firmly suppressed the demon beasts below. Descending with purpose, he engaged them directly. The long blade forged from chaotic energy sliced through a demon beast's body as effortlessly as cutting tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The beast let out a mournful cry, kicking its legs before disintegrating into ashes. Following this, Qin Jiu Ge continued his assault, swiftly slaying 5 more demon beasts in succession. Now, only 5 monstrous beasts remain. These creatures, unwilling to meet their demise, charged towards Qin Jiu Ge with fierce howls. The terrifying attacks arrived in an instant. Qin Jiu Ge wielded the chaotic aura to deflect their assaults, transforming the chaotic energy into a formidable blade that struck downwards. A deep pit, measuring dozens of yards, appeared on the ground, and 2 of the beasts, caught off guard, were ruthlessly cleaved apart. Everyone fixated on the stone tablet, awaiting the final outcome. Luo Jia clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Sharp nails digging into her flesh and drawing crimson blood, yet she remained oblivious. She harbored an intense hope for Yi Wufei to secure the ultimate victory, wishing for Qin Jiu Ge to perish within this trial realm, thereby sparing her further involvement. Among the crowd, someone swallowed hard, their voice laced with astonishment. It's been so long, and he still hasn't emerged. Indeed, the difficulty of this trial is exceptionally high. Even the son of Jiu Ge struggles for victory. Upon hearing this, those nearby nodded in agreement. I only reached the 5th level and encountered 20 beasts of the 5th realm. One can only imagine the perils that await in the 9th level. If the 5th level hosts 20 beasts of the 5th realm, surely the 9th level has at least 20 beasts of the 9th realm? This is no simple escalation. The higher the cultivation of the beasts, the greater their intelligence and danger. Even the son of Jiu Ge cannot contend against 20 at once, can he? Moreover, while these beasts may lack the supernatural abilities of human cultivators, their tough hides and immense strength pose a formidable challenge. A 9th realm beast, even standing still for me to strike, would be impervious to my attacks. These prodigies, though often haughty and dismissive of others, were well aware of the terror posed by beasts of the 9th realm. Upon hearing these discussions, Luo Jia's expression relaxed, and her mood brightened considerably. Yi Wufei's fortune was the strongest she had ever witnessed. No matter the adversity faced, he seemed to turn calamity into fortune. Although Qin Jiu Ge was undeniably powerful, in terms of luck, he could not rival Yi Wufei. With this thought, Luo Jia spoke with pride. What unparalleled talent, the foremost of the younger generation, yet still unable to conquer this secret realm? In my opinion, before she could finish her sentence, the primordial bell suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The overwhelming force sent the gathered prodigies reeling. They reacted swiftly, channeling their inner momentum to resist the dreadful pressure. After a great effort to stabilize themselves, they were astonished to see Yi Wufei's figure, previously absent, now standing among them. Chapter 78. The Supreme Takes Action. Assassination of Qin Jiu Ge. The tremors of the primordial bell gradually subsided, and the terrifying aura began to wane. Look, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, and everyone turned in the direction indicated. They beheld the once mighty and ominous figures dissipating into mere ash. What is happening? How did these apparitions vanish so suddenly? I was terrified, thinking I would meet my end here today. These bizarre entities are of the 9th level of the law manifestation stage. How did they suddenly transform like this? The group of prodigies gazed at the eerie figures gradually turning to ash, momentarily bewildered. After all, these were entities of the 9th level of law manifestation, and even when combined, they could hardly defeat one among them. Yet, such terrifying beings were disintegrating right before their eyes. Did this mean they were saved? In an instant, their hearts were filled not only with shock, but also with exhilaration. They had initially anticipated meeting the same fate as those predecessors before them, perishing in this dreadful place. But unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. It was almost too incredible to believe. With these entities vanishing, could they finally depart? It seemed so. There appeared to be no further obstacles. But where had the son of Nine Songs gone? Among the surviving individuals, he was the only one who had not made an appearance. Could it be that the son of Nine Songs had successfully passed the trial, thus leading to this situation? Someone in the crowd ventured a speculation. Yi Wufei rose to his feet, scratching his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was he not in the midst of an examination? The massive maw of a beast of the 6th level of law manifestation had already descended upon him, poised to strike, yet before he could retaliate, he had been teleported out. What was happening? Luo Jia regarded the bewildered Yi Wufei with a hint of astonishment. According to her calculations, this secret realm seemed tailor-made for him. His extraordinary fortune ensured that, regardless of the circumstances, he would turn misfortune into fortune and reap the greatest benefits. Yet, what was occurring this time? As the crowd's puzzled gazes lingered, the figure of Qin Jiu Ge gradually materialized before them. The moment Qin Jiu Ge appeared, the trembling primordial bell suddenly shrank dramatically, ultimately reducing to the size of a palm, soaring toward him. Although the primordial bell could not speak, everyone present could sense that it was conveying a myriad of complex emotions, excitement, joy, and sorrow, much like a child calling for its parents. Soon, the primordial bell hovered above Qin Jiu Ge's outstretched right hand, gently descending, until it finally vanished into his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers finally grasped a profound truth. Qin Jiu Ge had passed the 9th level of the trial and tamed the primordial bell. The thought of the terrifying demonic beasts within the stone tablet space left the prodigies utterly astounded. They had barely managed to navigate the 4th layer. By the 5th, they were already overwhelmed and had no choice but to withdraw. How had Qin Jiu Ge managed to effortlessly confront even more horrifying circumstances at the 9th level? Yi Wufei watched the primordial bell disappear into Qin Jiu Ge's hand, a deep jealousy flickering in his eyes. Such grand opportunities had always belonged to him before Qin Jiu Ge's arrival. Why had everything shifted to become Qin Jiu Ge's? Moreover, Night possesses an intense sensation, as if he has been utterly outmatched by Qin Jiu Ge, which leaves him exceedingly disgruntled. Jiu Ge, a prodigious talent, has triumphantly acquired the eternal bell through trials. Indeed, it is a cause for celebration. Indeed, we, who are on the 4th and 5th tiers, have already felt overwhelmed. And who could have anticipated that Jiu Ge would so valiantly breach the 9th tier? Oh, Jiu Ge, within the 9th tier. Were there not dozens of monstrous beasts at the 9th level of their manifestations? How did you manage to vanquish them? In the face of the formidable Qin Jiu Ge, even these lofty geniuses bowed their heads in deference, extending their congratulations. Surrounded by these remarkable talents, a smile graced Jiu Ge's countenance. It is fortunate for him that his strength is formidable. Otherwise, he might have had to watch helplessly as Night seized such a fortuitous opportunity. From the moment the eternal bell vanished within him, Qin Jiu Ge understood its terrifying nature. This is indeed an imperial weapon. Furthermore, unlike the nearly shattered Yellow Spring Codex, the preservation of this eternal bell is remarkably intact. Should this formidable imperial weapon fall into Knight's hands, slaying him would become an arduous task. Esteemed colleagues, this is not the moment for idle chatter. The atmosphere here is ominous. To avert unnecessary troubles, I recommend we hasten our departure. Qin Jiu Ge's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone grave. The other geniuses nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Qin Jiu Ge during this expedition to the Purple Mountain, it is likely that they would all have perished here. Upon exiting the Purple Mountain, they bid farewell to Qin Jiu Ge one by one before departing. On the flying vessel, the spirit of the Yellow Spring Codex gradually materialized, gazing at the eternal bell in Qin Jiu Ge's hand with admiration. Young one, your fortune and talent are indeed formidable. In my many years of existence, I have never encountered anyone so favored. Earlier, when you spoke of surpassing the realm of imperial weapons, I thought you were merely boasting. Now, it appears that it is not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, the voice of the Impermanence Supreme resonated within Qin Jiu Ge's mind. A supreme power approaches. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Qin Jiu Ge's lips. He had not sought trouble with Night, yet the latter dared to come seeking him? In that case, let us extinguish this threat directly to prevent future complications. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge rose, smiling as he pushed the door open and stepped onto the deck. As soon as Qin Jiu Ge's figure appeared on the deck, a terrifying attack tore through the void towards him. It was a crescent-shaped slash, several feet wide, shimmering with blinding cold light and carrying an astonishing might as it barreled toward him. Qin Jiu Ge's expression remained unperturbed as he quietly observed the strike drawing ever closer. At a distance of several hundred feet, the fearsome momentum had already set his garments fluttering violently. Should he be struck, not only would Qin Jiu Ge suffer, but even the sturdy vessel he occupied would be cleaved in twain. In this critical moment, the Impermanence Supreme suddenly appeared, standing atop the flying vessel to intercept the strike. Boom! A tremendous wave of sound reverberated through the sky. The collision of two supreme beings sent shockwaves spreading across a 1,000-mile radius, creating a gaping chasm in the heavens. Chapter 79, The Battle of Supremes. A battle across thousands of miles. Ah, is that truly a supreme being? A voice, tinged with surprise, echoed as an attack was thwarted. A figure emerged in the air, several hundred zhang ahead of the flying vessel. Subsequently, Yi Wufei and Luo Jia appeared behind him, their faces etched with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Qin Jiu Ge would be accompanied by a supreme guardian. It is well known that ordinary saints or the typical divine offspring from the four illustrious imperial clans usually have protectors at the realm of life and death. This was precisely why Luo Jia felt so confident about assassinating Qin Jiu Ge. She had expended considerable resources to summon a supreme to take action. How could she fail to eliminate someone under the protection of a life and death realm guardian? Yet now, the slap in the face came too swiftly. Qin Jiu Ge's protector was also a supreme. How brazen of you, esteemed supreme, to attempt to assassinate a mere junior. The mocking voice of the impermanence supreme resonated in everyone's ears. Stung by the ridicule, the attacking supreme's face flushed, and he cautiously regarded the impermanence supreme before responding. The Qin family truly values you. To dispatch a supreme for your protection. Upon hearing this, the impermanence supreme erupted into laughter. What? Is it permissible for your holy grounds to attempt to assassinate our divine offspring, yet the Qin family is to remain defenseless? If you dare to strike our Qin family's divine child today, be prepared to pay with your life. With that, the impermanence supreme's aura surged dramatically, his supreme cultivation erupting without reservation. Before the full extent of his power could manifest, the supreme who had attacked Qin Jiu Ge suddenly shouted, launching a ferocious assault. A blade of light far more terrifying than before, imbued with dreadful might, descended upon the impermanence supreme. As the technique was unleashed, the attacking supreme commanded, "You all deal with Qin Jiu Ge. This one is mine." Hearing this, Yi Wufei and Luo Jia hastily summoned their full strength, adjusting their states to peak condition. Such trifling skills, how dare you flaunt them before me? The impermanence supreme scoffed, pressing his palms together as a formidable shield, conjured from spiritual energy, materialized before him, spanning several dozen zhang. Boom! The ferocious cold light collided with the shield, producing an earth-shattering roar. The overwhelming pressure erupted, hurling all objects within a radius of several hundred zhang into the air. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. After fending off the attack, the impermanence supreme wasted no time, swiftly retrieving a heavy broadsword from his storage ring. This sword, as dark as ink and approximately 4 feet long, emanated an aura of terrifying malice. Unyielding, the attacking supreme brandished a crescent-shaped scimitar, gleaming like the moon and radiating a chilling light that stung the eyes merely to behold. Prepare to meet your end. The impermanence supreme bellowed, his figure darting across several hundred zhang as he swung the broadsword down toward the attacking supreme with tremendous force. The supreme, unwilling to yield, raised his curved blade and struck fiercely at the ever-changing supreme. Bang! The clash of weapons unleashed a shockwave that resonated through the surrounding air. Subsequently, two figures, one black and one white, flickered through the sky, occasionally colliding with each other. Their speed was so astonishing that they appeared as mere afterimages. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the ground was marred by deep, bottomless pits, as terrifying blades of light and sword gleams carved long ravines into the earth. Yi Wufei and Luo Jia were profoundly affected by this overwhelming aura, compelled to shield their ears to prevent their eardrums from being ruptured by the sonic vibrations. In the Holy Land, the fortunate survivors among the prodigies hurried back to their respective clans. The saint's son, Luo Heng, gulped down wine in great draughts, still reeling from the horrifying experience of the day. Originally, he believed himself to be the undisputed champion of the younger generation, with no contenders in sight, save for the saintess Luo Jia, who barely caught his eye. However, he was unprepared for the immense terror that was Qin Jiu Ge, the scion of the Qin family. Not only did he possess the extraordinary dual gifts of the heavy eye and chaotic body, but his combat experience was also exceedingly rich. In his battle against Yi Wufei, Luo Heng was confident he could emerge victorious, yet he could never match Qin Jiu Ge's effortless demeanor in defeating Yi Wufei with such ease. The expedition to Zishan further illustrated the point. Were it not for Qin Jiu Ge's cunning and formidable strength, the title of Saint Sun might have been reassigned. Moreover, the fact that Qin Jiu Ge could directly subdue the primordial bell through the trials left Luo Hong feeling utterly inadequate. Just as Luo Hong was lost in his trepidation, a thunderous sound reverberated in his ears. The sheer volume of the noise caused the entire Holy Land to tremble. What could be happening? Had those eerie beings returned? In haste, Luo Hong exited his chamber and soared into the air to discern the source of the commotion. However, upon ascending, he discovered the skies were already filled with people. Saint Sons from various holy lands, the scions of several immortal imperial clans along with their guardians. And some reclusive seniors of the Holy Land stood suspended in the air, their expressions grave as they gazed intently in a particular direction. What was occurring? Luo Hong, perplexed, turned to a senior from his Holy Land and inquired. The elder, a formidable figure of the life and death realm, though far more powerful than Luo Hong, patiently explained due to the propriety of his station. In response to the Saint Sun's inquiry, I was in secluded cultivation when I suddenly heard a tremendous roar, and the earth began to quake. Thus, I emerged to ascertain the cause. It appears that a formidable clash is taking place not far from here, the resultant aura reaching our Holy Land. He added with a note of concern, let us hope they confine their battle to themselves and do not disrupt our Holy Land. Otherwise, it may necessitate intervention from our ancestors. Luo Hong, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. A battle occurring at such a distance could send shockwaves to the Holy Land? What caliber of beings could possess such terrifying power? In the distance, a battle raged. How could it possibly encroach upon our sacred ground? What caliber of combatants could be involved? Luo Hong inquired, his confusion evident. The expression on the face of the life and death realm expert was etched with gravity. The young saint was unaware that such a terrifying tremor could not be instigated by a mere life and death realm powerhouse. If my conjecture is correct, the combatants must be two supreme beings, and not merely novices in the realm. Otherwise, such overwhelming force would be unattainable. Yet, I remain curious as to which factions these venerable figures belong. Chapter 80. The Primordial Holy Land. The Moonlight Sovereign. As the Wuchang sovereign became entangled with that supreme being and unable to intervene, figures gradually materialized behind Luo Jia. Qin Jiu Ge stood still, leisurely observing the increasing number of adversaries before him. As more silhouettes emerged, the crowd surrounding Luo Jia and Yi Wufei grew larger. At last, once all had taken their places and no new arrivals were forthcoming, Qin Jiu Ge, with a broad smile, spoke up. 3 life and death realm powerhouses, 17 nirvana realm experts, and 35 law-manifesting holy maidens. This assembly certainly holds me in high regard. With such a lineup, crushing several medium-sized sects would be a mere trifle, would it not? I never expected the holy maidens to invest such effort on my behalf. Should this news circulate, outsiders would surely accuse your holy ground of numerical superiority over the few. Undeterred by the formidable array before him, Qin Jiu Ge mocked openly. Witnessing Qin Jiu Ge's audacity to jest at such a moment, Luo Jia's originally delicate features twisted into a mask of fury. Qin Jiu Ge, I care not if you are the scion of the Qin family or whatnot. To dare bully Brother Wufei in such a manner is tantamount to seeking death. Today, all I ask is for you to apologize to Brother Wufei. The price? Your life. Once you are gone, Brother Wufei will surely be appeased. Upon hearing Luo Jia's unreasonable words, Qin Jiu Ge's heart involuntarily convulsed. Is this truly the child of destiny? Indeed, she is impervious to reason. When it comes to seizing opportunities, one relies on their own merits. He, possessing the formidable primordial bell, should not be in the wrong. Should he simply present it to the child of destiny, Yi Wufei, would that be considered wisdom? Moreover, this exalted holy maiden, in the presence of Yi Wufei, has shed her arrogance entirely, becoming a sycophant, even mobilizing a supreme being, 3 life and death realm powerhouses, and 17 nirvana realm experts to defend him? Is this not the very definition of sycophancy? I ask you, holy maiden, have you ever heard of a term known as sycophant? A sycophant, in the end, possesses nothing. Qin Jiu Ge stood against the wind, effortlessly gazing at Luo Jia, posing the question. Though Luo Jia could not comprehend the meaning of sycophant, she understood it was no compliment. Furthermore, Qin Jiu Ge had seized what was rightfully Yi Wufei's opportunity. In Luo Jia's eyes, he must perish. With her fury escalating, Luo Jia barked, enough of your prattle. Today, it is either your demise or my own. Everyone, heed my command, kill. No, no. Today it is either your death or my survival. Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand, interrupting Luo Jia's harsh words, his expression brimming with confidence. Luo Jia was momentarily taken aback, pondering the subtle distinction between their exchanged words. Once clarity dawned upon her, her delicate visage flushed with anger, as if it could bleed. Was Qin Jiu Ge implying that she was destined to be the vanquished today? Who granted him such audacity? As a saintess of the sacred land, Luo Jia wielded considerable authority, commanding a legion of formidable warriors. This time, in pursuit of justice for Yi Wufei, she had invested significant resources, mobilizing all her power. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Jiu Ge dare to be so brazen? There was no time to waste. Not a single member of the Qin family was to be spared. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Jia's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the Qin family was one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, steeped in profound heritage. Qin Jiu Ge, as the prodigal son favored by the Qin family, was protected by a supreme guardian, a testament to the family's esteem for him. Should such an individual escape today, the ensuing conflict between the Qin family and the sacred land would inevitably escalate into a relentless war. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. Moreover, it was fortunate that this confrontation took place within the sacred land's domain. Otherwise, eliminating Qin Jiu Ge would indeed prove to be a daunting task. The powerful figures standing behind Luo Jia, upon hearing her command, erupted in a chorus of battle cries, charging towards the Qin family's flying vessel. As elite warriors of the sacred land, they understood Luo Jia's intent. This time, it was crucial to leave no survivors. Subsequently, they would shift the blame onto the surrounding forces of the sacred land, conveniently designating a few scapegoats. Qin family warriors, follow me into battle. Qin Jiu Ge summoned with a commanding gesture, his voice resonating with authority. Within the vessel, dozens of elite shadow guards emerged in a steady stream, encircling Qin Jiu Ge protectively. These shadow guards were the Qin family's death warriors, fully aware that their lives were expendable, but Qin Jiu Ge must not come to harm. If they fell in battle while ensuring his safety, the Qin family would undoubtedly care for their families. However, should anything happen to Qin Jiu Ge, both they and their families would face a ruthless purge from the Qin clan. Brothers of the Shadow Guards, follow me, bellowed the lead Shadow Guard, brandishing a glimmering spear. An aura of terror emanated from him as he charged towards the oncoming elite warriors of the sacred land. Behind him, the Qin family Shadow Guards fought valiantly, disregarding their own safety. The number of Shadow Guards was comparable to that of Luo Jia's elite fighters, and their cultivation levels were nearly equal, resulting in a fierce battle that began as an evenly matched melee. Occasionally, figures plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. As both sides continued to dwindle in number, the struggle remained evenly contested, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Qin Jiu Ge maintained a composed demeanor in the air, his gaze playfully observing Luo Jia and Yi Wufei. Saintess, it seems your attempt to slay this divine son is rather futile, wouldn't you agree? I harbor no malice towards anyone. I merely wish to state that both you and Yi Wufei are but refuse. Together, you are no match for me. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia's initial anger vanished, replaced by an expression of calm and composure. Qin family's divine son, do you truly believe I would approach you unprepared, knowing your formidable prowess? With that, Luo Jia extended her hands and gently clapped 3 times. Clap, clap, clap. As the final clap echoed, a robust voice resonated in everyone's ears. If the holy maiden cannot contend with you, then what of the esteemed Mingwei? As the voice faded, a majestic figure appeared before all, moving with an almost imperceptible speed. In the blink of an eye, this figure stood proudly upon the Qin family's flying vessel, another supreme being. The overwhelming aura emanating from him caused the combatants below, both the esteemed warriors of the sacred land and the Qin family's shadowy protectors, to momentarily cease their struggle. The shadowy protectors, sensing a formidable threat, gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes betraying a sense of trepidation towards the esteemed Mingwei. At this moment, the arrival of a supreme being could tip the scales of victory in this fierce battle. Protect the divine son, the leader of the shadowy protectors shouted, rallying the Qin family's defenders around Qin Jiu Ge. Even in the face of a supreme being, they showed no sign of retreat. Chapter 81. The Resurgence of the Imperial Weapon. Repelling the supreme being by half a step. A commendable junior, but alas, not from our Taichu sacred land. The esteemed Mingyue stood atop the flying vessel, his gaze condescending, exuding an air of assured victory. Though the emergence of a supreme protector had caught them all by surprise, the holy maiden Luo Jia had spared no effort, deploying not one, but two supreme beings. With the Qin family's supreme being occupied, Mingyue held the strongest position in this confrontation. Even if all the shadowy protectors joined forces, they would be no match for him. Thus, Mingyue felt quite relaxed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Jiu Ge and the shadowy protectors, embodying an aura of life and death over them. The once prestigious sacred land appeared nothing more than a nest of lowly creatures, resorting to underhanded tactics. In the face of the esteemed Mingyue, Qin Jiu Ge remained composed and unyielding, his tone laced with sarcasm. This provoked a flicker of anger in Mingyue. Despite the junior's considerable talent, he was merely at the 6th level of law manifestation. Crushing Qin Jiu Ge would require little more effort than squashing an ant. In such circumstances, how could Qin Jiu Ge dare to provoke him? This incited Mingyue's ire. He resolved that it would not suffice merely to slay Qin Jiu Ge and the shadowy protectors. He aimed to utterly humiliate them. You insignificant junior, dare to speak so brazenly before this supreme being, why do you not kneel? Mingyue's voice boomed like thunder. With that proclamation, he unleashed his soul power, causing those who heard it to feel as if struck by a heavy blow, their spirits faltering. Simultaneously, the full weight of his supreme aura was unleashed, pressing down upon Qin Jiu Ge and his companions. As Mingyue's thunderous command echoed, the once determined shadowy protectors beside Qin Jiu Ge suddenly found their eyes vacant, their minds overwhelmed. Except for the formidable beings at the threshold of life and death, who can barely resist for a moment, the remaining shadow guards felt their knees weaken, each half kneeling before the terrifying pressure exerted by the esteemed Mingyue. Qin Jiu Ge, mustering all his spirit, spoke with an indomitable tone. You wish for me to kneel? I fear you are not worthy of such a privilege. I, Qin Jiu Ge, kneel only to heaven, earth, and my parents. What are you in comparison? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jiu Ge fully activated his chaos body. In an instant, chaotic energy enveloped the entire sky, and a blue lotus blossomed from the chaos. The next moment, countless massive images of heavy pupils appeared in midair, standing in harmonious defiance against the chaotic phenomenon. Then, Qin Jiu Ge summoned the Yellow Springs Codex. Employing the secret technique he had acquired upon receiving it, the Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique. With a thunderous shout, Qin Jiu Ge felt as if his blood had been drained. Yet his momentum surged, faintly reaching the 3rd level of nirvana. Bolstered by the chaos body, the heavy pupils, and the Blood God Explosive Spirit Technique, Qin Jiu Ge stood proudly, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the esteemed Mingyue, unwavering in his defiance. Observing the blood-soaked but still defiant Qin Jiu Ge, Mingyue revealed an expression of astonishment. Such talent in a young one. Even the ancient emperors might not have achieved this at your age. If allowed to mature, even I would not be your match. Alas, you are still too immature. As those words fell, Mingyue's aura intensified once more, the overwhelming pressure rendering Qin Jiu Ge breathless. Gritting his teeth, Qin Jiu Ge summoned the primordial bell, preparing to forcefully awaken this imperial weapon. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the primordial bell revived, transforming into a towering copper bell, its terrifying aura blotting out the sun. In the next moment, the primordial bell crashed towards Mingyue. Mingyue raised a hand to block the attack. The sound of the collision reverberated throughout the heavens. Mingyue stared at the primordial bell, his eyes filled with shock and greed, involuntarily exclaiming, "An imperial weapon. This bell is actually an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon must have been wielded by an emperor to earn such a title." Since the peculiar disappearance of the great emperor from this realm thousands of years ago, the number of imperial weapons has been steadily dwindling. Even the sacred lands and the 4 immortal imperial clans possess very few. Thus, even as a supreme being, Mingyue has been unable to acquire even a fragment of an imperial weapon. Yet now, this mere young man at the Dharma aspect realm has revealed an imperial weapon upon his first action. As Qin Jiu Ge summoned the primordial bell, Luo Jia's eyes brimmed with fury, her delicate features contorted in rage. This should have belonged to Brother Wu Fei. You shameless thief. Watching the primordial bell being sent hurtling hundreds of feet away by Mingyue, only to return in an instant, Yi Wu Fei's eyes flashed with intense jealousy. Why? Why does Qin Jiu Ge possess not only a remarkable lineage but also such fortuitous opportunities? To acquire an imperial weapon through a mere trial? This should have been his. In the sky, the illustrious moon monarch displayed unabashed greed, his right hand enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, transforming into a colossal hand that reached for the eternal bell. Child, your strength is still too immature. How much power can you truly wield from an imperial weapon? Such a treasure would be better kept in my possession for a time. When you cultivate to fruition in your next life, I shall return it to you. With that, he grasped the eternal bell tightly, causing it to tremble violently and emit thunderous sounds, yet it remained ensnared in the moon monarch's control. Seeing the eternal bell under the moon monarch's dominion, Qin Jiu Ge's eyes flashed with determination. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Yellow Springs Codex. In contrast to the relatively intact eternal bell, the state of the Yellow Springs Codex was considerably poor, making its revival a daunting challenge. Qin Jiu Ge spared no effort, channeling immense spiritual power until he felt utterly drained. Fortunately, due to his prior use of the Chaos Body, the Reincarnation Eyes, and the Blood God Explosive Spirit technique, he had elevated his realm to the third layer of nirvana. Otherwise, even the recent exertion would have completely exhausted him. With a resonant clang, the Yellow Springs Codex was finally revived. Upon its resurgence, it unleashed waves of yellow-brown energy that surged directly towards the moon monarch. What is this? Sensing the deathly aura emanating from the waves, even the moon monarch was taken aback, raising his hand in haste to block the attack. However, even a being as formidable as he was compelled to take a step back from the force of the strike. In the next moment, the moon monarch's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shock. He could scarcely believe his sight. The very codex that had just forced him back was yet another imperial weapon? This junior, merely at the 6th layer of the law manifestation realm, possessed 2 imperial weapons? Chapter 82, Qin Jiu Ge, the law manifestation's rebellion against supremacy. Unexpectedly, this insignificant junior, despite being of mere law manifestation strength, not only possessed extraordinary fortune, but also bore such talent that allowed him to wield 2 imperial weapons. Your presence poses a significant threat to my Taichu Holy Land. Regardless, you cannot be allowed to leave today, even with the might of an imperial weapon. In the hands of a junior in the law manifestation realm, it will barely exhibit any power. If you surrender, I may consider sparing your life entirely. The moon monarch, looking down upon Qin Jiu Ge, spoke with an air of condescension, as though addressing a corpse. In his eyes, capturing Qin Jiu Ge, given his supreme cultivation, would be an effortless task. The retreat he experienced moments ago was merely due to the imperial weapon's might and his own lack of preparedness. Once he unleashed his true strength, what storm could this mere junior, at the law manifestation realm, possibly stir? His proposal to Qin Jiu Ge to surrender and spare him was merely a precaution against the possibility of desperation leading the junior to damage the imperial weapon. A dignified supreme being like himself had yet to obtain even a single imperial weapon, while this junior possessed 2. Was that not the height of absurdity? The moon monarch even felt a sense of gratitude towards the saintess, Luo Jia, were it not for her urging him to eliminate Qin Jiu Ge. How could he have stumbled upon such fortune, acquiring 2 imperial weapons in one fell swoop? The esteemed Mingyue would never be foolish enough to relinquish the imperial weapon within his grasp to the likes of Yi Wufei, that sponging opportunist. In response to Mingyue's promises, Qin Jiu Ge let out a cold snort. He had already discerned the ulterior motives of Mingyue, a greedy old scoundrel unworthy of further discourse. Without further ado, the Tianxuan Qin Clan would not cower like a turtle. If you cannot slay me today, rest assured that my Qin family will send someone to your holy ground to demand an explanation. As soon as his words faded, Qin Jiu Ge unleashed his full power. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted their hues. Amidst the swirling chaos, a figure akin to a demonic deity stood proudly, wielding a mountain-splitting axe in one hand while lifting the sky as if to elevate it with the other. On the other side, countless images of heavy pupils seemed capable of piercing into the very souls of those present. Above in the firmament, the ethereal silhouettes of ancient divine beasts, the Kunping, radiated an aura both majestic and terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. For the first time, Yi Wufei felt that his once prized talents were merely mediocre. Although he possessed the archaic holy body, Qin Jiu Ge bore the chaotic body, the foremost among the 3,000 divine physiques. Furthermore, Qin Jiu Ge had mastered the heavy pupil divine ability and that unnamed, dreadful treasure art, elevating his realm far above Yi Wufei's. In the depths of Yi Wufei's heart, jealousy began to drive him to madness. "Jar, this scoundrel must perish," he hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes turning blood-red with rage as he glanced at Luo Jia beside him. His jealousy of Qin Jiu Ge's gifts and fortunes consumed him. He felt that such blessings rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with two supreme powers in action, Qin Jiu Ge was surely doomed today. Once the deed was done, he would cultivate a favorable relationship with Luo Jia and reap the benefits, gaining the same imposing presence as Qin Jiu Ge. Luo Jia nodded gravely, her eyes filled with trepidation. As the holy maiden of the sacred ground, her vision and insights far surpassed those of a mere rogue like Yi Wufei. Beyond his terrifying cultivation and otherworldly fortune, Qin Jiu Ge possessed a distinguished identity as the scion of the Chongqing Qin family. Those designated as scions were core members of their clans, embodying future hopes. In the Tianxuan Continent, targeting a scion or a holy son was tantamount to inviting an unending blood feud. If they failed to subdue Qin Jiu Ge today, and that news reached the Qin family, the sacred ground would face relentless retribution. Furthermore, the exalted status of the sacred ground would be tarnished by their assault on a scion of the Qin family, inviting scorn from the entire continent. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Luo Jia promptly transmitted a message to Mingyue. "Senior Mingyue, I implore you to take action immediately and eliminate Qin Jiu Ge. None of his companions must be spared. They must all be eradicated without exception." Before long, Luo Jia received a response from Mingyue. "No problem. Leave Qin Jiu Ge to me, but the imperial weapon he possesses shall belong to me as well." Upon hearing this, Luo Jia nearly fainted with rage. She had initially intended to seize the imperial weapon from Qin Jiu Ge and promptly present it to Yi Wufei to enhance his strength. Unbelievably, the allure of the imperial weapon is so profound that even the reclusive Master Mingyue cannot resist it. It is indeed understandable. As the pinnacle of power on the Tianxuan Continent, the Holy Land possesses merely two imperial weapons. Obtaining an imperial weapon from the Holy Land, whether through bestowal, reward, or forceful seizure, is a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. However, Qin Jiu Ge is different. He possesses merely the strength of the Dharma aspect, and eliminating him would be an effortless endeavor for a supreme. How could Master Mingyue not be tempted? Luo Jia's face flushed, her mind racing. If she did not acquiesce to Master Mingyue, he might very well lose his composure, endangering both her and Yi Wufei's lives. At this juncture, she had no choice but to endure the painful sacrifice. Even if it meant eliminating the formidable adversary Qin Jiu Ge, it would not be in vain. "Master Mingyue." The terms, before Luo Jia could finish, her words were abruptly stifled, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed something astonishing. The seemingly disadvantaged Qin Jiu Ge had taken the initiative to launch an assault. With an astounding momentum, the Wuxia bell, accompanied by a ferocious gale, descended violently upon Master Mingyue's head. The Huangquan Atlas unfurled entirely, and the terrifying waters of Huangquan surged forth like a breached dam, relentlessly charging towards Master Mingyue. "Humph, mere trifles." The Master Mingyue scoffed from midair, his aura surging as he spread his arms wide, bracing himself against the dual onslaught of the Wuxia bell and Huangquan Atlas. In his mind, as a supreme, he believed that even with Qin Jiu Ge's possession of imperial weapons, he should easily prevail over someone of the Dharma aspect realm. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The two imperial weapons, in perfect harmony, one attacking, the other defending, created a barrier that even this legendary supreme could not swiftly breach. Witnessing this spectacle, those present widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the battlefield. The Son of Heaven was astonishingly powerful, able to stand firm against a supreme despite being merely at the 6th level of the Dharma aspect. Truly, he is worthy of being hailed as the son of the Qin family. He exhibits no fear before a supreme, and the future of the Qin family appears promising. How can this individual be so formidable? Even with the supreme involved, they cannot subdue him? Fear not, for Master Mingyue is at the 3rd level of supreme cultivation. He must surely possess an overwhelming advantage over Qin Jiu Ge. Chapter 83, The Qin Family. The arrival of the 4 great supremes. The onlookers were incredulous as they beheld Qin Jiu Ge, with his mere 6th level of Dharma aspect cultivation, effectively suppressing the 3rd level supreme, Master Mingyue. Meanwhile, Master Mingyue grew increasingly agitated. As a dignified supreme, How could he not subdue a junior? If word of this were to spread, where would he hide his face? Moreover, through this skirmish, Master Mingyue had come to realize that although Qin Jiu Ge possessed the extraordinary dual attributes of the heavy eye and the chaos body, making him significantly stronger than the average 6th level of Dharma aspect, he also wielded techniques like the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and the Kunpeng divine art, which allowed him to battle beyond his level. His combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary Dharma aspect practitioner. Yet, he remained merely at the 6th level of Dharma aspect. In terms of the intensity and endurance of his aura, he was still far inferior to that of a supreme. The ability to engage in a back-and-forth struggle, even subtly suppressing the esteemed one, relies solely on the formidable power of the 2 imperial weapons. If only he could endure a little longer, once Qin Jiu Ge's momentum waned, and he could no longer sustain the consumption of the imperial weapons, he would undoubtedly crush Qin Jiu Ge with ease. Though such actions may tarnish the prestige and dignity of a supreme being, it remains the simplest solution. Securing Qin Jiu Ge would not only grant him ownership of the 2 imperial weapons, but also the coveted Kunpeng divine art and the techniques of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At that moment, even if he were merely at the 3rd level of supremacy, he would stand unafraid against masters at the 5th or even 6th level. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the esteemed Mingyue. On the other hand, Qin Jiu Ge found the situation increasingly arduous. The 2 imperial weapons were indeed overwhelmingly powerful, capable of momentarily suppressing even the supreme. Yet, the consumption of momentum was a terrifying astronomical figure, far beyond what his current 5th level of the law form could bear. As time passed, the frequency of Qin Jiu Ge's attacks gradually diminished, his entire being enveloped in sweat, with large beads of perspiration cascading down his body. He realized this was a sign that he was nearing his limit. However, with reinforcements yet to arrive, should he recklessly cease his assault, the esteemed Mingyue could easily capture him in a single encounter. Should he fall into Mingyue's grasp, even with reinforcements, their presence would be hindered by his predicament. In despair, he could only grit his teeth and muster all his strength, relentlessly attacking Mingyue. Opportunity. The long-suppressed Mingyue's eyes gleamed. He had long perceived that Qin Jiu Ge was on the brink of collapse, patiently awaiting this moment. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. The attack of the primordial bell had slowed significantly. Seizing this moment, Mingyue raised his hand, unleashing a qi thread as thick as a water barrel. This thread struck the primordial bell, sending it flying hundreds of feet away. Qin Jiu Ge hurriedly retrieved the primordial bell, preparing to strike once more. 5 moonlight palms. Mingyue roared, an overwhelming momentum erupting from him, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daylight. A palm imprint, spanning several dozen feet, descended fiercely upon Qin Jiu Ge. The astonishing force carried with it an aura potent enough to tear through the void itself. Protect the Son of God. The hidden guards of the Qin family, witnessing this move, instantly felt the gravity of the situation, rushing to Qin Jiu Ge's side with fervent cries. Luo Jia gazed at Qin Jiu Ge with a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Was this terrifying adversary finally meeting his end? Once he was gone, no one would be able to overshadow her brother, Wu Fei. Although the imperial weapons had fallen into Mingyue's hands, as the saintess of the sacred land, she could muster the means to capture him. Once Mingyue was apprehended, reclaiming the imperial weapons would be a simple task. Knight Wu Fei watched as Qin Jiu Ge faced the impending strike, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Since the emergence of Qin Jiu Ge, he has consistently overshadowed him, seizing his opportunities. Now, confronted with a full-force strike from the Supreme, does he stand a chance of survival? Yi Wu Fei firmly believes, no. The thought brings a wave of schadenfreude. What does it matter if one possesses extraordinary talent or wields an imperial weapon when death is imminent? Should Qin Jiu Ge perish, the Holy Land and the other 3 immortal imperial clans, filled with ineptitude, would pose no threat to him. As the terrifying attack of the Mingyue Supreme looms over Qin Jiu Ge, the Qin family shadow guards, fearless and resolute, rush forward to shield him from the impending blow. Qin Jiu Ge represents the hope of the Qin family. While the shadow guards can be trained anew, his loss would spell doom for the clan. Figures burst forth with astonishing speed, positioning themselves in front of Qin Jiu Ge. Observing his shadow guards fearlessly standing before him, and sensing the overwhelming attack drawing nearer, a calmness envelopes Qin Jiu Ge's face. He leisurely retrieves a pendant. This pendant, radiant and snow-white, is intricately engraved with complex patterns, rendering it an invaluable treasure. He is, after all, the hope of the Qin family. How could he lack means of self-preservation? In addition to the Supreme's personal protection and the inexhaustible resources at his disposal, he possesses adequate life-saving techniques. This pendant, gifted by the clan leader Qin Wuchen, is said to be crucial for preserving his life in dire moments. With this pendant, Qin Jiu Ge believes that even though the Mingyue Supreme is formidable, far surpassing his own capabilities, harming him would be unattainable in the immediate future. Soon, the attack from Mingyue Supreme is mere yards away, its terrifying momentum causing Qin Jiu Ge to sway unsteadily. It appears poised to strike him. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberates through the heavens. An old dog dares to harm my grandson. With this furious proclamation, a colossal hand, formed entirely of energy, surges forth, colliding with the devastating strike unleashed by Mingyue Supreme. In the blink of an eye, the formidable hand conjured by Mingyue Supreme is shattered into fragments by this new force. Witnessing this, Mingyue Supreme's expression shifts dramatically. The ability to so effortlessly nullify his technique could only belong to a supreme master, one whose realm exceeds his own. Have the Qin family members arrived? In the next moment, the world transforms as an overwhelming pressure sweeps across the landscape. For towering figures, resembling deities, tear through the fabric of space and materialize at the heart of the battlefield. The four Supremes of the Qin family have arrived. The instant the four Supremes appear, they descend before Qin Jiu Ge. Upon witnessing the two imperial weapons in the sky, their shock quickly morphs into relief. Truly, he is the true dragon of the Qin family. To secure the allegiance of two imperial weapons at merely the Dharma realm is a testament to his boundless potential. Chapter 84. The Qin family Supremes take action. Supreme Chaos. With the four Supremes standing before him, Qin Jiu Ge breathes a deep sigh of relief. With their presence, Mingyue Supreme could not hope to harm him in the slightest. During the preceding moments, he endured considerable hardship while waiting. Not only had his aura been entirely depleted, reaching a state of utter exhaustion, but he was also perilously close to death. Fortunately, he had anticipated today's predicament and had previously instructed Li Bo to rally reinforcements from the family. Otherwise, he would have been easily vanquished by the esteemed Mingyu on this very day. The roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. Jiu Ge, is it this old scoundrel who has been tormenting you? The third elder, with an air of disdain, pointed his finger at the esteemed Mingyu hovering in the air, adopting a nonchalant tone. As a fifth-layer Supreme, he held a significant psychological advantage over the third-layer Supreme Mingyu. Indeed, it is this old rogue, Qin Jiu Ge exclaimed, directing his finger towards Mingyu, his voice brimming with indignation. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the four Supremes, he might have met a grim fate today. This was the first time he encountered such a life-and-death crisis since his transmigration. How could he not be enraged? An old man like you, bullying a junior. Are you truly so decrepit that you have sunk to such depths? The third elder, infuriated, pointed at Mingyu and unleashed a torrent of invective. He then turned to Qin Jiu Ge, his tone softening considerably. Jiu Ge, take a moment to rest. Let your third grandpa avenge you. Barely had the words left his mouth when the third elder acted decisively. Blood Dragon roars. With a mighty shout, a vast blood pool materialized behind him, spanning dozens of feet. A blood dragon, as thick as a yard, surged from the pool, its eyes ferocious, its mouth agape as it lunged toward Mingyu. Qin Jiu Ge recognized this technique as the third elder's most formidable move. The blood dragon, imbued with terrifying energy, seemed to rend the very fabric of space, arriving before Mingyu in the blink of an eye. Faced with this dread assault, Mingyu displayed no hesitation. With a swift motion akin to teleportation, he evaded to the side of Luo Jia and Yi Wu Fei. Before the two could react, Mingyu conjured two massive hands with his true energy, seizing them both. In the next instant, he transformed his hand into a sword, tearing apart the void in an attempt to flee. Confronted by four Supremes, he harbored no intentions of combat. He secretly vowed that if he successfully escaped today, he would retreat to the Holy Land for the rest of his life, never to emerge again. The deployment of four Supremes for a rescue illustrates the Qin family's profound regard for Qin Jiu Ge. He had no doubt that if he dared to show himself again, the Qin family would relentlessly pursue him to the ends of the earth, leaving him nowhere to hide on the entire continent. As Mingyu prepared to tear through space to escape, a mocking voice rang in his ear. If you manage to flee, we old fellows would surely suffer great humiliation. The second elder of the Qin family, who had been closely monitoring Ming-Yu's movements, let out a cold laugh. His overwhelming aura erupted, and with a single strike, he shattered the very void Ming-Yu had just torn apart. Ming-Yu, along with Luo Jia and Yi Wu Fei, reappeared before the four supremes. Meanwhile, the two supreme beings from the Taichu Holy Land, who had just been embroiled in fierce combat, began to descend slowly. Their expressions were grim, for they had initially believed that, with their supreme cultivation, eliminating a mere fifth-tier manifestation cultivator like Qin Jiu Ge would be a simple endeavor. Not only could they offer a favor to the saintess Luo Jia, but they also anticipated considerable rewards. However, it had now become evident that this undertaking was tantamount to courting death. Across the realm, which deity's disciple ventures forth accompanied by a supreme? Which disciple possesses the protection of four mighty supremes? The two exchanged glances and discerned the despondency reflected in each other's eyes. Rising from humble beginnings, they had finally attained their current prowess and status. They never anticipated that what was meant to be a routine assassination would culminate in the conclusion of their lives. It appeared they were doomed this time. That old fellow Qin Hai was notorious throughout the Tianxuan Continent. Those who had offended him had nearly all met their demise. Now, they had dared to tread upon Qin Hai's most sensitive issue, targeting his most cherished grandson. Even securing a dignified death seemed a fanciful hope. At that moment, the first supreme to act suddenly received a transmission from the illustrious Mingwei. Qingfeng, do not be overly anxious. The instant I witnessed Qin Jiu Ge demonstrating his talent, I had already sent a message to the Holy Land requesting reinforcements. All we need to do is hold on for a while. Once the other supremes from the Holy Land arrive, we can settle accounts with these old codgers. Upon hearing Ming-Yu's transmission, a bittersweet smile appeared on Qingfeng's face. And he responded, but there are 5 supremes opposing us, each stronger than the 2 of us combined. Faced with such a terrifying assembly, do you truly believe we can endure for long? Before the 2 could finish their communication, the furious voice of the second elder rang in their ears. Jiu Ge, did these 2 old wretches attempt to assassinate you? Watch as I take their heads to avenge you. With that, the second elder's aura erupted. The skies darkening as purple lightning flickered ominously amidst the black clouds, accompanied by the terrifying sounds of thunder. Those who dare to strike against our Qin family's divine progeny must be prepared for death. With a thunderous shout, the second elder suddenly wielded a spear, entirely formed from spiritual energy, radiating a menacing purple glow. Arcs of electricity danced along the spear, exuding a lethal aura. Die! He bellowed, vanishing like a flash of lightning. In the next instant, the second elder reappeared above Qingfeng and Mingwei, wielding the fearsome spear like a club, aiming a devastating strike at the 2 supremes. Wait for me, second brother, cried the third elder, unwilling to lag behind, as he summoned his own formidable aura to form a colossal, glimmering axe. With a mighty roar, the enormous axe extended, its blade as large as a mountain, crashing down upon the 2 supremes. Qingfeng and Mingwei exchanged a glance, gritting their teeth in resolve. At this juncture, even if they were to prostrate themselves and plead for mercy, the 5 supreme beings of the Qin family would not relent. A desperate resistance might offer a glimmer of hope. Moonlight palm, gentle breeze fist. The 2 warriors bellowed, engaging in fierce combat with the second and third elders. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. The shockwaves from the clash among the 4 supremes spread for hundreds of miles. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Moonlight Supreme. Bloodshed in the skies. The second and third elders unleashed their most formidable techniques, battling against the 2 supremes of the Taichu sacred land, Gentle Breeze and Moonlight. Though Gentle Breeze and Moonlight were both at the 3rd tier of supremacy, 2 tiers below their adversaries, they were in their home ground, currently at a disadvantage. They abandoned all defense and focused solely on attacking the second and third elders. In this reckless strategy, even with a certain advantage in rank, the second and third elders found it difficult to subdue Gentle Breeze and Moonlight in a short time. The so-called cornered beast fights back fiercely. The desperate attacks of the Supremes were formidable. Should they truly push these 2 to the brink, resorting to life-for-life tactics, their strength might prevent them from succumbing. Yet, any severe injuries could hinder their future ascension, leading to irreparable losses. After all, 5 against 2 presented a clear advantage for the Qin family. The second and third elders remained composed, methodically tightening the encirclement, forcefully suppressing Gentle Breeze and moonlight. At this pace, it would not be long before they subdued the two. The attempted ambush against Qin Jiu Ge, aimed at thwarting the future of the Qin family, was seen by the second and third elders as a path to death, leaving no room for mercy. Just then, the mocking voice of the first elder resonated in everyone's ears. "Tell me, second, third, are you capable? It's taking you so long to deal with two cornered dogs. If you can't manage, let me take over. I guarantee I'll have their heads rolling within the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Hearing the first elder's taunts, anger flared on the faces of the second and third elders, who clenched their teeth in frustration. The first elder spoke from a place of ignorance, as he, too, was a supreme being and understood the terrifying nature of a desperate supreme. If a supreme truly sought death, the self-destructive force unleashed could easily tear apart 3 to 5 peers of equal rank. While they were indeed superior in rank, who would dare gamble their lives? "Silence. Watch as I take down this scoundrel now." The second elder gritted his teeth, channeling his full might, launching a barrage of attacks like a relentless downpour upon the Gentle Breeze Supreme. Instantly, the Gentle Breeze Supreme felt the weight of the pressure increase significantly. Techniques that were once easily countered now bore the heaviness of mountains, each collision causing his blood to surge. At this rate, he truly wondered how long he could endure. "You speak so lightly, ignorant of the true strength of a supreme. It is not as simple as procuring cabbage by the roadside." The third elder, filled with indignation, shouted towards the first elder. All of them were direct descendants of the Qin family, having grown up together, sharing a profound bond. Thus, despite the first elder's elevated status, the second and third elders displayed no trepidation, boldly shouting back. However, in the heat of the exchange, the second and third elders were incited by the first elder's provocations, intensifying their attacks with increasing ferocity. After all, with a 5-2 advantage, they were confident that even if the two supreme beings opposite them resorted to life-for-life tactics, as long as they survived, the first elder and his companions would not stand idly by. Moreover, their cultivation levels were inherently superior to those of the two supreme beings from the primordial sacred land, so they would merely sustain injuries at worst. Crackling bolts of violet lightning swirled around the second elder, enveloping him in a luminescent purple hue. The third elder, not to be outdone, wielded a colossal axe, its ferocious swings relentlessly targeting the vital points of the two supreme beings. The supreme beings, Qin Feng and Mingyue, found themselves overwhelmed by this terrifying onslaught, struggling to maintain their composure. Particularly, the second elder's lightning attacks were not only swift, but also bore a paralyzing effect. Once struck, one would instantly lose the ability to move, while the third elder's axe struck with the swiftness of a viper. Through gritted teeth, Qin Feng and Mingyue held on, desperately hoping for reinforcements to arrive. Clang! Qin Feng was struck by the second elder's formidable lightning, losing control of his body, and the third elder's massive axe swiftly followed, slicing a deep gash into his flesh, exposing bone. Had it not been for Qin Feng's desperate use of supreme power at the last moment to evade a fatal blow, this strike would have cleaved him in two. Blood gushed from the wound, and Qin Feng's expression turned grim. With such injuries sustained, survival seemed increasingly improbable. Nearby, Luo Jia witnessed Qin Feng's plight, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. If even the mighty supreme was injured, what chance did she and Yi Wufei have of survival? Gritting her teeth, Luo Jia appeared to resolve herself, reaching for a delicate jade pendant from her bosom. This pendant shimmered with a pearly glow, unmistakably a rare artifact. As she drew it forth, her sharp nail grazed her fingertip, crimson droplets cascading onto the pendant. In the next instant, a radiant light erupted from it, and Luo Jia's cultivation sword, akin to a rocket, reaching around the second tier of supreme. Clang! Luo Jia extended her right hand, transforming her palm into a blade, and struck towards the surrounding space. This jade pendant was her means of survival, capable of swiftly enhancing her power. She intended to utilize its strength to tear through the fabric of reality and escape with Yi Wufei. However, to her astonishment, this space was inexplicably locked down. The hope of fleeing had turned into a distant dream. Was she destined to perish here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Luo Jia's eyes. At that moment, the esteemed Mingyue was sent flying hundreds of feet away, akin to a deflated ball. Blood gushed from his mouth and body as if it were of no consequence. The once proud figure of Mingyue had now succumbed to a desolate state, his aura diminished, clearly bearing the marks of severe injury. chasing soul ghost hand. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal hand, entirely formed of spiritual energy and shimmering with dark violet light, tore through the fabric of space and struck directly at Mingyue's back. Upon turning to behold this terrifying manifestation of spiritual power, despair flickered in Mingyue's eyes. He lacked the strength to evade this impending blow. Mingyue, Qin, the Supreme Elder, bellowed in an attempt to alert him. Yet, how could one hope to evade the strike of a supreme being? The mighty hand pierced through Mingyue's chest, instantaneously transforming his form into a mist of crimson. Mingyue was dead. Chapter 86. What of the Taichu Sacred Land? Either fight or surrender the person. Brother, what are you doing? Indeed, I am on the verge of vanquishing this old wretch, and your interruption is rather unbecoming. In the sky, the second and third elders glared at the Grand Elder, questioning his actions. Just as they were poised to eliminate the Supreme, the Grand Elder's interference rendered them seemingly ineffectual. After such a prolonged struggle without success, to be overshadowed by the Grand Elder's decisive strike would invite scorn from their peers in the clan. It was unacceptable to be ridiculed at their age. How humiliating. Humph. You two have failed to succeed for so long. I am merely lending you a hand. Yet, you exhibit no gratitude. Unfazed by the accusations of the second and third elders, the Grand Elder displayed a dismissive attitude. He then turned to Qin, the Supreme Elder, and inquired, "Can you expedite your efforts? If not, I shall intervene once more. Certainly, I shall subdue this old wretch in an instant." Upon hearing that the Grand Elder intended to take further action, the second elder immediately objected, hastily conjuring the power of lightning to strike at Qin. The third elder, not to be outdone, swung his axe with the force of a mountain, relentlessly targeting the vulnerable points of Qin. Previously, in a 2-on-2 confrontation, Qin had felt relatively less pressured. However, with the fall of Mingyue, he now faced both the second and third elders while also guarding against the Grand Elder's potential ambush, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. To secure his capture, both the second and third elders unleashed their most formidable techniques, their supreme abilities unleashed without restraint. A barrage of terrifying attacks surged towards him. Qin gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy in a desperate struggle against the onslaught. He was acutely aware that reinforcements might arrive at any moment. Thus, surrender was not an option. Qin cross-slash. With a mighty shout, Qin's spiritual energy erupted forth, coalescing into two gleaming slashes imbued with icy brilliance. In the next instant, these two slashes hurtled forth, meeting the second elder's lightning spear and the third elder's massive axe head-on. However, how could the almost extinguished Qin Supreme withstand such an onslaught? In but a fleeting moment, two devastating strikes shattered his defenses, the terrifying assaults from the second elder and third elder arriving in the blink of an eye. Is this the end? In sheer desperation, Qin Supreme closed his eyes. This time, he had no spiritual power to resist. Observing the once mighty Qin Supreme, now reduced to a state of inevitable demise, both Saintess Luo Jia and Yi Wu Fei bore expressions of despair. Today was supposed to be the day they laid an ambush to eliminate Qin Jiu Ge. Unexpectedly, even with the mobilization of two Supremes, their plans had crumbled, and now they too faced death in this place. At this critical juncture, the void once again ruptured. Four towering figures emerged from the rift. In the next moment, two silhouettes appeared as if teleporting, intercepting the attacks of the second and third elders. Who dares to cause trouble in my Taichu Sacred Land? Do you think this place is devoid of guardians? A resonant voice echoed. The newcomers were all Supremes. The one who spoke had reached the 6th tier of Supreme, just a level below Qin Hai. Luo Changtian, is that you, old fellow? And your three brothers, Luo Changxia, Luo Changwu, Luo Changdi? You four old geezers are still alive? Qin Hai's expression grew serious as he regarded the four Supremes. These men were his contemporaries, for brothers known as the Invincible under heaven. Not only were they blood brothers, but they had also trained together since childhood, forming an unparalleled bond. Even more formidable was their terrifying combined attack technique, capable of challenging foes beyond their rank. While they possessed a slight advantage in cultivation, an actual confrontation might not guarantee their victory. It's Grandpa Changtian and the others. Each of them is a supreme and masters of combined techniques. Even battles against higher realms are not beyond their grasp. We are saved, Luo Jia exclaimed excitedly, explaining the 4S origins to Yi Wu Fei. As the esteemed saintess of the Taichu Sacred Land, She could not bear the thought of dying here. Now that reinforcements had arrived, her chance to survive had finally come. Upon hearing Luo Jia's explanation, Yi Wufei felt a surge of relief. His path had been fraught with peril, yet he had continuously turned misfortune into fortune. Surely this time would be no exception. With the arrival of 4 Supremes, they need not fear their opponents any longer. Luo Changtian glanced around, quickly noticing the tragic fate of the fallen Mingyue. Turning to Qin Hai, he stated, "Qin Hai, let this matter rest." The leading Supreme cast a glance at the deceased Mingyue and added, "Since Mingyue has perished, consider this a form of atonement." Upon hearing Luo Changtian's words, Qin Hai was immediately incensed. These 2 old scoundrels, supreme as they are, have no shame in bullying my grandson. And that so-called saintess of yours, alongside a wild brat from who knows where, dares to act arrogantly before my grandson. If you wish to cease hostilities, then hand over the 3 of them for us to deal with. Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Luo Changtian's expression darkened significantly. Qin Hai, it's best to know when to stop. This is the territory of the Taichu sacred land. Qin Hai disdainfully curled his lip. And what of the Taichu sacred land's territory? If you have the capability, then keep us all here. Noticing Qin Hai's obstinacy, Luo Changtian furrowed his brow. Although the 4 brothers shared a strong bond and possessed a combined attack technique, it was evident that today's predicament stemmed from Luo Jia's actions. Furthermore, Qin Hai was not someone to be trifled with. Should a confrontation arise, it would be difficult to contain. Rather than escalating the situation, it would be prudent to compromise. Finally, Luo Changtian chose to relent. "Qin Hai, I can entrust this wild brat and the saintess to you. But as for Qing Feng, that is out of the question." Luo Changtian understood clearly that Qing Feng, as a supreme, was a vital combat asset for the Taichu sacred land. Although Luo Jia was exceptionally gifted, it would take many years for her to reach her potential. Moreover, the Taichu sacred land had previously experienced the fall of both a saint's son and a saintess. They could simply find another. Upon hearing Luo Changtian's words, Luo Jia's expression changed dramatically. Yi Wufei clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Luo Changtian. Qin Hai turned his gaze toward Qin Jiu Ge, seeking his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiu Ge concluded that since they were in the territory of the Taichu sacred land, and their primary target was Yi Wufei, eliminating him would suffice. A mere supreme would pose no threat once he had further matured. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Qin Hai understood the implication and turned to Luo Changtian. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggested. The supreme will be taken away, and these 2 shall remain." Chapter 87. Qin Hai difficulties? Then let it be undone. Seeing that the Taichu sacred land was finally prepared to abandon him and Luo Jia, Yi Wufei could no longer contain himself. He turned to Luo Changtian, his tone frantic. "Supreme Changtian, Qin Jiu Ge possesses 2 imperial weapons. Furthermore, he has already recognized them as his own and can wield their power. If such a formidable adversary is not eliminated swiftly, he could become a grave threat to the sacred land." Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over Luo Changtian's usually impassive face. Initially, he had perceived Qin Jiu Ge as merely a promising junior. Such a prodigy, even if somewhat exceptional, could easily be dealt with given the right opportunity. However, after Yi Wufei's alarming revelation, Luo Changtian recognized the gravity of the situation. At merely 18 years of age, Qin Jiu Ge had managed to bond with 2 imperial weapons and demonstrated the ability to control them. Such terrifying talent was something he had never encountered in his thousands of years of existence. If allowed to mature, Qin Jiu Ge could potentially bring catastrophic consequences to the entire sacred land. Moreover, following this assassination attempt, would the Qin family permit Qin Jiu Ge to roam freely? With such a remarkable gift, if nurtured within the Qin family, he could sweep across the Tianxuan Continent in a matter of years. Additionally, the Qin family's recent, alarming rise in power had already instilled a deep sense of wariness within the sacred land. If they were to combine this young dragon, Qin Jiu Ge, with the long-standing grievances between the Qin family and the sacred land, their fates would surely be sealed. Turning to his 3 brothers beside him, Luo Changtian discerned a similar emotion reflected in their eyes. If the wild lad's words held any truth, the young man from the Qin family must not be spared. "Qing Feng, is he truly speaking the truth?" Luo Changtian inquired, casting his gaze towards the still spitting blood Qing Feng Supreme, who emanated a terrifying aura. Qing Feng Supreme clutched his chest, blood pouring forth, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes as he nodded fervently. Indeed, Lord Chantian, the young man from the Qin family, possesses 2 imperial weapons, even momentarily suppressing Minghua. With Qin Feng Supreme's endorsement, Luo Chantian gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his aura surging forth. Behind him, his 3 brothers instinctively followed suit, their combined presence erupting as they advanced. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the 4 approach in unison, Qin Hai could not suppress a mocking laugh, his gaze towards them laced with derision. What's this, Luo Chantian? Are you unable to bear my grandson's exceptional talent? With that, Qin Hai's aura erupted, and a terrifying phenomenon manifested in the sky, revealing a formidable figure clad in armor, wielding a long sword, suspended in midair. As the strongest of the 3rd lineage of the Qin family, Qin Hai's talent was astonishing, possessing the 7th-ranked divine body of the 10 great divine bodies, known as the punishing king of the underworld. When unleashed, a spectral figure in armor appeared, assisting Qin Hai in his assault. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Chantian understood that Qin Hai was prepared to fight to the death. Nonetheless, he too was resolute and unyielding, with both sides comprising 5 Supremes. Even though Qin Feng Supreme was gravely injured, the remaining 4 could still engage the Qin family. In a true confrontation, aside from Qin Hai posing a significant challenge, the others were not particularly formidable. Qin Hai, after all these years, you are well aware of my nature. I prefer to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like mere tiles. Today, I have granted you the favor of handing over the Saintess and that wild lad, which should suffice as a gesture of respect. If you refuse to recognize the situation, we shall fight, Luo Chantian declared, though it was evident to all that he exhibited a hint of trepidation. Yi Weiyuf, observing Luo Chantian's stance, felt indignation gnashing his teeth. He could hardly fathom the cowardice displayed by the Taichu sacred land. On their home turf, they were willing to surrender their Saintess? Moreover, knowing the adversary possessed 2 imperial weapons, they dared not engage in battle to seize them. Such treasures were imperial weapons, 2 of them. According to Yi Weiyuf's understanding, even the Taichu sacred land had only 4 imperial weapons. This meant that if the individuals from the Qin family were retained here, the number of imperial weapons in the sacred land could increase by 50%. What a monumental temptation! How could one endure? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder unleashed his aura, brandishing a long sword entirely black, intricately engraved with enigmatic patterns. The long sword in question is a supreme artifact, a personal weapon of the Grand Elder for many years. The mere presence of this supreme weapon seems to lower the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere, radiating a chilling light that sends shivers down one's spine. The Grand Elder then turned to Qin Hai, his tone laced with a hint of conflict. Master, it appears we are in quite the predicament. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, a mocking smile crept upon Qin Hai's lips. A predicament? If it is indeed troublesome, then let us abandon it. As his words faded, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qin Hai, causing the ethereal form of the heavenly punishment king in the sky to gradually solidify. With the escalation of his power, those present began to feel as though they were struggling to breathe. In no time, Qin Hai's aura reached its zenith, his already robust form becoming even more imposing. A long sword, entirely crimson and exuding a terrifying heat, materialized in his grasp. He raised the sword, pointing it menacingly towards Luo Chantian and his companions. You old scoundrels have dared to bully the prodigal son of the Qin family. Today, unless you provide us with a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave this place unscathed. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Hai propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the sword in his hand radiating an oppressive force as it swung fiercely towards Luo Chantian and his group. Witnessing Qin Hai's assault, the 3 Grand Elders also summoned their own supreme artifacts, charging towards Luo Chantian and his companions. At that moment, the ever-watchful Wuchang Supreme, who had remained stationary, suddenly received a telepathic message from Qin Hai. Guard Jiu Ge closely. Should anyone from the Taichu sacred land arrive, immediately tear apart the fabric of space and take Jiu Ge away. Upon receiving this message, Wuchang Supreme, who had been poised to engage, halted abruptly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He understood that his foremost duty today was to ensure the safety of Qin Jiu Ge. As long as Jiu Ge remained unharmed, he would consider his own life a trivial sacrifice. Meanwhile, Qin Hai and the 3 elders had already engaged in combat with Luo Chantian and his trio. The clash between these supremes was terrifying, with neither side holding back as they unleashed their most formidable techniques in a relentless exchange. Chapter 88. 5 against 4. Is there any hope of victory? The 5 supremes from the Taichu sacred land, including the previously injured Qinfeng Supreme, recklessly employed their ultimate skills, launching an assault against the 4 supremes of the Qin family. Among them, the brothers Luo Changtian each occupied a corner, orchestrating a combined attack known as the 4 Symbols Infernal Formation. Through their bloodline connection and the camaraderie forged over millennia, they not only transcended their individual realms, but also provided mutual support, proving to be exceptionally troublesome. Thus, despite the disparity in realms, the Supremes from the Taichu sacred land did not find themselves at a disadvantage. Luo Changtian gritted his teeth as he clashed directly with Qin Hai, feeling his vitality surge tumultuously within him. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he had drawn upon the spiritual energy of his 3 brothers, allowing him to hold his ground against Qin Hai. Otherwise, the sheer force of Qin Hai's earlier strike would have been enough to inflict serious injury upon him. Having just repelled Qin Hai, Luo Changtian felt as though he had been drained of all vitality, with spiritual energy continuously leaking from within him. Turning around, he saw his 3rd brother, Luo Changwu, gritting his teeth as he clashed fiercely with the massive axe wielded by the 3rd elder of the Qin family. With a cultivation level of Supreme Tier 4, Luo Changwu was the weakest among the brothers, and facing the Supreme Tier 5 3rd elder, he was expected to be at a disadvantage. However, after drawing upon the combined spiritual power of his 3 brothers, he not only held his ground, but managed to send the 3rd elder flying several hundred feet away. Realizing that their combined attack had a significant effect against the 4 Supremes of the Qin family, Luo Changtian's mood lightened considerably. After all, they were in the territory of the Taichu sacred land. He had already sent a message requesting assistance from the experts of the sacred place, and it would not be long before they arrived to eliminate these obstinate old fools of the Qin family. At that point, not only would his brothers vent their frustrations, but they would also acquire 2 imperial weapons, making it a tremendous gain. With this thought, Luo Changtian felt a surge of contentment, looking at Qin Hai and the others as if they were already dead. Qin Hai, we have known each other for quite some time, having fought for half a lifetime. Do not say I did not warn you. This is the territory of our Taichu sacred land. I have sent word to the sacred place, and soon, their experts will arrive. If you are wise, leave behind an imperial weapon, and I can ensure your escape. But if you remain obstinate, when the experts come, I shall be of no help to you. An imperial weapon is merely a trinket. Surely it cannot be more precious than your lives? Hearing Luo Changtian's mockery, Qin Hai grew furious, his attacks becoming even more relentless. He spat, "Huh? Luo Changtian, how foolish of me to have regarded you as a worthy opponent. Now, it seems you are nothing but a pitiful wretch. At your age, you must be living like a dog, a dignified supreme, coveting the imperial weapons of the younger generation. How shameless. If I were you, I would find a secluded place and quietly perish, so as not to disgrace myself." As Qin Hai spoke, the other 3 elders refused to back down, joining in the mockery. The master is right. You Taichu sacred land are just a bunch of rats. Unable to confront us directly, you resort to underhanded tactics. Do you think the imperial weapons of the Qin family are something that you lowly scoundrels can covet? Speak further, and I shall send all 4 of you to meet that dead soul from earlier. You brothers boast grandly, claiming to be invincible. But surely your parents must have shortchanged you by 2. Those 2 would be named Luo Changlian and Luo Changpi. Together, they would possess an unmatched shamelessness. Listening to the 3 elders' scathing taunts, Luo Changtian's expression darkened. As a prominent supreme, accompanied by his 3 brothers and their combined techniques, he held a transcendent status even within the Taichu sacred land. Many supremes of higher cultivation would treat him with respect, and all the younger generation regarded him with utmost reverence. Never had he endured such profound humiliation. In an instant, Luo Changtian abandoned any thoughts of negotiating with the Qin family supremes. His supreme artifact shimmered with radiance, unleashing lethal attacks upon the 4 supremes of the Qin family with relentless ferocity. Is this all the primordial sacred land is capable of? Enduring a strike from Luo Changtian, Qin Hai was sent hurtling hundreds of miles away, a trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. He extended his right hand to gently wipe away the blood, his eyes brimming with disdain. 5 against 4, and you find yourselves in such a predicament. Do you even know how to fight? If not, I shall teach you. With that, Qin Hai steadied himself in midair, his aura surging once more. Behind him, the figure of the king of heavenly punishment grew more substantial, his weapon seemingly materializing into a tangible form. The king of heavenly punishment strikes. Qin Ji bellowed, his sword slicing fiercely through the void ahead. Damn it! Sensing the terrifying malevolence carried by this move, Luo Changtian hastily summoned his inner energy and employed a secret technique to draw upon a portion of his three brothers' powers, attempting to withstand Qin Ji's assault. However, he quickly discerned something amiss. This strike from Qin Ji was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Caught in a trap, a thought flickered through Luo Changtian's mind, prompting him to dissipate the borrowed energy. Just then, three muffled groans echoed. His three brothers were struck by the three elders, letting out pained exclamations. Turning to look, he saw the trio sent flying hundreds of miles away, their forms retreating uncontrollably. The space around them was constantly torn apart by the horrific attacks, only to gradually mend itself. Old fool, you resort to underhanded tactics. Luo Changtian seethed with fury, his supreme artifact radiating a brilliant light as he charged toward Qin Ji. Qin Ji laughed heartily. I thrive on fools like you. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Qin Ji wielded his supreme artifact to collide violently with Luo Changtian's. A terrifying sound reverberated throughout the entire expanse. Luo Changtian was sent flying hundreds of miles by this blow. Before he could regain his composure, Qin Ji's assault arrived once more. Luo Changtian activated his supreme artifact to counter Qin Ji's onslaught. A series of resounding clashes erupted in various directions across the sky. After dozens of exchanges, Luo Changtian's figure had already appeared 1,000 miles away. Along the way, the space was torn apart multiple times by the terrifying shockwaves, only to slowly restore itself. Is this the might of the Supreme, capable of shredding space at will? Qin Jiu Ge observed the ongoing clash between Qin Ji and Luo Changtian in the sky, silently marveling. At the same time, he noted an intriguing observation. The Qin family, true to their reputation as a villainous clan, exhibited undeniable strength. For Supremes battling against five, and yet they did not falter, even managing to press the advantage. Contemplating this, Qin Jiu Ge couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Qin family is indeed formidable. However, it is perplexing that upon encountering the Chosen One, they seem to falter, watching helplessly as they are surpassed. Chapter 89. The Qin family's semi-emperor. The arrival. Puff. Luo Changtian was hurled hundreds of miles away by Qin Ji's terrifying attack. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his momentum steadily waning. In stark contrast, Qin Ji appeared invigorated, exuding an overwhelming might. His imposing figure moved nimbly, relentlessly launching assaults from every conceivable angle against Luo Changtian. For the moment, Luo Changtian could only endure passively. Due to being violently struck by Qin Ji, a formidable gap has emerged in the previously impenetrable combined attack technique. Seizing this opportunity, the three elders of the Qin family relentlessly assaulted Luo Changtian's three brothers. First, Luo Changxia was sent flying hundreds of miles by the second elder's spear, akin to a baseball being hit, blood spraying profusely. Next, Luo Changwu was struck on the arm by the third elder's colossal axe. Had it not been for Luo Changwu's swift reflexes in using his supreme artifact to deflect the blow, his arm would surely have been cleaved off. Luo Changdi found himself ensnared by the first elder's soul-chasing blood claw, which tore through his thigh, leaving 5 grotesque wounds that bled incessantly. As for the already injured Qingfeng Supreme, his condition was the most tragic. The residual force from the third elder's axe sent him hurtling hundreds of miles away, and when he finally managed to rise, his right arm dangled limply, clearly broken. The sight of 5 against 4 being so thoroughly dominated was appalling. Yi Wufei observed the scene, his disdain evident as he watched the 5 Supremes of the Holy Land bleeding profusely. Although he was merely at the Dharma realm, the inadequacy of the Holy Land's 5 Supremes was glaring. He had initially anticipated a fierce confrontation that would lead to mutual destruction between the 5 Supremes of the Holy Land and the 4 of the Qin family, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. However, the current situation saw the 5 Supremes of the Holy Land being overpowered and injured by the Qin family, leaving him to wonder how much longer they could endure. Luo Jia was equally astonished by the unfolding events. Throughout her life, Supremes had always been synonymous with unparalleled strength, capable of annihilating worlds. Yet, this encounter suggested otherwise. Her side, comprising 5 Supremes, should have had the upper hand against the 4 from the Qin family. But it was evidently not the case. Moreover, Luo Jia's admiration for the Holy Land had dissipated. She had always taken pride in her identity as the Holy Maiden. But her encounter with Yi Wufei had gradually revealed the vulnerabilities of the Holy Land. Yi Wufei had warned her that her status as the so-called Holy Maiden was merely that of a pawn, and once her utility waned, the Holy Land would discard her like refuse. Initially, she had been skeptical of his words. Yet, today, confronted with the pressure from the four supremes of the Qin family, it became clear that the Holy Land was indeed prepared to sacrifice her and Yi Wufei in exchange for an imperial artifact. This cold-bloodedness and short-sightedness became Luo Jia's most candid assessment of the Holy Land. The astonishing potential of Yi Wufei far surpassed that of a mere imperial artifact. Yi Wufei had once boasted that once his cultivation reached fruition, he would stand at the pinnacle of Tianxuan Continent, achieving the status of a great emperor with ease, let alone nurturing several imperial artifacts. This realization had prompted Luo Jia to lower herself to associate with Yi Wufei, always considering his interests. Yet now, the Holy Land was willing to betray her and Yi Wufei for the sake of an imperial artifact. In light of this, she could no longer be blamed for her cold-heartedness. Luo Jia had already made up her mind. Once this matter was resolved, she would forsake the Holy Land and wander the world with Yi Wufei. In the future, when Yi Wufei ascended to the status of a great emperor, she would ensure the Holy Land was utterly eradicated. Today's grievances could not simply be overlooked. However, the immediate priority was to repel the four supreme beings of the Qin family, as even Qin Jiu Ge was unable to partake in such a formidable battle, let alone she and Yi Wufei. The best course of action was to wait patiently. Luo Jia extended her delicate white hand and clasped Yi Wufei's large hand, saying, "Brother Wufei, do not worry. Regardless of who abandons you, Jar will always stand by your side. Should the Holy Land show no mercy, I shall defy it and roam the world with you." Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, Yi Wufei nodded. "Rest assured, Jar, I will ascend to the pinnacle and ensure that all who have wronged us pay a bloody price." At that moment, Luo Chongwu's figure was violently torn from the fabric of space, hurtling backward for hundreds of miles. He had just been struck by the fierce wind generated by the Third Elder's colossal axe, utterly lacking the strength to resist, and was sent flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Luo Chongwu's left arm hung limply at his side, his gaze toward the Third Elder filled with trepidation. This old man was not only immensely powerful, but seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy. From the onset of the battle, he had relentlessly pressed the attack, leaving Luo Chongwu unable to raise his head. Were it not for the intricacies of their combined technique, he would have likely perished at the hands of the Third Elder by now. "Brother, when will the reinforcements arrive?" Luo Chongwu inquired anxiously, sending a thought to Luo Changtian. Since the battle began, Luo Changtian had informed the four supreme beings of the Qin family that reinforcements from the Taichu Holy Land were on their way. Yet now, not a single shadow of assistance had appeared. If this continued, he would soon be beaten to death by the Third Elder. Meanwhile, Luo Changtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at Qin Hai with eyes full of dread. Having known Qin Hai for many years, he had believed that even if he were not a match for him, the difference would not be significant. However, during the recent skirmish, Qin Hai had consistently dominated the fight, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. His internal organs churned violently, and a sweet, metallic taste surged in his throat, indicating substantial internal injury. Not only was the weakest Luo Chongwu in dire straits, but even he was on the verge of collapse. "Let us wait a little longer. I have already urged them. They should arrive shortly," he conveyed to Luo Chongwu. "Once our Holy Land's reinforcements arrive, we will surely cut down these old ruffians." With a determined swallow, suppressing the tumult within, Luo Changtian urged Luo Chongwu to hold on a bit longer. The battle was exceedingly perilous, with the Qin family's elders attacking like madmen. If Luo Chongwu was not given a glimmer of hope, he feared he might not endure. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the realm. The five supreme beings of the Taichu Holy Land immediately displayed expressions of delight upon sensing this presence. It was unmistakably the aura of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor referred to a being at the 9th level of supremacy, merely a step away from attaining the status of a great emperor. A formidable quasi-emperor capable of easily subduing all the supreme beings of the Qin family appeared, eliciting smiles from Luo Jia and Yi Wufei. Regardless of the circumstances, they were relieved to be alive today. However, upon the arrival of this powerful presence, all were left dumbfounded. The newcomer donned a black robe emblazoned with a prominent character for Qin on his chest, nearly blinding them with its brilliance. This quasi-emperor turned out to be a member of the Qin family. Chapter 90. The late-stage antagonist? Is the Qin family above the sacred grounds? Upon seeing the visitor, the 5 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred ground wore grim expressions, their faces darkened. They were already at a disadvantage and had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of their own formidable ally. Yet, instead of assistance, it was a member of the Qin family who arrived. This quasi-emperor needed no extra effort to obliterate them effortlessly. On the other side, Qin Hai and his companions felt a surge of relief upon the sight of this quasi-emperor. They had initially feared that the sacred ground would deploy a quasi-emperor, which would pose a significant challenge for them. Now, however, with an ally from their own side, they could relish the prospect of decisively overpowering Luo Changtian and his associates. Suppressing his joy, Qin Hai slightly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, elder of the second clan." The quasi-emperor was none other than Qin Run, sent by the clan leader Qin Wuchen to provide assistance. Although Qin Jiu Ge had only met Qin Run once, he too bowed slightly in respect. Recognizing him as a powerful ally from the Qin family, Qin Run nodded in acknowledgement, returning the courtesy. Luo Jia and Yi Wufei turned pale, their expressions filled with confusion as they regarded Qin Run. Was this not the territory of the Taichu sacred ground? Why had a quasi-emperor from the Qin family arrived, while no one from the sacred ground had shown up yet? Jiu Ge, you are indeed remarkable, truly worthy of being the unicorn of my Qin family, capable of awakening 2 imperial weapons at the manifestation realm. In my many years, I have never witnessed such a prodigy, Qin Run remarked, his usually stern face breaking into an unexpected smile as he suddenly appeared beside Qin Jiu Ge. He then turned to face the 5 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred ground, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him like a tidal wave, forcefully suppressing them. You old wretches. First, you bully my Qin family's unicorn, and now you dare to exploit our fewer numbers, attempting to unleash a massacre. Is it your intention to humiliate the young and old of my Qin family? I stand before you today. If any of you are dissatisfied, come forth and contest with me. I welcome all. Hearing Qin Run's words, the 5 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred ground wore bitter expressions. Bullying? How had they bullied anyone? Aside from the initial incident where Qin Feng and Mingwei had suppressed Qin Jiu Ge momentarily due to their supreme cultivation, since the arrival of the old men from Qin Hai. Despite their numerical advantage, they had been on the receiving end of a beating all along. Was this truly considered bullying? The supreme beings of the Taichu sacred ground felt a sense of bitterness. Bullying? If this can be considered bullying, then they too wish to experience such treatment. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Changtian gritted his teeth and stepped forward amidst the crowd. I have encountered you, Your Excellency Qin Run, a being of unparalleled cultivation, and I hold you in the highest regard. However, this is the territory of our Taichu Holy Land. Your brazen proclamations and ostentation here may provoke thoughts from our Holy Land. Do you not fear that? Though his words were delivered with righteous fervor, only Luo Changtian knew the cold sweat that trickled down his palms and back. A quasi-emperor possesses the power to obliterate him with a mere flick of the wrist. Moreover, it is highly unlikely that the Taichu Holy Land would confront a quasi-emperor for the sake of one supreme being. His intent was merely to brandish a formidable front to intimidate Qin Run, hoping to secure their release. In response to Luo Changtian's veiled threats, Qin Run displayed utter disdain, his tone laced with arrogance. And what of it? Can your Taichu Holy Land truly detain me? If you could, it would be another matter altogether. But should you fail to restrain me, my departure will herald the demise of your Holy Land. Hearing this, Luo Changtian's visage turned a deep shade of purple. He recognized the truth in Qin Run's assertion. At the quasi-emperor level, one is nearly immortal and exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Should Qin Run escape, the repercussions for the Taichu Holy Land would be dire, as the vengeance of a quasi-emperor is no trifling matter. Consequently, the once mighty 5 supreme beings fell silent, too intimidated to utter a word. However, their silence did not equate to Qin Run's willingness to let them off the hook. You lot. Qin Run's proud voice resonated. First, you bullied my Qin family's prodigy, and then you ganged up on my kin, only to find yourselves in my grasp. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your lives, but each of you must compensate me with 100 pounds of divine source. Faced with Qin Run's extortion, Luo Changtian and the others felt a wave of frustration. So, after being beaten, they were also required to pay a tribute? Is it permissible for a quasi-emperor to behave in such a manner? For a moment, none of the 5 supreme beings dared to respond. Very well, then. As silence reigned, Qin Run's fury flared. With a flick of his wrist, a square seal measuring 5 inches appeared in his hand, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The seal, entirely black, was of unknown origin. Could it be the Qin family's quasi-emperor weapon, the Arhat's heavenly seal? Luo Changtian's disbelief was palpable as he regarded the artifact in Qin Run's grasp. What kind of treatment does Qin Jiu Ge receive? It was one thing for the 4 supreme beings of the Qin family to traverse great distances for aid, given that Qin Hai is Qin Jiu Ge's grandfather. But for Qin Run, a seasoned powerhouse of the Qin family, to carry a quasi-emperor weapon in the company of a junior? Amongst all the holy sons and daughters, who has ever been afforded such absurdity? Under the weight of Qin Run's pressure, Luo Changtian and his companions begrudgingly complied, pained expressions evident as they procured the divine source. Seeing them produce the divine source, Qin Run nodded in satisfaction. Now depart. But leave that one over there who dared to strike at Jiu Ge. Upon hearing these words, the supreme being of the clear wind displayed an expression of utter despair. He realized that his life was beyond salvation. The other supreme beings, though filled with sorrow and indignation, dared not linger. They tore apart the fabric of space and departed from this place. Once the supremes of the Holy Land had left, Qin Run swiftly appeared beside Qin Jiu Ge, presenting him with the divine essence he had just gathered, while declaring, "Indeed, as a scion of the Qin family, I fear no power. Should any force dare to bully the weak, the Qin family shall ensure their disappearance." At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge, absorbing the assertive words of Qin Run and the conviction in his tone, felt a flicker of uncertainty. The Qin family seemed to possess a far greater terror than he had previously imagined. From Qin Run's tone, it appeared that he held the primordial Holy Land in little regard, as if, at his whim, he could obliterate the Holy Land without difficulty. Initially, he believed the so-called Holy Land to be exalted above the 4 immortal imperial clans, yet it now seemed that was not the case. This suggested that he was not merely a late-stage antagonist, but rather a genuine, formidable late-game foe, one of those strongest clans that would ultimately be vanquished by the destined child of fate. Chapter 91. The Child of Destiny and the Female Protagonist's Mutual Annihilation. Below, Luo Jia and Yi Wufei gazed at the heavens, their eyes filled with dread as they beheld Qin Run, who regarded the primordial Holy Land with disdain. They could hardly fathom that a seemingly mundane assassination attempt, involving 2 supremes, could result in such a catastrophic defeat. The death of the esteemed Ming Yu was already an unbearable loss. Now, in a bid to quell the turmoil, the primordial Holy Land had actually handed them over to the Qin family? Did this imply there was no chance left for them to survive? Yi Wufei had once believed that by aligning himself with the holy maiden Luo Jia, he would be forever secure. Yet, it appeared that this so-called holy maiden was merely a pawn easily discarded. Jiar, is the primordial Holy Land truly this heartless? As he spoke, a tremor marked his voice. His gaze towards Luo Jia no longer filled with affection, but rather tinged with disdain and frustration. Luo Jia wiped the sweat cascading down her face, the once cold demeanor of the holy maiden evaporating, her tone laced with fear. "Wufei, do not worry. I have assured the Supremes that the primordial Holy Land will not abandon us." However, before she could finish, the 4 Supremes of the primordial Holy Land, led by Luo Changtian, dragged the severely injured Ming Yu, tearing through space to make their escape. This turn of events filled Luo Jia and Yi Wufei with despair. They had become pawns discarded by the primordial Holy Land, falling into the hands of Qin Jiu Ge, the very target they had conspired to eliminate. How could Qin Jiu Ge possibly spare them? Observing the disheartened expressions of Yi Wufei and Luo Jia, Qin Jiu Ge's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh, my dear guests, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? You have already sought me out after I had yet to exact my vengeance for your previous affront. Pray tell, how should I reward you for your audacity?" As Qin Jiu Ge unleashed his formidable aura, he activated the chaotic body, enveloping the surroundings in a veil of chaotic purple energy. The oppressive force weighed heavily upon Yi Wufei and Luo Jia, making their breaths labored. "Divine Son, hear my explanation. I was merely seduced by that wretched Luo Jia into taking action against you." In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Wufei swiftly cast Luo Jia aside, betraying her without hesitation. Upon hearing Yi Wufei's heartless words, particularly the derogatory label. Luo Jia gazed at her with wide, incredulous eyes, as if she were a stranger. Did others not know? Yet Yi Wufei remained oblivious? Everything Luo Jia had done was for Yi Wufei's sake. Now, witnessing her abandonment by the Taichu's sacred land, reduced to a mere pawn, how could Yi Wufei treat her this way? Wufei, how could you speak to me like this? Everything I did was for you. Before she could finish, Yi Wufei brutally interrupted. Silence, wretched woman. Did you not say that the divine son Jiugong possesses treasures and is alone? It was the perfect opportunity to strike. If I had not been seduced by you, how could I have dared to act against him? The assailants on Jiugong were all your people from the Taichu's sacred land. How could a mere rogue like myself summon the prowess of the sacred land's elites? In a desperate attempt to save herself, Yi Wufei unreservedly shifted all the blame onto Luo Jia. Luo Jia stared at her in disbelief, as if she were unrecognizable. Raised within the sacred land, she had received elite education, and in a battle of words, she found herself at a disadvantage against the rough-and-tumble Yi Wufei. She could not fathom that the man who once swore undying loyalty would turn so heartlessly against her. Is that so? Qin Jiugong's mocking voice echoed once more. Indeed, Yi Wufei nodded vigorously, insisting, Divine son Jiugong, that is the truth. I have made myself clear. As a mere rogue, I could never summon the sacred land's experts. It was all that wretched Luo Ji is doing. Before she could finish, Qin Jiugong's voice rang out. If that is the case, let the heavens show mercy. You too shall fight. The one who survives shall not face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia hesitated. She felt a pang of reluctance towards Yi Wufei, unwilling to partake in such a treacherous act. However, at that moment, Yi Wufei struck decisively, delivering a swift blow aimed directly at Luo Jia's heart. The spiritual energy enveloping her hand sliced through Luo Jia's chest like a dagger. Had Luo Jia not managed to twist her body at the last moment, that strike would have been lethal. Wufei, after all this time, do you not know how I feel for you? How could you? Luo Jia clutched her chest, blood gushing forth. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yi Wufei. Silence, wretched woman. You only did this to deceive me. Yi Wufei spat, advancing with lethal intent. Luo Jia, who had harbored some lingering hope for Yi Wufei, now faced the bitter reality of betrayal. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. As she prepared to fight for her life, Qin Jiu Ge stood in the air, savoring the dramatic spectacle of this dog-eat-dog scenario. A confrontation between the chosen one and the heroine was indeed a rare sight. It appeared that Yi Wufei was nothing more than an ordinary person after all. When faced with peril, the instinct for self-preservation took precedence, revealing the darker aspects of human nature. With the blade of the floating pagoda, Yi Wufei bellowed, radiance emanating from his hands as a luminous blade, several feet long, sliced through the air like lightning towards Luo Jia. Golden Bell protects. Luo Jia, drenched in blood, uttered a light rebuke as a golden light enveloped her entirely. Yet, her severely injured form could only sustain itself for a brief moment before succumbing to defeat. The luminous blade cleaved her body in two, blood cascading through the air. Yi Wufei swiftly advanced, raising his right hand to sever Luo Jia's head, then turned to Qin Jiu Ge with a sycophantic gaze. Divine One, I have slain this wretched woman. Might I inquire if now? Qin Jiu Ge waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, what I have uttered is true. You are free now. Be on your way. Upon hearing Qin Jiu Ge's words, a smile broke through the blood-splattered visage of Yi Wufei. As expected, without ruthlessness, one cannot maintain a firm stance. Channeling his spiritual energy, Yi Wufei leapt into the air, preparing to depart this treacherous realm. In the next heartbeat, with a mere glance from Qin Jiu Ge, a massive hand of spiritual energy materialized, capturing Yi Wufei in its grip. The Supreme Wuchang remained composed as he clenched his fist. In an instant, Yi Wufei's body erupted into a mist of blood. In his final moments, Yi Wufei could scarcely believe his fate. Was it not agreed? Qin Jiu Ge chuckled disdainfully. I did mention that I would not strike. However, I never claimed that those beside me would refrain from action. Chapter 92. The name of Jiu Ge spreads across the continent. With Yi Wufei's form disintegrating into a cloud of blood, Qin Jiu Ge understood that it was time to depart. Turning, he entered the flying vessel, offering his respects to Qin Hai and the others. This time, it was thanks to these individuals that he had escaped the clutches of Yi Wufei and Luo Jia. Thus, despite his exalted status as the scion of the Qin family, equivalent to that of the clan leader. Qin Jiu Ge humbly knelt in gratitude. Thank you, grandfather, esteemed elders, and the second clan elder for saving my life. Before he could finish, Qin Hai, beaming with joy, assisted him to his feet. Indeed, you live up to the reputation of my Qin family's unicorn. In the realm of law, you wielded 2 imperial weapons against a supreme being and emerged unscathed, something unheard of and unseen throughout the ages. The 3 elders nearby chimed in, showering him with lavish praise. Indeed, we never anticipated that at such a tender age, Jiu Ge would possess such fortune and prowess, capable of subduing imperial weapons. The Qin family had long yearned for a formidable leader to unify the Tianxuan Continent, and it seemed that the chosen one had finally emerged. After many years of seclusion, this outing brought immense joy to the old man. Not only had a splendid battle unfolded, but he had also witnessed the brilliance of our young dragon, surpassing us old-timers by far. Though the semi-emperor Qin Run remained silent, the perpetual smile upon his lips spoke volumes of his delight. The elders' accolades were unwarranted. I merely wished to uphold the dignity of the Qin family. Upon hearing the praises of several elders, Qin Jiu Ge clasped his hands, his tone devoid of any arrogance. This humble demeanor further pleased the elders immensely. At merely 18 years of age, possessing a cultivation level of 6 layers of Dharma manifestation, and having subdued 2 imperial weapons, his achievements would have inflated the pride of others. Yet Qin Jiu Ge remained remarkably modest. This is what one might call a grand vision. Enough of this talk. Qin Hai interjected with a hearty laugh, interrupting the conversation between the 3 elders and Qin Jiu Ge. Grasping Qin Jiu Ge's hand, his weathered face radiated joy, his eyes sparkling with pride. My grandson has battled the supreme beings and must be utterly exhausted. Let us return to the clan, where you can rest properly. The clan leader will surely be delighted to hear of your remarkable exploits at the primordial sacred land. Meanwhile, within the primordial sacred land, the opulent hall, resplendent with gold and jewels, boasted a ceiling soaring several dozen feet high, adorned with luminous pearls the size of bowls, illuminating the space as if it were day even in the night. Luo Changtian and his 3 brothers knelt on the ground, crafted entirely from heavenly gangstone. Their heads bowed low. Despite being gravely injured, Mingyue Supreme lay on a stretcher, striving to maintain an upright posture, fearfully gazing at the man seated upon the throne above. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a brilliant yellow robe that exuded an air of nobility. He was none other than the master of the primordial sacred land, Luo Shan. Master, the Saintess Luo Jia implored us to take action against the Qin family's divine son. Blinded by our folly, we truly engaged him in battle. Yet, the Qin family was well prepared, and we suffered defeat. Qingfeng Supreme was killed as a result. The Saintess Luo Jia and that wild youth have been captured, their fates unknown. We implore the master to decide our punishment. Luo Changtian recounted the events with trepidation, his gaze filled with fear as he looked upon Luo Shan. Why would the divine son of the Qin family be targeted by Luo Jia? He was merely a boy of 17 or 18. How could they mobilize 6 supreme beings for such a task? Anger filled Luo Shan's eyes. A mere saintess could command 6 supreme beings? Did they not regard him, the master, at all? Reporting to the master, the Qin family's divine son, Qin Jiu Ge, though young, is exceedingly formidable. Luo Changtian spoke again, his voice trembling. He possesses the chaos body and the power of dual pupils, mastering numerous devastating techniques. Most importantly, he wields 2 imperial weapons. At the mention of imperial weapons, Luo Shan's demeanor shifted instantly, his contempt replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. Continue. Luo Shan could hardly fathom that an 18-year-old youth could possess 2 imperial weapons. How is this possible? Even the primordial sacred land had only 4 imperial weapons, and all were damaged. Master, initially, it was Qingfeng and Mingyue who attempted to ambush the Qin family's divine son. However, it turned out that he was accompanied by a supreme being who entangled Qingfeng Supreme. When Mingyue Supreme moved to apprehend the youth, to our shock, he produced 2 imperial weapons, standing toe-to-toe with Mingyue Supreme. Subsequently, the old scoundrel Qin Hai, accompanied by 3 supreme beings, descended upon us and ruthlessly eliminated the supreme Qingfeng. When we received the distress signal and hastened to the scene, the situation, which had been evenly matched, unexpectedly tilted as a quasi-emperor from the Qin family tore through the fabric of space, threatening us with annihilation unless we surrendered Luo Jia and that wild brat. or face the obliteration of our Taichu Holy Land. I implore the Holy Master to seek justice for us and restore the dignity of Taichu Holy Land. At this juncture, Luo Changtian's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. A dignified supreme being, reduced to such humiliation, what a disgrace. Boom. Within the grand hall, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Everything within several feet of Luo Shan was reduced to mere dust in an instant. How dare the Qin family act with such audacity? Luo Shan slammed his palm against the air, rising in fury to bellow. Witnessing Luo Shan's wrath, Luo Changtian felt a flicker of joy within. If the Holy Master focused his ire on the Qin family, he would temper his punishment towards them. This was indeed a piece of good news. However, in the very next moment, the furious Luo Shan sank back into his seat, letting out a long, despondent sigh. Never mind, let them be. The two old demons of the Qin family are not so easily dealt with. Meanwhile, throughout the various corners of the Taichu Holy Land, tales of Qin Jiu Ge's exploits began to circulate. Have you heard? That scion of the Qin family, wielding the law manifestation cultivation, controlled 2 imperial weapons and faced off against the supreme beings of the Holy Land. Is that true? Are you certain they are imperial weapons? It has been ages since any new imperial weapon has emerged in the Tianxuan Continent. This Qin family scion possesses 2. How could there be any doubt? My second aunt's cousin's nephew's son works as a handyman in the Taichu Holy Land, and he shared this news. I was under the impression that the prodigies of the Holy Land were invincible, only to discover that someone possesses even greater valor. Who is this Qin family scion? Need it be said? An 18-year-old at the 6th level of law manifestation, equipped with 2 imperial weapons, standing firm against the supreme beings. Calling him the foremost among the younger generation is hardly an exaggeration. Chapter 93. The Imperial Clan and the Holy Land are astounded. This young man is terrifyingly impressive. Soon, the news of Qin Jiu Ge attaining the 6th level of law manifestation at the tender age of 18, coupled with his possession of the chaotic body and the power of the dual pupils, reverberated throughout all the Holy Lands and Imperial clans. The contemporary leaders and holy masters of the 8 great Holy Lands and 6 major Imperial clans were left utterly astonished by this revelation. At 18, reaching the 6th level of law manifestation is already considered extraordinary talent that would be nurtured as the future of any family, regardless of location. Adding the chaotic body and the power of the dual pupils into the mix, it seems unprecedented in the history of the Tianxuan Continent. Before long, more definitive news arrived. Qin Jiu Ge, wielding 2 imperial weapons, stood resolutely against the supreme beings of the Taichu Holy Land without losing ground. Upon hearing this, the holy masters of various holy lands and the heads of the imperial clans were rendered speechless in shock. A prodigious youth of 18 is something they had occasionally encountered, albeit none as remarkable as Qin Jiu Ge. However, an 18-year-old at the 6th level of law manifestation with 2 imperial weapons was beyond their wildest imagination. In the grand hall of the Tianxuan Holy Land, the celestial sovereign, Xuanji, sat upon his throne, gazing down at the dense throng below. Disbelief etched upon his countenance. Was this news credible? Was the prodigious scion of the Qin family truly as formidable as the rumors suggested? As he spoke, Xuanji's piercing gaze swept over the multitude. Those caught in his sight flinched as though struck by a blade, the pain palpable. After a moment, a young man clad in a dark robe, strikingly handsome, stepped forth from the crowd, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His voice carried a bitter undertone. I report to you, Father, that this rumor is indeed true. The assembly lifted their gazes, recognizing him as Xuanji's sole offspring and the holy son of the Xiantian Holy Land, Xian Yushou. Just yesterday, I was dispatched by you, Father, to attend the grand assembly of the Taichu Holy Land, where I had several encounters with this Qin family prodigy. Before he could finish, a dark, ethereal whip of condensed energy lashed out, striking the young man, causing him to spew forth blood. An irate voice reverberated from the throne. How many times must I reiterate? When discussing matters of state, address me as sovereign. Struggling to rise, Xian Yushou clasped his hands again. I report to you, sovereign, that during the assembly, this holy son explored the 9th trial of the Purple Mountain alongside the Qin family scion. His imperial weapon, the primordial bell, must have been acquired from there. As for the other matter, I am unaware. The 9th trial of the Purple Mountain? At the mention of this name, Xuanji's body involuntarily quaked, as if haunted by dreadful memories. In his own tenure as Holy Son, he had ventured into the Purple Mountain but faltered at the 6th trial, narrowly escaping with his life. How extraordinary was it that this Qin family scion could triumph over the 9th trial? What terrifying talent must he possess? Should he continue to grow in strength, would there still be a place for them in the Xiantian Holy Land? In the Hall of the Radiant Holy Land, where flames served as their faith, all present donned vibrant crimson garments, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Fiery light billowed from massive cauldrons on either side. As a robust man clad in a scarlet robe and crowned with flames sat upon the throne, overseeing a young man before him. Yet, despite the throngs within the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space, all eyes fixated on the man upon the throne and the youth before him. Wu, what you spoke of earlier, was it indeed true? The Qin family scion possesses 2 imperial weapons? A fleeting shadow of shame crossed the young man's visage, but he promptly offered a solemn clasp of his hands. I report to you, Sovereign, it is indeed the case. I have just returned from the Taichu Holy Land, where this news has spread like wildfire. The Qin family, in pursuit of the 9 Song scion, mobilized 4 supreme beings and 1 quasi-emperor, coercing the Taichu Holy Land to hand over the Holy Maiden, Luo Jia. Since that time, no one has laid eyes upon Holy Maiden Luo Jia or her accompanying rogue. It is likely they have been slain by the Qin family. Having relayed the intelligence he had gathered, the middle-aged man on the throne fell into deep contemplation. After a protracted silence, a voice, tinged with weariness, emerged. From this perspective, it seems that the scion of the Qin family is indeed a formidable figure. At merely 18 years of age, he has reached the 6th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm, possesses both a chaotic body and dual pupils, and has even subdued 2 imperial weapons. It has been eons since a great emperor graced the Tianxuan Continent. Could it be that another is about to emerge? Should that occur, it would likely result in a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the land and rivers flowing with blood. Let it be proclaimed that, effective immediately, the Holy Light Sanctuary shall unconditionally seek an alliance with the Qin family, and envoys must be dispatched forthwith to express our intentions of reconciliation. As the last words were spoken, the middle-aged man's figure mysteriously vanished from the throne, along with the youth who had just responded. In the Tianxuan Continent, the Lu family, one of the imperial clans, has also experienced a decline in relations with the Qin family over the years, leading to several confrontations with casualties on both sides. Lu Guanhai, the patriarch, sat in his study, holding a confidential letter. Lu Ruoyan, is everything written in this letter true? Opposite him stood a graceful figure in a green cheongsam, the hem cut high, revealing her fair thighs, and a low neckline accentuating her figure. It was none other than Lu Ruoyan, his only daughter. From a young age, Lu Ruoyan possessed extraordinary talent, achieving the 4th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm at just 17, earning her the title of a prodigy within the Lu family. She had participated in the recent gathering of the Taichu Holy Land. Initially, under her father's guidance, she contemplated eliminating Qin Jiu Ge to deal a significant blow to the Qin family. However, after some time, she reluctantly realized that with her current cultivation, she could not inflict any harm upon Qin Jiu Ge, and thus refrained from taking any action. In retrospect, her caution had indeed preserved her life. The Taichu Holy Land occupied a strategic advantage and had dispatched 6 supreme beings, yet they returned empty-handed. Her father's letter was not mistaken. The news had already spread throughout the Taichu Holy Land that Qin Jiu Ge not only possessed remarkable talent, but also the assistance of 2 imperial weapons. If he were allowed to mature further, Lu Guanhai slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "The Qin family and my Lu family are sworn enemies." Over the years, countless kin have fallen at the hands of the Qin family. Should this young man grow stronger, my Lu family would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Send my orders. Mobilize the family's secret guards to closely monitor Qin Jiu Ge. At the first opportunity, we must eliminate him at any cost. Chapter 94. Fusion of the Ancient Holy Body. Upgrading the Chaotic Body. Within the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge felt a sense of urgency amidst the enthusiastic chatter of the elders and his grandfather, Qin Hai. He was eager to discover what rewards awaited him for slaying Yi Wufei, a developed, destined child. However, Qin Hai and the elders continued to engage him in conversation, leaving him no chance to assess his gains. In resignation, Qin Jiu Ge respectfully gestured to his grandfather, Qin Hai, the 3 elders, and the Qin Run. Please continue your discussion. I feel a surge of enlightenment and wish to return to my courtyard for further contemplation. I may need to enter seclusion, so I hope you won't mind." Hearing Qin Jiu Ge's words, Qin Hai and the three elders immediately burst into smiles and urged him to depart. "Go ahead. This journey is fraught with peril, and surely the rewards will be substantial. Indeed, it is the life and death crises that forge a person's character. If you can seize opportunities amidst such dangers, it is truly your fortune." After bidding farewell to the elders, Qin Jiu Ge swiftly returned to his courtyard. As he gazed in the direction of Qin Jiu Ge's disappearance, a smile could barely be contained on Qin Hai's lips. In comparison to innate talent, he admired Qin Jiu Ge's temperament even more. A typical prodigy, even with half of Qin Jiu Ge's capabilities, would likely be insufferably proud. Yet Qin Jiu Ge remained humble, working harder and cherishing opportunities more than others. This is undoubtedly a stroke of luck for the Qin family. The three elders, witnessing Qin Hai's beaming demeanor, echoed their praises. "Master, this child Jiu Ge is truly remarkable, possessing not only extraordinary talent, but also a character that is rare among thousands. Indeed, with such a child, the future of our Qin family is promising. With both talent and diligence, he is indeed the Qilin child of our Qin family." Even Qin Run, who was typically stern and averse to flattery, could not help but nod in agreement. "Qin Hai, your grandson is truly exceptional." Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Jiu Ge summoned the protection of the Wuchang Supreme and prepared to enter seclusion. The Wuchang Supreme acquiesced, enveloping the entire courtyard in his supreme aura. Qin Jiu Ge sat cross-legged on his bed, awakening the system. Beep. Host has slain the child of destiny, Yi Wufei, and received the reward, Ancient Saint Body. Upon hearing the name of the Ancient Saint Body, Qin Jiu Ge was filled with joy. The Ancient Saint Body is an extraordinary physique, rivaling even the Chaos Body. If it were not for the excessive resources required for its development, it would not be deemed a wasteful physique. However, as the scion of the Qin family, resources were the least of his concerns. Qin Jiu Ge believed that, given time, the Ancient Saint Body, like the Chaos Body, would become a formidable weapon in his arsenal. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "Detection complete. The Ancient Saint Body and Chaos Body are simultaneously present. Host, do you wish to fuse them?" Qin Jiu Ge was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? The Chaos Body and Ancient Saint Body could be fused? He had never heard of such a thing. As if sensing Qin Jiu Ge's confusion, the system elaborated. "Host, both the Chaos Body and the Ancient Saint Body are extraordinary physiques. They can indeed be fused. The resultant entity will be far more potent than either the Chaos Body or the Ancient Saint Body alone." Intrigued by the system's explanation, Qin Jiu Ge decided. "Let us proceed with the fusion." Fusion in progress. As the system's voice faded, a terrifying aura surged forth, shattering the heavens. The sky above Qin Jiu Ge's courtyard, extending for hundreds of miles, was instantly cloaked in a monstrous phenomenon. Deep purple chaotic energy enveloped the entire firmament. Amidst the purple haze, a cerulean lotus flower emerged, as if sprouting from the mire, gradually unfurling its petals. Soon after, a majestic figure, imbued with a profound celestial aura, materialized amidst the chaotic purple energy. Resembling a deity descending from the heavens, as if a celestial king had arrived in the firmament. Two terrifying phenomena clashed like titans, each refusing to yield, relentlessly tearing at the very fabric of reality. This horrifying spectacle instantly roused every member of the Qin family. What was happening? From whence did this dreadful manifestation arise? "I cannot say," came the response. "It resembles the chaotic seed blue lotus of the Nine Songs' divine child. But what of that figure of the celestial king? I have never seen anything like it before. Could it be that the Qin family had given birth to another genius on par with the Nine Songs' divine child?" In the loft of the family head, Qin Wuchen sat in contemplation, listening to the report from Elder Qin Run of the Second Clan. "Elder, are you saying that a mere law manifestation practitioner from the Nine Songs could withstand the might of two imperial weapons against a supreme being without faltering?" Qin Wuchen's face was etched with disbelief. He had thought he had sufficiently estimated Qin Jiu Ge's abilities, yet he had still underestimated her. Indeed, clan leader, this child Jiu Ge has wielded two imperial weapons. Seeing Qin Wuchen's skepticism, Qin Run reiterated his statement. Gradually, Qin Wuchen awoke from the shock of this revelation, his eyes sparkling with joy. If a law manifestation can be so extraordinary, what wonders might lie ahead? At that moment, A terrifying tremor shook the sturdy loft of the family head, as if the very earth were being torn asunder, accompanied by a series of resounding booms. What on earth is happening? Qin Wuchen sprang from his chair, his aura surging as he stabilized the loft before turning his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Upon realizing that the tremors originated from the direction of Qin Jiu Ge's courtyard, disbelief filled his expression. In the next instant, he appeared at the window, looking skyward. Witnessing the familiar chaotic seed blue lotus phenomenon in the heavens, Qin Wuchen understood that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Qin Jiu Ge. Such a monumental upheaval. Could it be that Jiu Ge had once again broken through? As the clan leader, Qin Wuchen prided himself on being extraordinarily gifted, a dragon among men. Yet, he could not recall whether he had possessed such exceptional talents at the age of 17 or 18. Most likely, he had fallen far short. After all, at that time, possessing a third-rank divine body among his peers had already set him apart. Qin Jiu Ge's foundation was far more robust than his own. This could only lead to one conclusion. In response to Qin Wuchen's inquiry, Qin Run awkwardly wiped his nose, revealing a wry smile. How could it have been so short a time? In just a few months. She has soared from the pinnacle of the spiritual sea to the 6th level of law manifestation, while wielding 2 imperial weapons. To regard Qin Jiu Ge as merely an ordinary prodigy would be a grave underestimation. Moreover, Qin Run was equally eager to understand the nature of the phenomenon in the sky, which differed greatly from those previously exhibited by Qin Jiu Ge. Could it be that she possessed other divine bodies in addition to the chaotic body? Let us investigate. With that, Qin Wuchen soared into the air, heading towards Qin Jiu Ge's courtyard, with Qin Run hastily following in his wake. Chapter 95. The qualification of an emperor? No. It is the qualification of a celestial being. In various corners of the Qin family, the elders engaged in cultivation, conversation, and dining. Upon sensing the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the courtyard of Qin Jiu Ge, widened their eyes in disbelief. Had Qin Jiu Ge returned only to undergo another breakthrough? How many times had he ascended during this period? Generally speaking, achieving a significant breakthrough or even 1 or 2 minor advancements within such a time frame would render one a prodigy, a paragon among men. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge had transitioned from the pinnacle of the spiritual sea to the 6th layer of the Dharma aspect, a complete major realm and 6 minor realms. The source of the phenomenon, originating from the courtyard of the Son of 9 Songs, could it be that he had broken through once more? In merely a few months. To experience multiple breakthroughs, truly extraordinary. Qin Hai and the 3 elders sat in the courtyard, savoring tea and discussing their recent pilgrimage to the Taichu sacred land when they suddenly felt a tremor, accompanied by an ominous overcast sky. As the terrifying spectacle reappeared, they attentively discerned its origin from the courtyard of Qin Jiu Ge. A proud radiance instantly illuminated Qin Hai's face. Ha ha ha. As expected, my grandson has just declared his intent to seclude himself, and he has achieved another breakthrough. Judging by this momentum, he must have gained immensely. The 3 elders, witnessing this, were equally elated. They served as the backbone of the Qin clan, yet they too would eventually grow old. The future of the Qin family rested upon the shoulders of the younger generation, particularly those of Qin Jiu Ge. The stronger the youth, the lighter the burden on their elders. Furthermore, a robust Qin family would bring them abundant benefits with no detriments. Consequently, they all expressed their congratulations to Qin Hai. Master, you have indeed sired a remarkable grandson. At such a tender age, his talent and fortune are truly enviable. My own grandsons, whom I once deemed noteworthy, pale in comparison to Jiu Ge. Indeed, it is disheartening to witness such disparity. In our youth, we too were persons of considerable stature, yet who possessed Jiu Ge's innate gifts. The heartfelt praises from the 3 elders rendered Qin Hai's smile even more radiant. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the courtyard of Qin Jiu Ge. Come, let us see what great commotion this lad has stirred. For figures soared into the sky, swiftly arriving at the courtyard of Qin Jiu Ge. As they neared the courtyard, the terrifying aura became increasingly palpable, further validating their suspicions. Indeed, this uproar was instigated by Qin Jiu Ge. Just as the 4 descended, they observed Qin Run and Qin Wuchen approaching from afar, landing gracefully. Qin Hai and the 3 elders promptly greeted Qin Wuchen. Greetings, clan leader. Qin Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to forego formalities, before directing his gaze toward Qin Jiu Ge's chamber and then glancing at Qin Hai. Qin Hai, you have truly sired a remarkable grandson. Over these past months, Jiu has brought me an abundance of surprises. Not only is his talent unparalleled, but his fortune is also invincible. At such a young age, to have subdued 2 imperial weapons, this is simply unprecedented. With such a prodigious child in the Qin family, how can we fear for our future prosperity? Upon hearing Qin Wuqing's commendations, Qin Hai beamed with delight. After all, this was the clan leader, a figure of immense authority within the entire Qin family. Even he treats Qin Jiu Ge with such esteem. As his grandfather, he must feel immensely proud. Meanwhile, within an elegant courtyard, Qin Manyu awakened from her meditation, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She had successfully transcended to the realm of spirit cultivation. Remarkably, this achievement was accomplished within a mere few months, an astonishing acceleration compared to her previous life, where it took her decades to reach such heights. Furthermore, in this life, her supreme bone remained intact, promising a future of unparalleled accomplishments that far surpassed her past. In her previous life, the loss of her supreme bone had inflicted damage upon her essence, and though she later soared to the quasi-emperor level, the damage ultimately led to her failure in achieving the Grand Tao, a lingering sorrow throughout her existence. However, in this life, she firmly believed such misfortune would not befall her again. At that moment, she sensed a formidable aura sweeping through her courtyard. Upon closer inspection, she realized this overwhelming force emanated from the courtyard of Qin Jiu Ge. The intensity of this aura far exceeded any displays he had previously shown. Rising from her bed, Qin Manyu approached the window and gazed outside, murmuring softly, "Could it be that monster has broken through again? How is it that he is so different from his former self?" Qin Manyu distinctly recalled that in her previous life, Qin Jiu Ge's talent was rather mediocre, not particularly outstanding. Instead, his cunning and malice were remarkable. Yet in this life, Qin Jiu Ge not only showered her with affection, but also possessed talents that eclipsed those of his past. She was aware that he had recently received orders from the clan leader, Qin Wuqing, to journey to the primordial sacred land. At that time, Qin Jiu Ge had just completed the trials of the Divine Sun and ascended to the 5th level of the Dharma image realm. Now, in less than a month, was he poised to break through once more? Having reached the Dharma image realm already, could his progress truly be so swift? Was it possible that even with her rebirth, armed with all her memories and advantages, she still could not rival Qin Jiu Ge? This notion was difficult for the ever-proud Qin Manyu to accept, almost leading her to a state of despair. Amidst the celestial phenomena, Qin Jiu Ge's cultivation continued to surge. With each advancement, he ascended to the 7th and then the 8th levels of the Dharma image realm. Following 2 consecutive breakthroughs, his momentum showed no signs of waning. And soon he shattered the confines of the 9th level. In an instant, a cataclysmic force erupted. The courtyard was reduced to ruins, debris strewn about like the aftermath of a disaster. A system notification echoed in Qin Jiu Ge's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the fusion and acquiring the ancient chaos body." At the eye of the storm, Qin Jiu Ge slowly opened his eyes, absorbing the magnitude of his transformation. The 9th level of the Dharma image realm. He had ascended a full 3 levels compared to before. Yet, what thrilled him even more was not merely the elevation of his realm, but the exponential increase in his combat prowess. If he were to face the Mingyue Tianxuan again, he felt confident he could emerge victorious within 100 exchanges. In the Yellow Spring Codex, the ancient figure of the weapon spirit stood proudly, embodying a timeless aura. Observing the remarkable rise of Qin Jiu Ge, who has effortlessly transcended 3 minor realms, the spirit within the artifact could not help but express continuous admiration. This Qin Jiu Ge is far beyond mere imperial talent. He possesses the essence of a celestial being. The spirit stroked its white beard, letting out a long sigh. Who would have anticipated such overwhelming potential in this young man? Thankfully, I was wise enough to follow such a prodigious talent. Not only could he reclaim his peak, but surpassing it is also within the realm of possibility. Chapter 96. The Semi-Emperor's Protection. Resources of the clan at one's disposal. Extremely satisfied with the results of his seclusion, Qin Jiu Ge gradually retracted the extraordinary phenomena, rising amidst the ruins of crumbled walls. Despite the destruction surrounding him, his spirits remained unscathed. A mere building holds no significance for the Qin family or for him at this moment. In this world, as long as one possesses strength, is there any worry about finding shelter? At that moment, Qin Jiu Ge caught sight of Qin Wuqing and Qin Hai, who were waiting in the distance. Without a trace of hesitation, his figure shifted as if teleporting, appearing before them and respectfully bowing. Qin Jiu Ge pays his respects to the clan leader, grandfather, and esteemed elders. Before his words could fully settle, he felt a gentle aura lift him. Before him stood Qin Wuchen, wearing a warm smile. Jiu Ge, you have truly astonished me. Have you made another breakthrough? What level of the Dharma aspect do you now possess? Qin Jiu Ge replied candidly, reporting to the clan leader. I have now attained the 9th level of the Dharma aspect. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment echoed around him. The 9th level of the Dharma aspect at merely 18 years of age? This cannot be a jest. Throughout the annals of the Tianxuan Continent, such a precedent has never existed. At this tender age, having reached the 9th level of the Dharma aspect suggests that, given time, not only the attainment of emperorhood, but also the achievement of celestial status is not out of reach. What is even more astounding is that Qin Jiu Ge possesses the chaos body, the power of dual pupils, and is protected by 2 imperial weapons, making him capable of combat beyond his level. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the pride of my lineage, Qin Hai. Qin Hai exclaimed, striding forward to pat Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement and pride. As one of the 4 immortal imperial clans, competition among the younger generation in the Qin family is fiercely intense. Any junior who can rise above the rest will not only reap immense benefits for themselves, but will also bring recognition to their lineage within the clan. It can be said that Qin Jiu Ge's emergence has instantly elevated his previously overlooked branch to a favored position in the eyes of clan leader Qin Wuchen. Of course, Jiu Ge's current achievements are inseparable from the cultivation provided by the family, the support from the clan leader, and the guidance from the elders. Qin Hai chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, I was so caught up in my excitement that I momentarily forgot the presence of Qin Wuchen. It is indeed a privilege for the Qin family to have such a brilliant junior like Jiu Ge. Qin Wuchen let out a long sigh, disregarding Qin Hai's words, and turned to Qin Jiu Ge. Jiu Ge, the matters concerning the Taichu sacred land were a lapse on my part, placing you in peril and nearly costing you your life. From this day forth, the elders of our clan shall personally safeguard your path. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd was momentarily stunned. According to the customary practices of the Tianxuan Continent, the protectors of the Holy Sun or Divine Sun are typically of the Nirvana realm, with the involvement of a supreme being exceedingly rare. Yet, Qin Wuchen had directly dispatched a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor is one who stands on the threshold of the emperor realm. Would he truly be willing to protect a junior like Qin Jiu Ge? To everyone's astonishment, Qin Run appeared unfazed, merely patting Qin Jiu Ge on the shoulder. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. It would be an honor for me to safeguard a talent such as yourself. The ease with which the second elder agreed left the onlookers in quiet astonishment. Was Qin Jiu Ge truly held in such high regard? The clan leader had personally appointed a quasi-emperor to protect him? However, considering Qin Jiu Ge's extraordinary talent and the peril he faced in the Taichu sacred land, a wave of apprehension washed over them. In the span of thousands of years, the Qin clan had never witnessed a figure as remarkable as Qin Jiu Ge. Should anything untoward happen to such a genius, it would be an insufferable loss for the Qin clan. That Taichu sacred land was indeed deserving of scorn. The conflicts among the younger generation had escalated to the involvement of a supreme being. Had it not been for Jiu Ge's foresight, they would have truly fallen into their trap this time. Indeed, if the Qin clan refrained from taking action, did they think the Qin clan was easy to bully? Should they provoke the clan to the brink, they would unleash their elite forces to obliterate the Taichu sacred land. Rest assured, that day is not far off. Those who dare to lay hands on our young dragon will see the end of their good fortunes. Jiu Ge, grow swiftly. We old bones shall follow you and exact vengeance upon the Taichu sacred land. The elders clamored in indignation, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Jiu Ge's eyes. He had taken note of the account with the Taichu sacred land, vowing to settle it in due time, with interest. Jiu Ge, you have just broken through and need to consolidate your cultivation. We shall not disturb you. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It brings us joy to aid the young dragon of the Qin clan. However, even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. Qin Wuchen produced a delicate jade box from his robe and presented it to Qin Jiu Ge. This is the key to the Qin clan's treasury. You may freely access the resources within without needing my permission. The so-called Qin clan treasury is the repository of treasures accumulated over millennia. It is a veritable cornucopia, containing all manner of items, many of which are considered heirlooms by smaller families, carelessly discarded like refuse within the Qin clan treasury. Historically, the key to this treasury has always been entrusted solely to the clan leader. To think that the clan leader would directly hand this key to Qin Jiu Ge. Meanwhile, within the frost-sacred land, a woman clad in pure white, adorned with snowflake patterns, possessing a striking appearance yet exuding an icy demeanor, suddenly awakened. Suddenly, a piercing wail reverberated throughout the cavern. "No!" The woman cried out, her voice steeped in excruciating pain. Upon hearing the commotion, several maidens, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the cave, rushed in, asking, "Holy maiden, what has happened? Were you not in meditation? Why the sudden outcry? Have you encountered difficulties?" The Holy Lord has instructed that should you face any issues, you may directly seek him out. The woman, referred to as the Holy Maiden, appeared somewhat bewildered. Her eyes then glimmered with intensity as she surveyed the surroundings and the maidens, a wave of doubt washing over her. Could it be that I have returned? If so, is it possible to avert the fall of the Frost Holy Land? Yet, the thought of that imposing figure, with its overwhelming prowess, filled her with trepidation. Even if granted another chance at life, she felt no confidence in her ability to thwart it. Contemplating the future, as the continent descended into chaos while the Qin family continued to shine brilliantly, with the divine son Qin Jiu Ge ascending to immortality, the Holy Maiden's eyes sparkled. In the next moment, she rose from her seat, determination etched across her face. "I must seek an audience with my master. There are important matters to report." Chapter 97. The overprotective fiancée Xiao Yin'er in the capital of the Mingyue Empire, within a tavern, Xiao Yin'er concealed her entire visage beneath a large hood, rendering her features indistinguishable. "Have you heard? That divine son of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge, has been making quite a stir at the Taichu Holy Land, even slaying the Holy Maiden. Indeed, it is astonishing that the Taichu Holy Land entrusted their Holy Maiden to an outsider, highlighting the immense pressure the Qin family has exerted upon them. Alas, the poor Holy Maiden, why must she elevate a mysterious youth, provoking the wrath of the Qin family's divine son? It seems she has met her untimely demise. If you ask me, it would have been better to have fawned over Qin Jiu Ge. A life as a concubine would surely be more favorable than losing one's life. Do not mention it. I heard that the Taichu Holy Land dispatched 2 supreme beings. Yet they still could not gain the upper hand against Qin Jiu Ge and suffered a loss at the hands of his protective kin. This news is explosive. It has been many years since we have heard of a supreme being's fall." Listening to the chatter around her, a faint blush crept onto Xiao Yin'er's face beneath her hood. This was her man, gifted with unparalleled talent, invincible in battle among his peers, and capable even of defeating foes beyond his level. He faced supreme beings with unwavering confidence. Such an extraordinary individual is hard to come by. Just then, a voice, tinged with surprise, resonated in her mind from the Green Emperor. "Your young paramour indeed possesses some terrifying talent, with his 3rd level of Dharma manifestation and 2 imperial weapons. This is utterly unprecedented. Given time, he will emerge as a dominant figure in this realm." Upon hearing the Green Emperor's praise, a rosy hue filled Xiao Yin'er's delicate features, her heart swelling with happiness. However, her expression soon darkened. Tossing a spirit stone aside, she rose and departed the tavern. Sensing her shift in mood, the Green Emperor understood her sentiment. It seemed she had learned of the difficulties facing Qin Jiu Ge at the Taichu Holy Land, and this spirited young lady was eager to assertively defend her beloved. As expected, Xiao Yin'er's cool voice echoed in the Green Emperor's ears. "Master, I wish to pay a visit to the Taichu Holy Land." The Green Emperor was not particularly surprised by this turn of events. She was well aware of her disciple's temperament. However, she hesitated before speaking. "Yin'er, I understand your sentiments. The Taichu sacred land has indeed been exceedingly overbearing, and it is only fitting that they receive a lesson. Nevertheless, considering your strength, after a period of cultivation, you have made significant progress and have reached the 1st level of the Dharma image. You are not at all inferior compared to some of the divine sons and daughters of the immortal imperial clans. Yet, this is the Taichu sacred land we are discussing. Approaching Qin Jiu Ge for an explanation with your current level is akin to courting death. Although she had once been a great emperor, she was now merely a spiritual body, with her power diminished to a fraction of its former glory. In the face of danger, she would be of little assistance. I may lack sufficient strength at this moment, but with your esteemed guidance, it should not be overly difficult to eliminate a few isolated disciples of the Taichu. This endeavor is merely to reclaim some interest from Jiu. We shall certainly settle the score with the Taichu sacred land in due time. I look forward to the day when I can join him in assaulting the Taichu sacred land. A flicker of determination flashed in Xiao Yiner's eyes. Seeing her resolute demeanor, the Green Emperor chose to refrain from further discourse. 5 days later, at the Taichu sacred land, in Taishan City. Taishan City was a medium-sized settlement within the domain of the Taichu sacred land, home to numerous disciples. Outside the city lord's mansion, 2 disciples stood guard, discussing Qin Jiu Ge's recent actions within the Taichu sacred land. That Qin family scion shows such blatant disregard for our sacred land. How could he have the audacity to slay the esteemed saintess? One exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a direct affront to our dignity. If given the chance, we must join the forces of the sacred land and exact vengeance upon the Qin family, eliminating Qin Jiu Ge." Alas, while ideals are grand, reality is harsh. That Qin Jiu Ge possesses the chaotic body and the heavy pupil divine ability. Even the saintess and her companion are no match for him, let alone us. We would likely falter even against a single strike from him. So what? Even if I must sacrifice myself for the sacred land, I would gladly do so. The 2 disciples remained oblivious to the elegant figure cloaked in black nearby, whose gaze glimmered with murderous intent. "Master, it is up to you now." A soft whisper escaped as overwhelming spiritual power enveloped Xiao Yiner's delicate form. In the blink of an eye, her graceful silhouette darted forth like a bolt of lightning. The disciples' chatter ceased abruptly, their necks bursting forth with crimson lines. "Congratulations, you have successfully sacrificed yourselves for the sacred land. You may thank me." Xiao Yiner stood amidst the bloodstains of the 2 disciples, wiping her bloody jade hand with a cloth. Her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded them. "With such meager abilities, how dare you comment on him?" As her words fell, the cloth was swept away by the wind, landing on one of the disciples' heads. In the ensuing period, chaos reigned within the Taichu sacred land. Numerous isolated disciples met their demise at the hands of an unseen assailant. The opponent's cultivation level should be rather low, as he only targets ordinary disciples. Moreover, each time he commits murder, he leaves behind a piece of cloth. According to the assessment of the experts from the Taichu Holy Land, this mysterious assassin possesses means of concealing his presence. The slain disciples were almost all caught off guard, meeting their demise unexpectedly. Furthermore, the techniques employed by the assailant are characterized by explosive power, capable of delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. The Taichu Holy Land has stood for many years, surrounded by adversaries. Yet, the higher-ups are at a loss, unable to recall when they might have offended such a seemingly insignificant character. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this minor character has proven to be quite persistent, remaining active for over a month. Now, the lower-tier disciples are consumed by fear, reluctant even to stand guard, for no one wishes to lose their life in such a bewildering manner. Upon receiving the news, the Holy Master of Taichu was furious. Having just encountered the calamity that is Qin Jiu Ge, he was already incensed. Qin Jiu Ge, backed by the Qin family, was a foe he could not afford to provoke. However, why should this mysterious assassin dare to challenge the dignity of the Taichu Holy Land? After pondering this, he issued orders, commanding the elders and guardians to unearth this enigmatic killer within the shortest possible time. Soon, a hunting team comprised of experts from the Nirvana and Life and Death realms was formed. Their task was to patrol within Taishan City, laying traps and weaving an intricate net to ensnare the mysterious assassin upon his appearance, to safeguard the reputation of the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 98. The Saintess's Advance. I decline. With a swift motion, a dagger formed purely from concentrated aura effortlessly pierced the flesh of a Taichu disciple, embedding itself in his chest. He had no opportunity to scream, his life extinguished in silence. Xiao Yiner cast a cold gaze upon the fallen disciple, the 47th. In just over a month, Xiao Yiner had relentlessly struck, claiming the lives of 47 disciples from the Taichu Holy Land. These individuals generally possessed low cultivation levels, mostly below the 3rd tier of Dharma form. Nevertheless, this undeniably struck a blow to the prestige of the Taichu Holy Land. How could a venerable sanctum fail to protect even its most junior disciples? Many have begun to contemplate departing from the Taichu Holy Land. Yiner, this is the last one. If you continue down this path, even if I envelop you in soul power, you will not evade the scrutiny of those ancient beings. I sense that the area is already teeming with experts from the Nirvana and Life and Death realms. The grave voice of the Qin Emperor echoed in Xiao Yiner's mind. She nodded in acknowledgement. Her current strength was indeed somewhat lacking. Should she persist in her reckless pursuit, it could easily lead to both her and her master being ensnared here, a scenario she fervently wished to avoid. Qin Jiu Ge could not always be relied upon to arrive in time to rescue her from peril. Thus, she no longer hesitated and decisively departed from the domain of the Taichu Holy Land to continue her cultivation. In the ensuing period, the Taichu Holy Land remained in a state of anxiety. However, after several consecutive days, the eerie assassinations ceased to occur. The Holy Master was filled with unbridled rage. He has mobilized a multitude of skilled individuals, intending to eliminate this audacious insect that dares to provoke the authority of the primordial sacred land, thereby alleviating his resentment. Yet, this insect proves to be remarkably cunning, having evaded capture for so many days that some have begun to speculate whether he has departed from the realm of the primordial sacred land. This only fuels the fury of the Holy Lord. Does he truly believe that the primordial sacred land is akin to a bustling marketplace, where one can arrive and depart at will? The most infuriating aspect is that, despite the massacre of numerous disciples from the primordial sacred land, they remain oblivious to the identity of their adversary. Such a situation is utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, on the side of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge has also received word that there is someone within the primordial sacred land moving about as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, targeting solitary disciples for assassination. Upon reflection, Qin Jiu Ge realizes that the only person capable of such deeds is none other than his fiancée, Xiao Yiner. With this thought, Qin Jiu Ge smiles in relief. At last, his investment in Xiao Yiner, the destined woman, has not been in vain. She is now utterly devoted to him. Otherwise, she would not dare to take such significant risks to provoke the primordial sacred land. Just then, a knock resounds at the door. Divine Son, the clan leader requests your presence in the main hall. At this, Qin Jiu Ge rises, opens the door, and finds Li Bo waiting outside with a broad smile. In the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Jiu Ge steps inside and surveys his surroundings, feeling somewhat perplexed. Aside from the clan leader, Qin Hai, his grandfather, there are 3 elders present, as well as individuals from the Frost Sacred Land. The gathering is indeed quite impressive. In addition to the Frost Saintess, there are several elders who appear to possess supreme-level cultivation. However, Qin Jiu Ge is taken aback, as the Frost Sacred Land and the Qin family have historically maintained a relationship akin to oil and water, with little interaction between them. What could they possibly want? Just as Qin Jiu Ge ponders this, the Frost Saintess, Bing Chiluo, gazes at him with a serious expression. Truly, she is worthy of being hailed as a future celestial being. Her demeanor and beauty are remarkable. This divine son of the Qin family, barely 18 years of age, has already reached a level of cultivation that surpasses his peers, standing strong even against some of the older generation. Bing Chiluo inwardly marvels at this. The 3 elders of the Frost Sacred Land continuously appraise Qin Jiu Ge. Moments later, their praises reach everyone's ears. The divine son of the Qin family is indeed a person of great talent. At merely 18, his cultivation eclipses that of his contemporaries, leaving even us old fellows feeling somewhat ashamed. Indeed, we have been in seclusion for many years, and yet, to encounter a talent like divine son Jiu Ge in this continent is truly rewarding for our visit. With an avatar at 18, he may very well have the opportunity to challenge that realm in the future. Hearing the elders' accolades, Qin Hai beams with joy, though he humbly responds, "Oh, not at all. It is merely the admiration of friends from various factions. This lad is just average." He then turns his gaze to Qin Jiu Ge and inquires, "Jiu Ge, what are your thoughts on Saintess Chiluo?" Qin Jiu Ge is somewhat puzzled as to why Qin Hai would ask such a question. However, given that Qin Hai is not only the clan leader but also his grandfather, he feels obliged to respond. After a careful appraisal, Qin Jiu Ge nodded slightly. The saintess stood gracefully, enchanting and unparalleled, a rare beauty indeed. After offering a few simple compliments, Qin Jiu Ge promptly halted, turning to Qin Hai as if seeking his opinion. The 3 elders of the Frost Holy Land could not help but feel elated at his words, secretly rejoicing. It appeared that Qin Jiu Ge held the saintess in favorable regard, which boded well for their intentions. Excellent. The Grand Elder clapped his hands, exclaiming in delight, and then, as if having made a firm decision, he regarded Qin Jiu Ge and said, "To be candid, We have brought the Saintess here to discuss a matrimonial alliance between the Qin family and our Frost Holy Land. The Divine Son possesses extraordinary talent, unmatched in the realm. Although our Qilua Saintess may not yet rival the Divine Son in cultivation, she is still quite gifted. The Lord's intention is for the two families to unite in a bond of mutual alliance. We wonder what the Divine Son thinks of this proposition. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu Ge was taken aback. A matrimonial alliance? This was something he had not anticipated. However, it swiftly dawned on him, given his current display of talent. It was indeed not surprising for the Holy Land to seek such a union. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that his fiancée, Xiao Yin'er, was the daughter of destiny. Though she hailed from a modest family and her current strength was not formidable, she was destined for greatness. Her future accomplishments would surely surpass that of the so-called Saintess from the Frost Holy Land. He had no need to offend Xiao Yin'er for the sake of a woman like Bing Qilua, did he? With this thought in mind, Qin Jiu Ge composed himself and spoke aloud. The members of the Holy Land, including Bing Qilua, looked on with eager anticipation. Qin Hai wore a smile, awaiting Qin Jiu Ge's response. However, Qin Jiu Ge's reply left them utterly stunned. I appreciate the Saintess and the Frost Holy Land's kind intentions, but I must inform you that I am already betrothed. Although she comes from a humble family and her status does not match that of the Saintess, I hold deep affection for her. Chapter 99, A Concubine? I decline. Bing Qilua was somewhat taken aback by such a swift and unequivocal rejection. After all, she was the illustrious Saintess of the Frost Holy Land. Not only had she achieved the fourth layer of the Dharma form at a young age, but she was also the favored disciple of the Frost Lord. With countless young talents vying for her hand, yet none had captured her attention. To think that her first ever initiative would lead to such an outcome. As for Qin Jiu Ge's mention of a fiancée, Bing Qilua had conducted her own investigation. It turned out to be merely the daughter of the Xiantian sect's leader. The Xiantian sect was considered a third-rate faction in the Tianxuan Continent. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter that saved Qin Jiu Ge's father, they would not even have qualified for such a union. Although Bing Qilua had once dreamt of Xiao Yin'er achieving immeasurable greatness, becoming a revered figure across the entire Tianxuan Continent, celebrated for her unparalleled beauty, the fact remained that Xiao Yin'er was simply a minor cultivator at present. What right did she have to compare herself to Bing Qilua? The timing of her visit to the Qin family, seeking a marriage alliance, was also calculated, aiming to seize a moment of opportunity. After all, in a decade or two, when Qin Jiu Ge ascends to immortality and Xiao Yin'er stands proudly on the Tianxuan continent, who would care about her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Frost Sacred Land? Currently, as the Holy Maiden, if Qin Jiu Ge were to unite with her in marriage, the benefits would undoubtedly be substantial. At the very least, they would far exceed those gained from marrying Xiao Yin'er. Yet, Qin Jiu Ge outright rejected her? Could it be that he foresees Xiao Yin'er's limitless potential? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. All of this was merely a vision she experienced in her dreams, never uttered to a soul, not even to her most revered master. She could not fathom that Qin Jiu Ge possessed the foresight to discern Xiao Yin'er's latent abilities, leading to his rejection. What could be the reason? Could it truly be a deep-seated affection for Xiao Yin'er? Beside Bing Qilua, the three elders of the Frost Sacred Land were equally astonished. They had come, obeying the command of the Holy Lord, to discuss the matter of the union. Initially, they believed it to be a simple task, easily accomplished, merely a formality to report back. After all, the scion of the Qin family and the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Land held comparable statuses. Qin Jiu Ge, with his charming demeanor, and Bing Qilua, with her breathtaking beauty, could indeed be considered a match made in heaven. However, the current circumstances left the Grand Elder, Bing Wuji, in an awkward silence, unable to articulate his thoughts. After a moment, regaining composure, Bing Wuji turned his gaze towards Qin Hai. As the saying goes, the commands of parents and the words of matchmakers hold great weight. Qin Hai was not only the patriarch of the Qin clan, but also Qin Jiu Ge's grandfather. Surely, with Qin Hai's assistance, Qin Jiu Ge would not refuse, would he? Patriarch Qin, perhaps you could persuade the scion? He is undeniably handsome and gifted, and our Holy Maiden is also a paragon of excellence. They are truly a match made in heaven. If they cannot be together, I would feel profoundly regretful. The tone was thick with entreaty. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai smiled gently and looked at Qin Jiu Ge. This child has always had his own convictions. I cannot press him unduly. Whether he accepts the union must depend on his own wishes. I am not an inflexible old man who enjoys coercing others. As he spoke, Qin Hai secretly found amusement in the situation. Given Qin Jiu Ge's current talents, even without a union, his future path was undoubtedly bright. There was no need for such a marriage. It was akin to when Qin Jiu Ge had previously rejected the supreme bone he had so painstakingly sought. If such trivial matters were to sow discord between Qin Jiu Ge and the Qin family, it would be a loss beyond measure. Hearing Qin Hai's words, Bing Chilua's large eyes widened in disbelief, her pristine white teeth biting into her rosy lips, nearly drawing blood. Throughout her life, when had she ever been subjected to such disdain and insult? Truthfully, she felt an overwhelming urge to rise and leave in indignation. Yet, upon reflecting on the calamities that the frost-sacred land might face in the future, her heart softened in an instant. She regarded her master, who, despite lacking any blood relation, was as dear to her as family, with utmost reverence. Yet, the unthinkable occurred. Her mentor's head was severed and displayed upon a flagpole. The fellow disciples, those with whom she had shared countless days, were subjected to unspeakable humiliation, their suffering unbearable. The gruesome scene compelled her to relinquish her dignity and pride. Born and raised in the frost-sacred land, it was her home. How could she bear to witness its destruction and the scattering of her kin? Resolute, she clenched her teeth. The divine heir shared a profound bond with his betrothed, a connection that evoked immense envy in her. To demonstrate her sincerity, she was willing to become a concubine. As her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, barely audible, the assembled individuals, skilled practitioners with keen senses, were left astounded by her words. What was happening? The proud frost saint, Ice Chilua, was willing to serve as a concubine? Surely they must have misheard. The three esteemed elders of the sacred land wished to find a crevice to hide within. Despite Qin Jiu Ge's remarkable talent, hinting at being the foremost among his peers, how could the illustrious saintess deign to such a position? If this were to spread, where would the frost-sacred land find its honor? Unexpectedly, amidst Ice Chilua's almost pleading offer to remain by Qin Jiu Ge's side, he fell into silence. His mind raced with questions. What could possibly motivate such a generous overture from a saintess? Surely, something was amiss. Her intentions must be significant. Regardless of her schemes, he concluded that as long as he declined, there would be no issue. With clarity restored, Qin Jiu Ge raised his head, a warm smile gracing his features. The saintess's deep affection is profoundly appreciated. However, my bond with my betrothed is equally strong, and I wish not to introduce a third party into our relationship. Thus, I must respectfully decline the saintess's generous offer. The crowd was once again taken aback. The saintess Ice Chilua, possessing unmatched beauty and lineage, had been so directly rejected by Qin Jiu Ge. She gazed at him, engulfed in profound self-doubt, questioning where things had gone awry. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. The three elders of the sacred land, witnessing the scene, found it unbearable to remain and, bowing to Qin Hai, stated, Patriarch Qin, there are pressing matters at hand. We shall take our leave. Forgive the intrusion. With that, the eldest elder swiftly whisked the still-dazed Ice Chilua away from the hall, inwardly chastising her for her audacity. How could a dignified saintess lower herself to such a degree? As a senior elder, he felt utterly ashamed. Chapter 100, Xiao Yin'er, he truly. I could cry. As the members of the frost-sacred land departed, Qin Hai looked at Qin Jiu Ge with incredulity, slowly managing to utter, I never imagined you to be so deeply devoted to your betrothed. Qin Jiu Ge's decisive rejection of the alliance startled him. In his memory, Qin Jiu Ge was not one to be so sentimental. The maidservants of the Qin family were oblivious to how many had fallen under his influence. It seemed that ever since Qin Jiu Ge's visit to the Xintian sect a few months prior, everything had transformed. Not only had his strength soared remarkably, displaying extraordinary talent, but it also appeared that he had lost interest in carnal desires. What could be the reason for this? Qin Hai shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. As the patriarch of the Qin lineage, he had little concern for such matters. As long as Qin Jiu Ge continued to showcase his talents and maintain his superiority over other prodigies, he would not interfere in Qin Jiu Ge's personal affairs. In response to Qin Hai's musings, Qin Jiu Ge merely nodded noncommittally. He was acutely aware of his identity. He was destined to be the ultimate antagonist, inevitably clashing with the children of destiny, both male and female. Currently, the Ice Frost Holy Maiden, Bing Chilua, seemed to have taken a peculiar interest in him, seeking to initiate an alliance. This situation was anything but simple. His immediate objective was to nurture his development and maintain a good rapport with Xiao Yin'er, thereby avoiding becoming a target for this destined maideness reckoning. The news of Qin Jiu Ge's rejection of the Ice Frost Holy Maiden Bing Cheng's marriage proposal spread like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings. In no time, many disciples of the Qin family held him in high esteem. After all, she was the Holy Maiden of the Ice Frost Holy Land, her status and identity rivaling that of Qin Jiu Ge. Not to mention, the Holy Maiden was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed an intellect as sharp as ice. Typically aloof and frigid, she had taken the initiative to propose a union, only to be turned down. He was truly a role model for their generation. Many disciples secretly lamented why the Ice Frost Holy Maiden had not set her sights on them. If she had, they would have eagerly proclaimed, "I am willing," at the first opportunity. The young women of the Qin family were utterly in awe of Qin Jiu Ge. What did it mean to be an exceptional man? Wasn't Qin Jiu Ge the embodiment of such a notion? With a noble lineage, striking looks, and unparalleled talent, he remained steadfastly loyal to his humble fiancée, unwavering in his devotion. Numerous female disciples regarded him as their dream partner, to the extent that whenever Qin Jiu Ge ventured outside, he often sensed envious gazes following him. Within a refined courtyard of the Qin estate, Qin Manyu sat upon an embroidered bed, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Qin Jiu Ge had actually refused the marriage proposal of the Ice Frost Holy Maiden, Bing Chilua. She found herself questioning whether she had misheard. In her previous life, Bing Chilua was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed formidable strength, revered by cultivators on the path as the Ice Frost Goddess. How could someone of her caliber be outright rejected by Qin Jiu Ge? Qin Manyu recalled vividly that in his past life, Qin Jiu Ge was a notorious libertine, even attempting to pursue her, a mere willow among willows, and had harbored thoughts of coercion when she firmly rejected him. What had transpired in this lifetime? Even a celestial figure like the Ice Frost Holy Maiden had been turned away? Could it be that Xiao Yin'er's allure was truly that profound? Qin Manyu pondered for a moment. In her previous life, the Frost Saintess, Bing Chilua, had never approached the Qin family to request a marriage alliance, nor had she willingly offered herself as a concubine. Could it be that in this reincarnation, everything was destined to unfold differently? The scene shifted to a lavish and beyond the borders of the Qin family estate. The Grand Elder of the Frost Sacred Land, Bing Wujia, sat in a chair, his aged visage drawn long, his snow-white beard quivering in anger. Bang! He slammed his palm onto the table with such force that the golden silk Nanmu surface was reduced to splinters. Chilua, your behavior is utterly reckless. Bing Wujia glared at Bing Chilua, his tone laden with disappointment. The Frost Sacred Land, a prestigious force that had endured for millennia, was among the foremost powers of the Tianxuan Continent. While it might not surpass the Qin family in certain aspects, it certainly held its own standing. True, Qin Jiu Ge possessed some talent, but you, Bing Chilua, are no ordinary daughter. You embody the essence of the Frost Sacred Land. The Holy Master, in consideration of the bond between mentor and disciple, consented to your marriage proposal to the Qin family and allowed us to accompany you. Yet, you must not, under any circumstances, demean yourself by uttering such words about becoming a concubine. As the Grand Elder's admonition concluded, the second and third elders chimed in. Chilua, do not blame the Grand Elder for his anger. Your actions indeed lack foresight. While Qin Jiu Ge may possess talent, our Frost Sacred Land should not fear the Qin family. It is fortunate that Qin Jiu Ge is deeply devoted to his fiancée. If he had truly accepted you as a concubine, how would our Frost Sacred Land maintain its dignity? What would the elite powers of the continent think of us? Listening to the chastisements from the three elders, Bing Chilua felt her heart wrench in anguish, filled with bitterness. She was doing this for the sake of the Frost Sacred Land. However, to avoid inciting unnecessary panic, she ultimately could not bring herself to reveal the circumstances she had dreamt of. Days later, the news that Qin Jiu Ge had rejected the Frost Saintess Bing Chilua's proposal for marriage, and even the opportunity to become a concubine, spread throughout the Tianxuan Continent. Everyone who heard this news held Qin Jiu Ge in the highest esteem. Young and extraordinarily talented, he remained steadfastly devoted to his humble fiancée, truly embodying the ideal of a noble man in the realm. Numerous bards crafted tales of Qin Jiu Ge's exploits, disseminating them far and wide. Within taverns, patrons engaged in spirited discussions about the matter. Oh my, that is the Frost Saintess, an unparalleled beauty, ethereal and exquisite. I have seen many stunning women in my life. But after catching a glimpse of the Frost Saintess 3 years ago, no other woman has captured my gaze. Indeed, the Frost Saintess is said to possess a noble demeanor, graceful and otherworldly. How could Qin Jiu Ge possibly turn away such a beauty? I seriously suspect that the scion of the Qin family suffers from a malady of the heart. Otherwise, how could he refuse the Frost Saintess? If even she is willing to become a concubine, it truly raises questions. There exists no man capable of resisting the allure of the Frost Maiden, unless, of course, he is not a man at all.